Madman of the Sword chapter 4526 to chapter 4609. After hearing that, the few great sage outside heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't targeted at them. However, when they heard that it was a clone, they still felt chills down their spines. How could a clone be so powerful? This was the power of a peak, and by the looks of it, the great sage at his peak was extremely strong and had a strong blood chi, unlike their old ancestor who could only go into seclusion to prolong his life. If such a person were to descend, he would definitely be able to sweep through everything. The figure in the sky was shrouded by thousands of rays of light as if he was born. Everywhere he passed, everything bowed down, and it didn't take long for him to arrive above Xianxia ancient city. The people in Xianxia ancient city were still fighting over the treasures. However, when they felt the vast aura coming from above the 9 heavens, they stopped. They all stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look in horror. What was that? An immortal had appeared, the pupils of some of the older generation experts constricted. The great sage. And it was the extremely terrifying great sage. Was such a figure going to descend here? Could it be that some heaven-defying treasure had appeared in Xianxia ancient city? That peerless expert did not say anything as he stood above the 9 heavens and reached down with a huge hand. Heaven and earth collapsed and the void was torn apart as Xianxia ancient city shook continuously. Everyone in Xianxia ancient city prostrated on the ground. Xianxia Palace. Many people were waiting patiently. However, in an instant, the void above split open. A huge hand grabbed over. Who was it? They roared in anger, boom. Boom, boom. As the huge hand descended, many people turned into blood mists as the young disciples fled frantically. It was too terrifying. A single palm strike could kill all of them. This attack reached Xianxia Palace directly. In a mysterious town. The 2 experts from Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were still chasing after the people of Ethereal Peak. The people of Ethereal Peak were on the verge of breaking down. They had gathered the experts of the Grotto Heavens for a final defense, but it seemed like they couldn't hold on any longer. Could it be that they were going to die here again? Their eyes were filled with despair. Until now, they still did not know who the enemy was. Damn it, it was all that detestable brat's fault. The moment they thought of Lin Xian, they gritted their teeth in anger. If it were not for the other party, how could they possibly guard the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? How could he possibly make a move and offend these 2 terrifying experts? Right now, Ethereal Peak had already lost 2 elders. Even Zhang Songxing and the others were injured. In front of them, the 2 experts sneered. Now, you can all go to hell. Their soul auras erupted once again, suppressing everything. However, at this moment, the void above the heaven and earth great formation cracked open. A huge hand slapped down, enveloping the entire town. Boom, boom. Boom, before the palm could land, the terrifying great Tao laws had already descended, tearing everything apart. Not good. The pupils of the 2 peerless experts shrank as they quickly fled. The faces of the people of Ethereal Peak changed drastically as they fled one after another. The strike landed. The entire town was destroyed, and the Heaven's Legacy race people inside were roaring and dying. They turned into smoke and disappeared between heaven and earth. Those people whose memories had been altered and their souls controlled by the Heaven's Legacy race suddenly woke up. Damn it, what happened? Why can't I remember anything? Why am I kneeling here? Damn it, who buried me? These people roared crazily. They seemed to have experienced a lifetime. Thinking of this, they broke out in cold sweat. They had been hit by an illusion, and it was an illusion that they could not resist. If not for this palm, they would have been buried here for the rest of their lives. On the other side, Xueqi frowned and quickly retreated. Lin Xian's face also changed drastically. Who was this attack? It was too terrifying. He did not dare to resist. He used the void escape technique and quickly dodged. With one strike, the Heaven's Legacy race was shattered. The people of Ethereal Peak spat out blood and retreated, their injuries even more serious. Who was it? The people of Ethereal Peak gritted their teeth. Even the 2 peerless experts looked up at the sky, their brows tightly knitted. What Heaven's Legacy race? It had long been destroyed. A mere illusion had no need to exist in this world. A cold voice sounded. Above the 9 heavens an illusory figure appeared, surrounded by laws. It was as if a heavenly emperor had descended. How terrifying. This was the great sage. And it was the great sage at his peak. These people were terrified. Who could resist the arrival of such an existence? Lin Xian also looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Why would the great sage at his peak come here? Where did this existence come from? In the sky, the figure sent out another palm strike. The small town that was originally in ruins was now torn into pieces and turned into dust. The people of Heaven's legacy race from before had all disappeared. Only Lin Xian and the others were still around. Of course, there was another person besides them. It was an old man. The old man had a celestial aura and white hair. He walked over. As his footsteps landed, the destroyed town appeared again. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. The experts of Ethereal Peak frowned. Xianxia had also said that he had seen this person before. Was he not hallucinating? Lin Xian was also surprised. This old man was the one who had told him about the existence of the Heaven's Legacy Pavilion. Back then, he had felt that this old man was very strange, and his aura was very strange. However, he did not think too much about it back then. Now, it seemed that this old man was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect you to be able to find this place. The celestial old man looked up at the sky and said coldly. You're just a clone, and you want to come here? Don't you think that's a little arrogant? A mere illusion is enough to deal with you. The clone in the sky sneered. Boundless radiance radiated from his body and descended, bringing with it an extremely terrifying power. Everyone felt their bodies go cold. It seemed that they could not resist this palm at all. Even escaping was impossible. Fortunately, this palm was not aimed at them. Furthermore, that sage-like old man had also joined the battle. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light burst out from his eyes, piercing through the sky. It was like a sword piercing through the clouds. Boom. Boom boom boom, the two collided, tearing apart the sky. The terrifying aura caused everyone to retreat. It was too terrifying. Xianxia roared. Heaven's Legacy Eye. This was the true Heaven's Legacy Eye. Was this old man from the Heaven's Legacy race? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He could naturally feel a familiar aura. This person was really from the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, this person's eye technique was much stronger than his. To be able to fight against the great sage, who was at his peak, what kind of existence was this? The golden eye became the only thing in the world, blocking the terrifying palm in the sky. It seemed that if I did not use some real means, I would not be able to suppress you. The clone in the sky said coldly. In the next moment, a terrifying power burst out, causing the entire world to tremble. Everyone in Xianxia ancient city knelt on the ground in fear. Boom. The punch was like a vast ocean. The force of 10,000 caddies whistled past, and nothing could stop it. Below, the small town shattered and turned into nothingness. The old man's figure became blurry as if he was about to disappear. But at this moment, the old man's eyes suddenly emitted a vast aura. The golden light in the sky quickly intertwined and formed a pair of strange eyes. The heavenly secret divine eyes had some strange golden runes. But at this moment, the golden runes had disappeared. Instead, they were like ripples that overlapped with each other. It was like a black eye that had a golden pupil. It was 6 holes that connected to each other and formed a reincarnation pattern. Boom boom boom. The moment the eyes appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The fist that was pressing forward collapsed and was suppressed. The figure in the sky stopped. The fist shook and he let out a terrified roar. Reincarnation eyes, what? Reincarnation eyes. Could it be the legendary Rinnegan eyes? Xianxia was so excited that his body trembled. He was going crazy. This was the legendary divine eyes. Even Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? Rinnegan eyes, what did it have to do with the reincarnation sword, and why was it formed by the heavenly secret divine eyes? This was unbelievable. The sage-like old man threw his head back and laughed uproariously. His figure dimmed, but his eyes became even more terrifying. That's right, Rinnegan eyes. Damn it, you're just an illusion. You're not the real great sage Qian. You're no longer at the peak of your strength, so what if you have Rinnegan eyes? The figure in the sky roared crazily. Everyone was stunned. The great sage Qian. Could it be the legendary great sage Qian? Lin Xian was also shocked. He had heard of the legend of the great sage Qian. He was the disciple of the Heaven and Earth Emperor. The Heaven and Earth Emperor had two disciples. They were the great sage Qian and the great sage Kuan. Both of them stood at the peak of the great sage realm and could be said to be invincible. However, this was something that happened 100,000 years ago. It was impossible for him to still be alive. Lin Xian knew that this was probably a combination of illusions and remnant souls. That person had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Who was that figure in the sky? That's right, I'm no longer as strong as I was back then, the great sage of Qian coldly said. But so what, you are also not my junior brother, the great sage Kuan. You are merely his descendant. If I'm not wrong, you haven't completely cultivated the six-pass body, right? How can you compete with Rinnegan? Everyone was shocked once again. The person in the sky was indeed related to the great sage of Kuan. Not the great sage of Kuan, but the descendant of the great sage of Kuan. As for the six-pass body, what was that? Lin Xian was also surprised, but he felt that it had something to do with the Samsara sword. Rinnegan, six-pass body. Lin Xian felt that this matter was becoming more and more mysterious. It seemed that the power related to the Samsara sword was about to appear, is that so? Although I haven't completely cultivated the six-pass body, I have already cultivated some six-pass fists. I will let you experience the power of my six-pass fists. After he finished speaking, he roared toward the sky, and his terrifying fists rained down. 6 phantoms appeared in the sky, and it seemed like they were connected to 6 different worlds. As they punched out, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boom! Boom, boom! The great sage of Qian's phantoms, the Rinnegan, erupted with boundless radiance. It charged toward the 6-pass fists. When the two of them collided, the 6-pass reincarnation's power erupted and engulfed everyone. No. Are we going to die? Although the two of them weren't real bodies, their power was on par with the great sage's. Moreover, they had reached the late stage of the great sage, and they were unable to resist such power. Lin Xian also felt that his body was being torn apart. His body flickered, and he used the void escape technique to arrive beside Xueqi. He was about to use the great sage pagoda to defend himself. However, at this moment, the great sage of Qian sneered coldly. It's useless, as I know that you want the Rinnegan. However, you won't be able to obtain it. After he finished speaking, the Rinnegan erupted with radiance once again. Reincarnation, heaven and earth, everyone felt as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and the sun and the moon were rotating. Their bodies were enveloped by a mysterious power. Soon after, they were teleported out. At this moment, Lin Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This was because he felt that apart from this mysterious power, there was another voice that entered his soul. Fated person, I didn't expect that you could comprehend the mysterious heavenly 12 diagrams and possess the mysterious heavenly divine eyes. You are a descendant of the mysterious heavenly race. There are a total of 24 mysterious heavenly diagrams, and the remaining 12 diagrams are with me. I will now impart them to you. After you finish cultivating the 24 mysterious heavenly diagrams, you will be able to condense the Rinnegan. At that time, you will have the opportunity to summon the reincarnation sword. Also, don't get caught by the 6-pass descendant. After the voice resounded, it instantly disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt that another 12 diagrams had appeared in his mind. There were a total of 24 diagrams. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. The mysterious heavenly divine eyes were evolving, and they could really become the Rinnegan. Moreover, the Rinnegan could summon the reincarnation sword. This was really inconceivable. Damn it, you actually imparted the Rinnegan to someone else. Who did you impart it to? A roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The peerless doppelganger roared crazily. The great sage's final voice disappeared. It's useless. You will never know where the Rinnegan went. Damn it. No one here is allowed to escape. I will search your soul strictly. I don't believe that you can hide it anywhere. A powerful force enveloped Lin Xian and the others. They felt as if their bodies were about to split apart. Not good. The peerless doppelganger of the great sage wanted to kill them. Even Lin Xian's face turned pale. Although he had obtained the 24 mysterious heavenly diagrams, he was unable to resist the doppelganger with his current strength. Fortunately, the great sage's power managed to send them safely out of the universal palace. At the same time, the doppelganger was enveloped and disappeared. Were they saved? After Lin Xian and the others came out, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xueqi also heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. It was really a new lease on life. The other people's faces were also gloomy. They didn't expect that such a peerless expert would appear in the end. Fortunately, the great sage had imparted the Rinnegan to them. Otherwise, they would have surely died. What did his last words mean? The Rinnegan had disappeared. Could it be that he had imparted it to someone else? Moreover, the doppelganger wouldn't let them go. Was it because someone among them had obtained it? For a moment, a terrifying radiance erupted from Zhang Songxing's eyes. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and stared at everyone. Don't look. Do you really think that any of us can obtain the Rinnegan? What a joke. That guy just said it casually in order to deceive the great sage's doppelganger. That's right, such a thing was just a diversion. It was simply unbelievable. The two old men said coldly. The others also sighed when they heard it. They didn't know that Lin Xian had already obtained the 12 mysterious heavenly maps. Moreover, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. 2 of the 5 swords in the world were related to him. If these people knew about this, they would go crazy. Of course, Lin Xian wouldn't tell them about the secret. He just stood there without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. The Misty Peaks people stared at Lin Xian with cold killing intent in their eyes. They had to get rid of this guy. It was because he dared to challenge the Misty Peak. However, the 2 experts who came out of the mysterious heavenly pavilion also stared at the Misty Peak. The Misty Peaks people acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Let's go. They gritted their teeth and soared into the sky. The 2 experts sneered coldly and thought, you left quickly. Then, they turned their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lad, let's see what secrets you have. Before they finished speaking, Lin Xian used the void escape technique and disappeared with Xueqi. You want to escape? Do you think you can escape? One of the old men sneered coldly and waved his hand to take out a large flag. Countless souls flew out to investigate. He found him. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth and he was about to attack. However, at this moment, he was stunned. What's going on? His aura has disappeared. What a strange lad. I can't sense him either. The other old man furrowed his brows. The third gray-haired old man, however, disappeared with a sway of his body. Damn it. That lad has a treasure that can block our investigation. They quickly searched the entire Xianxia ancient city. The 2 old men quickly took action. However, they still couldn't find Lin Xian. They were unwilling to give up. Forget it. Let's go back first. We have been trapped here for several thousand years. We don't need to waste time here. The 2 old men soared into the sky and disappeared. Great. Those 2 guys left. Lin Xian said to Xueqi as the golden radiance in his eyes disappeared. Xueqi also heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Lin Xian and asked, Are you okay? Lin Xian nodded. I'm okay. Next, it was almost time to go back. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He was very satisfied. This time, he was actually able to discover the secret of the heavenly secret divine eyes. Now that he had acquired the 12 heavenly fortune maps, he would no longer have to worry about his eye technique cultivation. He just needed to cultivate the 24 Tao diagrams. His heavenly secret divine eyes could then evolve into the true eye of samsara. At this moment, he had already mastered the first 12 diagrams. Next, he would cultivate the last 12 diagrams. The 2 of them prepared to split up and return to the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven. However, as soon as he left, another terrifying aura descended from the sky. Did the great sage come again? The people of Xianxia ancient city acted as if they were facing a great enemy. A great sage had just left, and now another great sage had arrived. Moreover, there was more than one. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He concealed his aura and did not act rashly. The toad jumped over and said, "So many great sage, what's going on?" When this fellow entered the universal palace and discovered that the aura there was not right, he immediately jumped out. He did not experience what happened before. However, the previous clone still made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Now, so many great sage had appeared. Lin Xian said, "I think they should be investigating the identity of the previous one." Sure enough, these great sage were from the various grotto heavens and the misty peak. After they arrived, they carefully investigated. That figure had already left. They communicated with each other and then heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they began to ask their disciples what was going on. When they learned that the person who came was the descendant of the great sage of Kuan, moreover, when the phantom of the great sage of Qiankuan appeared, as well as the Rinnegan and the Six Paths physique, they were all stunned. These legendary existences had all appeared now? Quickly search. They entered the Universal Tower, only to find that it had already turned into nothingness. Nothing existed anymore. Damn it, such a great fortune had disappeared in front of them just like that. These great sage could not bear it and roared towards the sky. The stars in the sky cracked and the moon shook as if the world was about to be destroyed. Since the great sage of Qiankuan and the great sage of Kuan had both appeared, the legend of the universal ancient city was true. This was definitely a city built by the great emperor, and it definitely contained the secrets of the great emperor. These great sage joined forces and began to explore the universal ancient city. In fact, they even used monstrous great Tao laws to attack. The universal ancient city shook, and many people vomited blood. Lin Xian's face was also pale. Were these guys crazy? These great sage unleashed terrifying divine abilities, and endless light rushed towards the universal ancient city. At this moment, the universal ancient city seemed to have changed and shone with light again. Those demonic shadows let out roars and they all prostrated on the ground. The surrounding people could not breathe. Now, there were 10 great sages. The 10 great sage were like gods, suppressing heaven and earth. Under their joint forces, the universal ancient city changed. Changes happened to the Qiankuan ancient city. It finally split open, and countless rays of multicolored light circulated about. At the same time, countless divine crystals flew out. It was like a meteor shower, causing countless people to exclaim. There were things sealed in those divine crystals. Hurry up and attack, these people are snatching crazily. Humph. In the sky, a great sage snorted coldly, and it struck down like thunder. Instantly, hundreds of figures shattered, turning into a bloody mist. The others were terrified and did not dare to move. Snatching treasures in front of these great sage was courting death. The geniuses of Ethereal Peak were the same. Their eyes were burning, but they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the great sage, his vision was broader than theirs. They had searched for so long but did not find anything, only a small amount of sage king will. These great sage actually triggered the birth of so many treasures. He did not move, but Little White began to move. He took out the treasure bowl and began to collect them. He did not take many, but each time, it was a very important treasure. Not long after, a small mountain was piled up on his side. Those great sage did not care. Their eyes were like divine light, sweeping through the ancient city. The Heaven and Earth Emperor was extremely terrifying, and there were many legends about him. His 2 disciples were also very famous. But in addition to the Rinnegan and Six Paths body, the Heaven and Earth Emperor had an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. The reincarnation disc. But in the legends, the reincarnation disc did not appear. Now that the relationship between the Heaven and Earth Emperor was confirmed, they guessed that the real reincarnation disc was very likely to be in this ancient city. If they could get it, then whether it was them or their grotto heavens, they would soar to the sky. So, how could these great sage not be excited? Attack. The 10 great sages were like heavenly gods descending from heaven. The entire Heaven and Earth ancient city shook violently. Suddenly, the world shook, and a large array appeared, covering heaven and earth. Not good. There was an array formation. Was it left behind by the emperor? There was only a corner of the array, but it covered the world, making everyone's hair stand on end. Those great sage were instantly trapped. They could no longer care about anything else and attacked with all their might. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. Good chance, let's attack. They didn't dare to attack when so many treasures were dropped. Now that the great sage was trapped, it was a good opportunity to snatch the treasures. Get lost, this belongs to our ethereal peak. Whoever dares to snatch it will die, Mingchen roared crazily. He shot out the water of the river Styx, which swept across the 9 heavens. His physique was very strong. In an instant, many people were sent flying. On the other side, Tyranny also attacked. With a slash, a peerless saber light bloomed, illuminating the 9 heavens. Xianxia was even more terrifying. As soon as the exterminating spirit pupil was used, it was unparalleled. Everyone who was swept by his gaze turned into nothingness. The 3 geniuses of ethereal peak were unparalleled, suppressing the world. His strength was so strong that it caused everyone to be terrified. Those geniuses of Grotto Heaven couldn't be compared to them at all. However, it wasn't just the younger generation that was here. There were also many experts of the older generation. At this moment, they also attacked fiercely. Brat, this is a good opportunity. The toad laughed loudly and rushed out. Lin Xian also attacked. On the other side, Xueqi and the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven also attacked. Everyone was fighting for the treasures. Get lost, this is what we want. The people of White Cloud Grotto Heaven roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying sword chi swept through everything like a mountain. It engulfed Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He used his divine body to block it. Amidst the peerless sword light, he walked out unscathed. Then, with a punch, 3 figures were sent flying, their faces full of fear. Damn, so scary. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed a divine crystal. Then, he attacked again and forced the people of Flying Feather Grotto Heaven and Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven to retreat. Damn it, it's that kid. Catch him, these people attacked crazily. Lin Xian channeled the power of the divine crystals into his body. What was sealed was actually universe chi, what terrifying power. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He absorbed with all his might. He wanted to break through to the Saint King level in this place. After absorbing the Qiankuan Qi, Lin Xian attacked again. At the same time, the powerful beings from the paradise rushed over as well. Lin Xian fought against it. At this time, an elder-level person was killed. Move aside, let me kill him. Terrifying laws swept through everything, making Lin Xian feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian summoned the devil shadow to fight back. The black claw tore through everything, tearing the void apart, forming a black hole. At the same time, 6 demonic shadows appeared and circled around him. A great battle instantly broke out. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian was simply too strong. Even in the face of the attacks from so many Grotto Heavens, he was still fearless. He snatched a lot of Qiankuan Qi from these people. Those people's eyes turned red. Lin Xian used the void escape technique and left to the other side. The divine crystal in front of him was even larger, like a small mountain. There was even more Qiankuan Qi inside. There were 8 strands. 8 strands of Qiankuan Qi, each strand like a divine rainbow, carrying shocking power. Lin Xian rushed over. At the same time, 5 other figures rushed over. He attacked forcefully, forcing 2 of them back. The other 3 wanted to attack together. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. You want to steal such a peerless treasure with just you? There was a loud laugh, and a peerless blade light flashed in the sky. The bodies of the 3 people split open, their faces full of fear. It's tyranny. Retreat. They frantically retreated. Tyranny landed and looked at Lin Xian. Their voice was cold. Kneel down and accept your death, Lin Xian sneered. You don't have the right to say that. Not knowing the difference between life and death, Tyranny once again slashed out with a peerless blade light. The world shook as it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian swung his fist, punching towards the peerless blade light. The terrifying power swept through like an ocean, shattering the sky. You're just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. Tyranny's face was cold. Since the opponent could defeat Dark Star, it meant that the opponent was very strong. He naturally wouldn't be careless. Just now, it was just a casual attack. Next, I'll let you see my peerless blade technique. Tyrannical blade technique of heaven and earth, 4 peerless blade lights appeared around him, constantly revolving. Endless light swept through the 9 heavens, slashing forward. Tyrannical blade technique of heaven and earth was a peerless blade technique with boundless power. At this moment, it was condensed and could definitely destroy everything. People of the same level couldn't resist at all. Even the body of the underworld king couldn't stop it. The surrounding people felt the terrifying blade light and immediately retreated. It was too scary. He was going all out. Lin Xian was also surprised. Looking at the 4 blades, he was shocked. He had to admit that the opponent's blade light was indeed very strong. No wonder the opponent was ranked second. He was stronger than Dark Star. He used the 10 ultimate sword formation to fight. Terrifying sword chi swept in all directions, colliding with the 4 blades. Shocking killing intent appeared, making everyone's hair stand on end. Many people looked at the 2 peerless figures fighting in front of them, their faces full of shock. 10 ultimate sword formation. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god. His terrifying sword intent swept through everything. Tyranny was shocked. He had heard that the opponent's physique was stronger than the body of the underworld king. In his view, the opponent was also an expert in close combat with an extremely strong physique. But now, it was completely beyond his imagination. The opponent wasn't using a strong physique, but sword chi. The power of each sword chi shocked him. His saber was shaking non-stop. He was known for his blade techniques, which could sweep through everything. No matter how strong the opponent's physique was, he could still break through it. He was confident that he could break through the opponent's physique. But the opponent's sword chi shocked him. It even made him wonder if his blade light could block it. These peerless blades didn't hurt the opponent. Instead, the opponent's sword chi made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Fight, with a roar, the 10 ultimate sword formation completely erupted. The front turned into a world of swords, swallowing everything. How terrifying. The people in the distance were shocked. Was tyranny at a disadvantage? This guy's sword was actually so frightening. When the sky full of sword light disappeared, tyranny's figure appeared. His armor was shattered, and there were many sword wounds. Blood flowed out. He was injured. Tyranny's expression was incomparably fierce. "Kid, you dare to injure me? I'll make you pay a painful price." He roared at the sky. The domineering aura on his body surged. The law of the great Tao condensed into a peerless overlord. The overlord held a blade in his hand. He was extraordinarily mighty. When he attacked, the power was even stronger than before. Lin Xian snorted. He used the 10 ultimate sword formation. His sword slashed out like a flying immortal. Boom. Tyranny snorted. The overlord's phantom blocked the 10 ultimate sword formation. At the same time, he attacked, forming a 5th blade in his hand. The overlord's blade slashed. This blade seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lin Xian swung his fist. It turned into a golden sun, flying in the sky. Against the peerless blade. Boom boom boom, the blade was blocked. Lin Xian's arm was numb. So strong. This worldly tyrant blade technique was truly a peerless ability. He laughed. Take another move. With a wave of his hand, a Taiji diagram appeared and pushed out. How is this possible? Tyranny was sent flying again, coughing up blood. His face was full of shock. His opponent still had a trump card, damn it. His face was cold. Was he going to go all out with immolation? Lin Xian said coldly. You're no match for me. He waved his hand and grabbed at the 8 strands of universe chi. I'll help you. At this moment, a figure came from behind, bringing with him the power of death. He attacked Lin Xian's back. Good chance. Tyranny also slashed at Lin Xian's arm. With a loud clang, Lin Xian's arm was shaken to the point where it deviated from its course and grabbed at the void. The aura of death behind him turned into a fist and punched him. His body swayed, and he was sent flying, crashing into countless mountains. The people in the distance cried out in alarm. That guy was injured. Dark Star had attacked. Were these two going to work together? Lin Xian landed, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since I've attacked, I'll take half of the universe G. Dark Star said. Tyranny snorted, his expression cold. He said, deal with that kid first. He knew that although they worked together, that attack just now was not enough to kill the opponent. Up ahead. The endless mountains shattered. A figure strode over, trampling the ground. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold, his black hair dancing wildly. Sneak attacking me? You'll pay the price. You think you can fight me with just the two of you working together? He was really angry. Attack together. Dark Star roared and charged over, fighting with Lin Xian. Tyranny activated their sabers, using the Heaven and Earth Tyrant saber art, and attacked again. Kill, Lin Xian roared at the sky, his fists swinging as he engaged in a contest of physique. At the same time, the 10 absolute swords in his hand danced. A Taiji diagram appeared above his head, and Yin and Yang sword chi rained down. Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 2, but he was not at a disadvantage. Dark Star and Tyranny were both going crazy. The two of them working together couldn't suppress the opponent. How could this be? The people in the distance were also stunned. How did this guy do it? If those two joined hands, even Zhang Songxing would have to retreat. But this kid actually did it. Could it be that his strength surpassed Zhang Songxing's? Everyone found it hard to believe. Damn it. Underworld deity art, the nether god was infuriated. Mingchen roared, and a phantom of the god of the underworld appeared on his body. He roared to the sky and punched out. On the other side, Tyranny also used the Heaven and Earth tyrannical sword art, forming a terrifying tyrannical sword. Lin Xian roared. 10 absolute swords, 9 yang divine body, resisted. At the same time, his eyes flashed. A golden light flashed as he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Kneel, Lin Xian roared at Mingchen. Mingchen felt as if his head was about to split open. A powerful will rushed into his mind, affecting his soul. It was as if there was a voice in the depths of his soul telling him to submit to the other party. Boom, his terrifying primordial monarch body fell to his knees in the void with a loud boom. Heavens, what did I just see? The people in the distance all went crazy. Lin Xian ordered, and the other party knelt. What kind of attack was this? Tyranny also felt their hair stand on end. Was this guy crazy? He roared as he attacked with his tyrannical sword. 5 swords to protect him. He looked into the other party's eyes, his face filled with fear. Was this an eye technique? Lin Xian's expression was cold, like the divine king. He turned to stare at Tyranny and said coldly. Submit. Tyranny felt as if their soul was about to split open. He roared madly, and a peerless sword light flashed between his eyebrows, protecting his soul and resisting the attack. Pooh. In the next moment, he spat out blood and flew backwards. He didn't submit, but his soul was still injured. This was the heavenly secret divine eyes, and Lin Xian had comprehended it. After obtaining the first 12 heavenly secret diagrams, his heavenly secret divine eyes had increased in power. No matter how strong these 2 were, they probably couldn't block his eye technique. Lin Xian was very satisfied. His eye technique had become stronger than before, and now he could defeat a mid-stage holy king. Dark Star's physique was strong, but his soul was average, so when he ordered, the other party was instantly hit. As for Tyranny, he was a peerless blade master. Blade masters and blade masters had very strong wills, and their souls were far stronger than others. However, although the other party didn't submit, he was still injured. In the blink of an eye, the alliance formed by these 2 experts was broken. Countless people gasped in shock. This guy was too strong. Perhaps only Zhang Songxing could fight him. Damned brat. Tyranny roared madly. On the other side, Dark Star recovered. After all, he had the immemorial imperial body, and his bloodline was extraordinary. Even though he was hit, he woke up in an instant. When he realized that he had knelt and submitted to the other party, he was so angry that his lungs were about to burst. Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you. This was the second time he had lost to Lin Xian. As a top genius with the immemorial imperial body, he wouldn't allow himself to lose like this. His eyes were bloodshot, and the laws on his body were about to burn. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Was this guy crazy? Good, his soul attack could completely control the other party. Wang, heavenly secret god eyes glowed again. You want to kill me? Come, then let's kill. An ant like you can't even block a finger of mine. What right do you have to challenge me? Also, I'm not here, I'm there. Defeating him is defeating me. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden light, and he pointed at Tyranny. His eye technique had many attacks now. It could directly attack the other party's soul, or it could instantly create illusions to control the other party's soul, and even change the other party's memories. At this moment, Lin Xian controlled the other party's soul. Lin Xian disappeared from Darkstar's eyes. Instead, Tyranny became Lin Xian. He roared and charged at Tyranny like a madman. His fists swung, and the world trembled. Tyranny felt this power, and their faces turned cold. Are you crazy? He sent out a peerless sword light. Damn brat, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Darkstar roared madly as he attacked, clashing with Tyranny. Tyranny's face was cold. He knew that this guy had fallen for an illusion. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He also charged over, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. In reality, Tyranny didn't know that he had also fallen for an illusion. Lin Xian's eye technique had already affected him. Although he was a peerless blade master, he was too arrogant, and didn't put anything in his eyes. Lin Xian used his eye technique to magnify this arrogance, so at this moment, Tyranny also attacked wildly. Under normal circumstances, he should have left quickly. But he didn't. Watching the two fight, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the 8 strands of universe energy and absorbed them all. At this moment, his power surged wildly. At the same time, he took out half of the treasures he had collected before and devoured them. Lin Xian felt that there were signs of a breakthrough. But it was still not enough. He was now at the peak of the sacred venerate realm. One more step and he would be a half-step sacred ruler. However, Lin Xian did not plan to stop there. He wanted to break through to the sacred ruler realm in one go. It was not enough. He needed more power. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. He wanted to search for more Qiankuan qi or other natural treasures. Elder Lu Qin looked into the distance and found the 2 geniuses of Ethereal Peak fighting. And that guy was still searching. Damn it, she charged out because she found that the 6 demonic shadows beside Lin Xian were fighting with the experts of the other grotto heavens. This way, there would be no demonic shadows to protect him. It was also a good opportunity for her to kill him. As a young elder, she had long reached the mid-stage of the sacred ruler realm. Her status and identity could be said to be unparalleled. However, she was chased by a sacred venerate and the news even spread. It made her feel ashamed. Today, she would use his life. To wash away all of this, Lin Xian had obtained 8 strands of Qiankuan qi, which made countless people envious. Many people were ready to attack. Lin Xian's gaze swept across, causing these people to be terrified. In that instant, their souls seemed to have been destroyed. This person also knew a terrifying eye technique. It was too terrifying. Why do I feel that his eyes are not weaker than Zhan Songxing's spirit exterminating eyes? Leave quickly. This person is not to be trifled with. Many experts quickly retreated. But a figure charged over. The sound of the zither turned into a terrifying divine sword, piercing through heaven and earth. Elder Lu Qin charged over, bringing with her endless sound that swept over quickly. This was also a soul attack. It was extremely powerful. Kid, I'll let you experience my 7 slaughter demonic sound. Elder Lu Qin was extremely powerful. She turned into 7 phantoms and enveloped Lin Xian. Every illusory figure had a guqin, and they were playing it non-stop. The sounds coming from the zither were different. Some were terrifying, like thunder descending. Some were low, like the autumn leaves falling. Some were filled with endless killing intent, while others were filled with terrifying flames. Different soul attacks exploded between heaven and earth. Retreat quickly, the surrounding people frantically retreated. This attack was too terrifying. They had heard that Elder Lu Qin was able to fight against 3 cultivators of the same cultivation with the 7 slaughtering demonic sound. Such a person was simply undefeatable. Lin Xian frowned as he felt the sound of the zither coming from all directions. In the next moment, he sneered and the divine map in his eyes bloomed. Golden light circled around him, forming a powerful soul defense. He could already tell that the so-called seven slaughter demonic sound was merely 7 different powers. It was indeed a soul attack, a terrifying attack. If it was indeed difficult for her to deal with before, she even had to use the devil shadow to fight. However, things were different now. His heavenly secret divine eyes were much stronger than before. Facing the 7 kills demonic zither, he was not afraid at all. "Go to hell, brat," Elder Luchin snorted coldly, and the 7 phantoms spoke in unison. The sound of the magic zither burst in a frenzy. The area in front of them had turned into a land of death. No one dared to move forward. Anyone who got close would have their soul destroyed. Boundless golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and turned into sharp swords that swept in all directions. "Although your soul attack is powerful, it can't compete with mine." The light in Lin Xian's eyes swept out. His terrifying soul power was like a vast ocean that swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone went crazy. How can this guy's eye technique be so terrifying? Xianxia, who was fighting for treasures in the distance, also turned his head abruptly. His exterminating spirit eyes turned into the light of destruction. Heavenly secret eyes. He also has the heavenly secret eyes. Damn it, is he from the heavenly secret clan? Or did he get the Rinnegan? At the thought of this, he madly rushed over. "Your opponent is me." Xueqi took a step forward, bringing with her boundless black frost that froze everything. "Just you? You want to stop me?" The exterminating spirit eyes were unleashed, and the boundless frost instantly melted. However, the frost around Xueqi was still there. After all, she had the Nining body. Although Xueqi had just arrived and her cultivation was not as strong as her opponent's, however, it was impossible for the enemy to completely destroy it. Xianxia was taken aback. Someone could block his eye. "Who are you? You are from the paradise, right? I am ordering you to get lost, otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Xianxia did not have time to pay attention to him, as he was too anxious. He must capture him and ask him about his secrets. Xueqi said, "Xianxia, you are ranked first in the ethereal plane. Now, I also want to experience how powerful you are. You don't have the qualifications to destroy everything." His eye blossomed with radiance, and wherever it passed, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Xueqi felt great pressure, and her face turned pale. She kept retreating. Xueqi unleashed his Nining body to its pinnacle, and boundless frost condensed around him. He is so powerful. Xueqi used the Nining ice to protect her soul, and her face turned pale. Fortunately, she had the Nining body. Otherwise, if it was her previous self, if she had been in the past, she would have been destroyed by his eye. Elder brother Xian is so powerful. He is unexpectedly able to fight against such a person. Xueqi took a deep breath, and she took out a formation to fight against him. She had set up this formation before, and now, she could finally put it to good use. Trifling formations couldn't withstand a single blow. Xueqi unleashed his exterminating spirit eyes once again. The 2 formations turned into nothingness, and the people in the surroundings were stunned. "Isn't that Fairy Xueqi? Why is he fighting against Xianxia? It's a pity, as it is said that Fairy Xueqi has already become a saint king. However, she is still unable to contend against Xianxia." Many sighs could be heard. Xueqi instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, and the 1,000 Mountain Paradise's elders felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to help Xueqi, but they did not dare to do so, as they were worried that Xueqi would die. He was really nervous to the extreme. At this moment, a terrifying roar echoed through heaven and earth, and it charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia used his exterminating spirit eyes to destroy it. A toad's figure appeared. "Lad, let me teach you a lesson." The toad jumped out. He knew that Xueqi was trying to stop Xianxia from joining Elder Luchin. If that happened, Lin Xian would be in great danger. "How dare a trifling toad act so arrogantly in front of me?" Xianxia unleashed his exterminating light once again. He was really angry, and he would surely destroy his opponent's star soul. The toad quickly dodged, and it was sent flying. However, it did not shatter. Some marks appeared on its body, but it did not split open. "Damn it! What kind of body does this toad have? How can it block my exterminating spirit eyes? The toad roared in pain. Lad, you have thoroughly infuriated me. I will let you know how powerful I am. It charged forward, and all kinds of poison laws danced in heaven and earth. However, the exterminating spirit eyes were really powerful, and even though Xianxia had a nine body and a formation, she was still unable to suppress him. Even with the toad, she was unable to suppress Xianxia. She was even at a disadvantage. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Xianxia and turned into a small monkey. A claw slapped his face. Xianxia was stunned. This was dizziness, this was something he had never felt before in his life. His soul had been knocked out. What a joke, he had the exterminating spirit eyes, but he had really been knocked out. Although it was only for a second, it had still shocked him. Xianxia and Toad were experts. 1 second was enough for them to launch thousands of attacks. The two of them instantly attacked and the terrifying power sent Xianxia flying. Boom! Boom, boom. Xianxia's body fell down and shattered the endless mountain range. No way, the two of them had really forced Xianxia to retreat. Everyone was in disbelief. The people of Ethereal Peak were all stunned. That was the #1 Xianxia. How did these people do it? Lin Xian looked at this scene and laughed. It seems that guy won't help you. Elder Lu Qin snorted coldly. Do I need his help to kill you? You were able to escape earlier because you had the demon's shadow. Now that the demon's shadow isn't by your side, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. As they spoke, the 7 figures attacked together and the void in front of them kept breaking. The huge soul whirlpool made everyone feel despair. Lin Xian stood there and golden light burst out from his eyes. He turned into a golden flame and flew out. It carried a destructive aura. The golden flame turned into a golden crow in the air. Boom, under the influence of this soul fire, all of the zither music disappeared. How was this possible? How could this guy's eye technique be so powerful? He was just a saint venerable. How could his soul be comparable to a mid-stage saint king? Elder Lu Qin was extremely shocked. She gritted her teeth. This person couldn't continue to grow, and she realized that his eyes were very similar to the Tianji divine eyes. Was this person from the Tianji clan? If that was the case, then all the more she couldn't let him live. Suppress him, she attacked with all her strength. Demonic music came from the 7 killing demon zither. It turned into 7 phantoms like a demon god. Some were wearing battle armor, some were holding sharp swords. They stood in the void and attacked Lin Xian. This was the strongest attack of the 7 kills heavenly demon sound. If you were a late-stage Saint King, I would have retreated. But you are only a mid-stage Saint King. You are no match for me. Lin Xian sneered. This completely infuriated the 7 demonic shadows in the sky. That demonic godlike figure roared madly and charged over. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes grew colder and colder. Heavenly fate shatter. As his voice fell, a pair of golden eyes appeared between heaven and earth, overlooking all living things. The light emitted from those eyes enveloped the 7 demon gods. Thereafter, the entire space shattered completely. The bodies of the other demon gods split apart and disappeared. Elder Lu Qin spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The 7 phantoms disappeared and only her real body appeared. Her face was pale. She didn't dare believe it. How could this be? The other party had broken her ultimate art with a single glance. Tianji god eyes, you have Tianji eyes, kill him quickly. He got the Rinnegan. Elder Lu Qin roared madly. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Is the Rinnegan in his body? Many people looked over at him, their faces filled with shock. Lin Xian's face became gloomy and he snorted coldly. You are courting death. The golden eyes enveloped Elder Lu Qin as the Tianji shatter erupted. As Elder Lu Qin retreated, her arms turned into a bloody mist. If it weren't for the zither blocking her soul would have already been extinguished. Her arms hung limply by her side. The soul on her arms had been shattered. It would be extremely difficult for her to recover. She was so frightened that she roared and quickly fled. You should leave first. As Lin Xian looked at the fiery red eyes around him, his expression became ice cold. There will probably be a difficult battle today. He transmitted his voice to Xianxia and the toad. When the two of them heard him, their expressions became grave. Leave quickly! The toad shouted as it jumped up and flew into the distance. Xueqi also knew that she wouldn't be able to fight in the following battle. If she stayed here, she would just let Lin Xian create a clone. This was why she also left the battlefield. Zhang Songxing charged over. Lad, your eyes are mine, he was extremely crazy. The Tianji divine eyes and the opponent's exterminating spirit eyes looked at each other. Soon after, the power between the two of them exploded. One of them could shatter heaven and earth, while the other could destroy everything. The collision of their soul powers brought about an endless storm. The surrounding people who were charging over instantly fell from the sky. Some of them had their souls injured, while some had their souls extinguished. Get lost, Lin Xian roared as he forced Zhang Songxing to retreat. At the same time, he punched out. Zhang Songxing quickly dodged. Hateful, his opponent's eye techniques weren't any weaker than his, and his physique was stronger than his. He also had a terrifying sword technique. His opponent was like Zhang Songxing, tyranny, and Dark Star working together. When these three great techniques were gathered on a single person, it was really terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold as he looked disdainfully at the surroundings. He said coldly, "The heaven and earth qi in this place is all mine. Anyone who tries to take it from me will die." A terrifying voice resounded. Lin Xian's body emitted a golden radiance, and his killing intent was astonishing. He directly charged out. The surrounding people retreated in fright, while some of them were angry. Just by you, among them, there was no lack of experts from the older generation. They didn't believe that he could be so strong. Everyone attacked together. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. I don't believe that he can defy the heavens. Countless people charged over, using all kinds of divine abilities. They injured some people, and then their divine bodies opened and closed. Sword chi swept out in all directions. However, there were too many people. Lin Xian used the void escape and quickly dodged. Great, he escaped. He's no match for us. Attack, these people seemed to have won, and they quickly chased after Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. His heavenly secret god eyes were activated to the extreme. Wherever his gaze passed, he began to control those demonic shadows. The demonic shadows roared, but the power of reincarnation in his eyes controlled them. One demonic shadow, two demonic shadows. Dozens of demonic shadows were controlled, and the number was still increasing. Lin Xian could control 6 demonic shadows before. However, after he comprehended the heavenly secret map, his eye technique increased by more than 10 times. So now, Lin Xian could control dozens of demonic shadows without any effort. Roar, these demonic shadows roared into the sky and charged over crazily, fighting with the experts of the surrounding grotto heavens. Not only that. Lin Xian controlled hundreds of demonic shadows in the end. His face was pale, and he frowned slightly. Obviously, it had consumed a lot of his energy. However, he couldn't care less. This time, he had to succeed. After absorbing the natural treasures, Lin Xian ordered the hundreds of demonic shadows to attack. These demonic shadows joined forces, roared, and attacked quickly. They fought with the people of the grotto heavens. No one dared to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly collected the Qianquan qi between heaven and earth. The power in his body was increasing. Zhang Songxing roared. He was also trapped by the demonic shadows. The others were the same. Moreover, the 10 great sage in front attacked Qianquan ancient city together, causing a peerless array to appear. The power of the array was still spreading, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It also affected the heaven and earth. Other than the peerless array, all the Qianquan qi that appeared nearby was all taken by Lin Xian. This was a shocking amount. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years the Qianquan qi had existed. Every one of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, all of them gathered on Lin Xian. It was really terrifying. Lin Xian felt that his divine body was about to split open. This powerful force made him have to break through quickly. Roar, with a roar, Lin Xian stopped resisting. At this moment, the power in his body exploded, connecting the heaven and earth. In the sky, endless thunder clouds filled the air, forming terrifying thunder and lightning. Not good, he was about to break through. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes turned red. Once he broke through, the Qianquan would completely disappear and become the other party's power. They would not be able to take it anymore. Damn it, with a roar, an extremely sharp light burst out from Zhang Songxing's eyes, forming an array and sending it out. At the same time, the elders of Ethereal Peak received the news. Suddenly, a few figures descended from the sky. They walked out of the array. Not good, it's the experts of Ethereal Peak, let's move out too. The surrounding experts did the same. This time, they wanted to summon the terrifying existence of a late sage king. Boom, the late sage king of Ethereal Peak was the first to move out. As soon as they descended, they swept out in all directions. It was a woman. Her expression was cold, and she suppressed hundreds of demonic shadows with one hand. This was the difference in Cultivation realm. No matter how strong these demonic shadows were, they could not do anything to a late sage king. The second late sage king appeared. It was a man in a blue robe. He was extraordinary, and his body was covered in starlight. He was from the star tribe. When he appeared, he formed a star map that filled the sky. He completely sealed those demonic shadows. The appearance of the two late sage kings solved the current crisis. At the same time, late sage kings appeared in those grotto heavens. After they arrived, their powerful auras suppressed the entire area. Everyone's gaze shifted toward Lin Xian. Elder, kill him. Those from the White Cloud Wonderland and the Violet Spirit Wonderland gnashed their teeth. Said Zhang Songxing. Elder, suppress him. He might have obtained the reincarnation eyes, Rinnegan? An extremely cold light burst out from their eyes. They had to get it. It belonged to their misty peak. The two late-stage great sage kings walked up, suppressing the heaven and earth, shattering the endless void. The other holy kings of the paradise walked over as well. When Xueqi saw this scene, she became extremely nervous. What should she do? Lin Xian is really in danger. The toad also cried out in alarm. This brat should be fine, right, Aunt? Tell me, did you get the Rinnegan? The two great sage late-stage king realm experts stared at Lin Xian, their voices piercingly cold. At this moment, Lin Xian's power was exploding out continuously as he prepared to go through the tribulation with all his might. Who would care about such a thing? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer, the blue-robed man snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the starry sky map flew over. He wanted to completely seal Lin Xian. At this moment, thunder in the sky struck down. With a crack, the starry sky map shook. The late-stage Saint King's expression changed. Not good. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary tribulation. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The lightning in the sky struck down. It was blood-red thunder. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. In an instant, he was sent flying. Not good. The woman beside him also retreated quickly. The experts from the other paradises also fled. A terrifying light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Since you're here, don't leave. He strode forward, and the thunder in the sky followed him, killing in all directions. Damn brat, don't come over. The two experts of the Misty Peak roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you want to kill me? You want to suppress me? Come on. His body split open, and golden blood dripped down. But he still didn't go. The two late-stage great sage vomited blood. They were facing their own tribulation, which was much more terrifying than that brat's. Sure enough, the thunder that attacked Lin Xian was only as big as an arm. But the lightning that attacked the two of them was as big as a mountain. In an instant, the two of them were split in half. You've also attacked me, haven't you? Lin Xian's face was pale. He was severely injured, but he still didn't stop. He charged towards the other paradises. Those people's scalps went numb. They were also struck by lightning. In an instant, all kinds of roars sounded. The front was enveloped by a sea of lightning, and the others quickly retreated. What kind of thunder was this? Even the great sage who was trapped by the array changed his expression drastically. This was terrifying thunder. This wasn't a thunder tribulation, but a punishment from the heavens. He was a person abandoned by the heavens. An extremely terrifying light burst out from the eyes of these great sage. They no longer had the chance to pay attention to it, because this peerless array was a greater threat to them. The punishment from the heavens was very terrifying. Lin Xian's body seemed to be about to shatter. At this moment, a corner of the array appeared in Qianquan ancient city again, covering heaven and earth. The punishment from the heavens slowly disappeared and was replaced by normal thunder. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If the punishment from the heavens descended, he would definitely die. Fortunately, this was an ancient city related to the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor's array appeared and blocked the punishment from the heavens. The punishment from the heavens became a thunder tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation of a saint king was terrifying, Lin Xian was confident that he could deal with it. He broke through in the sea of lightning. His strength gradually increased, and it didn't take long for him to reach the half-step Saint King realm. Moreover, it was still increasing. A powerful force surged out from his body. He was about to break through to the Saint King realm. Boom! At this moment, the arena in the sky bloomed with light. Endless thunder intertwined, forming a human-shaped lightning. He floated in the void, suppressing everything. His eyes were like two bolts of thunder. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian retreated as if he was struck by lightning. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. What was this? It was too terrifying. The others also felt it. What had appeared again? They couldn't see it, only the sea of lightning that filled the sky. They didn't see the human-shaped lightning. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. This human-shaped lightning was too terrifying, and it had a supreme aura. It was even formed by the Great Emperor's array. Could it be that this was a young Great Emperor? Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. No wonder it was like this. He used the Great Emperor's aura to change the heavenly secrets. However, there was another test, and that was to merge the Great Emperor's aura with the thunder to form a young Great Emperor at the Saint King realm. If he couldn't pass this test, he would also die. Come on, Lin Xian roared. He knew that he didn't need to defeat the other party. As long as he could withstand it, he could pass this test. He had successfully broken through to the Saint King realm. With a roar, Lin Xian's body shone with a golden light as he transformed into a peerless god of war. On the other side, the human figure's lightning surged. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. Runes flickered and formed 6 reincarnation runes. 6 vortexes appeared on his body, seemingly connecting to 6 worlds. Rinnegan, 6 paths physique. This was the Heaven and Earth Great Emperor. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. This was too terrifying. Boom, he punched out with an indomitable will, shattering the world. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He had seen this fist technique before. The great sage had used it before. This was the 6 paths fist. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He used the 9 suns divine fist to fight against it. The two of them were like 2 worlds colliding. Endless light swept in all directions. The great Tao there was intertwining like thunder. Boom, their fists collided, and then they both retreated. Endless cracks appeared in front of them, and then they charged forward again. Every time they collided, the power was astonishing. The two of them kept attacking. 9 suns divine body against 6 paths physique. The people in the distance were shocked. Was that guy fighting with someone? They didn't know. But this scene was probably much stronger than the immemorial king physique. Boom, this guy's physique was actually so strong. Was this the Great Emperor? Lin Xian felt as if his entire body was about to split open. The other party's fist was really too strong, pressing forward with indomitable will. Many cracks appeared on his divine body, but they recovered in an instant. He also roared, and 9 suns surrounded his body as he kept attacking. After a great battle, the human figure retreated and did not attack again. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he knew that it was not over. Because next, an extremely terrifying light erupted from the other party's eyes. Rinnegan. At this moment, the people outside felt a chill down their spines, as if a god was looking down at them. Their souls were about to split open. Damn it, what was this? Some of the people who entered the town were shocked. This aura was too similar to the Rinnegan. Could it be that the Rinnegan had appeared? They stared at thunder in front of them, their faces full of shock. However, no one knew exactly what had happened. They gritted their teeth anxiously. There were a few people who disregarded everything and rushed over. However, they triggered heaven overflowing lightning tribulation, blasted until their bodies were covered in blood. The others felt their blood run cold, and no longer dared to rashly approach. Lin Xian felt an immense pressure on his soul. It was as if heaven and earth were being reversed, forcing him into the cycle of reincarnation. Fight, he gritted his teeth and let out a roar. His heavenly secret divine eyes shone brightly as a terrifying golden light swept across the area. At the same time, terrifying sword chi surged from his body, turning into a sword to world that floated around him. Kill, Lin Xian used all his means to resist the eye of reincarnation. The eye of samsara. Every gaze contained a danger that could reverse the universe. Lin Xian had no choice but to resist with all his strength. Even so, he was still coughing up blood and his face was pale. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul could destroy everything. It cut off those gazes, and only then could they resist. In the end, the eye of reincarnation withdrew its light. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Was it finally over? However, he realized that there was still one last move. When the eye of reincarnation and the six paths physique appeared in one person, a peerless divine ability would appear. The six paths of reincarnation. 6 worlds surrounded Lin Xian, constantly sweeping and enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed to have really fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. This was a heaven-defying power. Even with his divine body and heavenly secret divine eyes, he could not resist it. He roared at the sky and attacked with all his strength. The great dragon sword soul flew out and was held in his hand, sweeping in all directions. He kept walking through the 6 worlds. Finally, he cut open the sky with a sword and charged out. His body was stained with blood, but the aura on his body kept increasing. At this moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone thought that the end of the world had arrived. After the 6 paths of reincarnation, the human figure did not attack again. Instead, it slowly disappeared. The phantoms of the 6 worlds also disappeared. Finally, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation flew into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body shook. The injuries he had suffered before were instantly healed. His aura also kept rising. With a boom, he finally entered the Holy King realm. His strength continued to grow. Too powerful, once he broke through to the Holy King realm, he would surpass everything. A Holy King could kill a half-step Holy King. One finger could kill dozens of half-step Holy Kings. This was the gap between the realms. It was an insurmountable gap. Lin Xian had a heaven-defying trump card. That was why he could fight those of a higher realm. Now that he had become a true Holy King, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He could probably kill those below the Holy King realm with just a glance. Those of the same realm could not withstand one move from him. Even Dao Mingchen and tyranny could be suppressed with one hand now. These people were no match for him. Lin Xian could only fight someone like Elder Lu Qin to a draw when he went all out. But now, he could definitely destroy the other party's soul easily. Lin Xian felt an extremely powerful force. In other words, ordinary mid-stage Holy Kings were no match for him. Only mid-stage Holy Kings, extremely powerful existences, could. Lin Xian was even confident that he could compete with late-stage Holy Kings. This is great. Holy Monarch Star Palace, your time of death has come. Lin Xian would not forget that he still had enemies in the Thousand Mountain Cave. This time, when he returned, he would kill them with his sword. As the figure disappeared, the Qianquan ancient city shook again. The peerless array was completely activated. The great sages also coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Not good, they attacked with all their might, tearing open the array and escaping quickly. Run, with a roar, the surrounding people left frantically. The Qianquan ancient city was completely sealed. Once the great emperor's array appeared, no one could resist. Run, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Shui Qi and the toad. He used the void escape and quickly left this place. Everyone was running away. Most of the Qianquan ancient city was sealed and returned to the ground. The endless earth rolled and cracked. Some people managed to escape successfully, while others were suppressed there forever. Most probably, they could forget about coming out in this lifetime. After greeting the elders, Xianxia and the others were taken away by the experts. The woman's expression was cold, and the man's expression was extremely ugly. He had been severely injured. Damn it, where was that brat? He was going crazy with anger. He must catch that brat and tear him into pieces. Just now, the aura of the Rinnegan appeared. It must be that brat. Xianxia said quickly. You wait, I'll go and report to the old ancestor. The two elders quickly transmitted their voices to each other. Not long after, a great sage descended. This was a great sage of the star race. After he arrived, he looked around and a starry sky map covered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They felt that every star had turned into eyes and was probing them. He instantly changed his appearance and put on a set of black armor. His aura was completely different from before. With the heavenly secret divine eyes and the great dragon sword soul, the great sage couldn't find out who he was. As expected, the great sage took back the starry sky map and shook his head. He couldn't find him. Did that kid disappear? Go, send people to seal off this area. I don't believe that he can escape. The Misty Peaks people moved quickly. With the great sage overseeing it, they sent countless experts to seal off the area. However, Lin Xian had already returned to his original appearance. He used the great dragon sword soul to destroy his aura and safely walked out of the area. The Toad and Whitey stayed in the great sage pagoda and heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, you found me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Xianxia smiled, then took to the air and flew to the 1,000 Mountain Cave. Xueqi had already returned and was waiting anxiously in the 1,000 Mountain Paradise. When she saw that Lin Xian had returned, she also heaved a sigh of relief. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Don't let them disturb me. After Lin Xian returned, he started cultivating in seclusion once again. He had just broken through to the great sage king realm and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Xueqi ordered that no one was to disturb him and set up a formation. This time, she had also gained something. Moreover, before she started cultivating in seclusion, Lin Xian had given her many treasures. Therefore, she also started cultivating in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the past half a year, the news about Xianxia ancient city had spread all over. Everyone was crazily discussing the Rinnegan Eye and the legend of the great emperor. However, no matter how hard they searched, they still couldn't find the mysterious red-robed man. It was as if he had disappeared and would never appear again. The Heavenly Caves people had suffered heavy losses. The Misty Peak was so angry that they vomited blood. Many of their geniuses had died, and even a few of their elders had died. Some of their elders had also been injured. More importantly, the 10 great sages had been able to fight back against the Grand Emperor's spell formation. Although it was only a corner of the Great Emperor's formation, the 10 great sage were still injured. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion with all his might. The legend of the Xianxia ancient city continued. On Lin Xian's side, everything was calm and tranquil. Xueqi's mansion had already regained its tranquility. On this day, the wind and clouds changed. Thunder fell from the sky. Who was it? Was he about to break through? The people in the mansion were extremely surprised. Immediately after, a sky full of lightning descended, shaking the 9 heavens. Even the Paradise's people were alarmed. Could it be that Xueqi was about to make another breakthrough? How long had it been? And the other party was already about to make a breakthrough. They felt like they were going crazy. In another palace, Xueqi and Lin Xian were sitting there and drinking tea. They seemed quite relaxed. The lightning tribulation was formed by the two of them using a formation. This was because Lin Xian had previously been a holy venerate. When he returned, he would be a holy ruler. He had to find an explanation. This was why Lin Xian had found an excuse to use the thunder formation. He wanted everyone to know that he had made a breakthrough and become a holy ruler in the 1,000 Mountain Paradise. This way, no one would suspect that he was the red-robed man. In the past half a year, Lin Xian had already consolidated his cultivation. Moreover, he had also absorbed the reincarnation power. Now, the reincarnation power contained in his heavenly secret divine eyes was even greater. This made him overjoyed. The lightning tribulation lasted for half a month before it slowly disappeared. Many people rushed over to congratulate him. They quickly discovered that it wasn't Xianxia who had made a breakthrough, but Lin Xian. This surprised many people. Damn it! Did this guy also make a breakthrough and become a holy ruler? The eyes of some Paradise's geniuses turned red. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They hadn't even made a breakthrough, yet this battle servant had already made a breakthrough. Damn it! Xianxia must have given him countless resources. That's why he could make a breakthrough so quickly. He's just a battle servant, yet he's really lucky. If those resources were given to me, I would have already made a breakthrough. All of them gnashed their teeth as they spoke. However, there was nothing they could do. As expected, no one doubted Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was able to come here from another world. His talent was already top-notch. If he had the countless resources given by Xianxia, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make a breakthrough. When Saint King Xingchen heard this news, his face turned gloomy. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Xian. In his estimation, it was impossible for Lin Xian to make a breakthrough and become a holy ruler so quickly. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would actually do it? This made him feel a sense of danger. However, after thinking about it, he sneered. He was now a mid-stage holy ruler, but he was still a terrifying existence. In another 100 years, he would be able to make a breakthrough and become a late-stage holy ruler. So what if Lin Xian had made a breakthrough? If he wanted to kill an early-stage holy ruler, he could do it with a single finger. Lin Xian would never be a match for him. However, the abominable news came from the Misty Peak. Previously, the people sent by the Star Tribe to kill Lin Xian had all died. It was really strange. Could it be that someone from the Thousand Mountain Paradise was secretly helping him? Saint King Xingchen was ready to investigate properly. Now that a year's time was almost up, he wanted to see how Lin Xian would kill him. The corners of Saint King Xingchen's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't forget that Lin Xian had threatened to fight him in a year's time. What a stupid ant. There were still 2 months' time. Saint King Xingchen decided to make some preparations. He had to spread the news and create an atmosphere to let everyone in the Thousand Mountain Paradise know about this duel. Otherwise, if Lin Xian went back on his word, he wouldn't be able to make a move. Soon, he secretly ordered someone to spread the news. 3 days later, everyone in the Thousand Mountain Paradise was stunned. Heavens, what did you say? Saint King Xingchen wants to have a death match with Lin Xian. This isn't a joke, right? No, you're wrong. It's Lin Xian who wants to have a death match with Saint King Xingchen. It's these guys who issued the challenge. Moreover, it was a year ago. Damn, is this guy crazy? Where did his confidence come from? Does he think that he's a match for Saint King Xingchen after making a breakthrough? Discussions broke out one after another. Countless people were shocked. This was a scene of certain death. After hearing this, some elders sneered. It seemed that Saint King Xingchen would also kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the news spread. The eyes of the sagely Heaven's old ancestors people lit up when they heard this. This was a good opportunity to suppress the other party. Although they had helped Lin Xian win in the marriage contest, it didn't mean that they would always support Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was now considered to be on Black Ice ancestors' side, they naturally had to suppress him. Taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this brat, it would be a heavy blow to Black Ice ancestor. If he killed Lin Xian, Xianxia would definitely get angry and seek revenge on the Sacred Star ruler. Then, he would find an opportunity to kill Xianxia. In that case, the genius of the mysterious ice lineage would lose his advantage. The corners of the Yen Mo's mouth curled into a cold smile. He hurriedly informed his father, the Sacred Heaven's old ancestor. The Sacred Heaven's old ancestor was still in seclusion. He had also made a move in the Qianquan ancient city and gotten injured. When he heard the news, he said, "I'll leave this matter to you. When it's time for the death match, I'll go back and take a look." The Yen Mo received the order and went to make the arrangements. Before long, the people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto and the other grotto heavens found out about this matter. They even invited people from other grotto heavens to watch. In an instant, the discussion about this matter became even more intense. Hearing this, Xianxi's face changed. Although he was very opposed to this marriage, he was still very much against it. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian with his own hands. However, things were different now. Lin Xian had already won the contest. If he was killed by the sacred star ruler in front of everyone, it would be a slap to their faces. Furthermore, they also realized that the sacred star ruler wasn't the only one involved. The Yan Mo and the sacred heaven's old ancestor were also involved. This was even more unusual. If things went wrong, they might be trampled underfoot by the other party. It would be very difficult for them to make a comeback. Xianxia immediately went to Xueqi's residence. He felt that this was a trap. He wanted to ask if it was true. When he found out that it was really Lin Xian who had issued the challenge, he was thoroughly enraged. Is this kid an idiot? Who do you think you are to challenge the sacred star ruler? Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and leave through the spatial array. Get out of this area, come back in 10 years, Xianxia roared. No matter what, he wouldn't let Lin Xian die in the arena. Lin Xian sneered. Get out? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? If the other party hadn't been Xueqi's father, he would have already made a move. Xianxia was even more furious. How dare you talk to me with such an attitude? Do you have a death wish? The sky was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. This is my business. You don't have to worry about it. Besides, who said that I don't have the strength to kill him? Open your eyes wide and wait. I will make him fall on the life and death arena. Ignorant ants. Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Could it be that this brat did not know the difference between Saint Kings? Do you think you can be arrogant just because you just broke through? How naive, Lin Xian sneered. He couldn't be bothered with this old man. Xueqi walked out and said, Father, don't worry. There shouldn't be any problems. Xianxia was about to faint from anger. How could his daughter say such words? Could it be that he had become stupid after following this kid? He snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and left in a huff. He had to discuss this with Black Ice ancestor. It would be best if she could seal this brat and suppress him. Black Ice ancestor was also in seclusion. Previously, she had gone to Qianquan ancient city and was also injured. When he heard this, he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. This was indeed a very urgent matter. He ordered Xianxia to seal this brat and bring him over. When Xianxia returned to his mansion, he found that Lin Xian had disappeared. That damned brat, did he run away? Xianxia sneered. He thought that this brat had a backbone. He didn't expect him to be a coward. It was good that he ran away. If he ran away, he wouldn't come back. He ordered his men to go and investigate. Once they found that brat in Thousand Mountain Grotto, they would immediately take action. If that brat wanted to come in from outside Thousand Mountain Grotto, they would immediately stop him. In short, they would not let Lin Xian appear again. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. A life and death arena was set up in Thousand Mountain Grotto. It became completely lively, and countless people were extremely excited. They were all here to see a joke. Previously, all of them had dreamed of marrying Fairy Xueqi. Who would have thought that they would be defeated by Lin Xian in the martial competition for marriage? This made everyone gnash their teeth in anger. If young Master Chen had won back then, they would definitely not say anything, because he did have the strength and talent. However, he was defeated by a battle servant. This made them clench their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Countless times, they had dreamed of taking revenge and killing him with their own hands. Now, this brat was courting death and dared to challenge the elders of Star Palace. He even wanted to fight a life and death battle. He was definitely going to die. Even if they couldn't do anything, they would watch him die with their own eyes. Not only Thousand Mountain Grotto, but the young geniuses of other grotto heavens had also come. They were also here to see a joke. Even the people of Misty Peak had come. They were the people of Misty Peak and the Star Clan. Young Master Chen had come personally, and even Duguju had come. Thousand Mountain Grotto was also shocked, and the elders came out to welcome them. The 2 great sage also came out. Although they hadn't recovered from their injuries yet, they had come from Misty Peak. They had to come out. Countless people had gathered here. This scene was even more lively than the previous martial arts competition. How many moves do you think that brat can block? Are you kidding me? That brat is definitely going to die. He can't even block a single move, he's really an idiot. Does he think that he can be arrogant just because he has become a Saint King? Let's see how he's going to die this time. Cold laughter could be heard. The elders and experts in the surroundings also had different expressions. Some were laughing coldly, while others were worried. Xianxia stood there expressionlessly. She believed that Lin Xian wouldn't be defeated. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. He was like a deity, and he carried the stars in the sky with him. He landed on the life and death arena. Countless people exclaimed. When the people of Star Clan saw this, they nodded slightly. This brat's strength had increased again. It seemed that he wasn't far from breaking through to the late Saint King realm. Previously, they didn't think highly of Elder Star Palace, but they didn't expect his talent to exceed their expectations. It seemed that after this life and death battle, they could call him back to his family. The elders of Star Clan nodded slightly. Young Master Chen clenched his fists. He wanted to see that brat die with his own eyes. When Lin Xian died, Xianxia would still be his. After Elder Star Palace arrived, he clasped his hands behind his back and waited silently. He wore a confident smile. With his strength, he could end this battle in just a second. Half a day passed, and the sun rose high in the sky, illuminating the land. However, there was only Elder Star Palace in the life and death arena. Lin Xian didn't appear. The crowd was getting impatient. What the F***CK? Where's that brat? Why hasn't he come out yet? What is he doing? Could it be that he was afraid? Is he for real? He issued a challenge, and now he's afraid of going back on his word? What a joke! Even if I have to capture him, I will capture him and bring him to the arena. Many people were discussing this matter. Yan Mo sneered coldly, and he led his men to search for Lin Xian quickly. However, they searched the whole 1,000-mountain cave, but they didn't find Lin Xian. Damn it, that guy didn't run away, did he? The crowd went into an uproar. They had come to watch the show, but that brat had run away. Elder Yan Mo said coldly. Pass down the order to search for Lin Xian. Kill him if you see him, a cold voice sounded. Xianxia frowned, but he didn't say anything. As long as he wasn't in the arena today, they could accept it even if he ran away. Xianxia stood out and said coldly. Elder Yan Mo, you're too impatient. You said that there would be a battle to the death today, but you didn't say when. Only half a day had passed. Don't you have any patience? Yan Mo sneered. It seemed like Xianxia was optimistic about this battle. Fine, I'll continue to wait. It's just a day. What's the big deal? After a day, Lin Xian's fate wouldn't change. Since Yan Mo had spoken, the others waited patiently. Finally, the sun was about to set. Everyone thought that Lin Xian wouldn't come. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. He was very fast. At first, he was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in the sky. Countless people exclaimed when they saw someone coming. It's that kid, he's finally here. Is he here? Young Master Chen and the others' eyes lit up, and they smiled coldly. On the arena, Elder Xing Chen's eyes lit up. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Fine, I'll send him to hell personally. On the other side, Xianxia's pupils shrank. How is it possible? Why is he here again? Damn it, didn't my subordinate stop him? He wanted to say something, but it was too late. Buzz. Lin Xian descended from the sky and landed on the arena. Boundless aura swept out in all directions. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come again. I think your brain is completely broken. I'll send you to hell personally. Elder Xing Chen's eyes shone with cold light as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Oh, why? Have you been waiting here for a long time? Are you really that impatient to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian took a step forward, and his body emitted a powerful aura. The aura of a sage king spread out in all directions. Countless people were shocked. Did this kid break through? The eyes of some of the powerful beings from the grotto heavens turned red instantly. Damn it, he was just a saint venerable not long ago, and now he has broken through to become a saint king. Even geniuses like them couldn't achieve such a breakthrough speed. The aura of a saint king was indeed very strong. He had the right to be arrogant among the younger generation. Unfortunately, you found the wrong opponent. I'm not someone you can challenge. Sacred Star Monarch shook his head. Make your move. I'll give you a chance to go all out. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to fight again in this lifetime. A good show was about to begin. Countless eyes lit up. Xueqi was also nervous. Although Lin Xian was powerful, Elder Xingchen was equally terrifying. This was a veteran Saint King, moreover, he was already close to the late stage of the Saint King stage. You want me to make the first move? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He formed a seal with his palms, and a dazzling light burst forth. The man-ruler seal slammed forward. Boom, boom, his power erupted. Instantly, countless people cried out in surprise. It was too powerful. This kid had just become a Saint King, and he was already so terrifying. Elder Xingchen was also shocked. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. The man-ruler seal had already arrived in front of him and slammed down. His aura erupted again. Get lost, Elder Xingchen shouted angrily. He pointed out a finger, and a ray of starlight streaked across. Boom. Boom, boom. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Countless large cracks spread out. Fortunately, the life and death arena was an ancient lightning platform. Therefore, it wasn't damaged. However, the surrounding people quickly retreated. Some of the young geniuses even vomited blood. They couldn't withstand this power at all. After this strike, countless people were in an uproar. They found that Elder Xingchen had been forced back. How could this be? Elder Xingchen was forced to retreat. Damn it. He was careless. He must have been careless. Countless roars rang out. The faces of the Star Tribe's people also darkened. Being forced back by a young man was really embarrassing. Elder Xingchen naturally knew this as well. His eyes were filled with an unparalleled killing intent. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. He was really angry. He decided to kill the other party in one move. Boom, he clenched his hand into a fist and pushed it out. Thousands of rays of starlight fell from the 9 heavens. Galaxy Fist, countless people exclaimed. This was the Star Tribe's supreme superpower. They didn't expect the other party to use it right away. It seemed that he really intended to end the battle in an instant. Let's see how this kid dies. Lin Xian had seen this fist technique before. Young Master Chen had used it before. However, now that it was used by Elder Xingchen, its power was even more terrifying. It was as if a river of stars was charging over. Lin Xian was still not afraid. In the past, he was a Saint Venerable and could fight against a Saint King. Now that he had become a true Saint King, his strength was much stronger. In the next moment, he formed another seal with his palm and an even more powerful force erupted. Boom. Boom, boom. His palm was like a divine king, standing tall and sweeping across the world, blocking the Galaxy Fist. Lin Xian said. Your strength isn't that great. Could it be that you want to use this strength to kill me? What a joke. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. There was complete silence. They were really stunned. This guy could fight against Elder Xingchen? What kind of joke was this? Were they dreaming? What was this guy doing? Couldn't he even kill a piece of trash? The people of the Star Tribe gritted their teeth. Elder Xingchen was also stunned. The ant in his eyes had grown to such an extent, he could even block his fist technique. Kill, he roared like a god of the galaxy, crossing the sky. He threw a punch at Lin Xian. The terrifying aura was indomitable. Close combat, Lin Xian sneered. He had never been afraid of anyone. Even someone as strong as the immemorial imperial body was no match for him. Lin Xian charged over, his fists opening and closing. With the power of the divine body and various ultimate techniques, there was no way to dodge. In that instant, the two of them were like the sun splitting open. Terrifying light and laws swept in all directions. Boom. Boom, around the arena, countless arrays flickered. These were defensive arrays. But at this moment, they actually couldn't withstand it. Some places had already cracked. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people watching the battle quickly retreated. They really couldn't imagine that the battle would turn out like this. However, some battle servants secretly clenched their fists. Great, they eagerly hoped that Lin Xian could win. Because Lin Xian was the same as them. He came from another world and had been suppressed before. But the other party soared into the sky and even wanted to challenge the elders. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into their hope. If Lin Xian won, they could also see hope. In the blink of an eye, there had already been tens of thousands of collisions in front. Then, the two separated and stood on one side of the arena. Lin Xian's body was overflowing with light, his aura biting cold. On the other side, Sacred King Xingqian's face was cold and furious. Both sides were evenly matched. He couldn't tolerate it. The elders of the Grotto Heavens also frowned. They felt that it was too unbelievable. Some people even nodded slightly. This young man was amazing. His growth was limitless. It was a pity that he was not one of them. Indeed, if they were geniuses from a grotto heaven, they would definitely soar into the sky. But unfortunately, the other party came from another world. No one would nurture such a genius with all their might. In fact, they would immediately attack and kill the other party. You're just SOSO. Now, I'll let you see my power. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the aura on his body swept through the 9 heavens. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted it forward. Heaven and earth split open, and an ancient demonic mountain descended from the sky. This demonic mountain was too terrifying. It was as if it had crossed through time and space. It charged towards Elder Xingqian. At the same time, sword chi rushed out from his body, turning into a giant dragon that danced between heaven and earth. Feeling the biting cold aura from Lin Xian's body, everyone was shocked. They felt a chill behind their backs. This guy was too unbelievable. Sacred King Xingqian raised his head, and a biting cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Starlight that filled the sky appeared on his body, forming a suit of armor. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. Unparalleled sword. He sneered, "Kid, do you see this sword? I'll use this sword to kill you personally." Boom. Boom, boom. He soared into the sky and charged forward. Lin Xian descended from the sky and charged down. The two once again engaged in a crazy battle. Elder Xingqian was truly enraged. He used his strongest power. The power of the stars erupted, and the unparalleled sword in his hand opened and closed. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, and there was a hint of biting cold killing intent in his eyes. The other party still dared to use the unparalleled sword to attack him. It was unforgivable. "Alright, I'll let you die under this sword today." Lin Xian stretched out his palm and first struck out with the man-ruler seal, repelling the long sword. Then, his left hand turned into a dragon claw and grabbed down. The claw split the sky and tore the void apart. He came in front of the other party and grabbed the other party's arm. Crack, the other party's arm was instantly broken. That sound made one's scalp tingle. Old Zhang of the constellations roared and slashed his sword at Lin Xian. Clanging sounds rang out and sparks danced in the air. Lin Xian retreated. However, this sword did not split his body. With a roar, Lin Xian charged forward again. At this moment, his divine body revolved, and he became extremely powerful. He fought against the unparalleled sword with his bare hands. Boom. Boom, after another 100 attacks, the two of them retreated again. There was golden blood at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. It was obvious that he was injured as well. However, Sacred Ruler Star King was in an even more miserable state. There were many large cracks on his body, and one of his arms had been completely shattered. He turned into a bloody mist. He couldn't even hold on to the unparalleled sword. "If you want to use this sword to kill me, I'm afraid it's impossible." Lin Xian sneered and used stellar transposition. The unparalleled sword was being controlled. He suddenly slashed out and cleaved Elder Xingqian in half. Elder Xianxia roared and retreated. His face was filled with fear. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Buzz. With a palm strike, Lin Xian grabbed the unparalleled sword, and an unparalleled radiance burst out from his eyes. This battle could be over. With a roar and the sound of a dragon, endless sword chi rushed into the sky. The sky full of sword shadows turned into laws and pierced through heaven and earth. This guy was so strong. Was he a top swordsman? Many people were shocked, and even some elders frowned. Why did such a strong physique and terrifying sword technique feel so familiar? Wasn't the guy who snatched the Rinnegan in Xianxia an ancient city such a terrifying existence? They were very suspicious. The people of Ethereal Peak were even staring at Lin Xian. They didn't know if this guy could use eye techniques. Once he used eye techniques and they found out that it was the Tianji. Then it was undoubtedly this guy. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not intend to use eye techniques. He wanted to use his peerless sword technique to end this battle. Damn kid, I want you dead. Elder Xianxia's body bloomed with light, and his eyes burst out with cold killing intent. Many flames flew out from his body. Those were the starry flames, and they quickly condensed into a starry sky map. A terrifying aura burst out. Everyone was terrified. Starry flames, and so many of them. It seemed that this was the opponent's real trump card. The starry flames burned rapidly, and the aura of Elder Xianxia became even more terrifying than before. In the distance, young Master Chen looked at this scene from the spectator stand, and a smile appeared on his face. This was the secret technique of the Star Tribe. Now that it was used, the kid would definitely die. This was indeed a secret technique. Once it was used, it was considered a victory. One's strength would also be reduced. Originally, it would take 100 years to break through and become a late-stage holy king. Now that it was used, there was probably no hope for it in 500 years. However, Elder Xianxia was completely enraged. Even if there was no hope for it in 500 years, he would kill Lin Xian today. I'll finish you in one move. He stretched out a finger. Then, his body turned into lightning and charged out. Lin Xian sneered. Finish me in one move? You've said this many times already. But until now, you haven't hurt me. I don't know where you get the courage to say such words again. As he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword chi burst out from heaven and earth, piercing through the 9 heavens. The entire world shook, and a huge crack appeared. How could this be? Lin Xian's sword chi had become stronger again. Elder Xianxia was horrified. He could sense a fatal danger from the sword. He didn't dare to be careless. As he opened and closed his palms, the starry sky map pressed down. Lin Xian's 9 suns opened, the sky slashed down. Boom! Boom! The divine swords and the starry sky collided, emitting a terrifying light. There was a sound between heaven and earth. Crack! Under countless shocked gazes, the starry sky shattered. Then, the sword slashed on Elder Xianxia's body. This sword pierced through Elder Xianxia's shoulder and slashed down. Half of Elder Xianxia's body split open. Holy blood dripped down, piercing through the 9 heavens. Damn it, how could this be? Those from the Star Tribe stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Elder Yan Mo and the others narrowed their eyes. They didn't dare to imagine. Elder Xianxia looked up to the sky and roared. The pain almost made him faint. He was injured again. He used a secret technique, but he still wasn't a match for Lin Xian. Damn it, I don't believe it. Go and die. Although his body was torn apart, he hadn't died yet. He used his strength, and his palms flew out. There were 2 stars in his palms, and they shone brightly. Then, they burned quickly. His palms hit Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was sent flying. Then, the 2 palms turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian was also sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were 2 palms on his body, and they almost pierced through him. It was obvious that Lin Xian had burned his bloodline to launch this attack, and it was extremely terrifying. He had probably surpassed the middle stage of the Holy King realm. No, Xueqi exclaimed. The others were also in an uproar. Was he dead? Not yet. They saw Lin Xian stand up again. However, at this moment, Terrifying flames also flew out of Elder Xingqian's body. It was the bloodline flame. Moreover, they were all burning up, which made everyone feel terrified. This guy was really going all out. Elder Xingqian had already reached this step and burned his life force and strength. One had to know that Elder Xingqian's strength was extremely powerful. He was already equivalent to a late-stage holy venerable. He turned into lightning and arrived in front of Lin Xian, slapping down with his palm. Lin Xian had just stood up when he was sent flying again. Another long seal appeared on his body. Even if I die today, I will drag you to hell. Elder Xingqian was like a god of death, attacking crazily. Lin Xian did not retreat anymore. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Even if the other party burned his life force, so what? He roared at the sky. The human ruler seal, mountain-embracing seal, indestructible sword, and invincible sword erupted. At this moment, Lin Xian charged forward with an indomitable aura, as if he had turned into a peerless sword god, who didn't know how to fight with their lives on the line. The unparalleled sword turned into countless sword shadows, dancing non-stop like a giant dragon. Lin Xian was hit by many palms, but the other party had many more swords on his body. With one sword, he split the other party in half. With another sword, the other party's hands split open. With another sword, the other party's eyes were also pierced. My sword is indestructible. My sword, heaven-conquering. Lin Xian raised his head and roared. His way of the sword was displayed to perfection. With one sword, he drew a 10,000 dragons diagram and charged down. With a crack, it collided with the other party's star chart. Endless laws danced. Lin Xian retreated. Elder Xingqian was also sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His face became incomparably pale, but he still couldn't care less. His split body healed again, and he charged over. This battle was really too intense. Another sword strike forced the other party back. Lin Xian said coldly. Star laws, your stars are too insignificant. Let me show you what the true vastness of the galaxy is. Countless starlight appeared on Lin Xian's unparalleled sword. It spun rapidly. A star chart appeared on the long sword, flickering non-stop. Starlight fell from the 9 heavens. You don't have the right to use the power of the galaxy in front of me. I am from the star race. Elder Xingqian roared crazily. Was the other party using their family's divine ability again? What kind of joke was this? He killed his way out. However, tens of thousands of streaks of starlight scattered in the sky like peerless divine swords, beating him until he spat out blood. How could this be? Elder Xingqian coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Those from the star tribe were also shocked. This aura was the light of the stars. Damn it, even those with powerful bloodlines in their clans wouldn't be able to use it. How did this kid do it? Your starlight is too insignificant. Lin Xian brandished his sword and strode forward. It was just one sword strike. Tens of millions of stars roared together, surrounding the other party. The Star City Elder's body was torn apart, and his strength rapidly weakened. Previously, he had obtained great power by burning his life force and laws. There wasn't much left now. He could no longer display the power of a late-stage holy king. On the other hand, Lin Xian's aura was growing stronger and stronger, not weakening in the slightest. The sharpness of the sword qi caused his body to be unable to heal completely. Everyone could see that Elder Xingqian's situation was very bad. He would probably be destroyed in 3 more strikes. Lin Xian didn't have any intention of stopping. Another sword strike was sent out, and Elder Xingqian's aura became even weaker. Even his soul became dim. Stop! At this moment, young Master Chen roared, attracting everyone's attention. Countless people exclaimed. It seemed that the people from the Star Tribe couldn't help but interfere in this matter. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's roar at all. Another sword strike was sent down. Damn it, how dare you! This time, it wasn't just young Master Chen. Even the elder from the Star Tribe was furious. Between heaven and earth, endless power rushed towards Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian's soul to be impacted. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. At the same time, he swept out his sword, and the dragon soul's aura destroyed this power. He turned his head and stared into the distance. How dare you attack me? The surrounding people were shocked as well. They didn't expect the people from the Star Tribe to be so domineering as to attack Lin Xian directly. Xueqi stood out and said. This was a life and death battle, and no one else was allowed to interfere. What can you do to me if I do? Do you want to start a war with the Star Tribe? That elder was extremely arrogant, and his powerful aura suppressed the entire place. The people from the other grotto heavens didn't dare to speak. What a joke! Who would dare to go against Ethereal Peak? Indeed, Xianxia also said, Xueqi, don't be rude. Kid, let's end this here. Xianxia said coldly. Even though Lin Xian had won, he didn't feel happy at all. Yan Mo nodded and said, you can stop now. The people from the other grotto heavens were shocked. Indeed, the two elders of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven had spoken. Seemed like there was no need for this battle to continue. They shook their heads and sighed. After hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. His laughter was extremely arrogant. The starry sky of the 9 heavens 10 earths shook. Kid, what are you laughing at? Xianxi's face darkened. Lin Xian said, I'm laughing. You are all idiots. You are courting death. Xianxia was infuriated, and Yan Mo's face also darkened. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did I say anything wrong? My talent is obvious to all. No matter which sect I am in, they would do their best to nurture me. But you guys suppressed me from the beginning, and you are still suppressing me now. I really don't understand how your grotto heavens managed to survive until now. Xianxia roared, Kid, you are strong, but so what? No matter how strong you are still just one person. If we want you to live, you will live. If we want you to die, you will die. Is that so? Do you really think that you have the power to control everything? Lin Xian sneered coldly. Before this, I could still let you guys off because of Xueqi. But since you are courting death, don't blame me. How dare you? Impudent. The two elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The people from the other grotto heavens were also shocked. This kid is crazy. Although he had become Xueqi's husband, his status wasn't ordinary, so what? Even Xueqi didn't dare to act wantonly in front of the two elders. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the two elders, and he looked at the Star Race's elder from the misty peak. You are quite arrogant. Do you think that you can attack me as you wish just because you are a late-stage Saint King? Did you want to kill me with your previous attack? But it's a pity that you can't do it. You are 2 stages higher than me, yet you still can't kill me instantly. You are just SOSO. Trash. Kid, are you challenging me? The Star Race's elder walked out. No one had ever dared to challenge him, and those who had challenged him were all dead. Lin Xian sneered coldly. Do you want to fight? Do you dare to fight me at the same level? I will kill you instantly. You aren't qualified to fight me at the same level, so I can kill you instantly. Is that so? Kill me instantly? You have already attacked me, but can you kill me? Do you think that you can control the world just because you are from the Misty Peak? Do you think that everyone will listen to you? You are too naive. Today, I will let you know that you can't control everyone. After Lin Xian spoke, he waved his sword energy, and a dragon-shaped sword energy rushed out and enveloped the Star Race's elder. The Star Race's elder roared and tried to escape. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the storage ring. Then, he turned his head. I killed him in front of you. What can you do to me? Dead. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that Elder Xingchen would die like this. This was a scene that they had never encountered before. Elder Xingchen had lived for more than 4,000 years. He was an extremely powerful existence in the Holy Venerate realm. Within 100 years, he could definitely become a late-stage Holy Venerate. Such a person was terrifying. But now, he had fallen. He had fallen in the hands of a young man, moreover, it was in front of Ethereal Peak. This was not only a slap to Thousand Mountain Cave's face, but also a slap to Ethereal Peak's face. How could the experts of Ethereal Peak and Star Tribe tolerate this? As expected, the face of the elder from the Misty Peak turned extremely ugly. How dare you kill him? Then, you can go to hell to be buried with him, a huge hand slapped over. The terrifying aura was 10 times stronger than Elder Xingchen's. It was too terrifying. This was the cultivation of a late-stage holy venerate. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. However, his eyes were shining. He pinched the storage ring that he had obtained. The treasures inside were all absorbed by the great dragon sword soul. He held the unparalleled sword with both hands and slashed forward. Kill, Lin Xian roared. The dragon sword soul roared and slashed forward. It was like an eternal divine light between heaven and earth. With a boom, it collided with the galaxy hand. A monstrous force swept out and the surrounding people all retreated. This kid was dead meat. However, what shocked them was that Lin Xian only took a few steps back. The galaxy hand in the sky and the terrifying sword chi disappeared together. This guy actually blocked it? It was too unbelievable, everyone was shocked. This was the attack of a late-stage holy king. How strong was this kid's combat strength? Could it be that he could compete with a late-stage holy king? Lin Xian sneered. Not very powerful. Didn't you want to kill me in one move? Come on, how many moves have you made to me? The elder of the star race was shocked beyond words. He had not expected that the other party would be able to block his attack. Kid, I admit that your talent and strength have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, it's a pity that you're not from the star tribe, nor are you from the ethereal peak. Therefore, you will definitely die. The elder of the star race walked out, emitting an even more terrifying aura. Evidently, he was going to go all out. He said coldly, "Do you feel wronged? Do you think I'm a bully?" Taking advantage of his seniority, however, it was a pity that these were all true. This was a world that emphasized strength. Absolute strength could control everything. So, Aunt, you can die in peace. The people from the surrounding grotto heavens were silent. No one dared to make a move. They all felt a moment of silence for Lin Xian. It was truly a pity that such a genius had fallen like this. Xueqi's expression changed, and she soared into the sky. She wanted to help Lin Xian. However, Black Ice Ancestor waved her hand and formed a sealing enchantment that enveloped her. Stop. You can't save him. Xueqi's face became pale. Lin Xian chuckled. Do you think that you can defeat me? Do you really like the feeling of bullying others? As he spoke, he crushed the Xiantian token. At the same time, a whirlpool formed above his head, and a person walked out of it. Who dares to attack a member of the Xiantian pavilion? Not good. The elder of the star race's expression changed. He had forgotten that his opponent was a member of the Xiantian pavilion, and he even had a token in his hand. He slashed out with his blade, and the starry river turned into a blade light that slashed toward the whirlpool. He wanted to destroy the spatial teleportation. A finger stretched out of the whirlpool, and it turned into a sharp sword that slashed toward the elder. The heavens and the earth cracked, and the blade light was shattered. The elder of the star race vomited blood and was sent flying. An imposing figure walked out of the whirlpool, and his ice-cold voice reverberated in all directions. You dare to attack me? Everyone was stunned, and their scalps went numb. The elder of the star race was sent flying. Who was this person? When they raised their heads and looked over, their pupils contracted. It was Jian Wuke, an elder. The people of the star race also ran over. The elder of the star race stood up, his face pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Jian Wuke, do you dare to interfere in the matters of the star race? Jian Wuke stared at the other party. You are the one who attacked a member of the Xiantian pavilion, die. He sent a slap over. You are courting death. The elder of the star race rushed over and fought with Jian Wuke. However, he was no match for Jian Wuke. With a slap, he was sent flying. Half of his face was smashed, and his teeth flew all over the ground. Everyone was silent. Was the difference that big? The elder of the star race rushed over again. Damn it, you hit me? You want to start a war with the Misty Peak? Jian Wuke sneered. You can't represent the star race, and you can't represent the Misty Peak. So what if I hit you? Don't you like to bully others? When you attacked a disciple of the Xiantian pavilion, did you ever think about the feeling of being suppressed? Now, I will let you have a taste of it. As he spoke, he sent out another slap. The elder of the star race's body was torn into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. He roared crazily, finally feeling fear. Damn it, Dugaju, why aren't you attacking? Duguju sighed and stood up. Jianwuk looked at him and said coldly. What, you want to attack me? Very well. Let me experience your strength, Duguju. Jianwuk released a vast sword qi, sweeping out in all directions. Duguju said, are you really going to make an enemy of the Misty Peak for a young man? That's right. Jianwuk nodded and said coldly. Lin Xian is a peerless genius, and his future is limitless. Moreover, he has already joined the Xiantian Pavilion, and is naturally protected by the Xiantian Pavilion. Today, I, Jianwuk, am going to fight with the Misty Peak for a peerless genius. Are you surprised? Duguju said, there are many geniuses out there, so why should you risk your life for him? Jianwuk sneered. Many geniuses, let me ask you, a Saint King went out and killed a Saint King expert, how can you find such a genius? An early Saint King who can block the attack of a late Saint King, how can you find such a genius? Let me ask you, does the Misty Peak have such a genius? Ridiculous, you actually said that there are many such geniuses? This is a peerless genius, not someone the trash of the Misty Peak can compare to. Everyone was shocked, but thinking about it, Duguju was right. Lin Xian's talent was really too strong. When he was a Saint Venerable, he could defeat a Saint King. Now that he had reached the Saint King realm, perhaps only a late Saint King could suppress him. If he could reach the late Saint King realm, wouldn't he be able to fight the great sage? Thinking about it, they felt their hair stand on end. Those from the star race gritted their teeth. Especially those geniuses, none of them were willing to accept it. Lin Xian looked at them and said, what, you are not willing to accept it? If you are not, then come at me. Young Master Chen and the rest had ugly looks on their faces, but no one dared to make a move. Even the Star Elder had died. They were probably no match for him. Jianwuk spoke again. Such a top genius. Thousand Mountain Grotto is an idiot. No. Ethereal Peak is also an idiot. No. Then Xiantian Pavilion will take him, today, I will take him away. Who has any objections? He killed an expert of the star race. How can we let him leave? The star race elder jumped out once again, gritting his teeth. Lin Xian sneered. Have you gone senile? It was a fair battle of life and death. Life and death were up to fate. It was normal for me to kill him, but you, using your status and cultivation, broke the rules of a battle of life and death. You are the laughingstock of the world. The star race elder was so angry that he vomited blood. He wanted to attack. At this moment, Jianwuk slashed out again, splitting him into two. The star race elder had completely broken down. Duguju's face also darkened. Enough. You have attacked again and again. Do you really think that Ethereal Peak is easy to bully? Today, I will see what right you have to take him away. Duguju was enraged as well. Lin Xian had already slapped him in the face during the competition. Now, there was no way he would let him leave. Since Lin Xian had become enemies with Ethereal Peak, he would not let such a peerless genius continue to grow. Otherwise, he would be a peerless enemy. Duguju's palm was like a knife, slashing out. The light that reached the sky brought with it a domineering aura. Jianwuk snorted coldly and waved his finger. Sword chi was like lightning, piercing through the void and attacking forward. Boom! Boom, boom! The sword and saber collided and tore apart the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting blood. It was too terrifying. Both of them were late-stage Saint Kings. They were extremely terrifying existences. Both of them were equal in strength. Now that they were fighting, it was like a fierce battle. After one move, Duguju roared into the sky. A saber appeared on his body. He waved it and slashed forward. An ancient sword appeared in Jianwuk's hand. He attacked as well. The two of them fought like a saber god and a sword god. Everyone's expression changed. The only ones who could still maintain their composure were the two great sages. The two of them also wore gloomy expressions and remained silent. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't do anything. No matter if it was Duguju or Jianwuk, they could not afford to offend either of them. After all, they were backed by the Misty Peak and the Xiantian Pavilion. The experts who came out could destroy them. Thousand Mountain Grotto. Therefore, they could only watch silently. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, the elder from the star race walked out again. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, let's see who can save you this time." He revealed a ferocious smile and said, "Everyone in the grotto heaven, listen up. Kill him." The people from the surrounding grotto heavens felt their scalps go numb. Jian Wuk shouted coldly. Who would dare to attack? The Xintian pavilion would definitely send experts to destroy that heavenly abode. The surrounding people became even more frightened and didn't dare to make a move. A bunch of trash. The elder of the star tribe sneered. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, he was truly enraged. With a roar, a galaxy flew over. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He was enraged as well. The phantom of the great sage pagoda appeared around his body. He used the void escape technique and dodged continuously, avoiding the strongest attacks. The galaxy storm hit the great sage pagoda, causing an earth-shattering sound. His blood boiled from the impact, but he still fought his way out. Now that he had the phantom of the great sage pagoda, the other party couldn't hurt him. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul circulated within his body. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a peerless sword light that fought against the galaxy. The battle erupted. The elder of the star race had an ugly look on his face. He had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't kill the other party. Especially the other party's mysterious spatial mystique and strong defense. Even the sword chi was troublesome for him. He had to use all his strength to deal with it. Despicable guy, you've really angered me. He roared into the sky. Galaxy domain. Boundless starlight appeared on his body, completely sealing the space around him. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. He created thousands of clones and charged over. Everyone was in despair. Lin Xian entered the Great Sage Pagoda to resist. The Great Sage Pagoda erupted within unparalleled brilliance. It was shaken by the attacks, but it still spun and charged out. Lin Xian came out of the Great Sage Pagoda and used the void escape technique to charge forward. Old thing, you dare to kill me? I'll let you know the price. He rushed out and slapped out. Two geniuses of the star race instantly turned into a bloody mist. Elder, save me. Those geniuses ran away frantically, their faces full of fear. They couldn't resist at all. This was a killing god. The elder of the star race was furious. His eyes were red. How dare you? If you dare to touch the people of the star race, I'll tear you into pieces. Why, have you gone crazy? Don't you like to use your strength to crush others? Now, I'll use my strength to crush the star race, Lin Xian sneered. These geniuses of the star race were indeed very strong, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. With a slash of his sword, 3 heads flew up. No, the elder of the star race turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. Lin Xian used the void escape technique and used his strongest attack. However, the other party used the starry lightning to form a sure kill attack. Lin Xian entered the Great Sage Pagoda again and was sent flying. His blood and chi were tumbling. The Great Sage Pagoda was the property of the Great Sage. The other party couldn't break through its defense at all. Damn it. The elder of the star race also realized that this was a top-grade defensive divine artifact. He couldn't break through it. Kid, come out if you have the guts. Lin Xian sneered inside. Do you have the face to say this? If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. As he spoke, he attacked again and attacked behind him. The ground cracked open. 2 streaks of sword energy pierced through 2 geniuses of the star race. The elder of the star race was so angry that he vomited blood. He was really crazy. Left with no other choice, he could only look ahead. Seniors, please take him down. The star race is very grateful. Black Ice ancestor frowned. The holy heaven's old ancestor's eyes flickered. All right, I'll help you. This was a good chance to rope in the star race. How could he miss out on this opportunity? the Holy Heaven's old ancestor stretched out a hand and grabbed the great sage pagoda. If I'm not wrong, this should be a weapon that surpasses the Sage King level. Someone like you doesn't deserve to have such a thing. The great sage pagoda shone brightly and blocked the attack. Lin Xian's face was extremely ugly. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor. He swore that this bloodline would be destroyed in the future. Black Ice ancestor sighed. Did she let this old thing take the lead? She also wanted to rope in the star race, so she was prepared to attack. Xueqi said, Grandpa, even if you don't support him, can you not attack? If you really want to attack, I'll kill myself in front of you. Don't mess around. Black Ice ancestor angrily tried to seal her. Xueqi's body was covered in black ice and blocked the seal. She said, Father, it's useless. You can't seal me. Xianxia was dumbfounded. What was that black ice? Black Ice ancestor sighed. Forget it. I'll listen to you this time and not attack him. However, I can't help him either. However, even if I don't attack him, he won't be able to fight against the Holy Heaven's old ancestor alone. In an instant, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor's palm grabbed the great sage pagoda, wanting to destroy it completely. The toad roared in the great sage pagoda. This guy is too despicable. I really want to kill him. Kid, what should we do now? If he takes us away, we'll be in great danger. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Take out all the treasures you have. I'm going to kill him today. Lin Xian also took out countless treasures. At the same time, he circulated all his strength and attacked. The great dragon sword soul roared, and a dragon-shaped sword chi flew out. With a clang, it slashed the huge palm, and a crack appeared on it. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was stunned, and his face turned ugly. Lin Fan still had treasures that could injure him. What was that? He was really shocked. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. This guy definitely had a heaven-shaking treasure in his hands. He must get it. At the thought of this, he attacked again. Endless Tao formed wind blades on his palm. Lin Xian, the toad, and Whitey all took out their treasures. The great dragon sword soul roared again. This time, a dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Between heaven and earth, more terrifying thunder descended and turned into sword chi. The sword slashed out, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor's palm was completely split open. It was full of cracks, and it shattered into a bloody mist. The surrounding people went crazy. What kind of treasure did this kid use? It could actually fight against the great sage, Father, Yan Mo exclaimed. On the other side, Xianxia was stunned. Even Black Ice ancestor took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with shock. How could a sage ruler resist the great sage's strength? But what was going on now? How did this kid do it? No wonder Xueqi didn't let him take action. If he let Lin Fan escape today, what kind of storm would he cause when he returned? He did not dare to imagine. He said to Xianxia. From now on, no one was allowed to make a move against this brat. Even if he escapes, you are not allowed to pursue him, do you hear me? Xianxia was dumbfounded, but he couldn't refute it. Were they really wrong? This brat was indeed a peerless genius. If they had treated him with respect from the start and nurtured him well, they would have benefited immensely when he grew up. It was a pity. They had always been high and mighty, never putting the people of other worlds in their eyes. Even if Lin Xian displayed his talent, they believed that he would not be able to grow. They continued to suppress him. But now, they really regretted it. Black Ice ancestor sighed. She had misjudged him. He had lived for thousands of years, but this time, he had really made a mistake. However, he knew that he could no longer make up for what had happened to Lin Xian. It was fortunate that he had Xueqi, and he couldn't see through his granddaughter. Xueqi must have also gotten a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, and he could only depend on her in the future. As for Lin Xian, they no longer intended to be enemies with him. At the very least, they wouldn't take the initiative to hunt him down. However, whether he could escape today would depend on his luck. The sagely Heaven's old ancestor was even more shocked. His opponent had actually injured him. How could an ant injure him? His eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he stood up. The great sage's aura was vast and boundless. At this moment, the experts of the Grotto Heaven all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to resist. "Aunt, you have thoroughly angered me. I will let you know that no matter what you have, you will not be able to fight against the great sage." He formed a seal with his palm, and a piece of the sky pressed down with a holy light. At this moment, Jianwuk roared, and tens of thousands of sword lights slashed toward Duguju, sending him flying. At the same time, he flew back to the side of the great sage tower. He said, "Try it, sagely heaven's old ancestor. If you touch him today, I can guarantee that the next day, the experts of the Xianxia pavilion will kill their way to the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven. I will destroy your souls." The piece of sky in the sky stopped and changed into a palm. The sagely heaven's old ancestor's face was extremely ugly. If it was just Lin Xian, he would not hesitate at all. However, Jianwuk had come and was beside him. He could not attack. If he injured Jianwuk, he would completely offend the Xiantian pavilion. Although they had the protection of the Misty Peak, it could not protect them forever. Therefore, he could not use this move. Jianwuk snorted coldly and took out a scroll from his storage ring. After opening it, boundless spatial energy surrounded him and the great sage tower. Was he leaving? Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief. Black Ice old ancestor's gaze was complicated, and her face was ugly. The people of the star race roared, especially the star race elder. "Brat, even if you run to the ends of the earth, the star race will not let you go." Lin Xian walked out of the great sage tower, and his body gradually faded. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. "Old thing, I will give you one last gift." A ball of light burst out from his eyes, turning into a spiritual light as he attacked below. At this moment, he attacked young Master Chen. Young Master Chen fell on his back and roared. Xiaoyike was no longer breathing. The star race elder went completely crazy. Young Master Chen was also dead. This was a young master of the star race. If he died, what kind of shock would it cause? Damn it, what was that? Technique. Countless people were shocked. The other party had such a terrifying soul eye technique. Damn it, could it be that he was? Countless people looked at the sky. In the sky, space flickered and Lin Xian and Jianwuk disappeared. Chen the star race elder came to young Master Chen's side to check. He discovered that his soul had been completely destroyed. Damn it, what a terrifying eye technique. The others were also shocked. Top-tier physique, terrifying sword chi, and now such a terrifying soul eye technique. It made them think of the red-robed man in Shanku, an ancient city. Was it him? Some elders of the grotto heavens quickly transmitted their voices. "Did you see clearly? Was it the heavenly secret divine eye?" Another person shook his head. "Do you dare to raise your head?" "I don't dare." Who knows if it was the heavenly secret divine eye? Could it really be him? Even if it wasn't him, this guy was still a terrifying expert. It was over. The star race was going crazy. I wonder what the situation will be like next. Countless discussions could be heard. The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were also shocked. They knew that the star race would definitely not let this matter rest. Especially at the end, the eye technique that Lin Xian used was too mysterious. It made them very suspicious. What was the relationship between him and the mysterious red-robed man? Outside Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, countless people were shocked. Among them, a stream of light flashed past and turned into a black-robed man with a monstrous aura. He looked into the distance and was also shocked. Was that dragon's voice from before the great dragon sword spirit? Could it be that Lin Xian was inside? In the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, the elder of the star race roared. "Damn Lin Xian! No matter where you go, even if you go to the Xiantian pavilion, the star race will catch you. We will make you wish you were dead," the holy heaven's old ancestor said coldly. "Don't worry, we won't let that kid go either." His cold voice made the people of the other grotto heavens feel numb. They knew that there was going to be a huge storm. At this moment, a sneer came from the sky. "Did you attack Lin Xian?" As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura filled the air, forming a black storm that swept over. Who was that? Countless people were shocked. Was someone standing up for Lin Xian? The elder of the star race roared. Did that person know Lin Xian? Then go to hell, he charged forward. A river of stars appeared and streaked across the sky. It could pierce through everything. Boom. Boom, boom. The black storm fell, and the laws covered the river of stars and the elder of the star race. The elder of the star race roared in pain. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? They saw the elder of the star race's body being smashed into pieces. He was dead. Everyone went crazy. After young Master Qin died, did the elder of the star race die as well? Who was it? The holy heaven's old ancestor's face changed. He struck out once again and charged into the sky. The entire sky flipped over and charged toward the black storm. The great sage? In the storm, the black-robed man sighed and formed a hand seal. The surrounding ground kept changing. Countless arrays flickered and turned into a huge cauldron that suppressed the sky. It collided with the palm of the holy heaven's old ancestor. The arrays in the sky were shattered. The holy heaven's old ancestor's palm was blocked, and the black storm slowly disappeared. Damn it, the holy heaven's old ancestor roared and looked across the sky. But he realized that the other party had already disappeared. Who was that? The holy heaven's old ancestor was shocked. The other party was too strong, and the laws were everywhere. Was he from the demon race? Also, the other party used the arrays of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. What kind of array master was he? Did Lin Xian know such a person? This kid's identity was more terrifying than they had imagined. Duguju's face turned cold as well. Go and find out who it is. The elder who had died was not only an elder of the star tribe, but also an elder of their ethereal peak. The ethereal peak would never let him off. Outside the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, the black-robed man appeared, his face slightly pale. Otherwise, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Little guy, I've avenged you a little. As for the rest, it's up to you. The figure of the black-robed man disappeared between heaven and earth. Two streaks of light flew through the air. They were Lin Xian and Jian Wuke. They had used a spatial array to leave the Thousand Mountain Cave. At this moment, they were already far away from that area. Now that the little fellow is safe, I'll take you to the Profound Heaven Pavilion. Jian Wuke laughed. After flying for 10 days, Lin Xian was surprised. Senior, was the Xiantian Pavilion very far from the ethereal peak? Jian Wuke nodded. They were indeed not close. The two of them belonged to two different regions. Lin Xian asked. What was the distribution of the buried Emperor Star? He wasn't too sure because he had asked Xueqi before. However, Xueqi only knew about the ethereal peak region. Apart from that, she wasn't too sure. Now that he had met Jian Wuke, Lin Xian wanted to know more. Jian Wuke said, I only know a rough idea because the buried Emperor Star is very big. The entire buried Emperor Star has a few seas and a few continents. Overall 4 oceans and 8 desolations. Our Xiantian Pavilion and Ethereal Peak are on the same continent called the Tianxian continent. Just the Tianxian continent alone is very big. I'm only familiar with some of the regions. After Lin Xian heard this, he was even more shocked. 4 oceans and 8 desolations. It seemed that the buried Emperor Star was much bigger than he had imagined. In the 4 oceans and 8 desolations, there were some tombs of great emperors. However, those were all danger zones and ordinary people wouldn't be able to go there. In the other continents and oceans, there were strong existences. There were also some ancient races. Places like Ethereal Peak and Xiantian Pavilion could rule a region and had many grotto heavens. Apart from that, there were also some ancient cities. Some were ancient cities and some were even ancient cities. Those ancient cities also stood tall on the ground and were places that countless people yearned for. For example, the Qianquan ancient city was a very famous city. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others were going to the Xiantian Pavilion. It was located in the east of the Tianxian continent. After flying for about a month, they arrived. This region was already very far from Ethereal Peak and belonged to the Xiantian Pavilion. Let's go, little fellow, follow me. Jian Wuke led the way. The two of them turned into rays of light and flew towards the mountain range in the distance. When they arrived, a formation appeared below them, and 4 figures flew up. Stop, this is the Xiantian Pavilion, it's me. Jian Wuke stopped and said coldly. After the 4 guards saw this, they were also shocked. Then, they all bowed and greeted Elder Wuke. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian and were surprised again. Who was this person? He was very unfamiliar but no one dared to ask. Lin Xian was also sizing them up. They were indeed experts. The strength of the Shantian pavilion was not any weaker than Ethereal Peak. Just the guards of the mountain were all sage kings and they had an extremely cold-killing intent. It was obvious that they were people who had been through hundreds of battles. Lin Xian nodded slightly at the few of them and then followed Wuk inside. Inside was a continuous mountain range. There were many pavilions and halls on the mountain range. There were even some halls that were bigger than the mountain range. Along the way, many people met Jian Wuk and bowed to him. It was obvious that Jian Wuk's status in the Shantian pavilion was not ordinary. He should be very important, Elder. Elder, you are finally back. When Jian Wuk brought Lin Xian to a territory, two figures rushed into the sky anxiously. It was a man and a woman. They were very young and seemed to be of the younger generation. They were also very talented and had reached the Sage King realm. The two of them looked at Jian Wuk anxiously. What happened? Jian Wuk asked. The man said, it's about the Spirit Path Ancient Land. According to the information we found, the Sky River sect and the Ice Feather Palace seem to have the intention of joining forces to deal with the Shantian Pavilion. So at this moment, those elders are extremely anxious and are choosing people? There's such a thing? Jian Wuk was shocked. Then, he said, I know. You two don't have to worry. I'll go now. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Little guy, you should come with me as well. So, he followed. Looking at the two of them leaving, the two of them were extremely shocked. Why did the elder bring this person? Who is this person? He looks even younger than us. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on, but he figured it must be something very important. Soon, Jian Wuk brought Lin Xian to a large hall. This hall was bigger than the 8 mountains combined. There were no guards around, but there was a terrifying array. Lin Xian could feel that the array could easily kill a Saint King. Jian Wuk walked over and took out a medallion. Countless Dao runes flew out from the medallion. The array formation in front of him slowly opened. Jian Wuk and Lin Xian walked in. At this moment, there were many people standing in the hall. They seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Jian Wuk walk over, they all turned around. Someone smiled and said, Wuk, you are finally back. That's right, we were worried to death. Many people walked over. These people had terrifying auras. Many of them were late-stage Saint Kings. There were even peak Saint Kings. Jian Wuk said, I have a rough idea of what is going on. Are they really going to work together? We've only scouted out some information, and it's very likely to be true. So we are thinking, who should we choose next? There were a few suitable candidates, but the spots were limited. The first one had already been chosen. There were only 2 spots left. Oh, there were 2 more? Jian Wuk smiled when he heard that. Just nice, I can recommend someone. Lin Xian, you can come. After speaking, Lin Xian walked out. The surrounding people were shocked. Only now did they realize that Wuk Jian had not come alone. There was another person with him. Countless gazes landed on Lin Xian. The space around Lin Xian kept shattering. He felt a huge pressure. He circulated the energy in his body and his sword energy destroyed the pressure. He faced it calmly. The surrounding people were shocked. This kid was not simple. He was facing so many late-stage Saint Kings and even peak Saint Kings calmly. They did not know where this genius came from. Wuk, who is this kid? An old man asked. This old man was very strong. He had a golden body and golden light filled the sky. He was like a golden god of war. Lin Xian could feel an abnormally powerful aura emanating from his opponent's body. This was a body refining technique, and an extremely terrifying one at that. His name is Lin Xian. He came from planet Xiuan. He was in the 1,000 Mountain Cave before, but I brought him here. Oh, he's the little guy you were talking about. The other middle-aged man nodded. Previously, they had also heard of this person. However, they had never imagined that Jian Wuk would actually bring this person over so quickly. The other lady frowned slightly. Wuk, although we believe in you, the quota this time is extremely important. Not just anyone could participate in this event. Although you think highly of him, he's still too young. I think it's better to wait until next time. The others also nodded in agreement. They could also tell that Lin Xian was only an early-stage Saint King, and it looked like he had just broken through. No matter how strong such a person was, how strong could he be? Moreover, there was no age limit for the selection this time. In other words, not only young people could participate, but the middle-aged generation could also participate. In this way, cultivation was extremely important. The previous quotas were all obtained by middle-stage Saint Kings. The young geniuses of the Xianxia Pavilion probably did not have the qualifications to obtain them, let alone those who had just arrived. Jian Wuk laughed when he heard this. You don't have to worry about this because he had just killed a middle-stage Saint King elder from the Thousand Mountain Cave. What? The moment these words were said, everyone in the hall was shocked. This guy had killed an elder from the Thousand Mountain Cave, is this true? Could it be that he had used some secret pill or a super powerful saint weapon? Some people had doubts in their eyes. It seems like you don't believe me. That's good too. Let's give him a chance and let him participate in the competition for the last 2 quotas, alright. The old man covered in golden light nodded. Since Jian Wuk had said so, they could not reject him. Moreover, they were also very curious. Did this young man really have the strength to kill an elder? At this moment, they looked at the 2 people in front of them. There were 2 figures standing at the front. The aura of these 2 people had reached the great sage realm. It was obvious that these 2 people were the real decision-makers. Lin Xian faced the aura of the great sage and took a deep breath. The 2 figures were like a dream. One of them was standing on a lotus, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The other was a man. He looked young, but the aura of his body was incomparably terrifying. On his back, there was a pair of black wings. When he spread them out, it brought about a strong storm. These 2 were the supreme elders. The Lotus Ancestor and the Dark Feather Ancestor. The Lotus Ancestor laughed. Jian Wuk, since he is the person you recommended, then he has the qualifications to participate. Thank you very much, Grand Elders. Jian Wuk laughed. After that, he introduced the 2 to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also bowed respectfully, greeting the 2 seniors. At the same time, he asked through voice transmission, are they the pavilion masters? Jian Wuk smiled. They weren't pavilion masters, they were supreme elders. The pavilion master of the Xiantian Pavilion, Lord Xiangtian, has always been very mysterious. He seems to be in seclusion. Unless it is an extremely important matter, otherwise, he will not appear. Lin Xian was even more shocked after hearing this. Lord Xiangtian, his pupils constricted. Wasn't the person Xia Jiuyo asked him to find, a person called Xiangtian? He did not expect that it was actually the pavilion master of the Xiantian Pavilion. Was it a coincidence? Same name? Or was it really him? He felt that when he had the chance, he had to personally meet this Lord Xiangtian. Previously, there were 4 people and now there were 2 spots left. With Lin Xian, there were 5 spots left. The competition was intense again. Everyone did not know how to fight. Lin Xian looked around and laughed. Isn't it simple? I think many people have already gotten a spot. Then I will challenge them. If I defeat them, doesn't that mean that I have the qualifications to get a spot? This way, the battle will be decided. This was indeed true. The others frowned. This kid was too arrogant. Those who had already gotten a spot were all powerful experts. Did this kid really dare to challenge them? Interesting. The surrounding people also smiled. They felt that Lin Xian was very interesting. These people were all people who had already gotten a spot. Kid, your words are a little arrogant. Although you were brought back by Elder Wuk, you can't be so arrogant. I want to see if you have the qualifications to say such words. Among the 4 figures, a man walked out. His aura was extremely powerful. He had reached the middle stage of the Sage King realm. Lin Xian looked at Jian Wuk. Jian Wuk nodded slightly. It's fine. Just show me your strength. Alright, I understand. Lin Xian walked forward. Then, please enlighten me. After he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. The surrounding people were stunned. What a strong physique. You're really brave. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Don't worry, I'll stop. The man on the other side walked out. He was wearing 5-colored armor, and light erupted from his body. The 5 elemental laws swept out and quickly formed 5 clones, enveloping Lin Xian. This is my 5 elemental laws. I wonder how many moves you can withstand. The man said loudly. It seemed like he was reminding Lin Xian. In fact, he was very confident. There was a difference of a realm between the two sides. In his opinion, the other party couldn't even withstand a single move. Lin Xian was also surprised. Oh, 5 elemental laws? Interesting. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. His speed was extremely fast as he charged towards one of the clones. His fist was like the sun, illuminating the entire world. What speed! What terrifying power! The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Such a person was indeed terrifying. The expression of the man in 5-colored armor also changed. He shouted in a low voice, "You're indeed very strong, beyond my expectations. But against my 5 elemental laws, you're still not enough. I'll let you see my 5 elemental formation." The 5 elemental laws cooperated with each other, growing and multiplying endlessly. It was extremely powerful. The clone that was attacked retreated one after another. The power of the other clones surged out, forming a terrifying shield to block the attack. The Earth Shield. With a bang, the clone was knocked back, and the shield shattered. However, it blocked the attack. Did you see that, kid? No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me. The armored man said proudly. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Is that so? What if I attack together?" As he said that, Lin Xian threw out 5 fist shadows consecutively, charging towards the 5 elemental clones. Each clone was facing an extremely powerful threat. Not good. How did he do it? His speed is actually so fast. The expressions of the mid-stage Holy Kings changed. They also felt their hair stand on end when they encountered such an attack. This was not an ordinary fist. It contained the power of the divine body, and it was extremely terrifying. The 5 clones used the power of the 5 elemental laws together like a vast sea to resist. 5 elemental laws as one, slash. The armored man's battle roared and attacked. The power of the 5 elemental laws. Then, an earth-shattering sound, the 5 elemental laws of the 5 elemental clones. The laws on each and every one of them dimmed considerably, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. Lin Xian's as he retracted his fists. It didn't shatter, at least a little bit stronger as expected of someone from the Xiantian pavilion. He was strong enough to block his fist. It was simply unbelievable for an early-stage Holy Venerate to say such words to a middle-stage Holy Venerate. The T tests the case. In the next instant, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals, and his 5 elements doppelganger shone brightly. 5 weapons appeared on it, and they were held in the hands of the clone. TTSS this elementals that's Lin's. Mice the armored man's voice was piercingly cold. Then, the 5 clones quickly charged over. The elemental law's weapons in the sky gave off strong auras. The horrifying power shocked the surrounding people. It looked like the armored man was really serious, going all out. Boom. Boom, boom. The battle of the 5 elemental laws erupted. Horrifying laws completely encased the area. Lin Xian's figure also vanished. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. The sky shook and the ground shook. It looked like that brat was defeated. Several people exclaimed. Some of the younger geniuses shook their heads. Not only was that brat defeated, but he was also severely injured. That was for sure. If the armored man had not held back, his soul would have already been destroyed. It looked like there was no suspense in this battle. A youth would not be able to obtain a spot. This was what everyone thought. However, right after the voice spoke, a sword light flashed. It flew out of the elemental laws and chopped down. It was like a heavenly sword. At this moment, the formation, the laws, and the clones all shattered. Nothing could stop it. It appeared. Xianxia's lips curled up in a smile. The pupils of the surrounding people constricted. What a horrifying sword chi. The expressions of the others changed drastically. The sword chi was like a god, cutting through bamboo. In the blink of an eye, everything was cut apart. The armored man could not believe it. He was sent flying, the armor on his body shattered. A sword mark appeared on his body. You lost. The sword did not continue to descend. Lin Xian stopped in midair and said coldly. Everyone looked at this scene, dumbfounded. It was as if they were dreaming. Was this battle over? However, the result of the battle was out of their expectations. The one who lost was not Lin Xian, but the armored man. This armored man was a mid-stage holy king. Moreover, he was a very powerful mid-stage holy king. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to fight for a spot. But now, he was defeated by a single sword. The younger disciples did not dare to believe it. Not to mention them, even the senior generation elders sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid was too strong. Wuck, who is this brat that you found? In the front, the armored man's expression changed. In the end, he sighed. I lost. He knew that Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half by that sword. You let me win. Lin Xian kept his sword. Come back. You did not lose unjustly. Another elder said. Elder Zhang's body was also surrounded by powerful 5 elemental laws. He was much stronger than the armored man. He was a late-stage holy king. The armored man retreated. I have embarrassed my master. That elder said. This young man is a peerless genius. Especially that sword just now. Not to mention you, I think other people would not be able to block it. So, it is normal for you to lose. Even the eyes of the 2 grand elders lit up. This little fellow was not bad. Now, I have the right to get a spot, right? Lin Xian said again. The others nodded. However, at this moment, another voice rang out. Wait, although you defeated him, he didn't get a spot. You can only say that you have the right to fight for a spot. If you want to get it, you have to defeat me first. Another man walked out. He looked like he was also from the middle generation. The aura on his body was piercingly cold and powerful. 2 daggers appeared in his hands. The sky was filled with killing intent. It was Lung Feng. Was he going to fight too? Many people were shocked. This guy had already gotten a spot, and he was a very terrifying existence. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. If you want to spar with me, I'll accompany you at any time. He also walked out. The power on his body exploded again. At this moment, the black-winged ancestor Dark Feather spoke. Lung Feng, step back. He is indeed qualified to get a spot. Lung Feng was stunned and wanted to say something. However, Ancestor Dark Feather shook his head. Do you still doubt my judgment? I don't dare. Lung Feng stepped back. The others were also surprised. Since the ancestor had spoken, they naturally had no objections. Just like this, Lin Xian successfully got a spot. Next, 3 people fought for it. The other spot was finally taken by a woman. Alright, go back and prepare. The day of the competition is almost here. Everyone responded one after another, and then they all left. After leaving the main hall, Jian Wuck brought Lin Xian back to his territory and said, First, congratulations on getting a spot. Next, you should cultivate well. When the time comes, I will look for you. Oh right, as for the others, like Lung Feng, you don't have to be hostile. He is not targeting you. It's just that they don't know you, so they don't know your strength. Your real opponents are the Sky River Sect and the Ice Feather Palace. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, in the previous battle, he only felt the fighting spirit. There was no killing intent like the Misty Peak. Therefore, Lin Xian did not kill. He came to a hall and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had already cultivated the first 12 of the Tianji 24 diagrams. Next, he would cultivate the 13th diagram. However, the remaining 12 diagrams were even more terrifying. Each diagram was much more powerful than the previous ones. And it was harder to cultivate. The time it would take would be much longer than before. Lin Xian began to cultivate patiently. The 13th diagram. About half a month later, he opened his eyes. The stars in his eyes disappeared. His eye technique was even more terrifying. He did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he thought of a place. Now that he had broken through to become a true sage king, he was ready to explore the mysterious world in his body. Previously, he had entered the mysterious world in his body to avoid the heavenly punishment. Furthermore, this mysterious little sword had been with him from the very beginning. However, it was very strange. Back then, only Wine Lord could move freely in it. He could only enter but could not move. Now that he had become a Saint King, he was prepared to explore this place. With a thought, Lin Xian felt the world turn upside down. When he opened his eyes again, he was in that mysterious world. There was an ancient tree in front of him. It had already withered, but it still exuded a mysterious aura. The Wine Lord had been here all those years ago. Now that the Wine Lord was gone, the ancient tree was still there. Lin Xian tried walking forward. One step. He said that he felt a boundless pressure pressing down on him, wanting to tear his body apart. Taran snorted coldly and used his divine body to resist. In the next moment, he realized that he had actually taken a step forward, and then a second step. Although he walked very slowly and had to use all his strength to deal with each step, he could indeed walk in this mysterious world. A radius of 100 meters was the maximum range that Lin Xian could move within. Although the distance was very short, Lin Xian was very happy. This was because he knew that this space was very mysterious and vast. As long as he became stronger, he could continue to explore. Although there was only a withered tree within a radius of 100 meters, there were good things in other places. Lin Xian stood 100 meters away and looked forward. He realized that there were some spiritual medicine seeds on the ground in front of him. No one would notice such things outside, but Lin Xian was happy. Because he could feel the powerful energy contained in them. If one batch could grow, the power would be unimaginable. Next, Lin Xian cultivated his physique in this mysterious world. The pressure was very beneficial to his 9-yang divine body. There was a black ground and a mysterious cave. There were powerful formations around it. It was obvious that this was an important place of the Xintian pavilion. Ordinary people could not enter. At this moment, Jian Wuk was holding a token and walking carefully in the formation. He came to the cave in front of him and stopped. Then, he said respectfully, "Lord Xiangtian has arrived." "How is it?" A calm voice came from inside. "Very strong. A peerless genius. Not bad. When the time is right, bring him to see me." Jian Wuk accepted the order and turned to leave. Another 2 months passed. The formation outside flashed and Lin Xian walked out of this mysterious world. A man and a woman were waiting outside. They were the 2 people that Lin Xian had seen before. The man walked over and smiled. "Young Master Lin, right? I am Xianxia. This is my junior sister, Jian Wu. From now on, we are family." The 2 of them were very polite. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he asked, "Oh right, are we going to fight?" "That's right, it will be soon. But we still have to wait for half a month. We are here to ask young master if you need some cultivation resources." "Are we disturbing young master?" Lin Xian smiled. "No, I am not disturbing you. I want to come out and walk around." "Oh right, you 2 bring me around the Xintian pavilion." "Okay," since Jian Wu was happy, she said, "but we can only bring you around Elder Wuk's territory. We can't enter the territories of the other elders." Although it was called a territory, it was boundlessly vast. Elder Wuk's territory was filled with sword cultivators. Each of them carried a sword on their back and gave off a cold aura. Jian Wu was very cheerful. She told Lin Xian a lot. She even said that there was a very powerful sword saint under Elder Wu Shuang's command. They formed the sword sect. "Young Master Lin, why don't I bring you there to take a look?" Okay, Lin Xian was also a top swordsman. Naturally, he wanted to see these sword saint experts. They passed through a few mountains and found a valley in front of him. The valley was very huge. The sword energy inside was overflowing. It was obviously much stronger than other places. Xianxia pointed ahead. That was where the sword sect was. Lin Xian stood in midair and looked down. Then, he was shocked. It was really strong. He realized that there were hundreds of people below. Although there weren't many of them, they were all top sword saints. Their auras were extremely terrifying. At this moment, these people were training. Their training methods were also very terrifying. In the valley below, the array flickered, forming 10 spaces. There were a few sword saints in each space, and their opponents were monsters. These beast saints were captured by the elders of the Xianxia pavilion. They were very fierce and had a murderous aura. These people were using these monsters to train. Sword energy swept across. Those monsters were also very terrifying. Their strength was even more terrifying than these sword saints. In an instant, some sword saints vomited blood and were sent flying. But soon, they charged over again. Only by facing stronger opponents could one hone one's swordsmanship. If one were to fight someone weaker than oneself, there would be no point in cultivating. This kind of cultivation was also very dangerous. Every time, someone would be seriously injured. The effect was also very good. The strength of hundreds of swordsmen was very terrifying. They could wipe out thousands of soldiers. It could be said that countless swordsmen wanted to join Swords Gate. Swordsman Wu explained in detail. Lin Xian nodded slightly after listening. He looked at the 3 figures. These 3 people were very strong and their swordsmanship was very outstanding. And from the looks of it, they were very young. They were young peerless swordsmen. Their opponent was a dragon sparrow. It spread its wings, forming endless wind and flames that swept over. The 3 of them fought with it. They were evenly matched. Gradually, the 3 of them gained the upper hand. Countless sword marks were left on the dragon sparrow's body. Blood flowed out. The dragon sparrow was enraged. It attacked crazily, wanting to go all out, but it was firmly suppressed. At this moment, the dragon sparrow roared, and the power in its body burst out. In an instant, the 3 sword saints were sent flying. The dragon sparrow roared to the sky, and the blood in its body burned. It actually tore open the array with one blow. Not good. This guy had hidden his strength before, and now he was going all out. In its current state, the dragon sparrow's power was very terrifying. It was a top existence among the Saint Kings. It was infinitely close to the late-stage Saint King. If it continued to burn its blood, it would definitely reach the late-stage Saint King. In this way, it would be a fatal threat to these sword saints. Damn it. The surrounding sword saints also roared and wanted to attack. But unfortunately, each of them had an opponent. Those monsters roared together and attacked crazily. Damn it, these guys dared to secretly contact each other. The people of Swords Gate were crazy. In the sky, Swordsman Wu and Xianxia's expressions also changed. Not good, they had heard from Elder Wu Shuang before. This dragon sparrow was very unusual. It had the bloodline of dragons, and now it seemed that the bloodline was stronger than expected. Now that he was going all out, it would be difficult to suppress it. Should they inform Elder Wu Shuang? It was probably too late. Jian Wu's face was pale. The dragon sparrow spread its wings and attacked the 3 geniuses below. The 3 geniuses were also in despair. Were they going to die? They were all top-notch swordsmen and geniuses. Their future achievements were limitless. It was a pity that something unexpected had happened. Just as everyone was in despair, Lin Xian made his move. His figure flickered as he charged downward. In the next moment, he arrived between the 2. Facing the dragon sparrow, Lin Fan slapped out with his palm. The man-ruler seal blasted out with supreme might. A sky-shaking sound rang out. The dragon sparrow was blasted flying. Feathers fell from the sky, carrying endless flames as they pierced through the 9 heavens. So valiant. Many people were surprised. He was saved. The 3 geniuses were also stunned. They looked at the figure in front of them with shock. Who was this person? How could they not know each other? The dragon sparrow was sent flying. It raised its head and roared. The remaining blood in its veins burned rapidly. In the next moment, he transformed into a flaming divine sword and charged over. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were torn apart. Not good, dodge quickly. The 3 geniuses roared crazily. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting cold light. This thing didn't know life from death. On his body, endless sword light transformed into a sword god. He held the unparalleled sword in his hand. Slash, the sword chi slashed down, splitting heaven and earth into 2. This sword enveloped the dragon sparrow. Heaven and earth shattered. The dragon sparrow's body split open and fell from the sky. Boundless storms swept in all directions. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. What a powerful sword. This was a peerless sword technique. Who exactly was this person? Boom. Boom, the 2 halves of the dragon sparrow fell to the ground, stirring up endless dust and shaking the array formation. The surrounding powerful beasts roared crazily when they saw this scene. They seemed to want to tear the array formation apart and kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand and snorted coldly. He looked around coldly. With a glance, the beasts trembled and a hint of fear appeared in their hearts. They stopped roaring and retreated one by one. The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect this young man to be so terrifying. Xianxia and Jian Wu were also shocked. Was it a sword technique that he used just now? It was so terrifying. They had received news that Lin Xian was a body tempering expert. They didn't expect him to be a peerless swordsman. They didn't know who Lin Xian was. The 3 geniuses walked over and clasped their fists to thank Lin Xian for saving their lives. Lin Xian smiled. You're welcome. We're on the same side from now on. The 3 of them were stunned. Who was Lin Xian? At this moment, Jian Wu walked over and smiled. This was the peerless genius that Elder Wuk brought back, Lin Xian, young Master Lin. So it's you. The surrounding people of Swords Gate were shocked. They also heard that Elder Wu Shuang brought back a peerless genius. He even fought for a spot in the competition. They were still unconvinced before and wanted to see who he was. Now that they saw him, they were shocked. Young Master Lin, can you teach us sword techniques? Their eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Xian smiled. Sure. In the following days, Lin Xian practiced sword techniques with these people in the valley. The strength of the hundreds of sword saints had also improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, they were all deeply impressed by Lin Xian's sword techniques. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be about the same age as them. He was even younger than them. His attainments in sword techniques were so high. He was simply a young sword god. After half a month, the competition finally came. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Xiantian pavilion changed. It wasn't just the Xiantian pavilion. The entire Tianxian eastern region became nervous. Because the competition this time was related to the Spirit Path Ancient Land. It was an extremely unusual place. If one could obtain it and cultivate it, it would be of great help to one's cultivation and laws. It could be said that even these Saint Kings needed it. They were determined to obtain it. The Spirit Path Ancient Land was said to be very magical. Peerless figures had once stayed there. There was more than one. Even the young Great Emperor had been there. So it was very magical. It was an ancient land with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was like a fairyland. At this moment, there were many people gathered around the Spirit Path Ancient Land. Each of them had a powerful aura and a cold light in their eyes. Among them, some were here to participate in the competition, while others were here to watch. After all, this was an earth-shattering event. On a few mountain peaks, there were people who were extremely terrifying. Their aura suppressed the 9 heavens. They were the experts of the Eternal River Sect, Battle King Peak, and Ice Feather Hall. These were the most terrifying sects in the Tianxian Eastern region. None of them were weaker than Ethereal Sect. The 3 overlords stood there, and the surrounding people looked up. There was an empty space on the mountain next to them, and everyone knew that it was the place of the Xiantian Pavilion. Were the people of the Xiantian pavilion not here yet? Many people were discussing. They had also received news that the Eternal River sect and the Frozen Feather Palace were going to join forces. If that was the case, then this battle would probably have an earth-shattering change. "They're here!" someone exclaimed. Everyone sensed and saw countless figures flying over from the distance, covering the sky and the earth. The people of the Xiantian pavilion. Everyone held their breaths. They saw many powerful figures descending like gods and demons. Behind them were hundreds of sword chi, like peerless divine swords, cutting through the void. So terrifying. What is that? That should be one of their teams, the Sword Sect. No, I know the Sword Sect. Although they are terrifying, they are not that powerful. Why do I feel that the Sword Sect has grown into peerless swordsmen? Sounds of discussion could be heard as they all looked towards the direction of Jean Sword's gate. Then someone was surprised. Did you see that? In front of those peerless swordsmen, there was a figure. Who was that person? He looked unfamiliar. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. He seemed to be only an early-stage Saint King. Could such a person lead the Sword Sect? Countless people were surprised. Some people sneered. It seemed that the Xiantian pavilion had lost their minds. How foolish to send such a young man as their leader. This time, the Xiantian pavilion was probably going to lose. In the midst of countless discussions, the people of the Xiantian pavilion landed, and the leaders were naturally the two great sage. The Lotus Ancestor and the Dark Feather Ancestor. The other three overlords also looked over. Instantly, laughter could be heard. "You guys are late enough. I thought you guys didn't dare to come." The one who spoke was an old man in a blue robe. His face was old, and there was an extremely terrifying phantom of the Eternal River around him. He was an old ancestor of the Eternal River sect. After the Lotus Great Sage heard, he also snorted coldly. What was the use of coming early? Would they be able to win if they came early? I think you guys are thinking too much. The atmosphere between the two sides was somewhat tense. The auras of the two great sage bloomed, and the laws clashed in the air. Endless cracks spread between heaven and earth. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It seemed like the rumors were true. Neither of these two great sage was willing to submit to the other. "All right, the two of you stop quarreling." Another old woman walked over. This old woman had an extremely powerful frost aura around her and held an ice scepter in her hand. She was also a great sage. After he arrived, he began to smooth things over. On the War God Peak side, a young man who looked like a war god also walked over. The atmosphere gradually calmed down. Lin Xian stood on the mountain peak and looked around at the other three overlords. This should be their competition this time. He saw that these sects were indeed very powerful. None of them were weaker than the ethereal peak. It seemed that the upcoming battle would be a tough one. At the thought of this, he took a deep breath and a glint appeared in his eyes. He already knew that this competition was to compete for the Spirit Path Ancient Land. And if they could succeed, he would also have the qualifications to enter the Spirit Path Ancient Land. This was an excellent opportunity for him to improve his strength. How could he miss out on a few hundred years of cultivation time? So this time, he had to win. In front, the four great sage of the four major sects discussed for a while. Then, a figure walked out and said in a clear voice, "I think everyone should know the rules of the Spirit Path Ancient Land this time. It's very simple. Whoever can enter the Spirit Path Ancient Land can enjoy the resources inside. As for what methods you use, we won't care. Now, those who are preparing to participate in the competition, walk forward. We will open the seal of the ancient land." Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. The others also walked forward. These were all those who had obtained the qualifications. Near Lin Xian, Lung Feng and the others also walked out. On the other side, the people from the other three major sects also walked out. They were all hostile towards each other. Some of them even had cold smiles on their faces. The great sage in front of them formed a seal and tore open the sky. Countless Dao runes intertwined with each other and a terrifying aura spread out. This Dao spirit, this ancient land, was something left behind from the ancient era, or even more ancient times. There was a supreme aura inside. Now that the seal was opened, a terrifying power swept out. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. Some people were shocked. Even if there were no opponents, it wouldn't be easy to enter. That was indeed the case. Ordinary Sage Kings probably didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He also felt a sense of pressure. But thinking about the resources inside, he was sure that they wouldn't disappoint him. Alright, let's begin. As soon as the order was given, countless figures rushed forward. Lin Xian also rose into the air. Looking at the leaving figure, Jian Wu's lips curled into a smile. Little guy, you have to grab hold of this opportunity. Beside him, Jian Wu and Jian Shisan also asked, Elder, do you think young Master Lin will succeed this time? It was hard to say for others, but Lin Xian should have no problem. Although these people didn't know Lin Xian yet, after this battle, they would all know Lin Xian. Many figures entered the ancient land. After Lin Xian entered, he also felt a huge pressure. It was so terrifying that it could tear everything to pieces. Boom, he clenched his fist and punched out. The space in front of him split open, shattering the pressure. Then, he strode forward. The others also did the same. They only had one goal, to enter the core of the ancient land. Some of the more powerful people were able to enter very quickly. They flew in from all directions. They belonged to the people at the front. Countless figures followed behind them. Lin Xian followed suit. He belonged to the latter half of the group. He wasn't in a hurry to charge forward because he couldn't make it. He wanted to observe carefully. If the Xiantian Pavilion's information was correct, then there would definitely be people attacking them. Lin Xian temporarily preserved his strength and flew forward at a fixed speed. A figure in front turned into a saber light and chopped down, bringing with him a surging river of light. His speed suddenly exploded. It was obvious that he wanted to charge forward. However, because he was flying too fast, he was knocked back by the power of the Great Tao. He spat out a mouthful of blood and landed near Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head. Without the strength, he still charged forward so quickly. He was courting death. Kid, why are you shaking your head? The person next to him was incomparably angry. When he saw Lin Xian's expression, he was instantly enraged. There was an extremely cold murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently. Do you still need me to laugh at you? Don't you know your own strength? If you don't have the strength, don't be in a hurry to die. You're courting death. The man was completely enraged. How dare Lin Xian look down on him? Reckless fool, I want to see what qualifications you have to look down on me. He didn't continue to move forward. Instead, he stopped Lin Xian. His eyes emitted an extremely terrifying aura. A terrifying river appeared on his body. The river surged with monstrous power. Was the battle going to start so soon? The people outside were also extremely surprised when they saw this scene. Who was that kid? He should be from Xiantian Pavilion. However, he looked unfamiliar. Could it be that he was a newcomer? Haha, then he was dead. The one who attacked was from Long River Sect, an extremely terrifying expert. His name was Qi Yuan. What he cultivated was an extremely terrifyingly fire river. Moreover, he was already an expert in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. That kid was only at the early stage of the Saint King realm. He couldn't resist at all. The people from Long River Sect also looked to the side and laughed. Fellow cultivators from Xiantian Pavilion, I'm afraid one of you will be eliminated. If it was someone else, the spectators from Xiantian Pavilion would definitely be nervous. However, they weren't worried about Lin Xian. Especially those elders, they were all very calm. They had seen Lin Xian's battle before. The elder from Golden Light laughed. Is that so? The battle hasn't started yet, and you're already so confident. I think you should be the ones who are miserable. The person who will be eliminated this time will definitely be from your Long River Sect. The people from Long River Sect were dumbfounded. These guys had water in their heads. An early-stage Saint King realm wanted to resist? What a joke. Then let's wait and see. The elder from Long River Sect snorted coldly. The people from Frozen Feather Palace and Battle King Peak were also surprised. Where did Shantian Pavilion get their confidence from? Qi Yuan looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, kneel down obediently now. I can do it. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a fist flying toward him. In a moment of crisis, he raised his hand to block. The river of flames that filled the sky danced in front of him, forming a shield. The other party couldn't even break through his defense. However, he was wrong. This punch directly shattered his shield and landed on his face. There was a cracking sound. His face was smashed, and the rest of his words were cut off. His entire body flew backward, and the upper half of his body turned into a bloody mist. So much nonsense. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and said indifferently. I said that you are trash, but you still don't admit it. What was going on? How could that brat be so strong? The spectators outside were all stunned. The elder of the Long River sect narrowed his eyes. This was impossible. The people from Shantian Pavilion smirked. They knew that this brat was extremely arrogant and would definitely not suffer a loss. The people from the other two sects were also shocked. When did the Shantian Pavilion come out? Such a top-level genius. Inside the ancient land. Qi Yuan was dumbfounded. How was this possible? His body recovered, but his expression was extremely ugly. Until now, he still couldn't believe that the other party could injure him. Damn brat, how dare you injure me? You have thoroughly enraged me. Go to hell. The river that filled the sky charged over with monstrous flames, turning into countless giant dragons that danced and galloped. Kill, Lin Xian roared and punched out. At the same time, the primordial demon mountain pressed down from the sky, suppressing the fire river that filled the sky. The man-ruler seal flew out and once again exploded the other party's body. Damn it, Qi Yuan was completely terrified. Who was this guy? He was too strong. He was no match for him. Retreat quickly. He fled to the back. Lin Xian looked at the other party's back and sneered. Ant. He struck out a sword chi and destroyed the other party. With this delay, Lin Xian had fallen far behind, but he didn't care. He stomped his feet and grabbed forward with both hands. The entire void was torn into two by him. A vacuum crack appeared, and his speed instantly increased by several times. He was too strong. This brat was an expert. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. The people from the Shantian Pavilion had smiles on their faces. Not bad. They were very satisfied with the little brat that Wuk brought. However, the people from the Long River sect had ugly expressions. They were defeated by a young man right from the start, which made them lose face. Especially when they had said arrogantly that they wouldn't be defeated. This was a slap to their faces. What was there to be proud of? The elders of the Long River sect darkened. It seemed that the plan had begun. Let's do it. They secretly formed seals with their palms and issued an order. Inside the ancient land. The eyes of the people from the Long River sect lit up, and then they nodded one by one. The three figures nearby slowly slowed down and approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul was so strong that he instantly sensed it. He immediately narrowed his eyes. Were they going to attack? And there were three of them. He could sense that two of them should be from the Long River sect. The other person had a cold aura. Could it be from the Ice Feather Palace? They had indeed joined forces. But so what? He didn't put the three of them in his eyes. The three of them were hidden in the void. Ordinary people couldn't detect them at all. Perhaps people of the same level didn't know the danger. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Alright, with just this little trick of yours, there's no way you can hide anything from me. Come out. There was no movement around. The three of them were very experienced. They knew that this might be a bluff. Lin Xian said coldly. What? You still don't want to come out? Do you want me to catch you? He waved his hand and hit the void behind him. The void there shattered, and a figure retreated with a gloomy face. He had actually been discovered. Kid, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. He flew over. At the same time, the void on both sides shattered, and two more figures walked out. The three people appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. The people outside were stunned when they saw this scene. They were two experts from the Eternal River sect and one was an expert from the Frostfeather Palace. Unexpectedly, they had attacked together. They had indeed joined forces. That kid was really miserable. He was besieged by three experts. No matter how strong he was, it would be difficult for him to resist. This time, the people from the Xianxia pavilion were also nervous. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very strong, facing three middle-stage Saint Kings, he could only flee. Hopefully, he could escape. This time, let's see if you can still laugh. The people from the Long River sect looked over and sneered. The people from the Ice Feather Palace also had confident smiles. Not good, young Master Lin is in danger. Jianwu was nervous, and her face was pale. Xianxia also gritted his teeth. Damn it. So despicable. Lose face? One of the people on the other side sneered. In front of absolute strength, everything is futile. Our goal is only the ancient lands. Who dares to attack us, for the destruction of all our paths, damn it. Elder Golden Light's expression was also cold. Hurry up and inform those people to pay attention. They must not be besieged again. The only person who was calm was Jian Wuk. Jian Wuk naturally knew Lin Xian's strength. Even a late-stage Sage King could not do anything to Lin Xian. He could even block an attack from the Great Sage. These three middle-stage Saint Kings would not be able to do anything to him. However, Jian Wuk's expression also sank. The other party's actions also annoyed him. Brat, you killed our Eternal River Sex people. You really have guts. Originally, I wanted to let you die easily. However, it seems that is not possible now. The woman from Frostfeather Hall also snorted coldly. Why waste time talking to him? Just finish him off. Alright, since the fairy has spoken, let's end this quickly. As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes shone with a cold light. Terrifying laws flew out from their bodies, sweeping through the 9 heavens. It seemed that they did not intend to hold back at all. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. Are you sure you want to join forces? His eyes shone with a golden light as he looked at the woman from Frostfeather Hall. The woman in blue was stunned. In the next moment, her eyes also shone with a golden light. A golden light shone on him. She stopped in her tracks and viciously slapped at the people from the Eternal River sect. Boom, ice and snow danced, forming a world of ice and snow. The expert beside her was instantly sent flying. Endless ice and snow appeared on his body, and then he was turned into an ice sculpture. What's going on? The other person from the Eternal River sect was stunned. Why did the other party attack him? Didn't they join forces? Damn it, what are you doing? However, just as he finished speaking, the woman attacked him again. The monstrous ice and snow melted, continuously attacking. That person retreated step by step. Ice and snow covered his body. Damn it, do you want to die? The power of the Eternal River erupted, forming 9 rivers that enveloped him. Are you crazy? Not only him, but the people outside were also stunned. The elders of the Eternal River sect could not believe it. They turned their heads to look at the Frostfeather Palace. Damn it, what's going on? Didn't we agree on this? Didn't you tell your people? The people of Frostfeather Palace were also stunned. How could this be? I've said it long ago. Damn it, what the hell is going on? In an instant, countless people were discussing. Meanwhile, in the valley below, those people had already started fighting. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, completely forgetting about this scene. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. These people could not withstand his eye technique at all. Therefore, with just a few tricks, these people were no match for him at all. Great, these guys are going to fight. The sword danced and cheered. Xianxia was also surprised. Young Master Lin's luck was really good to actually encounter such a thing. Wuk's eyes flickered. Was he lucky? He did not think so. Come to think of it, he must have used an eye technique, ancient lands. Many people were still charging ahead. A figure stood in the void, looking into the distance. His body carried endless blade light. He was called Lung Feng. Lung Feng looked at the battle in the distance and was also surprised. This kid was a little interesting. Luck was also a part of one's strength. On the other side, a tall man's face sank. He did not encounter me. Encountering me, no matter how good his luck is, it will turn into nothingness. Another woman also flew over. Her face was cold, and she had a pair of blue wings on her back. She frowned and said, "Chongqing, I don't know what happened before, but it's certain that we joined hands. I think something unexpected must have happened." This woman was a very terrifying expert of the Frost Feather Palace. Her name was Bing Wei. The other man was an expert of the Eternal River sect. His name was Chongqing. Chongqing frowned slightly, but soon smiled. "Of course, we joined hands and went in to confirm this matter. Don't bother with those ants. It's not a problem at all. Our opponents this time are still others. For example, that Lung Feng." Speaking of this, Chongqing's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. "This time I must trample him under my feet." On the other side, Lin Xian did not care about those people at all. He soared into the sky and went on his way again. Like a golden god of war, his speed and strength were extremely powerful, surpassing many people. The surrounding people were shocked. However, Lin Xian had defeated Qi Yuan and was extremely lucky to escape the pursuit of the three people. For a while, they did not dare to make a move on this kid. Lin Xian was naturally happy to see this. His speed was very fast, and soon, he surpassed most people and came to the front. There were still some people in front of him, but their numbers were very small. These people's auras were extremely terrifying. There were also some changes in the terrain in front of him. There were some ancient stairs. It seemed that one had to go through these stairs to reach the destination. A golden light swept across his eyes, and he looked at the people on the stairs. There were not many people, but without exception, they were very powerful. They had surpassed most people and had a very good chance of entering the real ancient land. These people are very strong. It's interesting that they can make me take them seriously. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. There were 6 figures on the stairs, and they turned their heads to look at him. There was a terrifying power in their eyes. These people were also experts, and at this moment, they stood here and did not immediately move forward. Instead, they looked behind them. It seemed that they were planning to clean up some people. They took the lead to look at Lin Xian, and an extremely sharp light appeared in their eyes. Although this kid was only in the early stage of the Holy King realm, he was not to be underestimated. Even so, he could not defeat the 6 of them. Lin Xian also saw these 6 people. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his figure flashed and rushed over. The 6 people were instantly angry. Was he courting death? He was challenging them. There were other directions to the front, but this guy did not choose to go in their direction. If this was not a challenge to them, what was it? It couldn't be. That guy was going to attack the 6 of them? What a joke. Who did he think he was? Did he think that he would be so lucky every time? The people who were watching the battle outside went crazy. The 6 people snorted coldly, and when they joined forces, they struck out a terrifying law. It was like a canyon between heaven and earth, blocking everything. There was only one outcome for those who went against them, and that was death. In the face of such a terrifying joint attack, Lin Xian did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he sped up. He pressed forward, and no one could stop his footsteps. He was courting death. They had already warned him. Since he did not know what was good for him, he could not blame them. The 6 of them attacked. Terrifying laws and vast heaven and earth charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands. In the sky, the primordial demon mountain descended. Heaven and earth kept shaking as if it was going to suppress everything. Boom, this mountain was really too terrifying. It was as if it had crossed through time and space. The laws between heaven and earth kept shattering. The pupils of the 6 figures also shrank. Damn it, retreat quickly. They retreated one after another. The power of this mountain was beyond their imagination. Kill, as they retreated, they attacked again. Lin Xian waved his fist and fought with them, causing their arms to go numb. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had already collided. Then, Lin Xian stood on the primordial demon mountain and looked down at the surroundings. The 6 people around him retreated with pale faces. Their faces were full of shock. The power displayed by the other party was too strong, so strong that it was beyond their imagination. For a moment, they did not dare to make a move rashly. They even suspected that Lin Xian was really lucky to escape from the attacks of the three of them. Was it not because he used other secret techniques? The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this scene. This guy was really strong, and he was too bold. The Xiantian pavilion also held their breaths. Swordsman Wu's face was pale and extremely nervous. Xianxia also said, "I'm afraid I've seen a scene that I haven't seen in 1,000 years." Next, there would be an earth-shattering battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. He wondered if Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. However, what was surprising was that there was no battle. The six figures fell silent. They turned their heads and seemed to be deliberately avoiding Lin Xian. On the primordial demon mountain, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that these people were afraid when facing him. Thinking of this, he sneered. Those who were timid in their hearts were not worthy of being his opponent. He turned around and soared into the sky, continuing to fly forward. The situation here surprised everyone. They did not expect that the six experts would not dare to make a move even after joining forces. Could it be that they were not confident in their hearts? When the great saints who were watching the battle saw this, their eyes lit up as well. The elders of the mysterious sky pavilion smiled. Great, they were very satisfied with what they had found this time. It was beyond their expectations. The Lotus ancestor nodded in satisfaction. The young disciples of the Xiantian pavilion were shocked. Their old ancestor was a great sage. There were very few people who could satisfy their old ancestor. At least, they hadn't seen it yet. The experts of the Eternal River Sect and Frost Feather Palace looked extremely gloomy. Their great sage snorted coldly. At present, it seemed to be doing well, but whether or not it could continue to grow was still unknown. Only a genius who matured would be a true peerless genius. Evidently, they were very displeased with such a scene. Inside the ancient land, Lin Xian escaped the siege of the six experts and continued to rush forward. He was getting closer and closer to the central area. At this point, he had surpassed most of the people. The people in front of him were getting fewer and fewer. Finally, only a few people were left. Lin Xian knew one of them. It was Lung Feng. The other few were unfamiliar. They were experts from other sections. However, their auras were extremely terrifying. The few figures in front turned their heads as well. They looked at Lin Xian with a look of surprise in their eyes. They did not expect that Lin Xian was qualified to come here. Lung Feng was also surprised. He had also seen the previous scene. The six experts did not dare to make a move. One could imagine how invincible Lin Xian was at that moment. This guy was beyond his imagination. He was indeed qualified to come here. Now, he had recognized Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, Lin Xian belonged to their camp. He could help him fight against the other experts. Buzz. After Lin Xian arrived, another air-piercing sound rang out from behind them. Everyone was even more surprised. Who else could come? They turned their heads and found that it was an expert from the Battle King Peak. He was also very young. His strength and physique were very strong. The fact that he could come here was enough to prove it. Interesting. An expert from the Long River sect smiled. He did not expect a dark horse to appear this time. Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. You met me. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to continue. A woman from the Ice Feather Palace said coldly. She said that there were too many people. She had to get rid of a few. As soon as she said that, their faces changed. Many people's eyes fell on Lin Xian. At the same time, the young man who came later also received attention. The two of them were young newcomers. It was not easy for them to come here. Who should they get rid of first? Only these two people, right? If you want to get rid of them, you can try. Lung Feng walked out. His body was emitting a terrifying saber light. Do you think you can touch the people of the Xiantian pavilion just because you want to, Lung Feng? Do you think that no one can suppress you? The expert from the Long River sect walked out. His name was Chongqing. His aura was abnormally terrifying. Today, I would like to see if your saber technique is as powerful as the legends say. The aura between the two of them was getting colder and colder. At this time, Lin Xian also spoke. You wanted to kill me before. You want to get rid of me? Let's see if you have the right to do so. Hearing that, the surrounding people were shocked. In their opinion, it was normal for Lung Feng and Chang Qing to confront each other. After all, both of them were top experts and belonged to different sections. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Lin Xian walked out. They felt that he was overestimating himself. No matter how strong this guy was, could he be stronger than Lung Feng? Could he compete with Chang Qing? Sure enough, Chang Qing sneered. You're courting death. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Whether you're qualified or not, you'll know once you try. You released your killing intent to me before. Today, no matter what, I won't let you go. Lin Xian walked out. His body was emitting a terrifying killing intent. Lung Feng also frowned. Junior brother Lin, let me deal with this person. He knew how terrifying Chang Qing was. Lin Xian looked at Lung Feng and smiled. Don't worry. He doesn't need senior brother Lung's help. I can deal with him. Bing Wei and the others were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Chang Qing was also stunned. After a while, he looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was cold. Lung Feng, I didn't expect an arrogant guy to come out of Shantian Pavilion. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. The people outside were in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to challenge Chang Qing. In their opinion, it was too difficult. Lung Feng was probably the only one who could compete with Chang Qing. Isn't this guy too reckless? Sword Dance and the others were worried for Lin Xian. Those from Eternal River sect sneered. They didn't know what was good for them. The great sage sneered. Sure enough, only those who survived were true geniuses. Some geniuses were probably going to fall now. They believed that Chang Qing could easily kill Lung Feng. Ignorant brat, let me deal with you personally. It will be your honor. Chang Qing walked out. As he walked out, 3,000 Daos surged under his feet, looking like 3,000 great Daos. This number was extraordinary. The law energy in Chang Qing's body surged continuously. He was almost a late-stage holy venerate. This fellow was even stronger than before. Lung Feng frowned. Even if Lung Feng wanted to make a move, it would be a bitter battle. Lung Feng was only 50% confident of defeating Chang Qing. If he let Lin Xian make a move now, how confident would he be? Probably less than 50%. This fellow hit his strength earlier. Bing Wei's lips curled up in a smile. It looked like there was no more suspense in this battle. 3,000 Long River. Peak cultivation. Chang Qing was indeed a powerful expert. The people outside exclaimed. The Long River sect's people smiled coldly as they looked at the Profound Heaven Pavilion. The Profound Heaven Pavilion's people also frowned heavily. Sword Dance. They were extremely anxious. Elder, send a voice projection to young Master Lin. Don't let him fight. That's right. The Long River sect will definitely kill him. If he loses, young Master Lin might die. The other elders also looked over. However, Jian Wuk took a deep breath. Very soon, you will see that his strength is far beyond your imagination. Jian Wuk did not say anything else. Instead, he looked forward to it. Just wait. Wait for Lin Xian to show off his brilliance. Lin Xian felt the terrifying law energy from Chang Qing and nodded slightly. Chang Qing was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than the others that Lin Xian had seen. He was still not a match for Lin Xian. Chang Qing's serious expression attracted the mockery of the surrounding people. Bing Wei shook her head and smiled coldly. This fellow did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Making a move now was not a wise choice. Indeed, when Chang Qing heard that, his expression turned completely cold. The killing intent in his eyes materialized into a sword that pierced through the sky. Foolish ant. Soon, you will not be able to be arrogant anymore. The sword formed by Chang Qing's gaze directly flew out. Terrifying law surrounded it as it pierced through the sky. Even a middle-stage holy king would not be able to block this attack. They would be torn to shreds. Countless people exclaimed, "Quickly dodge." They were hoping that Lin Xian would be fast enough to dodge this attack. However, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he extended a hand and grabbed forward. What an idiot. Many people sneered. Could it be that Yi Futian really thought that he had the strength to contend against Chongqing? Boom, an earth-shattering sound erupted between heaven and earth. Countless cracks spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would have ceased to exist under that attack, or that he would have been torn apart. It's over. Bing Wei shook her head. The other experts also sighed. They were too weak. Lung Feng's face was cold. He pulled out the long saber on his back and was ready to attack. Suddenly, he froze. No way. Lung Feng's face was filled with shock. The smiles on the faces of the others also disappeared. They saw a golden palm reach out from the cracks that filled the sky. It shone with boundless radiance, completely unharmed. The sharp arrow was caught by the golden hand like a fish, unable to escape at all. I already said that you are not strong enough to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice rang out. He exerted force in his palm and the sharp arrow shattered into pieces, falling from his fingers. This guy actually managed to block it. Has his physique already reached such a level? Countless people exclaimed. The experts of the Eternal River sect could not believe it. The people of the Shantian Pavilion also exclaimed. Elder Golden Light's face was filled with shock. He looked at Jian Wuck and asked, could this guy have the legendary physique of the universe? The difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. Other than the immemorial imperial physique, only the legendary physiques could block it. However, he did not know which physique Yi Futian was. Jian Wuck smiled. That's right, it is indeed the legendary physique. As for the specifics, you will know when you continue watching. Elder Golden Light was very unhappy that you were still keeping us in suspense. However, he was also filled with anticipation. He did not know what kind of power this little guy would display next. What, is this your strength? I don't deserve to be arrogant. Lin Xian looked forward and smiled faintly. Chongqing's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He could not believe that Yi Futian was qualified to block his attack. The laws all over his body bloomed with a dazzling light. He took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Good kid, so you have also hidden your strength and cultivated a powerful body refinement technique. However, so what if you have cultivated the Xianxia golden body? You are still not my match." The 3,000-long river seemed to have come alive as it rushed over. It was too terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Once again, they were worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. He stretched out his palm and divine flame surged into the sky, forming a golden crow that swept in all directions. Boom! 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 He punched out and collided with the 3,000-long river. A terrifying power surged. The battle was extremely intense. He blocked it. He really blocked it. The Xianxia golden body elder was extremely excited. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a treasure. Yi Futian's physique was really too strong. It surprised him. Chongqing's face was cold. Yi Futian was actually able to contend with him and not be at a disadvantage. 3,000 as one. Suddenly, he let out a roar. His biting cold voice spread out in all directions. The 3,000-long river quickly merged, forming a long river that was eternal and unique. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying power of laws that seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword, causing countless people to be terrified. Slash, the long river descended from the sky and destroyed everything. Its aura made one's hair stand on end. Countless people were terrified. It was too powerful. This was the ultimate technique of the Long River sect. When Chongqing used it, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian naturally felt a sense of danger. It was very powerful, but so what, he roared, and the smile on his face disappeared. The nine-yang divine body was completely released as he punched out. It was as if a sun was rampaging between heaven and earth, charging forward. A dazzling light illuminated the entire ancient land. No one could open their eyes. Elder Golden Light's pupils constricted. What a terrifying power. It was like the light of the sun. Could it be the legendary Nine-Yang divine body? Boom. Boom, boom. The power shook the heavens. With a punch, everything was destroyed. The only long river was sent flying, and it was covered with cracks. A vast sea swept across the sky. Chongqing was also sent flying. Heavens, what a terrifying power. Was he really just an early-stage Saint King? What kind of physique was that? How could it be so terrifying? The spectators were in an uproar, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The experts of the Long River sect also did not dare to believe it. They were very confident in Chongqing's strength. How could he be sent flying? The divine body of Nine-Yang. It was said to be an extremely strong body. Who would have thought that it would appear now? Hearing the great sage's words, the surrounding people were in an uproar. No wonder this kid was so strong. He had a super strong body. Many envious voices sounded. The people of the Shantian Pavilion were also very surprised. With such a body, his future was limitless. In the ancient land, Chongqing's expression became very ugly. Bing Wei also said, "Be careful. This guy's body is very unusual. It might be the legendary divine body." Divine body? Chongqing's eyes shone fiercely. So what, kid, if you were at the same level as me, I would turn around and run. Unfortunately, you just entered the Saint King realm. And I'm about to enter the late stage of the Saint King realm. Even if you have a divine body, I will suppress you today. The palm continued to close in, and the single river once again transformed into 3,000 rivers that circled around him and fused with him. Just like the first battle armor class. Not only that, but his power was also unparalleled. Although I don't have the Taigu imperial body and my body is not as strong as your divine body, my attainments in the Great Path are not something you can imagine. Now, I'll let you feel my divine powers. Terrifying power spread out in all directions. It was indeed much stronger than before. Countless people were amazed. The people of the Long River sect also laughed. Chongqing's divine powers and profound meanings were rare. It could definitely make up for the difference in physique. More importantly, his cultivation level was much higher than his opponent's. So, it was not certain who would win this battle. The 3,000 rivers are all under my control. What do you have to fight me? As his voice fell, Chongqing waved his palm again. Terrifying power surged and instantly formed a cage, trapping Lin Xian. Lin Xian struck out with a terrifying fist. He turned into a golden crow and fought back. Useless kid, Chongqing snorted. He also used his trump card. Lin Xian was definitely not his match. As the long river surged, the sky and the earth cracked, causing the spectators to continuously retreat. Even Leng Feng was shocked. Lin Xian still had such a secret technique? This was truly beyond his expectations. Man ruler seal. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palm and the human king descent struck out, shattering the opponent's attack. Chongqing roared. His 3,000 clones returned to the immortal country. 3,000 phantoms ran between the heavens and the earth, connecting with each other. Each of the phantoms formed a seal with a vast surging power, sounding like the sound of the heavens. It was as if a celestial kingdom had descended from the sky. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The other party's divine abilities and laws were indeed very strong. However, it was time to end this round. The primordial demonic mountain descended from the sky, colliding with the celestial empire. The man-ruler seal swept through the 3,000 doppelgangers. His divine body was pushed to the extreme, and both sides fought fiercely. Boom, boom, after an intense collision, Lin Xian retreated. His face was pale, but his eyes were even sharper. On the other side, the 3,000 doppelgangers split apart. Chongqing's body fell from the sky and was suppressed by the immemorial demonic mountain. The laws of divine abilities were indeed very strong, but that was all there was to it. Lin Xian stood on the primordial devil mountain and looked down. Chongqing was actually defeated, the spectators outside were stunned. The people of the Eternal River sect couldn't believe it. Damn it, was the power of the divine body so strong? This was only the early stage of the Saint King realm. If he reached the late stage of the Saint King realm, how terrifying would he be? They didn't dare to imagine. A great sage sighed and looked at Frostfeather Hall. Then, he said, "It's already the end. Let's do it." The old woman of Frostfeather Hall nodded. Then, she formed a seal with her palm and transmitted a sound. Inside, Bingwei received the news. She took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She struck out with her palm. An icy wind flew out and danced in the sky, attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's divine fire turned into a golden crow and fought against it. In the end, he flew down from the primordial demonic mountain and attacked Bingwei. Chongqing used the 3,000-long river to blast open the primordial demonic mountain. Damn it. As soon as he came out, he roared to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too embarrassing. He was defeated by a newcomer in front of tens of thousands of strong cultivators. It was really shameful. He said, "Let's work together. This is already the final moment. Clean up all the people of Xiantian Pavilion. Next, this ancient land will be ours." That's right. Bingwei also walked out. The ice emitted from her body made her look like a god of ice. It seemed that the final battle was about to begin. Countless people were surprised. Lung Feng stood out. "Do you think our Xiantian Pavilion is afraid of you?" Lin Xian was stronger than Chongqing, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Bingwei. They still had the advantage. But soon, their advantage was gone. After Chongqing and Bingwei, another man walked out. This person also had a terrifying cold aura surrounding him. It was someone from Frostfeather Hall again. His name was Hanyu. He was also a very terrifying expert of the generation. 3 against 2. It would be dangerous. Many people exclaimed. The people of Xiantian Pavilion also frowned. In this way, they would be suppressed, but they might still have a chance. Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape unscathed. With just you guys? I'm not afraid even if there's one more person. Lung Feng roared angrily, and the saber light around him was biting cold. It was time to go all out, Chongqing sneered. Why do you think it's 2 against 3? Are you very confident? How naive. Do you think our Long River sect only has this little trump card this time? If there's one more person, can you still resist? Is there anyone else? The surrounding people were all stunned. Are there any more experts in the Long River sect? The people of Xiantian Pavilion frowned and looked at the Long River sect. What are you doing? Are you bluffing? The elder of the Long River sect sneered. You'll find out soon. This time everyone from Xiantian Pavilion will be eliminated. No one will be able to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the stalwart man who had been silent all this time walked out from the ancient land. He was an expert from Battle King Peak. Like a god of war, he had been watching the battle silently. At this moment, he moved. He walked forward and stood next to Chongqing. What? Countless people were in an uproar. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Battle King Peak had also joined forces with the Long River sect. What was going on? 4 experts against 2. This was a complete suppression. It's over. This time, Xiantian Pavilion is really finished. These 4 experts, in addition to Battle King Feng's Dark Horse, were equivalent to 5 against 2. It could be said that the pressure was very great. Lin Xian's side was in danger. Damn it. When did you make a move? The elder of Xiantian Pavilion roared. Jianwuk also frowned. Their information only said that Frostfeather Hall had joined forces with the other party. The surrounding people were stunned. The 3 overlords were actually working together to deal with Xiantian Pavilion. Xiantian Pavilion would definitely lose this time. In the ancient land, Xiantian Pavilion only had Lin Xian and Lung Feng. No matter how the 2 of them fought against the 5 of them, they had no chance of winning. Thinking of the situation that Lin Xian and the rest were about to face, they all felt their blood boiling. Many people felt their scalps go numb. So this is their true trump card. Jianwuk frowned. Jian Wu, Jian Shisan and the rest were completely stunned. They felt despair. In the ancient land, the man from Zhanwang Peak was called Feng Zhan. He said loudly, Lung Feng, take your men and leave. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Lung Feng also said, I didn't expect you to work with them. Where's your pride? The people from Zhanwang Peak were extremely arrogant and disdained to work with others. Hence, Lung Feng didn't expect such a situation. Feng Zhan shook his head. Nothing is absolute in this world. They gave me an offer that I couldn't refuse. Alright, I can let Lung Feng go. As for this brat, I want him dead. Chongqing stared at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. He had lost to Lin Xian in front of everyone. He couldn't accept it. He had to kill Lin Xian to prove himself. Lung Feng's expression changed. Damn it, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that Shantian Pavilion will attack you? One must know that defeating and killing were two different concepts. Lung Feng, get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Chongqing roared, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. You want to kill me? With just you? Is this your final trump card? What a joke, I thought it was a powerful trump card. Lin Xian's laughter resounded in the area. The surrounding people were stunned. Is this madness before death? I think this brat has gone crazy from despair. That's right. If such a lineup isn't desperate, what kind of trump card does he have? This is a scene of certain death. You're still laughing when you're about to die. I think you're hopeless. Bing Wei snorted. Lin Xian ignored her. He looked at Lung Feng and said, I'll give you 2 people. You don't have to defeat them. You just have to make sure you don't get injured. What about the remaining 3? Lung Feng asked. Lin Xian said proudly. Leave the remaining 3 to me. I will let them know what true despair is. You want to fight 1 against 3? Lung Feng exclaimed. Countless people were stupefied. Was this brat speaking the truth? Chongqing laughed loudly. Bing Wei, did you hear that? What did he say? He wanted to fight 1 against 3. Brat, even if the weakest 3 were given to you, you still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Not to mention 3, even 2 people would be enough to completely suppress you. I've said it before, your trump cards are nothing in front of me. Do you think you're strong just because you've joined hands today? I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Then he said, leave these 3 to me. As for the other 2, you can deal with them yourself. After he finished speaking, his large hand swept across the sky and slapped forward. This move enveloped Chongqing, Bing Wei, and Feng Zhan. These were the 3 strongest people. You're courting death, Bing was slightly angry. Was the other party looking down on her? Feng Zhan's face also darkened. I want to see how arrogant you are, Chongqing laughed loudly. Stupid ant, I'll kill you in 1 move. As soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, a terrifying power soared into the sky and attacked the palm in the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and countless large cracks spread out. The people in the distance were stunned when they saw this scene. Were they really going to fight? Many people closed their eyes, not daring to see Lin Xian's end. Was there still hope? The elders of Shantian Pavilion also sighed. Lin Xian was strong and could defeat Chongqing. He also had a divine body, but unfortunately, he was facing 3 experts this time. Both Bing Wei and Feng Zhan were not weaker than Chongqing. If Lin Xian's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm, he would definitely have the strength to fight. But now, it was still too early. Not good. When Lung Feng saw this scene, he wanted to intervene. In the end, another expert from Frost Feather Palace and the Dark Horse from Battle King Peak stopped him. Your opponent is us. The aura from the 2 of them was equally terrifying. Lung Feng's face was cold. Even he felt pressured when facing 2 experts, let alone Lin Xian who was facing 3 people. In front, Bing Wei and the other 2 completely surrounded Lin Xian. They released their laws, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there, feeling the pressure around him, but the corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. The 3 of them were indeed strong. When the 3 of them joined forces, it was even more terrifying. They had already surpassed Zhang Songxing and the other 2. But so what? Back then, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor had not been able to kill him, let alone the 3 of them. Kid, you should be proud that you can die in our hands. Chongqing said coldly. Indeed, it was a great honor for Lin Xian to be attacked by the three experts. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Do you really think that the three of you can kill me? I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You're courting death. Hurry up and attack. The three of them released their laws. Lin Xian snorted as well. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, as if he had turned into a sun war god. Powerful energy surged out in an instant. The three of them felt the energy, and their faces changed. Especially Chongqing, who was extremely shocked. He realized that his current strength was even stronger than when he had fought with Lin Xian previously. This meant that Lin Xian had not used his full strength when he fought with Lin Xian previously. Damn it, how strong is Lin Xian now? Let's go. At this moment, Feng Zhan attacked. He punched out, and the wind blades in the sky gathered on his fist. He then slammed it forward. This palm was called the Divine Wind Palm. This was War King Peak's ultimate skill. The people in the distance exclaimed. This super skill was extremely terrifying. With one palm, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. It could destroy a world in an instant. Bing Wei also attacked. She formed a seal with her palms, and 2 ice phoenixes intertwined. They attacked Lin Xian from 2 directions. The sky was filled with ice, freezing the surroundings. The ice laws could freeze everything. Go to hell, kid. Chongqing also attacked. The 3,000 rivers turned into one, circling around his palm as he slammed it out. The 3 top-notch fighters struck out at Lin Xian at that moment. If Lin Xian could not withstand it, he would be turned into ashes in an instant. It's over. This battle is over. The person in the distance sighed. The people of the Eternal River sect sneered. He was proud enough to be famous in the world, even though he had fallen from today onwards. It was a pity that such a genius was lost. The experts of the Frost Feather Hall also sighed. The people of the Shantian Pavilion gritted their teeth. Damn it. The 2 great sages' faces were also cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They did not attack because the other 3 sects also had great sage. If they attacked, the flames of war would be even bigger. When the time came, there would be no end to it. They could only say that they were not prepared enough to let the 3 sects join forces. Lin Xian took a deep breath in the face of the 3's attacks. His smile disappeared. In the next moment, he made his move. The man-ruler seal attacked the wind god palm. Boom, the power of his divine body was pushed to the extreme. Like a man-ruler, he struck out with his palm, extinguishing the storm in the sky. When the 2 collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The wind god palm was instantly suppressed and became dim. Boom, after a short stalemate, the wind god palm was shattered. Feng Zhan retreated, his face pale. How was this possible? He couldn't believe that his full-strength attack couldn't do anything to the other party. What kind of palm was that? It was like a celestial emperor had descended with boundless dominance. After repelling Feng Zhan, Lin Xian condensed countless laws in his left hand, forming a sword chi that slashed at the 2 ice phoenixes. With a slash, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The ice and sword chi of the 2 ice phoenixes collided, creating a loud sound. Countless amounts of frost attempted to seal the sword chi. However, the might of this sword chi was simply too strong. The sword chi was incomparably sharp and could destroy everything. The 2 ice phoenixes were split apart by the sword. Fairy Bingwei was also sent flying, vomiting blood. Her face was full of shock. In the blink of an eye, the 2 experts had been injured and retreated, leaving only Chongqing. Facing the terrifying palm, Lin Xian didn't make a move. The golden light in his eyes burst out, forming endless runes. Are you arrogant? Are you strong? But you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Actually, you're just an ant. Lin Xian's soul attack rushed into the other party's mind, causing his confidence to collapse. Ah, Chongqing roared crazily as if he had gone mad. He also vomited blood. The surrounding people were stunned. Facing the top attacks of 3 experts, this was a sure death situation. Lin Xian only threw out a punch, a sword, and a gaze to break the sure kill situation, this was simply heaven-defying. Damn it, I'm not dreaming, am I? Countless people exclaimed. The pupils of the Eternal River sex experts shrank. Impossible, how did he do it? The people of the Ice Palace also sucked in a cold breath. That sword was too sharp. Didn't he have a divine body? How could he be an unparalleled swordsman? Could a person be proficient in 2 divine arts? No, it wasn't just 2. There was a final gaze. A single glance was enough to cause Xianxia to collapse. This was definitely a soul attack. This person actually possessed 3 ultimate techniques. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, the great sage's eyes also exploded with an extremely cold light as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. The dark-feathered great sage laughed heartily. What a certain death situation. What an exceptional genius. He sneered. Geniuses were geniuses, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. They were incomparable to others. The faces of the great sage from the other sex turned cold. Those youngsters, on the other hand, were in complete disbelief. In the face of such an attack, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate. Little did they know that although Lin Xian had only used 3 moves, they were the combination of his mystiques and ultimate techniques. Physique, sword art, and eye technique were all his strongest attacks. Therefore, defeating 3 powerful enemies in 3 moves was completely within expectations. It's too early for you to be happy. Old Zhang of the Long River sect snorted coldly. Although he had defeated 3 people, the 3 of them still had the strength to stand. What that brat used just now should be his strongest technique, right? How many times could he use that kind of technique? Victory and defeat were decided. Inside the ancient land, Feng Zhan sighed. I really underestimated you. The power of the divine body is indeed worthy of its reputation. However, the 3 of us still have a lot of trump cards and ultimate techniques that we haven't used yet. So be prepared to face despair. With a roar, he charged forward. He was also an expert in close combat. His physique was very strong, and he cultivated the peerless treasure body of the Battle King Peak. Bing Wei and Chongqing were the same. They also charged forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly without the slightest fear. He displayed the 10 ultimate swords with one hand and formed a powerful fist with the other. At the same time, his eyes opened and closed, causing one's soul to tremble. Kill. Lin Xian attacked. He punched out, destroying everything. That fist seemed to have turned into a peerless sun, bringing with it unparalleled power. Another sword slash destroyed heaven and earth. Lin Xian's sword chi didn't stop. It turned into the sharpest divine sword, and nothing could stop it. As for his soul eye technique, when his gaze swept across everyone's soul, it was as if it was about to split open. They withstood the immense pressure. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. The first to collapse was Chongqing. His soul was once again severely injured. He spat out blood and flew backward. Then, he was cut in half by the sword chi. Feng Zhan retreated again. At this moment, his body turned into a bloody mist. In front of the powerful divine body, his peerless treasure body couldn't withstand a single blow. Ice Phoenix condensed a sky full of frost, trying to freeze the sword light that was coming over. However, she failed. This sword strike turned her arms into nothingness. The 3 of them had been defeated previously, and this time, the 3 of them were seriously injured. The battle was very fast. It seemed to have ended in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian stood there, as if he hadn't used all his strength. Damn it, what kind of sword technique are you cultivating? Ice Phoenix gritted her teeth and roared. She felt that it wasn't any weaker than the Nine Yang divine body. It was definitely a legendary sword technique. And that eye technique. Although it wasn't deliberately targeted at them, it still made their hair stand on end. They knew that the other party was unfathomable. Perhaps only a late-stage expert could suppress him. The others couldn't. They had lost this battle. They laughed bitterly. They couldn't accept it. But that was the truth. We lost this battle. We won't go to our destination. Bing Wei shook her head. On the other side, Leng Feng also stopped. The other 2 didn't attack anymore. They were already scared out of their wits. Lung Feng was also shocked. Previously, he thought that Lin Xian wasn't strong enough. Later, he recognized Lin Xian's strength. Later, he was worried about Lin Xian. Now, he was completely stunned. Fortunately, he didn't really fight with Lin Xian that day. Otherwise, he would have lost miserably. Looking at the retreating figures, Lin Xian said coldly, "You can leave, but I can't." Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed at Chongqing. Chongqing's soul was severely injured. At this moment, he couldn't resist at all. He was instantly grabbed and pressed to the ground. Bing Wei's face changed. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian snorted. "What do you think I'm doing? He wanted to kill me before. I can't let him live. If you kill him, you won't be afraid of those great sage outside, right?" Feng Zhan was also shocked. Is this guy crazy? Although he was defeated, he was still a top expert. He still had a long way to go. If he died now, how could the Long River sect let it go? "Old ancestor, save me," Chongqing cried for help in horror. The elders of the Long River sect outside roared. "How dare you!" A great sage waved his hand and grabbed at the ancient land in front of him. But at this moment, the sky full of lotuses condensed into a sky screen and blocked the palm. The lotus old ancestor laughed. "Why? Do you want to fight? Have you forgotten the rules? Damn it, you dare to stop me?" The great sage of the Long River sect roared. The great sage of the Dark Feather also walked out. "So what if I'm stopping you? Come and fight me if you're not happy." His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. "I'm not afraid of you." The great sage of the Long River sect wanted to join forces with the other two great sages to counterattack. However, at this moment, a roar came from the ancient palace. They all turned their heads and their pupils shrank. Because Chongqing was already dead. Lin Xian had destroyed his soul with a single sword strike. There was no possibility of him coming back to life. "Damn it," the great sage of the Long River sect roared. How dare Lin Xian attack? Bing Wei and the others were also stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. "Young Master Lin, we've offended you before. I hope you can spare our lives." Feng Zhan also lowered his head. "Indeed, we were wrong. Please forgive us." The surrounding people were stunned. The two experts actually lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. It was unbelievable. When they saw that Chongqing's soul had been destroyed, they all knew that this was a terrifying expert with terrifying methods. They might have a chance to live if they lowered their heads and submitted to him. If they continued to be arrogant, they might end up like Chongqing. Lin Xian looked at these people and said coldly, "If you're willing to submit, I can spare your lives. However, I have to cut off one of your arms and hand over your storage rings." "Are you willing?" These people were shocked. The storage rings were their blood, sweat, and tears. However, compared to their lives, they could only grit their teeth and nod. "Very good." Lin Xian took their storage rings. Then, he waved his sword, which turned into sword chi and cut off their arms. "I'll spare you this time. If you dare to go against me again, I can guarantee that you'll end up worse than this guy." The few of them took a deep breath and quickly left. In fact, it was easy for Lin Xian to kill these people. However, he did not do so. Because he was also thinking about the future. Now that he had offended the Long River sect, the great sage would definitely be hostile to him. If he killed the other two sects, then all the overlords would be hostile to him. This would be very disadvantageous for him and the Xintian pavilion. Therefore, Lin Xian's son killed Chongqing and spared the experts from the other two sections. Presumably, the great sage of the two sects would not continue to attack. As expected. In the distance, the Eternal River sect roared loudly. However, the two great sage from the Ice Rain Palace and the War King Peak walked over to persuade them. He had no intention of making a move. The people of the Eternal River sect were so angry that they almost vomited blood. "Damn it, didn't we agree to join hands? Why aren't they attacking now?" The surrounding people were also amazed. It seemed that the final winner was Xiantian Pavilion. At this moment, only Lin Xian and Lung Feng could stand in the center of the ancient land. Lung Feng could not believe that such a thing had happened. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward with big strides. Finally, he came to the center. There was a lake there. An extremely mysterious aura was emitted from it. Lin Xian walked in directly and began to absorb the energy inside. Lung Feng came back to his senses and did not dare to delay. He also walked in. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The energy inside was very large and was very beneficial to one's comprehension of the Great Tao. Lung Feng was comprehending here. Lin Xian was the same. He wanted to absorb as much as possible. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was also absorbing the energy here quickly. Lin Xian's strength was steadily increasing. His greatest comprehension was also getting stronger. A month later, Lung Feng came out. He had reached his limit and could not take it anymore. He sighed. Fate had come to an end. He could only leave. He realized that Lin Xian did not seem to have come out yet. He wondered how long this guy could stay here. One had to know that staying here for one more day meant one more day of opportunity. The people outside were also waiting. When they saw Lung Feng come out, they were all discussing. Lin Xian had not come out yet. They wondered how strong he would be when he came out this time. Those people from the Xiantian pavilion were also surprised. Would he break through directly? If so, it would be too shocking. The elder from the Golden Light shook his head slightly. It was not that easy. What he cultivated was the divine body. The amount of energy he needed was far greater than the other physiques. Indeed, the power of the divine body was many times that of other people. The power it needed was naturally many times more than other people. Although he could not break through, his strength would definitely increase greatly compared to before. Outside, Bing Wei and the others were extremely shocked. Previously, the other party could already fight 3 of them alone. After coming out, wouldn't it be even easier? In the ancient land, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He did feel that his physique and laws had both become stronger. This made him happy. Lin Xian continued to push the Great Dragon Sword Soul, allowing him to absorb even faster. The entire ancient land formed a huge vortex and surged towards the Great Dragon Sword Soul. That's great. I wonder how much I can improve this time. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from below and slashed towards the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul swayed, and sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. What was going on? Lin Xian was also shocked. He slowed down the speed of absorption, and the terrifying aura weakened. Was someone stopping him from absorbing quickly? Who was it? He used the heavenly secret divine eye and looked down. He discovered that there was an even more mysterious aura under the ground. Let's take a look. Lin Xian used sword chi to tear open the ground and walked down. He didn't know how long he had flown, but he seemed to have arrived in hell. At this moment, there was an extremely terrifying pressure around him. He saw that there was an even more terrifying great Tao and power under the ground. It was dozens or even hundreds of times more than above. However, he didn't dare to absorb it because there were many coffins below. There were a total of 10. Each of them had an ancient aura and were wrapped in endless great Tao. There was actually someone buried under the ancient land. Who was it? He had never heard of it before. Moreover, it seemed that it was very old. Could it be that it was because he had absorbed too much power with the Great Dragon Sword Soul? That was why the coffins were attacking. Thinking of this, his hair stood on end. At this moment, he took a few steps back. He felt as if a pair of extremely terrifying eyes were staring at him. Although none of the coffins were opened, the feeling was very real. He couldn't be wrong. Was the person inside still alive? His scalp went numb, and he instantly retreated. As he rose into the air, he felt the pressure slowly weaken. Finally, he returned to the ground again. He heaved a sigh of relief. Now that his physique had become stronger than before, and his dragon soul had also been improved. If he stayed here any longer, there would be that unknown danger. Therefore, Lin Xian also prepared to come out. His figure swayed, and he left the ancient land. The people outside were waiting. When they saw Lin Xian come out, they heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally come out. He wondered how strong this brat was. You finally came out. Xianxia and the others also went up to welcome him. The people of the Long River sect looked over with cold expressions. Their genius had already fallen. How hateful. One of the elders said coldly. This kid should keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, if he continues to be arrogant, he might fall at any time. This was a threat that made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian didn't care at all. Let's see who dares to touch him. Old Ancestor Dark Feather also snorted coldly. A powerful sage aura swept across the surroundings. Then, the two great sage waved their hands. Let's go. They soared into the sky. Damn it. The people of the Long River sect gritted their teeth. Their great sage said, go, investigate everything about this kid for me. They had to figure it out. Obviously, they wouldn't let this matter rest. Lin Xian and the others returned to the Xiantian Pavilion and held a banquet. This was a victory that belonged to the Xiantian Pavilion. This time, they actually defeated the three great sections. Of course, all of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Those sages who didn't go were also surprised when they heard the news. This Lin Xian was actually so powerful? He was simply like a god. Countless people came over to congratulate them. Those people looked at Lin Xian differently. Although he was a newcomer, he was a genius who was even more talented than Lung Feng. Lung Feng also came over and apologized first. Previously, he was too rude to Lin Xian. At the same time, he thanked him. It was all thanks to Lin Xian that he had the chance to be tempered by the ancient land. Lin Xian smiled and said, you're too polite. We're all from the Xiantian Pavilion. Naturally, we have to help each other. Yes, that's right. These people clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. When they were free, Lin Xian found Xianxia and asked. Senior, what's so magical about this ancient land? Are there other people living inside? He was very shocked by the ancient coffins he saw. Xianxia said, this place is very mysterious. Every 100 years, we only work together to open it once. At other times, it's sealed and no one can enter. It's even more impossible for someone to live there. There were some legends everywhere. Some said that a great battle had taken place here. There were also people who said that in the past, this was the place where some peerless experts lived. Even the young great emperor had been there. However, no one knew exactly what it was. Lin Xian asked. Did no one investigate, whether it was the Profound Sky Pavilion, the Long River sect, or the other top sects? They all had the great sage. And there was more than one of them. If these great sage were to join forces, they should be able to sweep through everything. Xianxia said. Naturally, he did, but he didn't find anything. In fact, back then, the great sage had tried to force his way through, but ended up being severely injured. It was a narrow escape. From then on, the great sage treated that place with reverence. They only allowed the younger generation to compete for the limelight, but they never took a step inside. A great sage was heavily injured. Lin Xian was shaken. Presumably, it was the aura emanating from the ancient coffin beneath the earth. Luckily, he didn't act rashly back then. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't think about this matter anymore. The other elders also walked over. Little guy, you're not ordinary. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can ask me anytime. That's right, I also want to spar with you. The elder from the Golden Light sect also walked over. He also wanted to see the power of the legendary divine body. Lin Xian looked at these experts and smiled. Then, I'll disturb all of you in the future. After the banquet ended, Lin Xian rested for 3 days. Then, he started to visit the other elders. These elders were all very strong. Many of them were at the peak of the sage realm. Lin Xian learned a lot from sparring with these people. Morning. Lin Xian got up and talked about the Tao of the sword with Xianxia. The sword energy on their bodies clashed continuously. Lin Xian's sword was sharp and could cut through everything. Xianxia's sword energy walked a different path. It was very light and agile, like an antelope hanging its horn, ethereal and traceless. These were two completely different Tao of the sword. At this moment, the two of them were fighting. Xianxia suppressed his cultivation. When the two of them fought, the swordsmen were stunned. Jian Wuk was too strong. He was actually able to compete with Elder Wuk's Tao of the sword. One had to know that Jian Wuk's sword skills were very strong. Although he was only at the late stage of the Sage King realm, he could fight against a peak Sage King. He was a top swordsman. There were very few people who could compete with him in the Tao of the sword. Lin Xian also felt a lot. Next, he found the elder from the Golden Light sect to spar with his body. The elder from the Golden Light sect was very excited. "Little guy, let's not use the laws." As he spoke, he sealed his cultivation and laws. Lin Xian did the same. The two of them used the power of their bodies to spar and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. It was very carefree. He had never fought so happily before. The elder with the golden body looked up to the sky and laughed. Although he was an old man, there were no wrinkles on his face. Other than his white hair, he looked no different from a young man. Especially the other party's body. It was too strong. It was like King Kong had descended. "Little guy, you are too extraordinary." Jian Wuk's sword. "Also, there are very few people in the Sage King realm who can compete with my body. But you can do it alone. It is really surprising." "Senior, you are too polite." Lin Xian smiled. Purple flames danced in the sky and formed a figure. It was a peerless woman. She had a noble aura. She smiled. "Old man, you have been here for too long. It's time for me to spar." Lin Xian's face was stunned. Seemed like after he had displayed his talents, all of these elders were really interested in him. Not only was the 9-yang divine body strong, its flames were unparalleled. "So, I am here to experience it." Endless flames appeared in the woman's hand. Then, they formed a fire phoenix and flew down. Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine flames with all his strength to fight against it. Another huge battle ensued. For the next half a year, Lin Xian sparred with the elders every day. These elders taught him some of his shortcomings. Lin Xian was thinking about how to improve. During this period of time, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. On the other side, the Long River sect was also looking for information about Lin Xian. Soon, all sorts of information about Lin Xian was gathered in their hands. This guy came from another world. Previously, he was a battle servant in the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Later on, his strength was outstanding. He won the spouse martial competition and became the prince consort. One piece of news after another appeared in front of these elders. The great sage said, "Is there any more valuable news?" "Yes." The elders below said, "This guy is really daring. He fought a life and death battle with an elder of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. On the arena, he killed the Star Elder in front of everyone. Not only that, he even killed a genius of the Star race. Later on, he was taken away by Jian Wuk. It was said that after Jian Wuk took that kid away, yet another mysterious expert had killed an elder of the Star race with a single palm strike. When the people around heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this really the doing of a young man? To be honest, even they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The Misty Peak was not weaker than the Long River sect. Was there someone behind this kid helping him? Someone frowned. Another elder said. There was still news here, but there was no evidence. It seemed that his eye technique was related to the Rinnegan. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard this. The Rinnegan was a legendary existence. Some people wondered if it was the Qianquan ancient city. He went there too. They knew what happened in the Qianquan ancient city, but they didn't have the chance to go there. They were in the Xianxia continent. The Long River sect was in the eastern region of the Xianxia continent. The Misty Peak and other sects were in the northern region of the Xianxia continent. The distance between the two sides was still very far, unless they got the news in advance. Otherwise, the treasure would have been long gone by the time they got there. Old ancestor, should we make a move? Those people all looked forward. The great sage opened his eyes. This kid was now a member of the Dark Sky Pavilion, and with the talent he had shown, he would be fully protected by the Dark Sky Pavilion. It would be difficult for us to make a move. Should we join forces with the Ice Feather Palace? Someone suggested. Another elder shook his head. I'm afraid it's not good. If he really has the Rinnegan, even if we get it, we will have to fight with the Ice Feather Palace and the War King Peak. Not to mention the Rinnegan, it's not easy to get it. If the news gets out, our Long River sect will be in danger of being destroyed. Is it that serious? Some people were surprised. Another elder said that in the Xianxia ancient city, besides the Misty Peak, there was an even more terrifying existence. It was said that it was a peak existence of the great sage, and he had used the Six Paths body. Then he should be the sect master of the Six Paths sect. He was the descendant of the legendary great sage, and he was determined to get the Rinnegan. Competing with such a person would only result in certain death. So we can't snatch the Rinnegan. However, we can spread the news, and the Six Paths sect will definitely send people to capture that kid. At that time, the Profound Heaven Pavilion would probably suffer as well. Upon hearing this, the powerhouses of the Long River sect smirked coldly. Great, the Six Dao sect was stronger than them. With the Six Dao sect making a move, the mysterious Heaven Pavilion definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Soon, they sent people to contact the Six Dao sect. Six Dao sect. It was also a sect from the Profound Sky Continent. It was an extremely terrifying sect that inherited the Kuan Great Sage and possessed the Six Paths body. His strength was terrifying. Last time in Xianxia ancient city, he was the suzerain of the Six Paths. The Great Sage of Kuan Su went there in person. His avatar was destroyed by the Rinnegan. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, he once again sent people to Xianxia ancient city to investigate. She would not let any of those people from Tianji town go. When the people of the Six Dao sect went to investigate, Misty Peak directly sent a message, saying that he knew the whereabouts of the Rinnegan. The people of the Six Dao sect were overjoyed and quickly asked. It turned out that it was very likely that someone called Lin Xian had obtained it. Did you see it with your own eyes? The expert of the Six Dao sect asked coldly. The people of Misty Peak said that they did not see it with their own eyes, but they had strong evidence. Because that kid originally had the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. He was from the Heavenly Secret race. The chances of him obtaining the Rinnegan were much higher than others. What? He originally had the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes? The people of the Six Dao sect attached great importance to him. They quickly sent this news back. At the same time, they asked again where that kid was. If they could capture him, it would be a great merit. Their sect would definitely reward them. Unfortunately, that guy wasn't here. The people of Misty Peak said that the kid was taken away by Jian Wuk of the Shantian Pavilion. It seemed that he had joined the Shantian Pavilion. Shantian Pavilion, the people of the Six Dao sect quickly returned. Soon, they set off for the Shantian Pavilion again. Not long after, they received another piece of news. It was the news from the Long River sect. They said that they had discovered the existence of the Rinnegan. That person was in the Shantian Pavilion. His name was Lin Xian. The people of the Six Dao sect were shocked. This time, they sent the Great Sage. They had to suppress him and bring him back successfully. When the Great Sage came, he was very secretive. Other than the people of the Long River sect, no one else knew. He wanted to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. In a mountain range, two figures flew back. They were the people of the Long River sect. Previously, the two of them were responsible for sending the news to the Six Dao sect. Now, they were preparing to return. The two of them were riding on an ice-flying sword. They were both late-stage Saint Kings and were very powerful. They were two elders. The two of them chatted. That kid was dead. That was for sure. He did not have the qualifications to have the Rinnegan. This time, the Great Sage had come. It would be difficult for him to escape. Even if the people of the Shantian Pavilion protected him, he would definitely die. The two of them sneered and sped up. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Rinnegan? Where did you get the news? Who is it? The two elders of the Long River sect narrowed their eyes and turned around. The two of them each took a picture. The void behind them collapsed. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. However, there was no one. What was going on? The two of them turned around and were shocked. They almost fell off the flying sword. Because there was a figure standing in front of them. That person was wearing an ancient and tattered robe. His gray hair covered his face, making it hard to see his face clearly. However, his eyes were like lightning. He spoke coldly again. Do you know about the Rinnegan, d*Emenet, who are you? How dare you go against our Long River sect? The two elders started fighting. They looked at each other and then suddenly exploded. The monstrous laws turned into a giant dragon and charged forward. However, it was useless. This time, they hit nothing but air. In the next moment, they saw a pair of cold eyes that kept changing. It was a pair of green eyes that controlled their souls. The two elders knelt on the ground. They were extremely subservient. The gray-haired man began to ask, and soon, everything was clear. Lin Xian, the Xiantian sect. He searched the other party's soul again. Soon, he saw the illusion of a young man. It was him. The gray-haired man's pupils shrank. He was surprised. He did not expect it to be this little guy. Interesting. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the void. The Xiantian pavilion. Lin Xian was cultivating inside. Every day, he would spar with a few elders and talk about the great Tao. His strength was steadily increasing. Not to mention him, even the Xiantian pavilion didn't know because they couldn't figure it out. Not only did Lin Xian have the 9-yang divine body, but he also had the Rinnegan. On this day, a figure arrived outside the Xiantian pavilion. It was a gray-haired man with a very mysterious aura. He descended from the sky. Who are you? The guards of the Xiantian pavilion walked out and asked coldly. The gray-haired man smiled and said, You won't know my name even if I tell you. I'm here to look for Lin Xian. He should be in your Xiantian pavilion, right? Take me to see him. You're looking for young Master Lin? The guards were surprised. Lin Xian's reputation had already spread throughout the Xiantian pavilion. No one didn't know. It was because of Lin Xian that the Xiantian pavilion was able to turn defeat into victory and hold their heads high. One of the guards said, Okay, please follow me. Since he was here to look for Lin Xian, he was a guest. They respectfully invited him in. In addition, another guard went to look for Lin Xian. Young Master Lin. A friend of yours is here to look for you. In the territory of the Zhang 6 Golden Body Elder, the guard said respectfully. Lin Xian stood up in surprise. Who is my friend? Could it be one of the friends from the True Spirit world that year? He was very surprised and even a little curious. The guard said, I don't know. I've already brought him to Elder Wux's territory. Young Master Lin will know when he gets there. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Elder Jingguang. Senior, I won't spar with you today. I still have something to do. Then, he left. Cranes danced in the sky, and spiritual herbs bloomed. This courtyard was very quiet. When Lin Xian landed, he saw a figure in front of him with his back facing him. Who are you? He was surprised. Because he didn't know this figure. The figure turned around. It's you. Lin Xian was really shocked. The gray-haired man also smiled. Yes, that's right, it's me. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Lin Xian was shocked. This person was none other than the person he had rescued from the divination pavilion. There were a total of 3 people who had come out of the divination pavilion with him. 2 of them were white-haired old men who had wanted to make a move on him, but they had left in the end. The other one was this gray-haired man. He had been silent the entire time and had even warned him to be careful. Later on, when so many great sage descended upon Xianquan ancient city, these people all left. Who would have thought that they would actually meet the other party here? So it's you. How should I address you? Are you looking for me? What is it? Lin Xian asked. My name is Xiaomu and I'm here to find you for something. The great sage Gon's final Rinnegan was given to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. Are you kidding me? Who told you that? Could it be that you came to me because of this? I have to say, you're really daring. You dare to come here without any evidence. Aren't you afraid that Xiantian Pavilion will make a move? You don't have to be so agitated. I'm not interested in the Rinnegan. I don't care if you took it or not. I'm just here to remind you. Your secret has already been found out by others and the Six Tao sect has already sent the great sage gone. He should be here in a few days. I'm here to capture you. I'm here to tell you this news. After Lin Xian heard this, he was stunned. Did the news spread? The Six Tao sect should be the sect that the great sage Gon was in. He had the Six Tao body, so he definitely wanted the Rinnegan. However, who spread the news? No one should know. Was this person trying to test him? Lin Xian didn't speak and his expression became even more gloomy. Xiaomu said, I'm not testing you. I met the people of the Long River sect on the way and heard them talking about this. I used my eye technique to collect their souls and obtain this news. The people of the Long River sect guessed that you had the Rinnegan, so they reported it to the Six Tao sect. Moreover, the people of the Misty Peak also wanted to inform the Six Tao sect, so the Six Tao sect came. Damn it, the Misty Peak and the Long River sect. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. He said, I said that I didn't get the Rinnegan, but you didn't believe it. Since you don't believe it, the others won't believe it either. Therefore, whether I got it or not, it seems that I have to avoid this crisis. Thank you for telling me. What should you ask for? Lin Xian asked. Just ask. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. I'm indeed here to find you, but let me make one thing clear. Although I'm interested in the Rinnegan, I won't take it. Whether you have it or not, even if you do, I won't make a move. After all, if I get the Rinnegan, I'll be hunted by the Six Tao sect for a lifetime. I don't have the strength to fight against them. Moreover, I've been sealed in the Heaven's secret pavilion for more than 5,000 years and don't have much lifespan left. I want to live a peaceful life, so you don't have to worry about me harming you. As for the condition, you're an eye technique expert, and it seems that you can't stay here any longer. Therefore, I want to invite you to my clan. Go to your clan? Lin Xian frowned. Xiaomu said. Some time ago, I went back to the clan and found that my daughter has grown up. Moreover, she has become an extremely terrifying eye technique expert. However, because I've disappeared for 5,000 years, I didn't recognize her. Moreover, I'm afraid that there are some people in the clan who want to harm her. Therefore, I hope that you can help her. Is that all? Lin Xian was surprised. Xiaomu nodded. That's right, that's all. You should know that I have no malice towards you. Otherwise, I would have already made a move in the Heaven's secret pavilion. Lin Xian understood this point. Indeed, the other party had told him to be careful before, and now he had come to give him such a big news. This made him surprised and grateful. Lin Xian said, as long as you're telling the truth, I'll leave here immediately. Moreover, I can consider helping your daughter. However, before that, I have to discuss this with the people of the Shantian Pavilion. After that, Lin Xian found Jian Wu and Jian Shisan and told them to properly entertain Xiaomu. As for him, he found Jian Wuk and explained the situation. Jian Wuk was extremely shocked. Damn it, the people of the Six Tao sect dared to come, moreover, it was a great sage. This is really a big matter. Then you can't stay here any longer. You have to leave quickly. Lin Xian nodded. I have the same plan. I'm preparing to go out and travel. Prepare yourself. I'll have the Shantian Pavilion prepare to use the teleportation array. Jian Wuk left. He ordered people to prepare the teleportation array while he went to see Lord Xianxia. When they arrived at the mysterious cave, Jian Wuk explained the situation. Lord Xianxia's voice rang out. Oh, he's leaving? I originally wanted to see him after a while, but now it seems that I have to meet him in advance. Bring him here. Jian Wuk accepted the order and returned to bring Lin Xian to the entrance of the mysterious cave. After that, he left. Lin Xian was also nervous. He also knew that this time, he was meeting the pavilion master of the Shantian Pavilion, Lord Xianxia. It was the person Xia Jiuyou had asked him to find. Xianxia's voice rang out. I'm still in seclusion and can't come out. Elder Xia, is he all right? Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Lord Xianxia, I've finally found you. Old Xia asked me to find you. I didn't have any clue at all. I didn't expect to meet you here. As for old Xiao's situation, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. He wasn't doing very well. His lifespan seemed to be almost up. Previously, he had been sealed, but when he fought against the world of mortals, he had used up even more of his energy. Now, he was probably sealed again. Even so, the situation wasn't optimistic. If he couldn't find a way to extend his lifespan, he would probably die within 100 years. Within 100 years? Xianxia also took a deep breath. He said that he would use the power of the Xiantian Pavilion to search for those heavenly treasures. As for the final result, I'm not sure. Lin Xian clenched his fists and said, Lord Xiantian, don't worry. I will definitely extend old Xiao's lifespan. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination. Xia Jiuyo had saved his life more than once. He would definitely repay this debt of gratitude. Sometimes, it was difficult to escape the cycle of life and death. Even great emperors had to undergo reincarnation. It was difficult to live forever. Lord Xiantian sighed. He was the great sage, and he was very powerful. However, the higher one's cultivation level, the more they could see. He didn't continue this topic. Instead, he said, I heard that the great sage of the Six Tao sect has come looking for you. There's no time to lose. You should leave first. We'll help you block them here. You can come back after things calm down. Lin Xian nodded and said, Oh right, Lord Xiantian, there's a person called Xiao Mu. He claims to be from the Xiao family. He should be from the Ai clan. He invited me. Do you think it's reliable, Xiao Mu, from the Xiao family? Lord Xiantian paused for a moment and said, So it's him. He hasn't appeared for nearly 5,000 years. So he's trapped in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I've also heard of this person. He's a top genius in Ai techniques. He's straightforward and upright. I don't think he'll harm you. So, you can go with him. Lin Xian didn't have anything to prepare. His things were all in his spatial ring. Now that he had met Lord Xiantian, he could leave. So he went back and found Xiao Mu. He said, Senior, let's go. Jian Wuk led the two of them to the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated and the spatial laws enveloped them. The two figures disappeared without a trace. One day later. Suddenly, a huge force came down from the sky, enveloping the entire Xiantian pavilion. Endless barriers appeared in all directions, sealing the entire world. The saints in the Xiantian pavilion all looked up at the sky. What was going on? Someone wanted to attack their Xiantian pavilion. Jian Wuk walked out with a solemn expression on his face. Luckily, they had acted quickly. They didn't expect that in just a day, the other party would come. If he was a day late, Lin Xian might not be able to leave. Who dares to behave atrociously in my profound heaven pavilion? The Zhang Six Golden Body elder snorted coldly. The other elders all walked out and frowned. It's the aura of the great sage. Don't act rashly. Jian Wuk said in a deep voice. The others also had solemn expressions. Which side did the great sage come from? Only Jian Wuk and a few others knew about Lin Xian's matter. The other elders didn't know, so they were very puzzled. Wang, where did you come from? Why did you come to my Xiantian pavilion? Lotus ancestor walked out, lotus blooming with every step. I am from the Six Tao sect. Where is that brat Lin Xian? Tell him to come out. A cold voice came from the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. The other party came to find Lin Xian. Damn it, did they want to capture Lin Xian? They could feel the cold killing intent from the other party. Why are you looking for Lin Xian? The Lotus Old Ancestor asked. The great sage of the Six Tao sect snorted coldly. He took something that he shouldn't have. I will return it to its rightful owner. Damn it, they really came for Lin Xian. Some of the younger disciples clenched their fists. Lung Rufeng's expression also changed greatly. Lin Xian had provoked the great sage. He was really in danger. Master, quickly save him. That's right, old ancestor, we can't let Lin Xian be in danger, the other sages all spoke out. Lin Xian had made their Xiantian pavilion proud before. They had already recognized Lin Xian in their hearts. Now that someone came to find trouble with Lin Xian, they naturally didn't want to. The elders also gritted their teeth. During this period of time, they had sparred with Lin Xian every day. They had also recognized this Xian Jr. This was the future. A genius with limitless potential could not be allowed to be in any danger. The Lotus Old Ancestor also sneered. Something that he shouldn't have taken? What was it that he didn't know? Just say it. You don't need to know. Just tell him to come out. The great sage in the sky was very powerful. The Lotus Old Ancestor was also angry. Get it clear, this is the Xiantian Pavilion, not the Six Tao sect. It's not your turn to behave atrociously. With a cold shout, thousands of lotuses bloomed between heaven and earth, as if to suppress the 9 heavens. Could it be that you dare to attack me? Do you want to be enemies with the Six Tao sect? The figure in the sky also descended. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. The strength of his body was very powerful. His physique was like that of a fiend god. The lotuses in the sky kept swaying. The surrounding people all held their breaths. They felt their hair stand on end. Are the two great sage going to fight? Don't you understand what he said? This is not the Six Tao sect. It's not your turn to behave atrociously. With another cold shout, a young man flew up. The terrifying figure swept in all directions. His black wings covered the sky and earth. Old Ancestor Dark Feather, many people cried out in surprise. This was great. Another great saint had come. After Old Ancestor Dark Feather arrived, his voice was biting cold. His young face was filled with endless coldness. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. The great sage Dark Feather is very powerful. In the sky, the great sage Dark Feather's face sank. He coldly said. That kid has obtained the inheritance of the Rinnegan. It belongs to our Six Tao sect. Make him hand it over. The Rinnegan, countless people were shocked. Dark Feather loudly said. You said that he has the Rinnegan? Do you have evidence? The great sage of the Six Tao sect said. Let him out and the truth will be revealed. Hearing this confident voice, the surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Xian really has the inheritance of the Rinnegan? It's too inconceivable. The Lotus Old Ancestor laughed. Unfortunately, Lin Xian is not in our Xiantian Pavilion right now. How is that possible? The great sage Dark Feather's pupils shrank. You want to protect that kid? I already said that it's not my idea this time. It's the order of our Six Tao sect master. How dare you? You are going to be enemies with our Six Tao sect. We will do whatever it takes to suppress that kid. Do you still want to stop us? The Lotus Old Ancestor frowned. She said, I already said that he is not in our Xiantian Pavilion. You also know that he is a young top genius and needs to gain experience. So a few days ago, he left here to gain experience. What? Left? Elder Dark Feather also sneered. How would we know? We will not restrict the actions of our disciples when they go out for experience. So, regardless of whether what you said is true or not, you have found the wrong place to find Lin Xian. He is not here. You should go somewhere else to find him. How is that possible? He just came to Xiantian Pavilion not long ago and he went out for experience. And just a few days ago, there is no such coincidence. He must be hiding here. You let me investigate. After he finished speaking, his soul power surged out in all directions. Courting death, how can you investigate our Xiantian Pavilion? Lotus Old Ancestor was furious. The great sage Dark Feather was also angry. Don't think that you can be arrogant because you are from the Six Tao sect. Believe it or not, I can make a move on you right now. The atmosphere in the sky became incomparably solemn. Those people below were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, too arrogant. The Xiantian Pavilion was a top-notch sect. How could anyone be able to pry into it? If that is the case, where will their face go? The atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense. Just at this moment, the great sage in the sky made his move. He punched out with supreme power. His physique seemed to have turned into a god, unparalleled in the world. You are courting death. The great sage Dark Feather made his move. His wings were fierce and overbearing, slashing out. It was like two heavenly blades. The collision of the two caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. the whole world turned into a big crack. Lotus' old ancestor was also ready to make his move. The great sage formed a seal with his palm and crushed a jade pendant. Suddenly, 6 phantoms flew out from the jade pendant, turning into 6 worlds. Floating around him, the terrifying power rarely came out. The great sage Lotus was shocked. The lotuses in the sky shattered. Emma the great sage Dark Feather's expression was also solemn. The power of 6 Tao, he didn't expect that the great sage Dark Feather would carry the power of 6 Tao. It was too terrifying. The people of Xianxia Pavilion were also shocked. This aura was too terrifying. Was the power of 6 Tao sect so terrifying? The great sage Dark Feather sneered. I have said before, you are not my opponent. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. He carried the power of 6 worlds with him as he charged over. The great sage of the lotus flower was forced back. The great sage of the Dark Feather's face was cold and gloomy. He wanted to launch a strong attack. At this moment, an aura spread out from the depths of the Xianxia Pavilion. Boom! Boom! The 6 worlds were suppressed, and the great sage was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who was it? Shock was written all over his face. Someone's aura alone was enough to injure him. The great sage of Lotus and the great sage of Dark Feather were also shocked. The pavilion master was awake. They stood respectfully in the sky. A voice came from afar. You want to cause trouble in the Xianxia Pavilion with just you, even Kuan-Su was not qualified to do so. The Kuan-Su great sage was the sect leader of the 6 Tao sect. When the great sage heard this, his pupils shrank and he gritted his teeth. The pavilion master of the Xianxia Pavilion, since you've already come out, why don't you come out and meet me? You have no right to see me. The voice coldly snorted. The great sage of the 6 Tao sect had an ugly expression. He had heard that this person was the pavilion master of the Xianxia Pavilion. His name was Xianxia, and his strength was incomparably mysterious. In the eyes of the great sage, he was incomparably terrifying and unfathomable. No one knew exactly how powerful he was. Before he came, the sect leader had already told him to be careful of this person. However, he was disdainful. Their 6 Tao sect was stronger than the Xianxia Pavilion in terms of overall strength. Even if the other party was the pavilion master, so what? Moreover, he had the 6 Tao power that the sect leader had given him. But now, he was terrified. The other party's aura had destroyed the 6 Tao power and injured him. If he attacked again, he had no chance of winning. He gritted his teeth and said, although you're powerful, my 6 Tao sect is not weak. However, my 6 Tao sect is not to be trifled with. Does your mysterious heaven pavilion really want to become enemies with my 6 Tao sect? You can't represent the 6 Tao sect. Xiangtian's voice sounded. I already said that Lin Xian is not in the Xianxia Pavilion. This is the last time. Get out of the Xianxia Pavilion immediately. As for how long you want to stay outside the Xianxia Pavilion, that's your business. Alright, I want to see if that kid can stay there for the rest of his life. He coldly snorted and left the Xianxia Pavilion. Outside the Xianxia Pavilion, he sat down cross-legged. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on the world. Did he leave? The people of the Xianxia Pavilion all heaved a sigh of relief. Their pavilion master was too domineering. With just a few words, he had scared such a powerful sage. In the following days, everyone returned to peace. The great sage had been guarding outside the Xianxia Pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xiaomu took the teleportation array and left the eastern region of the profound sky continent. In a mountain range, 2 figures appeared. They had finally left that place. Lin Xian looked into the distance and let out a sigh of relief. Next, let's go to your family, okay? Xiaomu smiled and led the way. Lin Xian took out the black earth and the 2 walked in, resting as they flew. During this time, Xiaomu also introduced the situation of the Xiao family to him. The Xiao family was a huge family, and it was also a soul family. They were located in Shanghai City. Shanghai City was one of the ancient cities. It had been passed down for a long time, and no one knew its specific origins. Moreover, there was a very special situation in Shanghai City. That was, all the families in Shanghai City were soul attribute experts. This was because Shanghai City was a city of taming beasts. The families in Shanghai City were all beast-taming families, and the Xiao family was one of them. They controlled many monsters. These monsters were either sold to powerful warriors or sold to the sections. They were sold to the surrounding sections. Every sect needed a lot of monsters. Some were responsible for guarding the mountain gate. Some were responsible for suppressing. Some of them became mounts. Most of these monsters came from Shanghai City. After Lin Xian heard this, he was very surprised. Beast-taming families were related to the soul. This meant that they had seen many soul attribute experts and even eye technique experts. This made him surprised, but also a little happy. This was because only by exchanging pointers with more powerful experts could his soul improve rapidly. As they flew, Lin Xian silently cultivated. 3 months later, they stopped. In front of them was a huge city. It was like an ancient beast, and it had a desolate aura and a terrifying monster aura. The two of them walked out of the black earth and stood in the air. Lin Xian could hear the roars of the demonic beasts coming from the ship. It was really shocking. Shanghai City? Lin Xian took a deep breath. Xiaomu also looked at the city, his eyes shining. When he left, he was still a young man. Now that he was back, he didn't have much lifespan left. It was really like the sea turning into mulberry fields. Let's go. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them walked in. It was very lively inside. Experts and saints could be seen everywhere, and monsters were even more common. Xiaomu was very familiar with this. He said that after 5,000 years, this place didn't seem to have changed much. Xiaomu pointed into the distance. There was a huge warbeast castle there. There were many demonic beasts that could fight inside. It was a place where the great beast-tamer clans competed with each other. On the other side, there were many delicacies. There were all kinds of beast materials, such as claws, teeth, scales, and so on. He pointed in another direction and said that one could buy some small beasts there and cultivate them. As for that street, one could buy a lot of information about beasts there. The entire ancient city was closely connected to beasts, which made Lin Xian feel very curious. As expected of the antiquity city, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian followed Xiaomu and toured the ancient city. He saw some young geniuses who were much weaker than the strong ones he had met. However, there were a few powerful beasts beside him that could sweep through everything. Such people could also be arrogant and domineering. However, to be able to afford such beasts, their identities were not ordinary. Xiaomu said. Beast-tamer clans were also very powerful. They were soul masters and could control beasts. It could be said that they had a lot of means to fight. Some beasts' supernatural powers could be used by them. If they could control a great sage-level beast, it would be even more terrifying. They could sweep through everything. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. To control a great sage-level beast. How terrifying was that, Xiaomu said. In fact, beast tamers did not only know eye techniques. There were many ways to use the soul. Sometimes, it could be combined with sound and illusion techniques. Of course, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was very difficult to control a great sage. It was simply an impossible task. Unless one's cultivation had reached the great sage level and was proficient in the soul. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. At the great sage level, to be controlled, it was impossible unless the difference in soul was very large. Otherwise, it was almost impossible. He asked if there was anyone in Shanghai City who could control a great sage-level beast. Xiaomu said that only one person could control it, and that was the Lord of Shanghai Palace. The Lord of Shanghai Palace. Lin Xian was shocked. Could there really be someone who could do it? How powerful was he? He said, "Senior, please tell me in detail." Xiaomu said, "I'm not sure either." However, there had always been legends about him. It was said that the Mountain Sea Palace Master had long since become the great sage. Furthermore, what he cultivated was an extremely mysterious eye technique of the cosmos. Triflower green spiritual eyes. Only he could control demonic beasts at the level of the great sage. There were 2 great sage-level demonlings in the Mountain Sea Temple, which were under his control. Even now, they were still there as god beasts. He was the god of Shanghai City, a legendary existence. Lin Xian was also shocked after hearing this. He really wanted to meet such a peerless figure. "Oh right, old Xiao," Lin Xian said that your Xiao clan has some kind of eye technique. He was also very curious about this. Xiaomu said that our Xiao clan, as a clan of beast tamers, does not use eye techniques, but sound techniques. Our Xiao clan's secret technique, illusory melody. It was extremely strong and unique in Shanghai City. Other than us, there are a few other top beast tamer clans. Some of them have special eye techniques. You will know about this in the future. How do I enter the Xiao clan? Will you arrange an identity for me? Lin Xian asked. Xiaomu shook his head. It's not convenient for me to appear now because the Xiao clan does not know that I'm still alive. I hope that you can enter with a new identity and not tell anyone about your relationship with me. As a clan of beast tamers, the Xiao clan would enter the endless mountains every once in a while to search for demonic beasts. Among them, other than some beast tamers, they also needed other experts, such as saints with strong physiques. Of course, other than that, if you are a soul expert, you can also enter. Especially the Xiao clan, they welcome eye technique experts. Young Master Lin, your physique is strong and you're also an eye technique expert. Therefore, you can enter as either of these two identities. Then, Lin Xian asked, what do I do after entering? Xiaomu sighed. Before I left, my identity was the young clan leader of the Xiao clan. In the future, I would become the clan leader of the Xiao clan. However, after I left, I disappeared for 5,000 years and my position as clan leader was taken away by others. Therefore, my daughter's position in the clan would definitely fall. My daughter did not disappoint me. She inherited my bloodline talent and is very strong in the path of the soul. Now, she has also grown into a powerful Saint King and become a top elder. However, because of me, the clan has been guarding against her and even suppressing her from time to time. Moreover, I have a granddaughter. Now, my granddaughter is also very talented. She is the bright pearl of the Xiao clan's younger generation. What I want you to do is enter the Xiao clan and help my granddaughter, Xiao Xiyu. He wanted her to become the champion of the Beast Tamer competition. Let her become the young clan leader of the Xiao clan. The position of clan leader originally belonged to our bloodline and was lost in my hands. I will let my granddaughter take it back. Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he had understood the situation. Xiaomu said, Young master, I know your eye technique is very strong and my request seems to be too much. However, this is also good for you. I can now teach you the Xiao clan's secret technique, the illusory sound song. Although it is not an eye technique, it is still a path of the soul. It is a very terrifying secret technique. You can comprehend it. Not only that, as long as you help Xiyu, you can enter the Shanghai Palace. The Mountain Sea Palace is a holy land for souls. There are tens of millions of soul cultivation techniques there. Although your eye bloodline technique is at the peak, it's still not enough. Although your eye technique is very good, you can also use other people's techniques. I think that these soul cultivation techniques will not be bad for young Master Lin. Speaking up to this point, Xiaomu paused for a moment and then took out a box from his storage ring. He said, Finally, I have something to give young Master Lin. I hope young Master Lin will not reject it. What was this? Lin Xian was shocked. He took it and opened it. Then, his pupil shrank. Inside was an eye. An eye sealed in ice by a god crystal. The pupil of the eye was golden and abnormally mysterious. It was very similar to Lin Xian's Tianji god eye. This was the eye of the Tianji clan. Where did you get it? Lin Xian was shocked. Xiaomu said, I found this eye in the secret room of the Tianji pavilion. At that time I was wild with joy. Who would have thought that I would be trapped for 5,000 years? Therefore, I had no interest in cultivating this eye. Young master, since you have the Tianji god eye, this eye is suitable for you. Many thanks. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He carefully put away the Tianji god eye and said, I will help you fulfill your wish. Then, this old man will thank you. Next, Xiaomu taught Lin Xian the illusory sound song. Then, he lived in seclusion in Shanghai City. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked towards the Shao clan. He was overjoyed because he knew that the Tianji divine I was evolving into the Rinnegan. However, it was too difficult to evolve into the Rinnegan. Although he had received the inheritance of the Eye of Reincarnation from the Qian Grand Sage, the difficulty was not ordinary. Thinking about the evolution of the Nine Yang Saint body and the Dragon Sword soul, he knew that the more powerful the attack, the harder it was. The more powerful it was, the harder it was to grow. Now that he had the Tianji Eye, it was equivalent to giving Lin Xian a powerful soul resource. As for the other soul secret techniques, they would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the Tao of the soul. Shao clan, let me see how magical the Beast Tamer clan is. He walked towards the Shao clan. The Shao clan was a powerful clan in Shanghai City. Hence, the Shao clan's mansion was majestic and took up a vast amount of land. As an ancient city, Shanghai City was extremely vast, like a small world. The Shao clan was in the north of Shanghai City. Lin Xian flew for a long time before arriving at the Shao clan's territory. Looking at the majestic buildings in front of him, he was amazed. As expected of a top-notch clan, it was majestic. Lin Xian walked forward. He realized that the situation around him was not right, so he stopped. As he walked towards the Shao clan, there was no one around as no one dared to stop in front of the Shao clan. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at him. He squinted his eyes and his eyes flashed. In the next moment, he turned around and was surprised. It turned out that the plants on both sides of the street near the Shao clan were all monsters. Moreover, they were in charge of scouting. The gazes from before were from these plants. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of a Beast Tamer clan, they were powerful enough to tame these plants and scout. He ignored her and continued to walk forward with a smirk. When he arrived near the Shao clan's main gate, he stopped. He realized that there were many willow catkins floating around the Shao clan. These catkins danced in the wind and circled around. It seemed to form a defensive array. Such an array surprised Lin Xian. He didn't act rashly. He felt a shocking aura from the catkin, which seemed to be able to threaten him. Interesting. He was becoming more and more mysterious. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He stopped and carefully perceived it. He wanted to see who exactly this Lu Su was. At this time, a few figures came from the street in the distance. They were very fast, like lightning, walking over. At the same time, some voices could be heard. Fairy Yun Shu, are you satisfied with this item? This was the voice of a young man. The other young man said with a smile. That was for sure. This time, they had prepared meticulously. Fairy Yun Shu would definitely be satisfied. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. This time, it's not bad. You guys are very thoughtful. Fairy Yun Shu, you're being too courteous. We're your disciples, so it's only right that we help you. At first, the sound came from afar, but in the blink of an eye, it had arrived nearby. Accompanying it was the terrifying aura of a demonic beast. At this moment, a voice rang out. There was someone up ahead. Who was it? Who dared to be in the territory of the Shao clan? This person looked very suspicious. Could it be that he was sent by another clan to investigate the situation, take him down? There was an angry roar, followed by the roar of a demonic beast. A violent force pressed forward like a storm. Lin Xian had been observing the catkins before. What was so special about them? Suddenly, he sensed that a few people had appeared behind him. One of them was charging towards him. He turned around abruptly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He realized that it was a demonic wolf that was charging towards him. It had reached the realm of a sage. He snorted coldly, and a cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes as he charged towards the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf was terrified. Its body trembled as it kept retreating. The person on the demonic wolf was also sent flying. He floated in the void, and his face turned cold. Roar, the demonic beasts beside him also let out uneasy roars. One by one, they became violent. The people on the demonic beasts were stunned. Damn it, what's going on? They all rose into the air. Who are you? How dare you disturb Fairy Yun Shu's mount? Do you want to die? Those people shouted angrily. Lin Xian turned around, and the demonic beasts were terrified. There were a few figures standing beside him. There were 5 of them. One of them was a young man, and the other was a woman in purple. She stood there with a cold expression, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. Someone from the Xiao clan? Lin Xian's lips curled up. He did not care about these people. Instead, he asked, "How can I join the Xiao clan? Is this guy here to join the Xiao clan?" The surrounding people discussed. They all looked at Fairy Yunshu. Xiao Yunshu's face was also cold. "You want to join the Xiao clan? You've disturbed my mount. Don't even think about joining the Xiao clan in this lifetime. Men, throw him out." Xiao Yunshu snorted coldly, and then walked forward. The surrounding youths quickly controlled the demonic beasts. A few people climbed up. 2 of them stopped and looked at Lin Xian. "Little brat, are you going to scram or do you want us to do it?" Looking at Yunshu's disappearing figure, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. He attacked at lightning speed, and attacked the 2 people. The 2 of them snorted. "You're courting death." One of them attacked Lin Xian. His body was very strong, like a giant. The other person let out a sharp cry, and attacked Lin Xian. This was a combination of physical strength and soul attack. The 2 of them worked together, and the power was very terrifying. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Whether it was physical strength or soul, everything was destroyed by him. In the next moment, his eyes flashed. The golden light looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them felt like they were shrouded by a god, and they knelt on the ground with a bang. Lin Xian began to ask about the Xiao clan. Not long after, he got the information he wanted. With a wave of his hand, the 2 of them were knocked unconscious. The 2 of them were sage kings, but they were in a very miserable state. Gate Court. These were the identities of the 2 of them. Lin Xian was not the only one who wanted to join the Xiao clan. Countless strong people wanted to join because the Xiao clan was a family of beast tamers. Moreover, there were a few famous geniuses in the younger generation, and other people wanted to make friends with them. If they could marry one of the geniuses, they would have a meteoric rise. This was also the reason why these gate courts wanted to join the Xiao clan. Once they joined, they would not be battle servants, nor would they be members of the Xiao clan. Instead, they would be guests of the gate court. Their status was not as high as the Xiao clans, but those strong people were willing to join because this was a chance for them to rise. The Xiao clan was not the only one who was like this. It was the same for other top beast tamer families. Lin Xian did not have such thoughts, but he was here to join the Xiao clan. He had received news that there would be a test in 5 days. At that time, those who passed the test would be able to join the Xiao clan. Such a test was extremely difficult. Normally, one would not be able to pass without the cultivation of a Saint King. Even if one was a Saint King, one would need to have a strong physique and soul. 5 days, huh? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then he would come back in 5 days. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Shanghai City became lively because it was the day of the Xiao clan's test. Once they succeeded, they would become part of the Xiao clan. They would have a chance to get close to Xiao Yunshu and even have a chance to meet the legendary Xiao Shiyu. The huge square of the Xiao clan was filled with people. There were 2 demonic beasts in front. One of them was a majestic crane, and the other was a huge snake with a murderous aura. Its pair of green eyes were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, a Saint King walked up and charged towards the crane. The red-crowned crane's wings fluttered. His feathers turned into flying arrows, covering the sky and covering the earth as they attacked. 10,000 flying swords. 20,000. 30,000. When the 30,000 flying swords arrived, the Saint King retreated. Cracks appeared on his body, and his face turned pale. The crane retracted its wings and said coldly. He could only withstand 30,000 flying swords, which was a lower defense. Hearing this, the Saint King's face turned ugly. At his level of cultivation, he could be considered an expert in his own right. He would be respected wherever he went. But at this moment, he had become a lower existence. He was unwilling to accept this. But there was nothing he could do. The crane in front of him was extremely terrifying. Every flying sword it shot out was terrifying. He could only withstand 30,000 flying swords, which was already his limit. But unfortunately, he did not meet the requirements of the Xiao clan. The surrounding people were also discussing. This guy looked strong, but why could he only withstand 30,000 flying swords? I heard that he was an expert from the body refinement sect. No way, that would be a disgrace to his sect. His master seemed to have some connections with the Xiao clan, which was why he could participate in the test. Otherwise, I don't think he even has the qualifications to participate in the test. Cold laughter could be heard from the surroundings. Among them, some of them had already passed the test and become disciples. There were also some people who came to watch the show. The expert from the body refining sect lowered his head deeply. The surrounding voices were like sharp swords stabbing into his heart. He was too ashamed to stay here any longer. He roared at the sky, tore open the void, and fled. Okay, next one. The red-crowned crane at the front spoke again. A figure walked out, and the surrounding crowd was shocked. Within the crowd, Lin Xian stood there, his eyes flashing. Was this the so-called test? He could tell that the crane's flying sword was used to test one's physique. As for the blue-eyed snake, it was used to test souls. Only those with outstanding physiques or souls were qualified to join the sect. If that person was placed in another world, he would definitely be a top expert. However, in an ancient city like Shanghai City, he was nothing. It was actually young Master Xiaoyao? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. The figure that walked up was extremely famous. It was a man in blue robes. His face was handsome, and he held a fan in his hand, looking just like an immortal. He strolled casually, as though he had ascended to immortality, and came to the front. I want to test my soul. Mr. Xiaoyao said indifferently. The white-crowned crane nodded its head, and the blue-eyed snake beside it let out an extremely sharp glow. A pair of eyes of the void appeared in the sky. They were jade green in color, and they were emanating a frightening power of the soul. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This was too horrifying. After the first jade green eye, the second and third appeared one after another. Very quickly, there were 7. 7 eyes of the soul enveloped Mr. Xiaoyao. Mr. Xiaoyao was able to defend against all of them. He only left when the 8th eye of the soul appeared. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, Mr. Xiaoyao's soul was truly strong. To think that he could defend against 7 eyes of the soul, no matter where he was, he would be a top soul expert. Why would he come here and be willing to join a sect? Don't you know that Mr. Xiaoyao is here to chase after Fairy Yunshu? So that was the case. Everyone was enlightened. Xiao Yunshu, the pride of the Xiao clan. She had a peerless beauty, top-notch talent, and an extraordinary identity. This made her the famous pearl of Shanghai City. Countless experts and geniuses were chasing after her. Mr. Xiaoyao was naturally no exception. This person was pretty strong. In the distance, in the pavilions that were floating in the sky, the experts of the Xiao clan stood there. They looked at the scene in the square and started discussing. Amongst them, some of the ladies of the Xiao clan laughed. This person is pretty good. But it's a pity that he's not here for us. Yunshu Mimi, he's here for you, you know. Many ladies of the Xiao clan looked at a figure in purple. It was Xiao Yunshu. Xiao Yunshu looked down and nodded her head slightly. Not bad indeed. This person could become her disciple. Below, Mr. Xiaoyao, who had successfully defended against the 7 eyes of the soul, smirked. He walked back with victory, receiving the envy of countless people. When he came to the crowd, he frowned slightly. This was because there was a person who was expressionless. He looked at that person. That person was wearing a red robe. He could not detect the aura on his body. It seemed like he had not reached the Saint King realm. Such a person dared to be expressionless in front of his victory. How despicable. But soon, he ignored him. He was just an ant. Maybe he did not know what it meant for him to block the 7 eyes of the soul. With his talent, if he was not chasing after Xiao Yunshu, would he need to come here? He was confident that if he was given 3 years, he would be able to chase after Xiao Yunshu. At that time, he would be the master of the Xiao clan. Lin Xian looked at Mr. Xiaoyao expressionlessly. What was there to be happy about blocking the 7 eyes of the soul? He shook his head slightly. Ignoring him, Xianxia continued walking forward. Around them, countless people turned their heads. Was someone participating in the test? The current Mr. Xiaoyao had pushed the test to the extreme. No one could beat him. Now, after Mr. Xiaoyao, everyone would feel the pressure. For a moment, no one dared to step out. But now, someone actually dared to step out. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Which top-notch mister came to chase after the fairy? They all looked over. But when they saw Lin Xian, their faces were filled with shock. Who was this person? Which sect was he from? Which clan was he from? No idea. He was unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Maybe he came because he wanted to become a disciple. That would be pointless. I reckon that this person would also end up being eliminated. Even an ant dares to step forward? Young Master Xiaoyao looked at him and sneered. Far away in the sky, the people in the pavilion laughed when they saw this. Xiaoyunshu frowned. What's going on? It's this guy. Didn't she ask someone to get rid of this guy? Why is he still alive? Moreover, he came here to take the test. Seeing Xiaoyunshu's expression, a girl beside her laughed. Does Sister Yunshu know this guy? Xiaoyunshu snorted. I don't know him. Damn this guy. Let him take the test. He won't pass anyway. What do you want to test? Below, Bai He asked. Lin Xian looked at Bai He and said. Test his physique. Test his physique? Is he also a physique cultivator? Many people were surprised. Bai He nodded. He treated those who came to take the test seriously. Next, it spread out its wings, and countless feathers once again turned into flying swords that flew towards Lin Xian. 10,000, 20,000. Young Master Xiaoyao sneered. This guy's physique is so weak. He can't even block 10,000 flying swords. Soon, he was stunned because he found that Lin Xian had blocked 30,000 flying swords. This guy's physique is so strong. In the pavilion, Xiaoyunshu was also surprised. This was a little interesting. It was beyond her expectations. Her lips curled into a sneer. She wanted to see if he could block 10,000 flying swords. She knew Bai He's methods. She guessed that his limit was 50,000 flying swords. But soon, the smile on her face disappeared. Below, Lin Xian had blocked 70,000 flying swords. Not only her, the other people in the Xiao clan were also surprised. The people below were even more shocked. This guy's physique is so strong, blocking 70,000 flying swords. In terms of physique talent, it was not weaker than young Master Xiaoyao's soul talent. Indeed, young Master Xiaoyao blocked 7 soul eyes. Lin Xian blocked 70,000 flying swords. They were evenly matched in terms of talent. Young Master Xiaoyao's face turned cold. Damn it, how could it be? Did I misjudge? This guy is a genius that is not weaker than me? Then what is he doing here? Is he here to pursue Xiaoyunshu? For a moment, Mr. Xiaoyao had taken Lin Xian as a strong competitor. The White Crane was equally surprised. He asked, should we continue? Lin Xian nodded and continued. The number of flying swords continued to increase and soon reached 90,000. However, Lin Xian still did not retreat. When the 100,000 flying swords disappeared, the entire scene was silent. The crowd found it hard to believe that this young man could withstand 100,000 fairies. The White Crane did not attack again because the limit of the entire test was 100,000 flying swords. There was no need to continue testing. This person's physique was extremely strong. In the sky, in the pavilion, Xiaoyunshu was also stunned. She had looked down on this person before. He was just an ant who had scared her demonic beast. He deserved to die. But now she changed her mind. She stood up and said in a clear voice, I want this person. His voice was transmitted down. The people in the square raised their heads and looked into the distance. They all cried out in surprise. It was Fairy Yunshu. Heavens, she actually said it herself. This person's future was limitless. Could it be that Fairy Yunshu had taken a fancy to him? Many people were envious of Xiaoyunshu. Young Master Xiaoyao came back to his senses. His face was ashen and ugly. He gritted his teeth so hard that they broke. This damned brat. He actually stole my limelight. This scene should have belonged to him, damn it. He stared at Lin Xian, his eyes exuding an extremely cold killing intent. Lin Xian looked into the distance and saw Xiaoyunshu. He was also stunned. Then, he said, I refuse. What? The crowd was stunned again. They could not believe what they had just heard. Fairy Yunshu had personally invited him, but he had actually refused. This brat must be stupid. Young Master Xiaoyao almost vomited blood. What kind of joke was this? This was the scene he had dreamed of, but he had been so easily rejected by the other party. The people of the Xiao clan were in an uproar. Xiaoyunshu was even more furious. What did he say? You dare to reject me? Do you know what you're saying? I'll give you a chance to take back your words. She looked down from above like a god looking down on the people below. Lin Xian said, I didn't come to the Xiao clan for you. I came to find Xiao Shiyu. Where was she? Xiao Shiyu. The people of the Xiao clan were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Xiaoyunshu was even more stunned. Then, she sneered. Who do you think you are? You want to see Xiao Shiyu? Let me tell you, you won't have the chance. The others were also in an uproar. This brat was not here for Fairy Yunshu, but for Fairy Shiyu. Unfortunately, even if he blocked 100,000 flying swords, he was not qualified to become Fairy Shiyu's disciple. Why? Lin Xian asked with a frown. He walked over from behind and said in a deep voice. Shiyu had been cultivating in seclusion recently. More importantly, she did not need a disciple. Indeed, Xiao Shiyu did not have a disciple by her side. Perhaps she would not have one in the future. So that's the reason. Lin Xian frowned. He said, all right, I'll follow you for now. Despicable brat. Xiaoyunshu was about to faint from anger. What was she? A backup? Damn it, she wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she sneered. She must take this brat in and then slowly torture him. She would let him know the consequences of offending her. After the test, Lin Xian, young Master Xiaoyao, and 3 other people became Yunshu's disciples. After Yunshu left, he brought the few of them to his residence. 5 people, in addition to the original 10, Xiaoyunshu now had 15 people by her side. Xiaoyunshu stood there and looked at young Master Xiaoyao with a smile. Xiaoyao, these people will be under your command in the future. Is that true? That's great. Fairy Yunshu was relieved. Young Master Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then his happiness disappeared. He glanced at Lin Xian with a complacent look. This brat was so talented, but he dared to offend Xiaoyunshu. Looks like he'll be unlucky in the future. Alright, get ready. We'll go hunting in 10 days. After saying that, Xiaoyunshu left. She had her own things to do. Alright, everyone listen to me. Go and get ready. This time, we must make Yunshu satisfied. Young Master Xiaoyao waved his hand, looking like a leader. The others had seen young Master Xiaoyao's talent and naturally knew his strength, so no one resisted. Lin Xian glanced at him, then found a mountain range and sat down cross-legged. Damned bastard, did you not understand my orders? Young Master Xiaoyao saw this scene and was furious. This brat dared to ignore him. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said, I came here to find Xiao Shiyu, not to listen to you. If you want to order me around, you can defeat me. Of course, if you challenge me, you'll die if you lose. After saying that, Lin Xian closed his eyes. Damn it, young Master Xiaoyao was mad. He really wanted to attack. However, when he thought of his opponent's physique, he was not confident. Lin Xian closed his eyes, sat on the mountain peak, and began to cultivate. A spell appeared in his mind. Song of Illusions. This was taught to him by Xiao Mu, and it was also the Xiao family's secret technique. It was a terrifying soul technique. Lin Xian was browsing and comprehending it. He came to the Xiao mansion not only to help Xiao Shiyu, but also for his own cultivation. Moreover, he had an idea. Since this was Shanghai City, and everyone was a beast tamer family, why not use this opportunity to become a beast tamer? This way, even if he was alone, he could control thousands of beasts. When the time came, he could return to the Misty Peak and take revenge. One must know that other than him, his old friends were all suppressed there, waiting to fight. Lin Xian wanted to go back and save them, but it was impossible with his own strength. If he could control thousands of beasts and kill his way back, then who could stop him? Therefore, Lin Xian decided to quickly comprehend the Song of Illusions and other soul techniques to control the beasts. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xianxia came again. She was riding a beast, looking extraordinarily majestic. Today, she was wearing a set of exquisite armor. She also wore a jade flute. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The other families were stunned. Xianxia looked around and frowned slightly. Lin Xian didn't come? She looked at Mr. Xiaoyao and asked, "Is everyone not here yet?" Mr. Xiaoyao also frowned. After that guy came, he found a place to cultivate and didn't care about anything else. "I'll go find him now." After saying that, she prepared to lead the others to suppress Lin Xian. A figure flew over. "I'm not too late, right?" Xianxia saw Lin Xian and snorted. "You came in time. Let's go." She waved her hand, and immediately, the people around her moved with her. Xianxia's mount was extraordinary. It was a beast of heaven and earth, a jade white lion. He sprinted through the air as clouds rose from beneath his feet. He carried Xianxia with him as he flew through the air at an incredible speed. The surrounding sects also took out their own mounts and followed. Even young Master Xiaoyao had one. Young Master Xiaoyao was sitting on a blazing godly hawk, looking extraordinarily mighty. Lin Xian was the only one who didn't. He stepped into the air and flew. The surrounding people originally wanted to laugh at him, but they realized that Lin Xian's speed was really fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of sight. Damn it, they also urged their mounts to give chase. Shanghai City had a unique geography, with one side facing the mountains and the other side facing the ocean. This time, they were going to the 100,000 mountains. There were many demon beasts there. Every beast-taming family would go there to look for demon beasts and bring them back for training. Xianxia stopped in front of the 100,000 mountains and said coldly, "Alright, I'll give you another test this time. Go down and come back before dark. Whoever brings back the most demonic beasts and the highest grade will be the winner. I'll reward whoever is ranked at the top." The eyes of those men Ting lit up as they flew down towards the mountain range swiftly. Mr. Xiaoyao was equally excited. He knew that the time of the Mountain Sea Beast Trials was very close. The Mountain Sea Beast Trials was a battle held in Shanghai City. All the beast-taming families in Shanghai City had to participate. These beast-taming families were very powerful, but they were still no match for Shanghai Palace. Therefore, the geniuses and experts of these families wanted to join. The only way to join Shanghai Palace was through the Mountain Sea Beast Trials. As long as one could achieve good results in this battle and shine brightly, they would be selected. Xianxia would naturally participate in this Mountain Sea Beast Trials. Moreover, she would choose some helpers to help him. If he was selected, he could stay with Xianxia every day. This way, the chances of catching up with her would be much higher. Young Master Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists. He must get this spot. Lin Xian didn't know about these things. He was thinking about how many demon beasts he had to fight. He didn't want to show his strength and talent. Therefore, he was prepared to keep a low profile. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian moved quickly. He didn't care about ordinary demon beasts at all. He also ignored those saint-level beasts. Because with his current strength and vision, to be his opponent, one had to be at least Saint King level. Therefore, Lin Xian fought 10 Saint King level demon beasts. These demon beasts were very strong at first. When they saw a small human daring to come, they immediately roared. But with a single slap from Lin Xian, these demonic beasts had all submitted to him. That should be enough, right? Lin Xian used the chains of law to bind these demon beasts. Then, he looked at the time and realized that there was still half a day before the sky turned dark. Therefore, he prepared to continue comprehending the Phantom Sound song. On the other side, young Master Xiaoyao and the other disciples were also attacking with all their strength. Young Master Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He was an early Saint King. With his strength, it wasn't a problem to control Saint-level demon beasts. However, it was more troublesome to control demon beasts of the same level. With his current strength, he could only control 3 at most. Moreover, this was only suppression. It wasn't control. If he wanted to control a demon beast of the same level, he might not even be able to do it. If demon beasts were so easy to control, then Shanghai City would have become the #1 city in the world. After suppressing 3 Saint King-level demon beasts, young Master Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the sky had turned dark. He smiled happily. With his results, he was definitely first. He prepared to return. On the way back, he received a message from Xianxia. She said that she had something to do and that she would leave. As for the results of the competition, young Master Xiaoyao would decide it himself. Then, he would report the results to her. Young Master Xiaoyao was stunned. He didn't know what made Yunqiu leave. However, he didn't care. He returned first and waited. The demon beast behind him was caught by him. It was inside the demon beast bag. This was given to them by Xianxia. It could be used to store demon beasts. Not long after, the disciples returned one after another and handed over their demon beast bags. Lin Xian had also returned and tossed a demonic beast pouch to the other party. Someone asked where Fairy Yunqiu was. Young Master Xiaoyao said that she had something to do and left first. I will take charge of the following matters. Your demon beast bags are already with me. When I return, I will pass them to Xiaoyunqiu. Now, return. Everyone returned. After young Master Xiaoyao returned, he couldn't wait to check the number of people. He realized that he had suppressed the best demon beasts. He thought that the first place would definitely be his. This also meant that he could participate in the mountain sea beast battles with Xiaoyunqiu in the future. However, when he saw that there were 10 Saint King-level demon beasts in Lin Xian's demon beast bag, he was stunned. Damn it, how was this possible? This fellow actually obtained the stone. How did he do it? He was really shocked. It was more than 3 times his. Young Master Xiaoyao didn't know that this was because Lin Xian wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to show too much strength. That was why he suppressed 10 beasts. Otherwise, the number would probably scare the other party to death. After all, with Lin Xian's current strength, even the peak of the Saint King stage didn't know about his opponent. Perhaps only a late-stage Saint King could give him pressure, therefore, these early-stage Saint King beasts were really not a challenge. To young Master Xiaoyao, it was not ordinary. Young Master Xiaoyao's eyes were red. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He made a decision in his heart. He decided to exchange with Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian's name was written on the beast bag. He used his soul to erase it and wrote his own name. Then, he walked towards Fairy Yunqiu's palace. Then, he took the beast bag. Xiaoyunqiu was a little depressed when she returned. She had been waiting in the 100,000 mountains. About 2 hours later, she noticed that there were some strange movements. So, she went to search. She saw a small beast. Although it was weak, its bloodline was very powerful. It made her happy. She was ready to chase after it. She flew all the way, but in the end, this little guy escaped. She returned without any success and was sullen. She casually looked at the beast bags. The number of beasts inside couldn't be said to be bad, but it wasn't enough to satisfy her. However, when she saw a beast bag, her eyes suddenly lit up. She carefully found that there were 10 beasts inside. And they were all early-stage Saint King. To be able to suppress 10 such beasts in a day, one could imagine that it was very strong. After all, the 100,000 mountains was very big, and these Saint King-level beasts were all strong. They would have their own territory. It was not easy to find it in a day. Not to mention suppressing them. It was normal if she was given more time, but to do it in a day, it really surprised her. She looked at the name of the beast bag and found that it was young Master Xiaoyao's. She immediately looked forward. Did you bring this? Young Master Xiaoyao was nervous because this was Lin Xian's. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, this is mine. I was lucky today, so I found a few more beasts and suppressed them." "Very good." The corners of Yunshu's mouth curled up into a smile. Seemed like the strength of this young Mr. Xiaoyao was even stronger than she had imagined. With proper training, he might be able to become her helper. After all, the Mountain Sea Colosseum was about to begin. She was in dire need of a helper. Then, she saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian's demonic beast pouch had 3 Saint King-class demonic beasts, which were not bad. However, they were still lacking when compared to young Master Xiaoyao's. Shaking his head, he ignored him. Perhaps this fellow only had a slightly stronger physique. He was probably still lacking in other aspects. Next up, she would focus her attention on this Mr. Xiaoyao. Satisfied, young Master Xiaoyao left. "That's great." After that, he went back to announce the names of the sections. When Lin Xian found out that the first place was actually young Master Xiaoyao, he wasn't surprised at all. That was because he felt that he was keeping a low profile and had no intention of getting first place. However, when he saw that young Mr. Xiaoyao had suppressed 10 monstrous beasts while he only had 3, he frowned. The situation had changed. He had suppressed 10 monstrous beasts, so how did it become young Master Xiaoyao's? He looked at the other party and quickly understood that the other party had made a move in the dark. His lips curled into a cold smile. Young Master Xiaoyao naturally saw this scene as well. His face sank as he walked over. "Kid, you have offended Fairy Yunshu previously. I hope that you can keep a low profile and not cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I will chase you out." Obviously, this was a warning. Lin Xian looked at the other party with a smile that didn't look like a smile. He didn't see the other party as an opponent at all. That was because the other party wasn't qualified at all. He said calmly, "Some things could be hidden for a while, but not forever. You don't understand this theory, but I can teach you." After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and left. Young Master Xiaoyao's face turned green. Damn it, the other party's tone didn't sound like someone of the same generation conversing. It was as if his elder was educating him. What right did the other party have to look down on him? He was furious. Next, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the phantom melody. Moreover, he decided to go out and test it out personally. He left Xiao Mansion, left Shanghai City, and came to the 100,000 Mountains again. Previously, he only had 1 day, so he stayed outside the 100,000 Mountains. This time, he was about to enter deeper. The aura inside was very dangerous. There were too many beast saints outside. Lin Xian could feel a terrifying aura permeating the air. Buzz buzz buzz, feeling that the distance was about right, Lin Xian stopped and looked around. Suddenly, the tree under his feet stood up abruptly. The branches of the tree turned into chains and swept toward him. Lin Xian let out a cold snort and slammed the chains away with his palm. He looked down from the sky and frowned. The tree he was originally on had turned into a giant. Not only him, but the entire forest shook and turned into tree giants. These were all monsters, and it was a group of monsters. There were too many of them, and the leader was at the Saint King stage. In addition, there were more than a dozen early-stage Saint Kings and countless Saint Venerables. These tree giants roared together, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Lin Xian also frowned. As expected of monsters, they lived here and could attack at any time. If an ordinary Saint King came here, he would definitely die. Even a Saint King stage expert would have a hard time surviving in this place. Unfortunately, Lin Xian's strength was not something these monsters could imagine. Buzz. A tree giant rushed over. It was a peach tree, and its branches were drawn into peachwood swords. It kept flashing with a biting cold aura. The sword shadow passed through, and Lin Xian was surprised. Saint Kings of the same level were probably not a match for it. Boom, flames burst out from his body, and the 9-yang divine fire quickly rushed out. These were all monsters of the wood element, and they were very afraid of fire. Sure enough, as soon as the flames appeared, thousands of tree giants quickly retreated and defended. The tree giant roared to the sky, and with a wave of its hand, an endless storm swept in all directions. It resisted. The 9 young divine fire pierced through everything and directly enveloped it. The tree giant roared, and half of its body was ignited. Its body cracked open, and it quickly retreated. The other monsters also retreated. This human was too strong, and he was much stronger than they thought. Although they outnumbered him by 1,000 times, they could not defeat him at all. The flames were fatal to them. These tree giants quickly fled. Want to run? Lin Xian sneered and flew up. He used the Phantom Sound Song. The Phantom Sound Song required a powerful saint tool, such as Xianxia's jade flute, which was a powerful saint tool. Lin Xian did not have such a saint tool, and he did not need it. He directly let out a dragon roar. Thousands of tree giants were affected. They roared and swept in all directions. The ground cracked as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the leader that had been ignited by the divine fire charged over again. It was an old locust tree. At this moment, its broken body had already healed. Wood-type trees had very strong vitality. A long spear appeared in his hand and he charged over. The spear pierced through everlasting wind and cloud. The spear shot out like a dragon. This tree giant was extremely powerful. The attack landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's divine body swayed, and the surrounding void collapsed. In the next moment, he turned his head and looked at the tree demon. The tree demon was terrified. How was this possible? His full-powered attack didn't break through the other party's physique. What kind of defense was that? He was so scared that he turned around and fled. The surrounding tree demons fled even faster. Lin Xian waved his hand and covered the sky and earth, enveloping the tree demon. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes spun and formed a special pattern. The tree demon's soul was attacked and he roared crazily. He let out a roar. Damn it, he wanted to resist, but how could he be a match for the heavenly secret divine eyes? Soon, he was controlled. The spear in his hand disappeared, and he knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord. Very good. Lin Xian smiled and said, control the other beasts. He gave the order. The locust tree demon walked out and roared. The surrounding 1,000-eyed beasts all stopped. Had their leader already submitted to him? These tree giants didn't escape but stopped. Lin Xian looked at the locust tree giant and asked if there were any other powerful beasts around. The locust tree giant pointed into the distance and said. There was something even more terrifying there. The ice fire swan. In front of them was a land of ice and fire. Half of it was ice, and the other half was fire. There was a powerful beast called the ice fire swan. One side of its wings was fire, and the other side was ice. The entire territory was formed by it. At this moment, it spread its wings and flew. Monstrous flames and storms swept out, attacking the humans in front of it. In front of it was a woman in white. She looked like a fairy of the 9 heavens. There was also a beast beside her that let out a roar. Both sides were resisting. The woman had a jade flute in her hand. A terrifying heavenly melody flew out from the jade flute. The 3 mutated beasts raised their heads and roared. Their terrifying aura swept out in all directions, clashing with the ice and fire. The ice fire swan let out a long cry, causing the weather to change. Endless ice appeared in front of him, covering heaven and earth. Those hailstones were like mountains, falling from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. The terrifying flames turned into divine swords that swept across the area. As the 3 exotic beasts retreated, the white-clothed lady's expression became extremely grave. She did not expect the ice fire swan to be so powerful. Previously, she had received news of this place and was prepared to come over. Originally, she was well prepared, but now it seemed that she had miscalculated. The ice fire swan must have made a breakthrough not long ago. Its strength was stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that he had to go back and make preparations. The white-clothed woman wanted to leave, but the ice and fire that filled the sky condensed into a barrier cage. The ice fire swan sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. Although it didn't recognize the woman in white, it knew that she was from the Beast Tamer clan from the Song of Hallucination. He had once suppressed many of his subordinates, so how could he possibly let him go? The laws of ice and fire gathered and swept out in all directions. Xiaoxiyu's expression was grave. She felt a huge impact, and her face turned pale. At this moment, an exotic beast beside her was frozen by the ice, and then burned to ashes by the flames. Not good. Xiaoxiu quickly retreated, and the song of hallucination was performed to the extreme. While controlling the remaining two exotic beasts to resist, at the same time, the terrifying heavenly sound also charged towards the Icefire Swan, trying to interfere with the other party's soul. The Icefire Swan snorted coldly. A metal fragment flew out from his body. That metal fragment was covered with cracks, and one could vaguely see that it was a fragment of a mirror. At this moment, it was protecting its soul. All the sound was blocked by this metal fragment. Damn it, it was a sacred weapon for soul defense. Xiaoxiu's face turned pale. The other party even had such a thing. This was something that I found with great difficulty, for you beast tamers from hell. So today, you can die. The Icefire Swan's huge body rushed over. Its pair of sharp claws were like dragons of ice and fire, shattering everything. Xiaoxiu quickly retreated. The two exotic beasts in front of her were hit, and their bodies split open, turning into a bloody mist. Not good. At this moment of crisis, Xiaoxiu once again activated the Song of Hallucination. Endless vines spread around her body, forming armor and shields to resist. After this attack, she was sent flying, crashing into several mountains. The vines around her also split open, turned into ashes, and fell. Many cracks appeared on her body, but at least she was still alive. She was still alive. As expected of a beast tamer family, there were many beasts around her. But no matter how many there are, you won't be able to walk out today. The Icefire Swan spread its wings and once again condensed the laws of heaven and earth. This attack was definitely going to kill this human in front of it. Xiaoxiu's eyes were filled with despair. The purple vine had already been shattered. This was an extremely strong defensive beast, and it was her trump card. Now that she couldn't even defend against it, she probably had nothing to defend against. No matter how many beasts she took out, she wouldn't be able to block this Icefire Swan. Because this Icefire Swan was a late-stage Saint King. Go to hell. The laws of ice and fire flew over. At this moment of crisis, a golden figure descended from the sky and punched into the void. It was like thousands of suns blooming with light, blocking the laws of ice and fire. At the same time, a sword flew out, broke the barrier, and quickly left with Xiaoxiu. You want to leave, the Icefire Swan roared. How could it allow the other party to escape? It spread its wings and quickly chased after her. Xiaoxiu was stunned. Was she saved by someone? Who was it? She looked to the side. It was a figure covered in golden flames, like a sun god of war. It was this person who saved her. Xiaoxiu couldn't believe it. How strong was this physique? This person was none other than Lin Xian. Lin Xian learned from the locust tree giant that there was an even more terrifying beast ahead. He was ready to go. When he arrived, he saw a huge ice and fire barrier sweeping across the area. An Icefire Swan was attacking a human woman. Lin Xian could sense that the human woman was using the hallucinatory melody, which meant that the other party was from the Xiao clan. So Lin Xian made a move and saved the other party. He didn't expect that the Icefire Swan didn't retreat but continued to chase after them. Xiaoxiu said, "The beast behind us is very strong. We have to hurry up. When we reach Shanghai City, we'll be safe." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the Icefire Swan behind them suddenly increase its speed and gather energy. Its speed doubled, and it reached them in an instant. Not good. Xiaoxiu's face was pale, but Lin Xian said, "You retreat first." After saying that, he looked up at the sky and condensed his palms. He used the Tai Chi diagram to attack the sky. The huge yin and yang aura kept spinning. It collided with the opponent's ice and fire claws. 4 laws instantly erupted. The surrounding world kept shattering. After one attack, Lin Xian retreated with a cold expression. The ice and fire swan in the sky was also blocked. Despicable human. He stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't believe that this kid, who was only at the early stage of the Saint King realm, could fight against him. The laws of yin and yang, who are you? He could feel that Lin Xian was not from the beast taming clan. Xiaoxiu was also stunned. This young man was so powerful. Great, they were saved. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, "You can't keep the two of us here today. Do you still want to continue fighting, Ant-Human? You dare to question my strength?" The ice and fire swan was furious. Lin Xian sneered, "You can try." A lot of sword energy emerged from his body, and a sword shadow appeared in his hand. The biting cold aura could destroy the 9 heavens. The ice and fire swan felt his hair stand on end. It was a fatal crisis. He couldn't believe it. This human could threaten him. You are lucky. He spread his wings and flew away, escaping from here. They were saved. Xiaoxiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian put away the sword energy that filled the sky, turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiaoxiu shook her head. She was injured, but it wasn't fatal. She swallowed the pill and asked, "Thank you for saving me. How should I address you?" "And how should I address you?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "My name is Xiaoxiu, a disciple of the Xiao clan. I will definitely repay you for saving my life this time. Please follow me back to the Xiao clan. I will definitely treat you with respect." Lin Xian was surprised. "You are Xiaoxiu." He was really surprised. He wanted to find Xiaoxiu before, but he was told that she was in seclusion and didn't want to stay. So he could only stay with Xiaoyunshu for the time being. However, he did not expect to meet Xiaoxiu on this hunting trip. It was really fate. "You know me?" Xiaoxiu was stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face. Because she didn't know Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian smiled. He had just joined the Xiao clan recently and had become a sect. Naturally, he had heard of your name. "All right, let's go." The two of them rose into the air and returned together. After entering the Xiao mansion, Xiaoxiu left, but she remembered the name Lin Xian deeply. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was preparing to return to the mountain peak to continue comprehending and cultivating. The hunt this time had given him some insights. The Tianji divine eyes were very powerful and could control demonic beasts in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. He had just started cultivating the melody of phantasmal sound, but he had already discovered its magical effects. Currently, the heavenly secret god eyes was very effective in controlling a single demonic beast. As for the hallucinatory sound song, it was suitable for group attacks. Facing thousands of demonic beasts, Lin Xian's phantom melody was much more powerful. Of course, he could only use illusions to affect the souls of these demonic beasts. He couldn't control them instantly. Controlling thousands of Saint King realm demonic beasts in an instant was probably something that only a few people in Shanghai City could do. On the other side, Xiaoyunshu's face was cold. She had gone out again during this period of time to search for that demonic beast. However, she still couldn't find it. She was very unhappy and wanted to find someone to vent her anger. The first thing she thought of was Lin Xian. She wanted to torture Lin Xian. However, she couldn't find him. She called Xiaoyao over and asked him. After asking the guards of the Xiao clan, she found out that this guy had gone out by himself. Damn it, as my disciple, he didn't even inform me when he went out. Xiaoyunshu gritted her teeth. When he comes back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Xiaoyao was also gritting his teeth. If he could use this opportunity to chase this guy out of the Xiao clan, it would definitely be a good thing. Therefore, he ordered the other sects to keep a close eye on that guy and inform him immediately when he returned. Finally, they saw Lin Xian return and immediately reported to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao told Xiaoyunshu. Xiaoyunshu sneered. She was holding a staff in her hand. Let's see how I will deal with him today. She sat on the jade white lion and quickly flew over. When she arrived near the mountain peak, she stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you have some guts. Since you dared to sneak out, let's see how I will punish you today. As she spoke, she waved her hand and the staff fell. Boom, several mountain peaks were instantly turned into rubble. Lin Xian frowned and grabbed the staff. His face sank. You dare to attack me? Xiaoyunshu was furious. A mere sect dares to teach me a lesson? Now you are obediently accepting your punishment. Boom, Lin Xian directly grabbed the staff and broke it in half. He threw it on the ground and sneered. You should know that I only came here to continue living in the Xiao clan. I won't listen to your orders. Xianxia was so angry that she was about to cry. The other party had actually broken her magic staff. It was a gift from her grandfather for her birthday. She used it very skillfully. At the same time, she was shocked. She knew the power of the staff. A sage king could not destroy it. However, the other party did it easily. What kind of power was this? Therefore, she was shocked and angry. She was so scared that she did not dare to attack, but she was also mad. Men, take him down, Xianxia roared. Young Master Xiaoyao took the opportunity to lead the other sects over. More than 10 sects surrounded Lin Xian. At the same time, many strange beasts flew out, ready to attack. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they also watched from afar. Exclamations sounded. Someone actually dared to provoke Fairy Xiaoyunxiu. He was unlucky. That was for sure. Xiaoyunxiu was the apple of everyone's eye. Who dared to provoke her? Xiaoyunxiu's status and talent were top-notch. Coupled with the princess's temper, it could be said that no one in the Xiao clan dared to provoke her. Should they attack? Lin Xian snorted. These people together were not enough. Previously, he kept a low profile because he wanted to stay in the Xiao clan. Now that he had met Xiao Shiyu, he had other opportunities. Therefore, he did not want to stay in the Xiao clan. Thinking of this, his face darkened. He stomped his foot, and more than 10 mountains below shattered. The flames on Lin Xian's body became more and more fierce. He was about to attack. At this time, a voice came from afar. Stop. Who dares to stop me? Xiaoyunxiu snorted. At the same time, she said, Xiaoyao, attack. Xiaoyao received the order and quickly attacked. The surrounding sects and beasts also attacked. Their power covered the sky and earth, and they attacked. At this time, countless purple flowers appeared in the sky. This was violet orchid, blooming all over the 9 heavens, blocking everything, sealing everything. Xiaoyao and the beasts were all surrounded by violets. Xiaoyunxiu was stunned. Violets, could it be? It was Sister Shiyu. Sister Shiyu, you're out. Xiaoyunxiu happily walked over. The person who came was Xiao Shiyu. After she came back, she immediately sent people to inquire about Lin Xian's situation. Soon, she found out and prepared to come over. When she came near, she saw a sky full of demonic beasts attacking. She knew that Lin Xian was in danger, so she immediately used the violet flower to seal everything. Sister Shiyu, don't bother. This guy is too arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. Xiaoyunxiu gritted her teeth. Xiao Shiyu shook her head. Little Sister Yunxiu, give me some face and stop. This young Master Lin is my benefactor. Benefactor, Xiaoyunxiu was stunned. Young Master Xiaoyao and the others were also stunned. What's going on? Xiao Shiyu waved her hand and the violet flower disappeared, allowing everyone to move again. She then walked forward and said, Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? No. Lin Xian shook his head. Even if Xiao Shiyu didn't attack, these people couldn't hurt him. Heavens, what's going on? The people from the surrounding sects were all stunned. Wasn't the legendary Xiao Shiyu an ice beauty? She didn't care about anyone. Why was she so friendly to Lin Xian? Even Xiaoyunxiu and you were stunned. Was she dreaming? Sister Shiyu, you weren't tricked by this guy, were you? Xiaoyunxiu didn't believe it. Xiao Shiyu said, alright, stop fooling around. Is there some misunderstanding between you and young Master Lin? I'm lacking a helper. Why don't you give him to me? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were even more stunned. Their eyes instantly turned red. Xiaoyunxiu was also a pearl, but compared to Xiao Shiyu, she was still a little lacking. Xiao Shiyu's identity was a true goddess, an existence that countless people looked up to. However, Xiao Shiyu didn't want to join the sect, so they couldn't do anything. They didn't expect that she would personally ask for help today. Xiaoyunxiu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Where did this guy get such good luck? However, since Xiao Shiyu had spoken, she couldn't say anything. She could only remind her sister Xiyu that she had to be careful of what this guy was trying to say to deceive her. If he dares to have any bad thoughts, tell me and I will personally suppress him. Alright, I got it. Xiao Xiyu smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, please. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian and Xiao Xiyu left. Then, they went to Xiao Shiyu's residence. Xiao Shiyu's mansion was even more magnificent. Xiao Transport's mansion was even more magnificent. He could be said to be the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. After entering her mansion, Lin Xian discovered that there were demon beasts everywhere. Roar, a roar came from the front, shaking heaven and earth. There was also the sound of chains. Xiao Xiyu frowned. She quickly rushed over. Lin Xian looked over as well. After flying past the pavilions, he arrived at the back of the mountain. Only then did he realize that there was a demonic beast sealed within a formation and enchantment. It was a demonic ape. It was very tall and black flames were burning on its body. Its arms were dancing, and the sky was falling. Fortunately, he had the chains of law and the enchantment. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. The demonic beast's cultivation was at the Saint King stage, and it was extremely violent. When Xiao Xiyu arrived, her face changed. Not good, this guy went crazy again. She quickly took out her jade flute and used the phantom shadow. The terrifying sound of heaven flew forward and controlled it. The black-fire demonic ape roared at the sky, letting out an extremely unwilling roar as it fought back. Xiao Xiyu used the phantom sound song while activating the enchantment. Finally, Xiao Xiyu suppressed the demonic ape again. She heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched from behind. The black-fire demonic ape was very powerful. It seemed that it was only suppressed temporarily and had not been tamed yet. Young Master Lin, I have caught this guy for a long time. However, it would be difficult to tame him. This way, please. She brought Lin Xian to a palace nearby. Lin Xian smiled. Since you've invited me over, I'll be your assistant. Your injuries haven't healed yet, right? Why don't you recuperate? After you recuperate, I will help you tame this guy. Young Master Lin, I know you are powerful and can fight against the ice-fire swan. However, suppressing a demonic beast and controlling it were two different things. Indeed, suppressing it was easy, but taming it was too difficult. It was 10 times more difficult. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, other than my physique being stronger, I also know techniques. Maybe I can help you. Really? Xiao Xiyu was overjoyed. That's great. Just like that, she began to go into seclusion. Half a month later, she came out of seclusion. Her injuries had already healed. Lin Xian also went to observe the black-fire demonic ape every day. He found some flaws in the black-fire demonic ape. Then, he had a plan in his heart. When Xiao Xiyu arrived, he told her about his plan and told her about it. This black-fire demonic ape is extremely violent and arrogant. It will definitely not be convinced if it is suppressed. We can magnify its state infinitely. Let it go completely crazy. When it goes crazy to the extreme, its aura will definitely drop. That will be the time for you to strike. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Xiao Xiyu also nodded. Of course, she knew that. However, she couldn't have done it alone. Fortunately, Lin Xian had told her to leave the front to him and take charge of the rear. Although Xiao Xiyu knew that Lin Xian was powerful, she was still worried. After all, she was the real beast-taming genius and the #1 genius in the family. If she couldn't do it, could he do it? The two of them came to the back mountain again. The black-fire demonic ape raised its huge head. When it saw Xiao Xiyu coming again, a cold look appeared in its eyes. The next moment, it stood up again and roared at the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "It has begun." Xiao Xiyu nodded and retreated, ready to wait. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked away. Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Xiyu but another unfamiliar human walking over, the black-fire demonic ape snorted and spat out flames. The terrifying flames shrouded Lin Xian. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. Such an ant could be killed by a flame. But soon, it was stunned. It realized that Lin Xian had walked out of the flames. Not only that, Lin Xian walked into the formation. He threw a punch at it. With a crack, one of its arms was broken. Roar, the Blackfire demonic ape was completely enraged and went crazy. An ant, a human, dared to hurt it. It couldn't stand it. It roared at the sky and the sound swept in all directions. The whole world was shaking. The people in the Xiao clan were terrified. What happened? Even the elder's eyes lit up and looked into the distance. It was Xiao Shiyu's residence. It seemed that she was still subduing the demonic ape. The Blackfire demonic ape was extremely violent. With her current strength, it was still too much for her. The elders shook their heads slightly. Although the sound was terrifying, they were not worried. With their Xiao Manners array formation and chains, these beasts could not escape. However, this failure might be a blow to Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu, who was at the front, was also stunned. She knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but she did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to walk into the array formation. He even injured the Blackfire demonic ape. The Blackfire demonic ape's demonic aura was overwhelming. Its gaze was like a divine lamp, as if it was going to swallow the world. It was like a demon god. However, Lin Xian was not afraid in front of such a huge monster. In fact, there was an extremely cold radiance in his eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes. He did not control it. Instead, he used an illusion to magnify the other party's violence. The Blackfire demonic ape seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. It roared towards the sky and attacked continuously. But Lin Xian stood there, unmoved from beginning to end. This situation lasted for a month. After a month, the Blackfire demonic ape's aura weakened. Lin Xian stepped back and said, "That's enough." Behind him, Xiao Shiyu had been waiting for a long time. She used the phantom song to control it. The musical notes jumped out and entered the other party's soul. The Blackfire demonic ape resisted frantically. However, a month of roaring and attacking had already depleted its energy. It was no match for the soul attack at this moment. 5 days later, it was lying on the ground. It was controlled. Seeing the Blackfire demonic ape that had surrendered, Xiao Shiyu could not believe it. She had brought the Blackfire demonic ape back 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, she had come every month to control it and try to subdue it. However, she failed every time. This made her feel hopeless. She was afraid that without a breakthrough in her strength and soul, it would be impossible to subdue it. However, she did not expect that 3 years later, with the help of Lin Xian, she would finally succeed. That's great. Young Master Lin, thank you so much. Lin Xian smiled. I only helped a little. The real control is still your work. It's all thanks to the two of us. Xiao Shiyu smiled beautifully. Greetings, Master. The Blackfire demonic ape's voice rang out like thunder. When the people of the Xiao clan heard this, they were all stunned. Oh my heavens, a demonic beast had been subdued, and it was a Blackfire demonic ape. It couldn't be, right? Wasn't that brought back by Xiao Shiyu 3 years ago? It was extremely terrifying and violent. Perhaps even the elders might not be able to subdue it. This Xiao Shiyu actually succeeded. Countless cries of alarm sounded. The young disciples were shaken, not daring to believe this. Xiaoyunshu was also surprised when she heard the news. Sister Shiyu has already become so powerful? Although they were both pearls, it was obvious that she was far behind. The elders of the Xiao clan were even more shocked. They soared into the sky and flew towards the back of the mountain. Drizzle, did you really succeed? When the elders saw the scene below, they were pleasantly surprised. Xiao Shiyu raised her head and looked over. She then greeted, "Greetings, elders." He had indeed succeeded. Hearing this, the elders raised their heads and laughed. Good, this is really too good. Our Xiao clan's #1 genius is indeed unparalleled. These people were very happy. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He had a tiger's gait and a dragon's aura. He nodded slightly. Indeed, not bad. With your current cultivation, you were able to subdue the Blackfire demonic ape. This is really out of my expectations. It seems like you are not far from becoming a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Thank you for your praise, uncle. This time I was just lucky. Xiaoxiu said calmly. The middle-aged man said, no, you are the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. You do have a chance to become a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Beast tamers were also divided into many levels. Xiaoxiu was a one-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Although it was only one spirit, her status was already extremely terrifying. One must know that she was a Saint Master. She was only from the younger generation, and there were very few in the younger generation who could obtain this status. Even Xiao Yunshu did not have this qualification. Hence, Xiaoxiu was undoubtedly the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the middle-aged man said. Although that was the case. However, there were many experts and geniuses in Shanghai City. For example, Qing Chen from the Qing clan. He was the #1 genius of the Qing clan. Currently, he was already a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. It was not easy to defeat him. If you can walk together with him, you will have an incomparable advantage in the upcoming Shanghai beast fighting competition. You have to think about it carefully. Hearing these words, Xiaoxiu's face immediately sank. The joy that she had obtained was gone. She said coldly. The Shanghai beast fighting competition was carried out by the clan. I am not from the same clan as him. Do you want me to be his disciple? Or do you want him to be my disciple? The middle-aged man laughed. Xiaoxiu. You have to be more open-minded. Apart from being his disciple, are there no other possibilities? If you can marry him, then you will be a member of the Qing clan. At that time, the two of you can naturally fight together. I have said this before. Don't mention it anymore. Don't you remember? Xiaoxiu suddenly raised her head and shouted coldly. You are too young and do not know. I am doing this for your own good. This Qing Chen is the #1 genius of the Qing clan. He is also the son of the head of the Qing clan. In the future, he will be able to control the entire Qing clan. He is the most dazzling genius of Shanghai City. Countless girls from the big clans want to marry him. If you can marry him, then it will be your honor. Now that you have a chance, how can you not cherish it? Xiaoxiu laughed coldly. Oh, such an honor. Uncle is willing to give it to me? Uncle, you have a daughter too, right? Why don't you let your daughter accept this supreme honor? The middle-aged man's face sank. Xiaoxiu, is this the attitude you should have when speaking to your elders? Xiaoxiu said, are you treating me as your junior? Is there anyone who would push a junior into a fire pit? Although Qing Chen is talented, don't you know what kind of person he is? How many heavenly beauties had been harmed by him? You actually want me to marry such a person? If you are not trying to kill me, what are you trying to do? You don't even treat me as a junior of the Xiao clan. Why should I treat you as my senior? If you want to work together with the Qing clan, then marry your daughter over. Don't have any ideas about me. A cold voice sounded, infuriating the middle-aged man. His face turned cold, and the people around him looked awkward. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He did not expect Xiaoxiu to have such a problem. It seemed like the Xiao clan and the Qing clan were going to work together. However, one person had to marry, and this person was Xiaoxiu. Alright, all of you shut up. It's not appropriate to make a ruckus here. An old voice could be heard. A white crane descended from the sky with an old man on its back. The old man sat cross-legged. His eyes shone with a powerful soul. This person was terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. The people around also exclaimed. Greetings, Third Elder. Xiaoxiu also said, Third Elder, it's not that I don't want to follow the rules, but some people are too much. The Third Elder sighed. The Green Clan's power in Shanghai City has always been stronger than the Xiao clan. Don't forget. They are working with the 1,000 Transformations Gate. For the past 1,000 years, they have been providing beasts to the 1,000 Transformations Gate. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. Now that they have made such a request, we can only agree. If we resist, they might anger the Green Clan. If they want to take action, the Xiao clan will not be able to resist. Xiaoxiu said coldly, so you chose me? Have you asked for my opinion? The Third Elder sighed. He said, as a member of the Xiao clan, you have to think for the clan sometimes. However, we will give you a chance. If you can get into the top 10 in the mountain sea battles, we will not force you. Alright, since third elder said so, it's a deal. Just you wait, I will get into the top 10. Xiyu, you are too naive. Although you are the top genius of the Shao clan, there are many beast tamers in the mountain sea battles. However, there were many beast tamers participating in the mountain sea beast fights. Not only were there geniuses, but there were also other experts. It is basically impossible for you to get into the top 10. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. Xiao Xiyu said coldly. I want to see how you can get into the top 10. The middle-aged man sneered and turned to leave. The third elder looked at Xiao Xiyu and sighed. He said, you can bring helpers for the mountain sea battles. What kind of beast tamer do you need? I will use the clan's power to help you find one. You will be satisfied. They naturally hoped that Xiao Xiyu would shine in the mountain sea battles. That would be good for the Shao clan. Xiao Xiyu said, I have my own way. Thank you, third elder, for your concern. The old man sighed again and shook his head. Then he left. Although she wanted to help Xiao Xiyu, no matter how hard she tried, it would be extremely difficult for her to get into the top 10. If it was the next time, perhaps Xiao Xiyu would have a chance. But this time it was too difficult. It was impossible. The Green Clan would not give Xiao Xiyu another chance. The elders had all left, and the back mountain was quiet again. Xiao Xiyu's face was cold, and she was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Detestable, this was really too detestable. Were these people suppressing her like this? First, they suppressed her mother, and now they're suppressing her. However, she was unwilling to give up. She had to get into the top 10. That way, the Mountain Sea Palace would take a liking to her. At that time, she could join the Mountain Sea Palace. Even the Shao clan and the Green clan didn't dare to order him around. At this moment, Lin Xian walked up and said, Don't worry, I'll help you enter the top 10. Thank you. Xiao Xiyu was extremely grateful. You don't have to thank me. Lin Xian shook his head. Then, he said in his heart, if you want to thank someone, thank your father, young Master Lin, I'm very grateful to you. However, it's too difficult to get into the top 10. Even I don't have much confidence. Lin Xian said, how would you know if you don't try? Fate is in your own hands, and it doesn't belong to anyone else. Xiao Xiyu's body trembled. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence. However, looking at Lin Xian's confident gaze, she felt her soul tremble. What kind of strength and confidence was this? What had this young man experienced in the past? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiyu also said, all right, whether I succeed or not, I'll do my best. I won't let myself regret it. That's right, this is the #1 genius of the Shao clan. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he asked, oh right, what's the Green clan? Is the Thousand Transformations sect powerful? There are many big clans in Shanghai City, and they are considered the top clans. Their strength and foundation are much stronger than the Shao clan. As for the Thousand Transformations sect, it's not in Shanghai City. It's a sect nearby, and its strength is terrifying. For the past 1,000 years, all the beasts in the Thousand Transformations sect were taken care of by the Green clan. Hence, the Green clan has a special position in Shanghai City. Not only the Green clan, but the other clans and sects also had connections. For example, the Shao clan was in charge of managing the beasts for a sect. After knowing the situation, Lin Xian nodded. He said, don't worry, I'll help you to the best of my ability. Next, the two of them started to train together. Xiao Xiyu had already decided to let Lin Xian be her helper. They would participate in the mountain sea beast battles together. A month later, Xiao Xiyu was elated. During this month, their teamwork was getting better and better. One must know that she was using the phantom sound song. Normal people would have to dodge it carefully before they could coordinate with her. But as soon as Lin Xian came up, he was able to merge perfectly with the hallucinatory melody, which surprised her. Naturally, she didn't know that Lin Xian had already cultivated the phantom sound song in advance, which was why he could do it so easily. On this day, Xiao Xiyu found Lin Xian and told him her thoughts. She was going to go out and suppress another beast and bring it back to control it. Of course, her target should be similar to the black fire demon ape. It might even be stronger. After all, he also wanted to break through to become a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. This way, he would have a greater chance. Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Are we still going to the 100,000 mountains?" Xiaoxiu said, "No, I've already been targeted by the ice fire swan. The moment I enter, he will be able to sense our aura. So this time, we're going to the sea." Shanghai City relied not only on the 100,000 mountains but also on the endless sea. There were even more beasts in the sea. This time, it was their destination. Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu left the mansion and prepared to set off. When they came outside, they saw two figures. It was Xiaoyunshu and Mr. Xiaoyao. At this moment, Mr. Xiaoyao was following beside Xiaoyunshu. He was very proud. It seemed like he had also become Xiaoyunshu's assistant. "Sister Xiyu," Xiaoyunshu saw Xiaoxiu and ran over happily. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was surprised. "Why are you still here?" In her opinion, this guy wasn't too strong and definitely wouldn't be valued. She didn't expect him to be able to stay by Xiaoxiyu's side. Naturally, young Mr. Xiaoyao caught sight of this as well. Instantly, his heart was going crazy. Xiaoxiyu was an existence that even he looked up to. He didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't expect this despicable kid to stay by her side. "Sister Yunshu," Xiaoxiyu also walked up. Lin Xian glanced at him and directly ignored him. Mr. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth in anger. He did not expect Mr. Lin to have such means. He laughed coldly. Lin Xian laughed. "I have means? I think your means should be greater than mine. Aren't you quite good at grafting flowers onto trees?" Mr. Xiaoyao's pupils shrank as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It seemed like Lin Xian had found out about him secretly changing the demonic beast pouch. But why didn't Lin Xian expose him directly? What did he mean by that? Yunshu frowned. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. He believed that Mr. Xiaoyao's actions would be found out soon. Because he did not have the corresponding strength and yet he wanted to put gold on his face, he would lose badly. "Sister Xiaoyu, where are you going this time?" Xiaoyunshu ignored Lin Xian and asked. Xiaoxiu said that they were going to hunt some demonic beasts. "Really? I had the same idea too. Why don't we go together?" Xiaoyunshu was delighted. "If the two of us work together, we will definitely gain a lot." "Sure." Xiaoxiu nodded her head. Her relationship with Yunshu was pretty good. Hence, it was not a problem for them to work together. The two of them walked in front while Lin Xian and Mr. Xiaoyao followed behind. Young Mr. Xiaoyao was extremely nervous right now. He was extremely worried right now. He did not know when Lin Xian would reveal everything that he had done. Lin Xian did not mind at all. He had never treated Xiaoyao as an opponent. This time, he was looking forward to it. He was prepared to control some demonic beasts. After all, he would have to return to Ethereal Peak in the future. At that time, he would have to rely on these demonic beasts to deal with those grotto heavens and Ethereal Peak. Walking out of Xiao Clan, they arrived at Shanghai City. The group walked towards the city gate. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A terrifying soul pressure shrouded the group. Xiaoyunshu and the rest stopped and frowned. Mr. Xiaoyao looked like he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. What a strong soul power. It seemed like he was an expert. He raised his head and looked ahead. He realized that it was a blurry figure. The aura he gave off swept across the land. Where did this expert come from? People of the Green Clan. Xiaoyunshu frowned. She noticed that the Taoist's eyes were incomparably mysterious, like two sharp blades. This was the eye of blade of the Green Clan. Moreover, there was probably only one person in the younger generation who could cultivate to such a level. Qingchen thinking of this, she coldly snorted, and the soul in her body was like a vast ocean, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Xiaoxiu, who was at the side, frowned. Why are you stopping us? The blurry figure at the front glanced at the group with a lightning-like gaze. His gaze then landed on Xiaoxiu. She was indeed worthy of being called the beloved daughter of the heavens. She was indeed a peerless fairy. I'm here to inform you that after the Mountain Sea Beast trials, I will marry you. During this time, you'd better stay in the clan obediently and don't go anywhere. These words carried the meaning of an order. Xiaoxiyu's expression changed as she snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Besides, do you really think this engagement can continue? I know that the Xiao clan has promised you something. As long as you can get into the top 10, you can resist. But unfortunately, with your strength, it's impossible for you to get into the top 10. Therefore, I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance. Qingchen's voice was filled with confidence. To be able to follow me is an unparalleled honor for you. After speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and young Mr. Xiaoyao and said coldly, from today onwards, you are not allowed to have any other men around you. Even if they are battle servants, you are not allowed to have any other men around you. Change them all. After speaking, 2 extremely sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes, turning into 2 blades that slashed out. Young Mr. Xiaoyao could feel that his soul was about to be sliced into 2. This was the legendary Eye of Blade. That was way too scary. He retreated quickly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. His eyes were filled with a cold glint. At this moment, Xiaoxiyu struck. She waved her hands, and the sky was filled with purple violets that formed a sealing barrier, sealing the blades in the sky. He then said, don't you think that you are too arrogant? I am arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. This is a warning. The next time I see other men around you, I will send them to hell. If you see any other men around you, I will send them to hell immediately. After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Xiaoxiyu's face turned extremely solemn. She had to admit that this Qingchen was really strong. His eye technique was unparalleled. Wherever his gaze passed, it could split apart everything. Xiaoyinshu, who was beside him, gritted her teeth. This guy was too despicable. How could the family agree to such an engagement? Don't worry. No matter how the family agrees, I will not agree to it. Xiaoxiyu gritted her teeth. She then said, let's go quickly. This time around, we must get more beasts. After saying that, she flew forward. Young Mr. Xiaoyao sent a voice transmission to her, Fairy Yunshu, should I continue to follow? He was really scared now. He did not know Xiaoxiyu. This was just a chance encounter. So, he wanted to kill her. He did not dare to follow her anymore. Xiaoyinshu frowned. Why was this guy so afraid of death? He was even worse than this despicable kid beside her. She glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was calm, she followed. Xiaoyinshu gritted her teeth. If you are afraid of death, then leave. From now on, you don't have to be my assistant anymore. After speaking, Xiaoyinshu also flew into the air. Young Mr. Xiaoyao was stunned. However, he gritted his teeth and followed. This time, he would go. However, from now on, he would definitely avoid Xiaoxiyu whenever he saw her. This kind of genius was not someone he could get close to. At the same time, he sneered. Lin Xian was definitely in danger. Lin Xian would be killed one day if he stayed by Xiaoxiyu's side. This way, his secret would not be discovered by anyone. The group of people flew quickly in Shanghai City. Finally, they left Shanghai City. Looking at the endless sea, they continued to fly. This sea was called the Black Sea. It was boundless and was even bigger than a continent. Shanghai City only relied on one part of the ocean, but the monsters and beasts within were already terrifying beyond compare. No one knew how terrifying the depths of the Black Sea were. Legend had it that the monsters in the Black Sea were emperor-level monsters. They were buried in the depths of the sea. However, the distance was too far. Not to mention them, even the great sage might not be able to fly there. When they reached the sea, Xiaoyinshu and Xiaoxiyu took out 2 demonic beasts. Xiaoyinshu took out a mouse. It had a pair of wings and was constantly fluttering in the air. This was a spirit-seeking mouse. It could find powerful monsters. What Xiaoxiyu took out was a black bug with red spots on it. This was also a spirit beast that could find monsters. Lin Xian and young Master Xiaoyao waited silently. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. He could not tell. Someone seemed to be coming. Young Master Xiaoyao was stunned. This fella must be joking. Why couldn't I sense it? Xiaoyunshu stopped in front and frowned. What is this fella up to now? However, she soon saw a figure flying over from afar. And there were quite a number of them. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. A total of 7 figures descended from the sky and landed on the sea. Their powerful aura suppressed the entire place. The leader was actually a late-stage Saint King, which made Xiaoyunshu's expression change. Xiao Shiyu frowned. If such experts were to go against them, it would be troublesome. Young Master Xiaoyao shouted coldly. We are from the Xiao clan. What are you guys doing? Leave now. He wanted to use the reputation of the Xiao clan to scare these people away. The man looked at young Master Xiaoyao and sneered. You guys are courting death. Is the Xiao clan that powerful? Then, he took out the token in his hand. This is, young Master Xiaoyao's eyes shrunk. Xiaoyunshu exclaimed. Myriad Transformation Sect. You guys are from the Myriad Transformation Sect, that's right. We are from the Myriad Transformation Sect. These 7 men are like gods and demons. Xiao Shiyu took a step forward. Terrifying souls emerged from her body. There were many violets around her, blooming non-stop. They covered the entire place. She asked coldly. I wonder why the fellow Taoists from the Myriad Transformation Sect are looking for us? We are here to help. Young Master Qianxia said that no other men are allowed to be around Fairy Shiyu. Seems like someone is courting death. At this point, a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent appeared in their eyes. Young Master Xiaoyao's face changed and was filled with fear. Damn it. I didn't expect them to take action so quickly. His original plan was to wait until he returned this time before fleeing. But he didn't expect them to come knocking on his door. Lin Xian frowned. Isn't this young Master Qianxia too arrogant? He even wants to get rid of us. Xiaoyunshu's face changed. Although she felt that young Master Xiaoyao was a coward, his strength and talent were not bad. Moreover, the Mountain Sea Colosseum would be arriving soon. She needed such talents. Therefore, he did not wish for the other party to die. She gritted her teeth and said. This is our Xiao clan's matter. Aren't you guys meddling too much? You're wrong. An expert from the Myriad Transformation Sect laughed. Fairy Wu will marry young Master Qianxia sooner or later. Young Master Qianxia has an unusual relationship with our Myriad Transformation Sect. In fact, he will soon become a member of our Myriad Transformations Gate. Therefore, this is also a matter of us Myriad Transformations. How can we not care? A cold smile appeared in the eyes of the Saint King Advanced Stage Leader. This time, young Master Qianxia had promised to give him a late Saint King demonic beast as his mount after the mission was completed. This was a huge benefit, so how could he refuse? Moreover, killing 2 sects was no different from killing 2 ants to him, so he naturally agreed. You can try. Xiao Shiyu snorted coldly. She took out her jade flute and performed the Song of Phantom Sound. Suddenly, 3 demonic beasts appeared around her. The paper vine on their bodies formed an armor for defense. At the same time, a giant demonic ape flew out and roared. It was the black fire demonic ape that she had just tamed. The black fire demonic ape roared as soon as it appeared. Many people's faces changed when they saw its terrifying aura. What a terrifying demonic beast. Moreover, it was at the Saint King intermediate stage. They did not expect Xiao Shiyu to be so talented. Xiaoyunshu also summoned the Jade White Lion and other demonic beasts. They covered the sky. This was a beast tamer. They could summon a large number of demonic beasts in battle. They had an innate advantage. As expected, the people from the Myriad Transformation Sect frowned. Especially the Black Fire demonic ape, it was a great threat to them. The leading expert from the Myriad Transformation Sect said with a smile. Don't worry, leave these demonic beasts to me. As for you guys, go and kill these 2 people. I will bring their heads back to young Master Qianxia. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the demonic beasts in front of him were all enveloped. The Black Fire demonic ape fought back. However, it was a late-stage Saint King. It was powerful enough to fight against these demonic beasts. The other 4 men from the Myriad Transformation sect rushed forward and attacked Lin Xian and young Master Xiaoyao. Retreat, young Master Xiaoyao did not say a word. He took out the blazing divine eagle and flew away. Lin Xian wanted to attack at first. However, after thinking about it, he retreated as well. It was inconvenient to show off some of his strength in front of these people. It was better to wait until there was no one around. At that time, the 4 of them would know what despair was. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he chased after Mr. Xiaoyao. Young Master Xiaoyao's face turned green. He roared crazily. "Damn brat, can't you run in another direction?" He was mad. If they ran separately, he would at most face 2 experts from the Myriad Transformation sect. But now, he had to face 4 of them. The pressure was multiplied. Lin Xian smiled. With a flash, he appeared on top of the blazing godly hawk and said, "I'm here to help you." Young Master Xiaoyao was about to vomit blood. He could not wait to fight it out with the other party. However, he knew that now was not the time. He had to escape. Hence, he controlled the blazing divine eagle and turned into a stream of light. "Do you think you can escape?" Behind him, there were 4 people. They were extremely strong. One of them was a Saint King in the middle stage. The other 3 were Saint Kings in the early stages. The Saint King in the middle stage roared into the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens as he cut off the escape route. His flaming body trembled and fell from the sky. There were already many cracks on his body. This was the difference in cultivation realms. Young Master Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. He said, "Damn it, I'm innocent. Let me go. It's this brat. He's the one who stayed by Fairy Xiaoyu's side." Young Master Xiaoyao pointed at Lin Xian and roared crazily. "Oh, is that so?" The Saint King in the middle stage blocked Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since this was the case, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. "But you? How dare you disobey the orders of young Master Qianchen? You can go to hell as well." After saying that, he waved his hand. 2 figures charged towards young Master Xiaoyao. He then looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to take action personally. "How dare you fight with young Master Qianchen? Be a wise man in your next life." He had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The huge hand stretched across the sky for thousands of miles. It covered the sky and the earth as it pressed down. The endless void tore apart. Buzz. After a single blow, the void was reduced to nothingness. Ha 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 ha. The people of Myriad Transformation sect laughed. The other party was too weak. If they wanted to kill him, they could do it with a wave of their hands. When young Master Xiaoyao saw this, his eyes turned red. Boom, at this moment, a figure walked out of the shattered void as a cold voice boomed out. "Is this your strength? You're so weak that you can't even break my defense." What? The Saint King stage cultivator was stunned as he stared at the figure in front of him. "You're not dead yet." He was shocked. The people around him were also surprised that Yi Shiwen could dodge the attack of a Saint King stage cultivator. "Good lad, you have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. This time, you're going to die." The Saint King stage cultivator attacked Yi Shiwen again. His palm was filled with endless law that seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. Lin Xian also made a move. He clenched his fist and turned into a golden light that flew out to fight against the Saint King stage cultivator's palm. The Saint King stage cultivator's eyes widened as he felt that his palm was about to shatter. Although he had the 1000 transformation gate's secret technique, he couldn't disintegrate Yi Shiwen's strength. Not only did his entire arm shatter, but his entire body also turned into a bloody mist. One punch, and his soul was destroyed. Blood rained down from the sky. The other 3000 transformation gate cultivators were stunned, and their faces were full of horror. Dead, he was killed by one punch. Young Master Xiaoyao was so scared that he knelt on the ground. What kind of power is this? It's too heaven-defying. The other 3000 transformation gate cultivators' pupils shrank, and their faces became ugly. The 3 of them turned around and fled. This person was too terrifying, and they were no match for him even if they joined forces. Let's call a late-stage Saint King stage cultivator to suppress him. The 3,000 transformation gate cultivators flew out at an extremely fast speed, and they instantly reached the horizon. However, in the next moment, their bodies were mercilessly torn apart. A sword light flashed, and the 3,000 transformation gate cultivators were cut in half. Then, the soul fire floated out, and the 3,000 transformation gate cultivators' souls were completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, all 4,000 transformation gate cultivators were killed. Only Lin Xian and the kneeling Mr. Xiaoyao were left. Young Master Xiaoyao's face was full of horror. This person was really too powerful. He had offended Yi Shiwen before, and he even wanted to drive Yi Shiwen out of the Xiao clan. Now, he was afraid. He begged young Master Lin, please don't kill him. Lin Xian. Oh? She could do anything? Fine, you said it yourself. His heavenly fate divine eyes appeared in his eyes as he looked at the other party. Then, you will become my puppet. Mr. Xiaoyao's face turned ugly. His eyes shone with a sharp radiance as he tried to defend himself. He was not willing to become a puppet. However, how could he be a match for the celestial secret divine eyes? In a flash, his eye technique was broken. The pain in his soul made him howl madly. A moment later, his gaze calmed down. He knelt on one knee and looked respectfully at Lin Xian, paying his respects to his lord. There was already an imprint in his soul. Lin Xian looked at this scene and the corners of his mouth curled up as he nodded. Although he didn't like this guy, he might be useful in the future. That was why he had this fellow stay by Xiao Yunshu's side and assist her. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought young Mr. Xiaoyao with him as he flew forward. The battle in front was still ongoing. The black fire demon ape stood tall. As it waved its fists, the entire sea was split open. He was an opponent. A late-stage Saint King expert. Even if a few demonic beasts joined forces, they could only fight against him. They were already at a disadvantage. It was very dangerous. What should we do? Sister Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Yunshu's face turned ugly. She couldn't defeat the other party. Moreover, she didn't know if the other two had escaped. Xiao Shiyu was even more nervous. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. At that moment, two sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. They all turned their heads and were stunned. The people from Myriad Transformation sect were also stunned. They realized that the two people who had escaped earlier had returned. The two of them were still alive. What was going on? They waited for a while and realized that their men had returned. The late-stage Saint King expert's face darkened. Where were our men? Your people have already fallen. Lin Xian smiled and said. How could it be? The people from Myriad Transformation sect couldn't believe that two late-stage Saint Kings could defeat four of them. Impossible, young Master Xiaoyao walked out and said. Of course, it wasn't us. I don't need to tell you how many demonic beasts there are in the sea. There was a terrifying sea demon. The four of you were unlucky to have been eaten by him. Right now, young Mr. Xiaoyao was already Lin Xian's puppet. Therefore, no matter what he said or did, he would have to listen to Lin Xian's orders. Impossible. The people from Myriad Transformation sect were shocked. Then how did the two of you escape? Lin Xian smiled coldly and didn't say anything. When he returned, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look for powerful demonic beasts. He found a powerful one. Moreover, he attacked the demonic beast. The demonic beast was already chasing him. However, he was faster. Therefore, the demonic beast was behind him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After a while, the sea in front of them suddenly split open. The endless sea surged and a terrifying aura filled the air. An octopus roared at the sky. It flew out. It was 10,000 meters high. It swept in all directions. This scene caused the people from Myriad Transformation sect to change their expressions. Not good. A terrifying demonic beast. Moreover, in the sea, who knew how many subordinates the other party had? If they summoned tens of thousands of demonic beasts to attack, it would be troublesome. After all, the sea was the other party's territory. Damn it. Just you wait. The people from Myriad Transformation sect roared and turned to leave. That's great. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Xiaoxiu also said, okay, let's go. As they retreated, they used the phantasmal melody to attack. Lin Xian said, don't leave. Don't you want to hunt demonic beasts? This one will do. What? This one? Xiaoyunxi's expression changed. This octopus was even more terrifying than the black fire demonic ape. How could they suppress it? Xiaoxiu said, okay, let's try. Then, she rushed forward. She was crazy. Xiaoyunxi's face was pale. With her strength, she could only use soul attacks from afar. Lin Xian rushed over and fought with it. His fist directly sent the 10,000-meter-long octopus flying. The octopus roared at the sky and summoned many demonic beasts to attack. A great battle broke out. With Lin Xian's help, the octopus was suppressed. Did they really do it? Xiaoyunxiu didn't dare to believe it. Xiaoxiu was happy. This was great. After she returned this time, she could control it. If she succeeded, then she would be very close to becoming a two-soul beast tamer sacred master. Perhaps she could break through before the competition. Once she broke through to become a two-soul beast tamer sacred master, her confidence would be much higher. Xiaoxiu, Xiaoyunxiu, and the others were resting. Lin Xian said, I'll go to other places to take a look. You guys stay here first. With that, he took the demonic beast bag and left. Lin Xian entered the Black Sea and continued to fly. He saw many demonic beasts, but he ignored them all. He was looking for something more terrifying than the Black Sea octopus. Just then, he heard a roar from below. It shook the 9 heavens. Even he was shocked. There was something terrifying. His eyes lit up and he flew over. In the next moment, he saw a black figure appear at the bottom of the sea. It had a terrifying aura. It was the Blackwater mystical snake. Lin Xian was shocked. It was also a mutated beast. Once fully grown, it would be terrifying. It was a famous beast in the ancient times. He didn't expect to see it here. From what he saw, it should be very young. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he quickly struck out. The Blackwater mystical snake saw him too. He was only a beginner Saint King, but he dared to attack him. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. He waved his tail. It was like a heavenly blade. Instantly, he mobilized the law of water around him and attacked. This power was really too strong. The Blackwater mystical snake wasn't a mutated beast. It was only a beginner Saint King, but it could easily kill a mid-stage Saint King. Lin Xian slapped out. The 9 suns' divine fire burned and the seawater around him disappeared. The law of water was also resisted. He grabbed the snake's tail. The Blackwater mystical snake roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. His body moved as he continuously contended against the attack. Lin Xian clenched his fists and clashed with his opponent. Every attack was like thunder in the deep sea, shattering everything. The beasts in the sea all crawled in fear. After hundreds of attacks, the Blackwater mystical snake retreated. Many of his scales had fallen off and there were cracks on his body. Damn it. His physique was so strong, but at this moment, it was actually injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. He roared. The law of water appeared and circled around his body. His 1,000-meter-tall body quickly shrank until he was only about 1 meter tall. Although his body had shrunk, he was still able to reach a height of 1 meter. Although he was small, his power was more terrifying. It helped him move faster. He turned into countless afterimages and charged over, his speed 10 times faster than before. How terrifying. Lin Xian was also astonished. With his power, even a middle-stage Saint King's body would have long since been torn apart. However, his opponent had only been wounded, and that was all. One could well imagine how powerful the other party's body was. It was even more terrifying than a saint artifact. Now that it was charging over at such a fast speed, it was truly like a sharp sword. Lin Xian stood where he was without moving. He pushed his divine body to its limits, and at the same time, his eyes kept moving. He could clearly track the snake's movements. What he wanted to do was to subdue the other party, not kill the other party, so he had to use his own methods. The Blackwater mystical serpent attacked rapidly. In a flash, millions of attacks landed on Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept splitting apart, making clanging noises. The dark water mystical snake stepped back and sneered. Yi Futian was dead for sure. When he discovered that he couldn't break through his opponent's attack, he was stunned. He was furious and attacked again. Like a black demonic sword, it charged over. However, it was caught by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His golden eyes looked at the other party, piercing into the Blackwater mystical snake's soul. The Blackwater mystical snake roared. Damn this guy. He was a beast tamer. He wanted to control him, what a joke, he would never allow himself to be controlled by an ant. He let out a furious roar. The power of his bloodline was limitless. All the beasts within thousands of miles all prostrated themselves. This was the pressure of his bloodline. Above the sea, the Black Sea octopus's 10,000-meter-long body also trembled. What happened? Xianxia was shocked. Did a top-level beast show up? Xiaoxiu also frowned. What a terrifying bloodline pressure. It must be a mutated species of the world, and an extremely terrifying one. She wondered where Mr. Lin was. Would he be in danger? If such a beast came out, everyone would retreat. Could Lin Xian have encountered one at this moment? She even wanted to go and look for him. However, at this moment, Mr. Xiaoyao said, "Don't worry. Mr. Lin is fine." As soon as he said that, Xiaoxiu was stunned. So was Xiaoyunxiu. She knew that Mr. Xiaoyao had been suppressing Lin Xian before. Why was he speaking for him now? It seemed that something must have happened between the two of them, but she didn't know what it was exactly. The Blackwater mystical snake's bloodline pressure was extremely terrifying. He wanted to use it to suppress Lin Xian. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Lin Xian was unmoved. The golden light in his eyes became even more terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian also let out a dragon roar. It shook the sky. It was even more terrifying than the bloodline pressure before. The Blackwater mystical snake was completely stunned. His opponent's bloodline was even higher than his? The roar made him feel fear from the bottom of his soul. At this moment, thousands of beasts roared as if they were worshipping their king. Some of the weaker ones even cracked and turned into blood mist. The octopus on the sea almost fainted. Xiaoxiu and Xiaoyunxiu were also shocked. This roar was even more terrifying than before. Could it be that two top-level beasts were fighting? It was unimaginable. After the dragon roar, the Blackwater mystical snake was completely terrified. On the other hand, Lin Xian unleashed the power of his heavenly fortune god eyes and took control of his opponent. Lin Xian let go of his hand. The Blackwater mystical snake floated there. "Greetings, master." He also spoke. His voice was very young. And it was a woman's voice. "Very well, you can live in the sea for now. When I need you, I will summon you. During this time, try to recruit as many subordinates as you can." Lin Xian gave the order. The Blackwater mystical snake expressed that he understood and turned to leave. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He did not need the snake now. But once he left this place, when he returned to Ethereal Peak, the snake would become a sharp sword for him. He did not expect a Blackwater mystical snake to be so troublesome. Lin Xian saw that it had been a long time. He was afraid that Xiaoxiu and the others would come to find him. And the two roars just now definitely attracted their attention. Lin Xian did not recruit any more beasts. He turned and left. On the sea, Xiaoxiu was extremely nervous. It had been a long time and Lin Xian was still not back. "I'm going to look for him," Xiaoxiu said. "No, there must be top-level beasts fighting just now. It will be very dangerous for us to go there. And don't worry. That guy is a coward. I bet he won't dare to go there," Xiaoyunxiu said. "Is that so? Then where should I go?" At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a figure flew out from the sea. "Lin Xian, you're back." Xiaoxiu was overjoyed. Next, the group continued to move out and captured a few more beasts before leaving. After returning, Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yunshu separated. They each went into seclusion to prepare to control these beasts. Xiao Shiyu went back and prepared to control the black sea octopus with all her might. This was an even more terrifying existence than the black fire demon ape. Lin Xian said there was no hurry. Let's adjust to the peak state first and then prepare to make a move. Xiao Shiyu nodded. She now believed in Lin Xian unconditionally. Taking a deep breath, a sharp light burst out from her eyes and she began to cultivate in seclusion. Finally, she adjusted her body to the peak state. She stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's the same as before. I'll help you." Xiao Shiyu nodded. "Thank you. Recently, I've also made a breakthrough in the phantom sound. I'll definitely succeed this time." The two of them began to make a move. On the other side, Xiao Yunshu also went into seclusion after returning. She was also incomparably nervous. This time, she wanted to try to control a beast. This was an electric eel. It was very terrifying. Although it was only 2 meters long, its body was surrounded by lightning and could pierce through the 9 heavens. Moreover, this was an existence that had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Although it had just reached that stage, its aura was incomparably terrifying. Xiao Yunshu's eyes shone with a piercing light. This time, she must succeed. This way, she could become a one-soul saint master. This was an identity that she dreamed of. "Xiaoyao, please help me with all your strength," Xiao Yunshu said in a deep voice. She knew that these sects of his were all here to pursue her, especially this young master Xiaoyao. Previously, he had all kinds of solicitude and concern for her. Although she hated it, she had to rely on his strength. Especially this time. Young Master Xiaoyao nodded and said respectfully, "Fairy Yunshu, don't worry. I will help you with all my strength." After saying that, he stood there and began to make preparations. Xiao Yunshu was surprised. That's not right. He's completely different from the previous young Master Xiaoyao. This made her puzzled. She remembered that ever since young Master Xiaoyao was chased back, he had changed. He was completely different from before. This made her very puzzled. What happened before? This guy came back with Lin Xian. Could it be that something happened in between? When she thought of Lin Xian, Xiao Yunshu clenched her teeth. That damned bastard, he was so strong. If he could help her, then she would have died. She would definitely be able to become a one-soul beast controlling sacred expert. Unfortunately, this guy completely ignored her, which made her feel defeated. No, I have to calm down. Xiao Yunshu, calm down. One day later, she was ready to make her move. Endless great Tao surged from the electric eel in front. Terrifying lightning surrounded the 9 heavens. Xiao Yunshu's face paled as she tried to defend herself with the phantasmal melody. At the same time, beside her, the jade white lion also roared towards the sky, releasing a large amount of clouds and mist to resist. Mr. Xiaoyao was assisting from the side. On the first day, Xiao Yunshu couldn't hold on any longer because the power of the lightning was too frightening. However, she gritted her teeth. She was unwilling to give up, so she performed the phantom sound song with all her might. On the second day, her hallucinatory melody had a breakthrough and reached a deeper level. This greatly increased her strength. Finally, she succeeded in subduing the electric eel. The 2-meter-long electric eel flew over and circled around her arm. Endless thunder enveloped her. This time, it wouldn't be a threat to her. Xiao Yunshu waved her hand, and monstrous lightning pierced through the void, releasing a thunderous sound. This scene shocked the Xiao clan. Countless people were surprised. What was going on? That was Fairy Yunshu's residence, right? Could it be that she had subdued a powerful demonic beast? A figure flew over, and those elders also flew into the sky. Because they felt that the electric eel was also very strong. Many people came to Xiao Yunshu's residence. Among them, an old man asked, "Yunshu, did you succeed?" This old man had a head of red hair and was abnormally excited. Yunshu was also happy. "Grandfather, I succeeded. I really succeeded in subduing this electric eel." "Great, with your current strength, you are already a one-soul beast controlling sacred expert. The surrounding people were also surprised. Really? Wasn't she on par with Xiaoxiu? Because the current Xiaoxiu was also a one-soul beast controlling sacred expert. Another old man nodded. Yes, she was very strong. Although she wasn't as strong as the black-fired demonic ape, she wasn't too far off. Yunshu indeed had the qualifications now. Congratulations. The young disciples began to congratulate her. The elders also congratulated the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man and Xiao Yunshu were very happy, especially Xiao Yunshu. He was really excited. This was great, he broke through before the mountain sea battle. This way, he could shine during the beast battle. In the sky, a middle-aged man was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, did Yunshu also break through? First, it was Xiaoxiu, and now it was Xiao Yunshu. This made him gnash his teeth. This was Xiaoxiu's uncle. At this moment, he wasn't very happy. At this moment, a sky-shaking voice came from afar, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone was surprised. Those demonic beasts also crawled on the ground, and even the electric eel on Yunshu's side. The lightning energy that filled the sky also became dim. What had happened this time? Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. An elder exclaimed. That was Xiaoxiu's residence. This voice? Could it be that she had subdued an even more powerful demonic beast? That's right, I can feel it. The power of this demonic beast is even more terrifying than the Blackfire demon ape. Let's go and take a look. Countless elders rose into the sky. The young disciples of the Xiao clan were also stunned. No way, how long has it been? Could it be that Xiaoxiu's strength has become stronger again? As expected of the #1 Sky Pride, this was the aura of the Black Sea Octopus. Xiao Yunshu could naturally feel it too. He also followed along. At the back of the mountain, the huge Black Sea Octopus slowly shrunk until it was the size of an apple. It flew onto Xiaoxiu's palm. This was great. She finally succeeded. Xiaoxiu was also happy. This was great, she had finally subdued it again. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Xian. Before she could even thank him, countless people appeared in her residence. There were young disciples and many elders. Even in the palace far away, a woman flew over. A woman also flew over, her face filled with excitement. Xiaoyu, did you really succeed? This person was Xiaoyu's mother. When Xiaoyu saw her, she also flew over. Mother, I did it. This was great, this was great. The woman was extremely happy, and her face was full of tears. Ever since her father disappeared, she had been suppressed by her family. Fortunately, her talent was very high, and she finally became an elder. And now, her daughter showed that she was more talented than her. The third elder from before also came. He looked at the middle-aged woman and said with a smile. Seventh elder, you really have a good daughter. Then, he looked at Xiaoxiu and said, Xiu, if you have any requests, just say it. The family will definitely satisfy you. That was great. He didn't expect Xiaoxiu's talent to be so good. This was simply a great thing for the Xiao clan. In the sky, a middle-aged man, who was Xiaoxiu's uncle, looked even colder. First it was Xiao Yunshu, now it's Xiaoxiu. Damn it. Xiaoxiu turned to look at the third elder and said, Thank you, third elder. But I don't need anything. I feel good now. With Lin Xian's help, she really didn't need anything else. Everyone congratulated him for a while before leaving. At this time, Xiao Yunshu also walked over and said with a smile. Sister Xiu, congratulations. To be honest, she was still a little depressed. Because she had just broken through and became a one-soul beast taming Saint Master, which brought her great joy. In her opinion, she wasn't inferior to Xiaoxiu. She might even be able to surpass her in the future. But she didn't expect that just as she broke through, the other party also broke through and was still one realm ahead of her. This made her know that it would be difficult for her to catch up with this sister. However, she had always been on good terms with Xiaoxiu, so Xiaoxiu broke through. She was naturally happy. Thank you, Sister Yunshu. You have also broken through to the beast-taming Saint Master. I think you will definitely shine during the mountain sea beast battles. The two of them chatted for a while. Then, Xiaoxiu prepared to leave. Not long after, she heard Xiaoxiu say from behind, "Young Master Lin, thank you very much this time. I'm going to give you the black fire demon ape and let it become your mount." "What?" Xiao Yunshu didn't continue walking. She stopped and turned around. "Sister Xiu, how can you give such a precious beast to him? This kid didn't say anything to you again, did he?" After saying that, she glared fiercely at Lin Xian. "You brat, are you up to something again?" One had to know that the black fire demon ape was a beast even more terrifying than her deep-sea electric eel. Countless people would be jealous. Now, she wanted to give it a gate? Lin Xian didn't want it at first because it wasn't of much use to him. However, when he saw Yunshu's expression, he smiled. If he said yes, then I won't stand on ceremony. Then, he looked at Yunshu. "What, do you have a problem with that?" "Unfortunately, it's useless even if you have opinions." Yunshu was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Her face was pale. Damn it, she really wanted to bite him. No, she was crazy. She felt that she would faint from anger if she stayed any longer. Xiao Yunshu quickly left. She truly did not understand why Xiaoxiu would treat this guy so well. Seeing Yunshu leave, Lin Xian smiled and said, "You should keep the black fire demonic ape. I don't need it. Besides, aren't you going to participate in the mountain sea trials? It might come in handy." "How am I supposed to thank you?" Xiaoxiu asked. She stared at Lin Xian as a strange feeling arose in her heart. "If you really want to thank me, then get into the top 10 in the mountain sea beast battles." Next, the two of them continued to cooperate and cultivate. Although Xiaoxiu had broken through this time, she still felt pressured. At least, it would be very difficult for her to defeat Qing Chen. Because Qing Chen was already a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. It was said that he did not need anyone's help and could control a terrifying mid-stage Saint King beast. He could even control two beasts. His strength was unparalleled. Moreover, he would definitely have a powerful assistant to help him in the mountain sea trials. Maybe he could control 3 beasts or more. He would definitely be a strong opponent. Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he heard that. He was indeed strong, but he was not afraid. When the time came, he would let him know the consequences of daring to attack him. Another month passed, and the Mountain Sea Coliseum was already very close. On this day, the Xiao clan became extremely lively because from now on, they would select the people to participate in the Mountain Sea trials. Not everyone was qualified to participate. After all, these people represented their families when they went out. If they were too weak and were eliminated, their clans would lose face. Therefore, every clan would hold a test in advance and let the experts who passed the test participate. This way, the success rate would be much higher. Today was the day of the Xiao clan's test. Those who were prepared to participate moved quickly and headed to the square. It was the same for Xiaoxiu. She was ready. Today, Xiaoxiu was wearing a long red dress. It was obvious that she had dolled herself up. She came to Lin Xian, twirled around and asked with a smile. "How was it?" "Was it okay?" Lin Xian was also stunned. He had to admit that Xiaoxiu was indeed a peerless fairy. Soon, he came back to his senses and said with a smile. "It was not just okay, it was quite okay." Then, he said with a smile, "No wonder Qing Chen wanted to marry you. I think anyone else would have made the same decision." "What about you?" Xiaoxiu asked. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect her to ask that. "Alright, I'm just kidding." Xiaoxiu blushed and changed the topic. "Are you going to wear this?" She did not care at all. Lin Xian said, "It doesn't matter. I rely on my strength anyway." "You really know how to brag." Just then, a cold snort sounded. Xiao Yunshu walked over. Today, she had dolled herself up meticulously, looking like a fairy. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was displeased. Why did she want to beat this guy up so badly? "Yunshu, you're here." Xiaoxiu smiled. Xiao Yunshu said, "Sister Xiu, let's go." Then, the two of them walked forward. The square was bustling with noise. Today, other than those who were out on missions or in seclusion, everyone else from the Xiao clan was here. They were all gathered here. It was a huge crowd. This was a big event for the Xiao clan. Not only were the young ones here, even the elders were here. Among them were the 10 elders. They were the judges for this event. Look, Fairy Yunshu is here. Fairy Shiyu is here too. Someone exclaimed. Countless disciples of the Xiao clan turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. The next moment, their eyes widened. They were simply way too beautiful. The crowd consciously opened up a path for the two peerless fairies to walk through. Faced with countless envious gazes, the two of them were calm. These gazes had been with them since they were young. They would be with them in the future as well. When they arrived at the front of the square, the two of them separated and each took a spot. Lin Xian and young Mr. Xiaoyao followed behind. Lin Xian took a step forward and stood beside Xiao Shiyu, causing countless people to exclaim. Who was this person? What rights did he have to stand beside Fairy Shiyu? That's right. Where did he get the rights from? Many people gritted their teeth. Someone asked, could he be Fairy Shiyu's disciple? The moment those words came out, everyone was stunned. Didn't they say that Xiao Shiyu had no disciples? Why was she here? Third elder was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. He had an impression of this person. He seemed to have seen him once before when Xiaoyu subdued the black fire demon ape. The other time was when she subdued the deep-sea octopus. This guy was there both times. Could it be that he had something to do with it? Was he Xiaoyu's assistant? The others were also surprised. Eldest uncle walked up and sneered. Xiaoyu, don't tell me that this is the assistant you found. Yes, that's right. Young Master Lin is my assistant. He will participate in the mountain sea trials with me. Xiaoyu said loudly. As soon as she said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What? Is that really the case? How could this guy be so lucky? That's right. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Oh, I remember now. It's that guy. During the test, he blocked 100,000 flying swords and even said that he was here to look for Xiaoyu. At that time, many people sneered and mocked him. They didn't expect him to really do it. So what if he blocked 100,000 flying swords? The mountain sea trials wasn't child's play. Moreover, he was Xiaoyu's assistant, eldest uncle said coldly. Xiaoyu, the mountain sea trials isn't your own business. It also represents the glory of the Xiao family. I can't believe you. Get someone else. This kid isn't qualified. That's right. Kid, leave quickly. It should be me. Many people around gritted their teeth. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. You're such a busybody. Are you the leader of the Xiao family? Are you a core elder? You're nothing. Do you have the right to speak here? You're courting death. Eldest uncle was furious. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Detestable brat, a small sect like yours actually dares to lecture me? Do you have the right to speak? If I say he does, then he does. Xiao Shiyu also stood out. The atmosphere between the two parties was a little tense. At this moment, the third elder said, keep quiet. What are you doing? Eldest uncle snorted and retreated. Xiaoyu didn't say anything. The eyes of the seventh elder, who was the middle-aged woman, flickered. Although she did not know why she would allow such an unfamiliar young man to come, she still believed in Liu unconditionally. Next, the third elder said that all those who were preparing to participate in the mountain sea trials should come forward to sign up. Soon, dozens of figures walked out. There were indeed quite a number of people. One could imagine how many geniuses there were in the Xiao clan. However, it was clear that it was impossible for so many people to participate in the competition. The third elder said that those who were unable to control Saint King-level demonic beasts were to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the people immediately retreated. They looked unwilling, but they really didn't have the strength to do so. There were still a dozen or so figures left. The third elder said in a clear voice. Then, let the second test begin. Take the tiger demon heavenly thunder drum. 2 Saint Kings carried a large drum and walked over. Even the void kept shaking. This was a terrifying sacred weapon. The moment it appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong soul suppression. The expressions of the surrounding people became grave. They retreated one after another. The other elders formed seals with their palms and formed a barrier around the square, enveloping the participants. The third elder looked around and said, "Next, I will activate the Tiger Demon Sky Drum. Those who can withstand 3 attacks can stay and participate in the test. Those who fail will withdraw." After saying that, he slapped his palm on the drum. A terrifying sound of thunder rang out, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar that swept out in all directions. This was an extremely strong soul power. Many people in the surroundings instantly felt suppressed. A few figures retreated, vomiting blood and looking pale. Lin Xian was also surprised. This drum was not ordinary. It was obviously made with the skin and bones of demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Only those with extremely powerful souls would be able to withstand it. Among the dozen or so figures, some of them could not withstand it. They were all injured and were rescued by the elders. There were still some people left. These people were trying their best to withstand it. Some of them used terrifying soul powers. Some of them directly used the hallucinatory melody to resist it. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a golden light, forming a barrier to resist the sound. Although it was terrifying, it was not a threat to him. A second sound rang out. These people's faces turned even paler. Many of them even retreated. Another voice rang out, and immediately another figure was sent flying while coughing up blood and fainting. Then, the third elder withdrew his palm and said with a smile, "Very good, you have all successfully passed. You can participate in the next Mountain Sea Trials." "Great," Xianxia smiled. Xiaoshiyu's lips curled into a smile. Lin Xian looked around and realized that other than the helpers from the sect, there were only 5 disciples from the Xiao clan who had successfully passed. The 4 of them smiled, but one of them had an ugly expression. It was a man. At this moment, he shook his head and sighed. Although he blocked it, he fainted when he found the gate. Moreover, he was injured. How could he participate in the competition? Shaking his head, he could only give up helplessly. Without an assistant, his strength would not be able to get a good ranking. In this way, only 4 groups of people participated. Each group had an assistant to cooperate with them. Among them, other than Xiaoxiyu and Xiaoyunxiu, the other 2 disciples of the Xiao clan were a woman and a man. That woman was slightly older than Xiaoxiyu, and she was extremely arrogant. Through Xiaoxiyu, he found out that this person was called Xiaoyu. Her father, who was Xiaoxiyu's uncle, was the middle-aged man. Lin Xian was surprised and narrowed his eyes. This Xiaoyu was also very strong. It seemed that the Xiao clan was very deep. The other people looked at the few people who passed the test and started discussing among themselves. They were incomparably envious. Many of the elders looked at Lin Xian with surprise. They did not expect Lin Xian to pass the test. It seemed that this unfamiliar man was quite strong. No wonder he could get Xiaoshiyu's approval. The uncle's face was cold, but soon, he sneered. "Let this kid participate. When the time comes, this kid will definitely die." This was because he knew that Qingchen would marry Xiaoxiyu after the Mountain Sea Beast trials ended. Not only was Qingchen strong and talented, but he was also arrogant and bad-tempered. Whoever he liked, he would never allow other men to stand beside her. It seemed that this Lin Xian was definitely unlucky. Letting Qingchen do it would save him a lot of trouble. After getting rid of this kid and chasing Xiaoxiyu away, no one in the younger generation of the Xiao clan would be able to compete with his daughter. At that time, he would fight for more resources for his daughter. He would even help his daughter become the young clan leader and control the entire Xiao clan. That was his ultimate goal. At this moment, everything was going according to his plan. In front, the third elder smiled and said, "All right, go back and rest. 5 days later, you will participate in the Mountain Sea Trials." Not only the Xiao clan, but the other clans were also experiencing a similar scene. Every clan selected a group of experts to participate in the Mountain Sea Trials. Countless people gathered towards the Mountain Sea Palace. There was a large hall inside the Mountain Sea Palace. It was extremely spacious and could accommodate anyone who wanted to enter. At this moment, there were several figures standing in the hall. The soul auras of these figures were abnormally huge. There were terrifying demonic beasts crawling beside them. These people were wearing Taoist robes with an eye embroidered on their sleeves. It was extremely mysterious. There were different Qianchens shining in the eye. The number of Qianchens indicated that these people had different identities. For example, a one-soul beast tamer Saint Master had a rune in his eye. At this moment, the people here were all elders of the Mountain Sea Palace. They were extremely powerful. Many of them had 5 runes on their sleeves. This indicated that they were 5-soul beast tamer Saint Masters. There was even a person with 6 runes waving in the eye on his sleeve. His identity was even more terrifying. Apart from them, there was also a young man standing there. This young man was extremely handsome and had a tall and straight figure. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because they knew this person. It was the number 1 genius of the Green Clan, Qianchen. At this moment, Qianchen was standing in front of an elder. That elder was sitting on a black tortoise. The soul on his body was abnormally terrifying. There were 5 runes in the eye on his sleeve, indicating that he was a 5-soul beast tamer Saint Master. Greetings, Master. Qianchen bowed respectfully to the elder on the black tortoise. The black tortoise elder smiled. Chen, you don't have to be so polite. Let me see how strong you have been recently. He glanced at Qianchen and then smiled. Not bad. It seems like you are already an extremely powerful existence among the 2-soul beast tamer Saint Masters. After this Mountain Sea tournament, come to the Mountain Sea Palace to cultivate with me. I guarantee that you will become a 3-soul beast tamer Saint Master in the shortest time possible. Hearing this, Qianchen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Thank you, Master. You don't have to thank me. You are very young and your future achievements are limitless. Moreover, your talent is very good. It is my honor to be able to teach you. He smiled. Elder Xian, I'm afraid it is not possible for you to take away your disciple so quickly. I heard that this little guy is going to marry a proud daughter of heaven immediately after the Mountain Sea tournament. Is that so? The old man from the black tortoise was also surprised as he looked at Qianchen. Qianchen smiled. There was indeed such a thing. I want to marry Xiaoxiu of the Xiao clan, so it was that little brat. Elder Xian Gui nodded and smiled. Her talent was not bad and she was a genius. She was indeed worthy of you. However, I heard that it's unlikely for her to get into the top 10. Don't worry, Chen. With your strength, defeating her is not a problem. Many thanks for Shizhuan's praise. In the distance, the people from the Green Clan also smiled. This was great. The Mountain Sea trials hadn't even started yet, but their number 1 genius had already obtained the approval of the Mountain Sea Palace's elder and had successfully become his disciple. This was great news for them. As for the Xiao clan's battle, what a joke. No matter how strong Xiaoxiu was, she wouldn't be a match for Qianchen. Therefore, there were no surprises in this engagement. After marrying Xiaoxiu, they would think of a way to swallow up the Xiao clan. At that time, no one would be their match. Just as he was thinking about it, another person walked over from afar. These people were also riding on strange beasts and their auras were extremely frightening. The people from the Green Clan turned around and smiled. They had come at the right time. The leader of the Green Clan went up with a smile. So it was the leader of the Xiao clan. Long time no see. How are you now? The people who came were from the Xiao clan. The leader was also a middle-aged man with an extremely frightening aura. He was also the leader of the Xiao clan. Greetings, Daoist Qing. The leader of the Xiao clan returned the greeting. Then, these older people walked forward. It seemed that they had something to talk about. Only the younger generation were left. The younger disciples of the Xiao clan looked around curiously. Those who came were the participants of the test. As for those who came to watch the competition, they were still behind. The competition would be held here later. Xiaoyunshu looked around with a face full of excitement. Soon, the main hall would be filled with people. Countless. Experts and sages would be here to watch the competition. And they would compete here. If they succeeded, they would soar into the sky and become famous. They might even be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace as a disciple. This was an unparalleled honor. In front, the people from the Green clan walked over. The leader was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Xiaoxiu and smiled. Xiaoxiu, I will marry you very soon. Xiaoxiu snorted coldly. I have said that you have no hope. Xiu, do you really think that you can make it to the top 10? It is impossible for you. Xianxia shook his head. She was not qualified. At the same time, he frowned. He realized that there was a figure beside Xiaoxiu. It seemed to be Xiaoxiu's assistant. What surprised him was that the assistant was a man. Moreover, it was the person he met the last time. Suddenly, his face darkened. Didn't I say that you are not allowed to have other people around you? Kid, do you want to die? He stared at Lin Xian. Suddenly, he released a terrifying soul force. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know what had made Xianxia so angry. The people from the Xiao clan were also on guard. Xiaoxiu's face darkened. She said coldly, What do you want? Do you want to fight here? Let me warn you. Don't forget where you are. Lin Xian frowned. This was the third time that this guy had targeted him. He even sent people to kill him. Did he really think that he was a pushover? A cold light flashed in Tali's eyes. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As he said that, he walked up to Xianxia. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this kid? How dare he go against Xianxia? Did he want to die? The people from the Green clan sneered. Xiaoxiu stopped Lin Xian and said, This is the territory of the Mountain Sea Palace. We have to abide by the rules. We can't fight here. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I will let him live a little longer. After the Mountain Sea trials, it will be his time to die. Damn kid, this is what I want to say to you. Xianxia snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to challenge him. Moreover, he was now a member of the Mountain Sea Summit. He had become a disciple of the Mountain Sea Palace's elder. His status was much higher than Xiaoxiu's, not to mention, he was just a mere disciple. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Xianxia. Xiaoxiu, it was not a wise choice for you to find such a guy. I advise you to tell him to get lost. Otherwise, he might implicate the entire Xiao clan. Also, you are mine. No one can change that. Xianxia snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with confidence and dominance. The people from the Xiao clan were on high alert. They had no choice. The other party was too strong. Even Xiaoxiu looked solemn. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was stunned. Where did he get his confidence from? You, it's a good thing that you can't fight here. Otherwise, you would be a dead man by now. I will give you a chance. Start running now. After the Mountain Sea trials, run as far as you can. This way, you can live a little longer. Otherwise, once the Mountain Sea trials ends, it will be your time to die. Alright, let's not bother about this guy. Let's go. Xiaoxiu was afraid that the two of them would fight, so she pulled Lin Xian and left. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stupefied, especially the people from the Green clan. They couldn't believe it. Wasn't this the person that their genius had taken a fancy to? She was actually with someone else. It was unbelievable. Xianxia's face turned green in an instant. He was about to go crazy from anger. The elders in the distance also saw it. The Green clan grand elder's face darkened. The Green clan leader even said, Friends from the Xiao clan, what's going on? I hope you can give us an explanation. The faces of the people from the Xiao clan turned ugly. The Xiao clan leader frowned. What's going on? The three elders sighed. Xiaoxiu is too young. We'll educate her when we get back. The seventh elder sneered. Who are you to educate my daughter? What did my daughter do wrong? Moreover, who agreed to it? I didn't agree. My daughter didn't agree to the marriage either. Hearing this, the Xiao clan leader's face turned even uglier. The corners of Drizzle's uncle's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Great, it seems like I've angered the Qin clan. They'll kill this kid next. Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu walked away, leaving behind the furious Xianxia. He swore that he would kill that kid and make Xiaoxiu regret it. When he shone in the mountain sea beast fighting competition, he would make these two kneel at his feet. At this moment, another person walked over. His appearance attracted the attention of the others. Instantly, many people exclaimed. They forgot about what happened before and stared at that person, discussing. That person should be Mu Linfeng. So handsome, that's right, it's him. Many people's eyes lit up. He was also a top genius. Moreover, he was already a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. He was a genius on par with Qing Chen. As expected, even the people from the Green Clan looked solemn. Although their family's #1 genius was famous in Shanghai City, there were 3 other people who could be on par with Qing Chen. One of them was Mu Linfeng, the other 2 were Gu Yu and Han Qiu. They were all top geniuses. The people of the Xiao clan looked at Mu Linfeng with envy. How great would it be if the Xiao clan had such a top-notch genius? Although Xiaoxiu was also an incredible genius, compared to these few people, she was still a little lacking. On the other side, Xiaoxiu was whispering to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at Mu Linfeng. Indeed, he could feel an extremely powerful soul aura from Mu Linfeng. One had to say that Shanghai City had many beast-taming geniuses. Mu Linfeng's eyes were also very mysterious. He must have mastered some kind of powerful eye technique. Things were getting more and more interesting. He wondered how strong the other 2 top experts were. At the same time, he also understood why Xiaoxiu was so worried. It would not be easy to get into the top 10 among such people. This was because these were only the geniuses on the surface. There were still some hidden geniuses who might soar into the sky. In addition, there were some people from other clans whose strength was not weaker than Xiaoxiu's. It would be extremely difficult for him to fight his way out of this place. However, Lin Xian was confident that with his help, they would be able to sweep through everything. Who were those people? Lin Xian was surprised. He was not paying attention to the younger generation, but to the few elders whose aura was abnormally terrifying. Even he felt his hair stand on end. Xiaoxiu also looked over and said. They were from Shanghai Palace, and they were elders of Shanghai Palace. They should be 5-spirit beast taming Saint Masters. They could control late-stage Saint King beasts. They could even control peak Saint King beasts. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Shanghai Palace? Indeed, they lived up to their reputation. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also frowned slightly as they looked in their direction. What was going on? The people of Green Clan were surprised. The elder frowned slightly. His sharp eyes flashed. It seemed that an eye technique expert had arrived. However, he did not know where he was hiding. The other elders of Shanghai Palace were also surprised. They did feel an extremely shocking soul power just now. This time, it was really interesting. They hoped to meet some interesting dark horses. Then, the other beast-taming clans arrived one after another. They bowed to each other and then greeted the people of Shanghai Palace. At this moment, more powerful people arrived. Their auras were incomparably terrifying, and their laws were overflowing. They were not beast tamers, but other terrifying laws. Obviously, they were not beast tamer clans, but other sections. Countless people were surprised. Xiaoxiu's pupils shrank. She said that they were from Wanhua clan. Lin Xian looked over carefully. As expected, they felt a familiar aura from them. It was said that Wanhua clan practiced the Wanhua divine technique. It was a very magical unique technique that could break down any power. This technique made people despair. Lin Xian had seen it before. It was indeed magical. In addition to Wanhua clan, some of the big sects around Shanghai Palace had also arrived. They were here to watch the Shanghai beast fights. Every Shanghai beast fight was a ranking of the beast tamer clans in Shanghai City. They had close cooperation with these beast tamer clans. Naturally, they were very concerned. Not long after, another exclamation was heard. A woman walked over. This woman had a fierce aura. She was one of the top geniuses. Her name was Han Qiu. Her appearance also attracted a lot of attention. Speaking of which, Han Qiu's reputation was even above Xiaoxiyu's. 3 top geniuses had already appeared. There was still Guyu. Was he not here yet? Countless people were surprised. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Guyu walked over. He was wearing a black robe. He was like a ghost. It was very strange. He was very fast. Not only that, everyone was shocked to find that there was a pair of eyes embroidered on his sleeve. It was very strange. And there were 3 runes in the eyes. 3-soul beast tamer master. God, how was this possible? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even those geniuses were surprised. Xiaoxiyu's pupils shrank. 3-soul beast tamer master was too strong. He was even more terrifying than Qing Chen. One had to know that Qing Chen was only a 2-soul beast tamer master. In his opinion, no one in the younger generation could become a 3-soul beast tamer master, but the other party did it. It was over. Who would be a match for the other party in this Shanghai beast fights? Qing Chen's face also turned cold. He did not expect that the other party would break through before the fight. It was really despicable. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, Han Qiu's eyes were also flickering with a ferocious expression. The people from the big sects around were also surprised. Many of them had already started to prepare to befriend this person after the fight. Those beast tamer clans were even more envious. At this moment, an elder of the Mountain Sea Palace walked out. He waved his hands, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The entire palace fell silent. Hundreds of millions of warriors looked forward. Elder 7 spirits looked around. Then he smiled and said, "Welcome to the Mountain Sea Palace. I now announce the start of the Mountain Sea Beast trials. All participants will enter the square in front." His words were very simple. After he finished speaking, many people walked up. At the same time, formations and enchantments appeared around them. They shrouded the entire square. Everyone else sucked in a deep breath. The people from those clans had also come. They were all watching, incomparably nervous. They wondered how far the geniuses of their clans could go. Elder 7 spirits said, "You have 2 days for the first round of the competition. In 2 days, you will successfully subdue a sacred king-level monster. Those who complete the task within the specified time will advance to the next round. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Now you have 30 minutes to prepare. The competition will begin in 30 minutes. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people all took a deep breath. This was within their expectations. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn was up, a spatial crack opened above the square. Then, countless figures of demon beasts walked out. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They roared as soon as they appeared. Everyone found that these monsters were chained. Apparently, they were suppressed by the people of the Mountain Sea Palace. The beast tamers taking part in the competition took a deep breath. They looked up and were about to look for a beast to suppress. At this moment, Elder 7 spirits said, "The competition will begin now." As his voice fell, the chains of law in the sky kept breaking apart, and one demonic beast after another charged over. What was going on? Countless people were shocked. What was going on? They all looked at the Mountain Sea Palace. An elder of a clan said, "Is there a problem with the formation and the chains?" The elder of the Mountain Sea Palace said with a smile, "There is no problem. Everything is happening in the competition. In this competition, the chains will not be used to suppress the monsters. Instead, they will be controlled while they are free to move." What? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The difficulty had more than doubled. It had even increased by several times. One had to know that normally, when they controlled demonic beasts, they would use array formations to seal them and use laws to suppress them. Then, he began to control it. Although it might not succeed, it wouldn't be too dangerous. But now, it was different. These demonic beasts had no restrictions. Once the control failed, it was very likely that he would be injured or even killed. Sure enough, the faces of the contestants inside the formation also turned ugly. Why didn't you tell us in advance? If they knew, they could have made such preparations in advance. The upper elder of the Mountain Sea Palace said loudly. Every true beast tamer had to go through hardships. Besides, the Mountain Sea Palace doesn't want good-for-nothings. If they can't even pass this test, they won't be qualified to be a top-level beast tamer. He was even less qualified to join the Mountain Sea Palace. If you're afraid of death, say it now. I'll give you a chance to leave. But from now on, you won't have any chance to enter the Mountain Sea Palace. A loud and clear voice rang out, and everyone in the square fell silent. They gritted their teeth. How could we give up? That is, we are the hope of our family, and we will not give up. These people had been through hundreds of battles. Although the situation was beyond their expectations, they would not give up just like that. Xiaoxiu also looked serious. Mr. Lin, you have to be very careful from now on. At this moment, a figure walked out from beside her. It was Qing Chen. Qing Chen said, Xiu, be careful. If you can't hold on, you can ask me for help. I won't let you get hurt. After saying that, he laughed loudly and walked forward. There was also a man beside him. The man's energy was also extremely terrifying. He was Qing Chen's assistant. Damn it. What an arrogant guy. Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth, but she still looked forward. Those people around did not act rashly. They were all thinking about how to tame that demonic beast. However, Qing Chen did not care at all. He rushed forward directly. A demonic beast in front of him dashed forward. Qing Chen sneered. It's you. Do it. Then the man in black armor next to him formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, two mountains were formed and slammed forward. The two mountains were tens of thousands of feet tall. They tore the sky apart. They suppressed the demonic beast in front of them. That godly eagle kept shaking, letting out crazy roars. Endless thunder appeared on its body. The demonic beasts around were also furious. They wanted to charge forward. At this moment, Qing Chen stepped forward. Endless blade light appeared in his eyes. He slashed forward. The other demonic beasts were terrified. They felt the suppression of their souls. Even the contestants around turned pale. Of the blade, it was terrifying. Many demonic beasts were scared away. Qing Chen walked down and looked at the godly thunderbolt hawk. He started to use his eye technique. He was controlling it. It was so powerful. Countless beast tamers exclaimed. Then they all started to act. Someone took out a scroll and formed a space enchantment to trap the demonic beast. Someone also extended his soul hand to suppress everything. A terrifying energy erupted. Divine light flashed in the sky. Seeing the people around him, they were shocked. Lin Xian looked around. He first stared at Qing Chen. He had to admit that Qing Chen was indeed strong. His eye technique was especially sharp. The controlled thunderclap godly hawk let out a roar and kept shaking. Obviously, this was a very overbearing control method. Even if it succeeded, the godly thunderbolt hawk's soul would be injured. Its power would be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers would not do this. Because it would cause the demonic beast to lose its strength. But now, Qing Chen did not care. In order to be the first to complete the task, he used such a harsh method. Besides him, the people around him also used various methods. Some used soul eye techniques. Some used sound attacks. Some used soul superpowers. They really used all their methods. It made people gasp in amazement. At this moment, many people were shocked. Because they found that Guyu was also attacking. He was alone. He did not need any help. He formed a seal with his palms. Endless laws formed a space enchantment. It enveloped a rainbow butterfly. Then he threw out a ball of soul flame and started to burn the butterfly's soul. The rainbow-colored butterfly frantically tried to defend itself, letting out a terrified roar. It looked like it could not hold on at all. He was too strong. As expected of a three-soul beast tamer Saint Master. There was no problem in controlling such a demonic beast. He could do it easily. Outside, the people from those clans were also discussing. The people of the Green clan smiled. Apart from a few people who could pose a threat to Qing Chen, the rest of them were no match for him. The Saint Kings from the Thousand Transformation sect also laughed. As expected of young Master Qing Chen, the #1 genius of the Green Clan. He was indeed strong. With his talent, it would not be a problem for him to become a top beast tamer in the future. It seemed that their cooperation with the Green Clan could continue. The elders of the Green Clan were also very satisfied. They laughed. That was for sure. The leader of the Green Clan also nodded. This kid's achievements in the future will definitely surpass mine. Unfortunately, that Xiaoxiu did not know what was good for her. She actually went with someone at this time. How ridiculous. Just wait and see. She will pay the price. The leader of the Green Clan looked at Xiaoxiu and Lin Xian with a cold light in his eyes. At this moment, there was a change in the square in front of him. The rainbow butterfly roared and surrendered. Everyone was surprised. That was fast. How long had it been? He had already subdued it, as expected of a beast tamer with 3 souls. Soon, with a roar, the Thunder Condor also surrendered and crawled under Qing Chen's feet. Qing Chen's lips curled into a smile. Not bad. They were not that far apart. The elder of the Green Clan nodded. Next, Mu Lingfeng, Han Xiao, Gu Yu, and the others also completed their subduing. They were very fast, far faster than the others. They were the most outstanding ones in the first echelon. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also nodded slightly. Not bad. The first place would probably be one of them. Elder Feiyu, you acted fast. You actually took Gu Yu as your disciple. Many people looked at a woman and said with a smile. Their eyes were filled with envy. Elder Feiyu was also a beast tamer with 5 souls. He laughed. Of course, I acted fast. Otherwise, when the competition was over, you would all be fighting for supremacy. Indeed, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace all had their eyes on these top geniuses. They all wanted to take them as their disciples. However, Gu Yu and Qing Chen had already become disciples of 2 elders. Only Mu Lingfeng and Han Qiu were left. Out of these 2 people, they had to snatch one. The other elders looked around. There were so many of them. It must be a fierce competition to get 2 of them. They had better look at the other geniuses. At this moment, someone revealed a look of surprise. This little fellow was not bad. The one who spoke was an old woman. She had a head full of silver hair and looked very benevolent. At this moment, she was staring at a beautiful figure. This was the illusory sound song. It seemed like she was from the Xiao clan. If he guessed correctly, she should be the #1 genius of the Xiao clan, Xiaoxiu. Elder Xian Gui also turned his head and smiled. That's right, he is engaged to my disciple. However, even though you're the #1 genius of the Xiao clan, you're still lacking compared to my disciple. When he said this, his eyes were filled with pride. Is that so? How come I didn't see it? Elder Yan Luo laughed. Although she had a head full of white hair, her face was like that of a 20-year-old woman. It could be said to be very magical. She said. Things had not reached the final step, so it was better not to jump to conclusions too early. If he could get into the top 10, perhaps there was no need to continue this engagement. Elder Yan Luo, it's not that I want to criticize you, but do you think highly of her? However, it was impossible for him to enter the top 10. Elder Black Tortoise snorted. Below, Xiaoxiu still did not know that the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were fighting for her. At this moment, she took a deep breath, took out her jade flute, and began to perform the illusory sound song. What she wanted to subdue was an owl with 6 heads. It was a very strange and terrifying demonic beast. Lin Xian walked up and slapped at the owl. His huge hand swept through the air and enveloped the owl with 6 heads. The owl roared, and its 6 heads shot out fire, lightning, and hailstones. It was obvious that it was proficient in many types of laws. In front of the golden hand, everything was useless. It was directly suppressed to the ground. This scene caused many people to be surprised. This little guy's physique was not bad. To be able to withstand so many laws, he seemed to be a body-tempering expert. Discussions broke out one after another. The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. It seemed like they had underestimated Lin Xian. Qing Chen's eyes flickered. He had already completed his task, so he stood aside to watch the battle. When he saw Lin Xian's strength, a glint appeared in his eyes. This person's physique was not ordinary. He asked the man in armor next to him. Black armor, can you tell what kind of physique he has? Black armor looked at him and frowned slightly. He could not tell unless he attacked with his full strength. Qingchen shook his head. So what if he was strong? He could not be compared to him at all. If he wanted to kill him, he could use his demonic beast to tear him into pieces. Lin Xian suppressed the six-headed owl. Xiaoxiu quickly moved, and the illusory sound song turned into an attack to control it. Now that she was a two-soul beast tamer, it was not difficult for her to control this owl. As expected, she succeeded in a short while. The owl surrendered. Seeing this, the people of the Xiao clan laughed. Great, Xiaoxiu succeeded. Xiaoxiu's uncle looked gloomy. Soon, he laughed because he saw his daughter, Xiaoyu, had succeeded as well. There were two people left. They looked down. Xiaoyunxu was very serious. She had just broken through and became a one-soul beast tamer. Now that she encountered such a situation, she was naturally nervous. At this moment, she was staring at an Arctic crocodile. The crocodile was emitting a strong chill that froze the world. Beside her, Mr. Xiaoyao used two soul hands to suppress it. And she used the illusory sound song with all her might. In the meantime, she felt the chill and frost formed on her body. But in the end, she succeeded. The Arctic crocodile surrendered under her feet. That's great. She had succeeded. Turning around, she saw Xiaoxiu had also completed her task. The two looked at each other and smiled. Xiaoxiu said, Sister Yunxiu, do your best. Let's continue. Xiao Yunxiu nodded. She looked at Lin Xian with shock in her eyes. She saw Lin Xian's attack earlier. She was surprised by his physique. It was stronger than she had imagined. Such a terrifying owl that knew 6 types of laws was suppressed by Lin Xian with one slap. It could not resist at all. What kind of power was this? This despicable guy had been hiding his strength all this time. Sister Xiu, you can do it. You can definitely enter the top 10. Xiao Yunxiu took a deep breath. With Lin Xian's help, Xiaoxiu's chances were very high. At this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Sister Yunxiu, you're really ignorant. She has no chance. Even if she has a chance, it's me. I'm the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. Lin Xian heard this and turned around. He saw a slender figure. It was Xiaoyu. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that there were indeed many people who overestimated themselves. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored the other party. Lin Xian said without turning his head. You're not qualified to be our opponent. Let's go. He and Xiaoxiu walked to the side. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Damn it, I'll prove it to him, I'm the strongest. A day passed by very quickly. All the demon beasts returned to the space crack with a sound of thunder, and disappeared without a trace. Only those that were successfully subdued were still crawling at the feet of the crowd. Elder Qi Ling walked over and said, Those who failed, please leave. Nearly half of the people left. They were very excited before coming, but now they had to leave dejectedly. They didn't expect that they couldn't even pass the first round. The people around were also surprised. Some of them were geniuses. They were usually very strong. They didn't expect that they would be defeated. Some elders shook their heads and sighed. It was different from when they were subdued. Usually, the environment was very good, so they didn't have to worry. But now, they had to worry about the attacks of other beasts. Naturally, their efficiency was greatly reduced. It seemed that they didn't have enough training. Next, everyone had the time of an incense stick to burn to recover. After that, Elder Qi Ling walked over again. He said that the second round of the competition would begin. This time, they had to subdue 3 beasts, and only the top 50 could successfully advance. They also only had 1 day. As soon as he said that, the people around went crazy. Although half of them were eliminated, there were still nearly 300 people left. Now, more people would be eliminated. Only 50 people would succeed, and they had to subdue 2 or 3 beasts in 1 day. the difficulty had more than doubled. Many people's faces turned ugly. It was too difficult. It was more difficult than they imagined. Xianxia's face turned ugly. She had just become a one-soul beast tamer. With her strength, subduing 3 beasts wasn't a problem. But to do it in one day, she couldn't do it. Not to mention her, few people could do it. They didn't expect the second round to be so difficult. Xianxia sighed. It seemed that they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Xiaoxiu also took a deep breath. This time, there might not be 50 people who could complete it. It seemed that they had to show their true strength. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Following that order, the 300 or so people who had succeeded once again attacked. The demonic beast cracks in the sky appeared, becoming incomparably terrifying. This time, there were even more of them than before. Each and every one of them roared at the sky. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to make people feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Not to mention that they had to dodge the attacks and control them at the same time. Furthermore, they had to control 3 demonic beasts at the same time. Among them, a figure soared into the sky. A huge barrier sealed everything. His terrifying gaze turned into a blade, cutting everything. The crowd cried out in surprise. It was Qing Chen. He was really strong, like a god among the demonic beasts. Did you see that? Those demonic beasts saw him. They all backed down. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. So powerful. His speed had increased by several times. He estimated that the time he could control the demonic beast would be even shorter than before. It seemed that he had indeed not used his full strength before. Many people cried out in surprise. Elder Black Tortoise laughed. As expected of my disciple. Then, he looked at Xiaoxiu and said, it seems that the difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. This Xiaoxiu is not worthy of my disciple. What was he being so arrogant for? No one could say for sure until the end. Elder Yan Luo snorted coldly. She could not stand the smug look on his face. She said, I think this Xiaoxiu is not bad, why? Do you want to take him as your disciple? I advise you not to do so. Elder Black Tortoise sneered. Elder Yan Luo still wanted to say something, but at this time, there was a change in the square in front of them. An earth-shattering roar could be heard, followed by a terrifying explosion. 2 figures flew out and vomited blood. There were more than a dozen people around them who were affected. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that the demonic beasts were angry. The 2 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They were seriously injured. Previously, they were controlling the demonic beasts. They were too anxious and controlled 2 demonic beasts at the same time. The 2 demonic beasts were angry and attacked them, causing the surroundings to shake. The 2 of them were seriously injured, and the people around them were also affected. Xiaoyunxu was also affected. This time, she controlled a cheetah with 3 heads. It was abnormally terrifying. She carefully controlled it, but she did not expect the demonic beast in front of her to roar. The 3 cheetahs in front of her were also angry. They attacked her with their claws. She quickly dodged. Although she was not injured, she was still affected. Moreover, the control effect from before had completely disappeared. It would be much more difficult to control them again. Damn it. Xiaoyunxu gritted her teeth. She was not very confident in the first place. Now, after this incident, she had no chance at all. Thinking of this, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. In the distance, the people of Xiao clan saw the scene and shook their heads and sighed. The red-haired elder sighed. It was too difficult for Xiaoyunxu now. Lin Xian naturally saw this scene. His soul power was very strong. He had a panoramic view of the situation in the square. When he caught sight of this, he controlled young Mr. Xiaoyao and had Xiaoyao say something. Young Master Xiaoyao walked over and said in a deep voice, Fairy Yunshu, although you have failed this time, it is an important experience for you in your life. From now on, you will have a deeper understanding of beasts. Moreover, you will be able to watch the process of others controlling beasts. No one's life will be smooth sailing. Wind and rain will only make people stronger. Xianxia was stunned. She looked at young master Xiao Yao and said, "Thank you. I understand." She took a deep breath. She did not control the three cheetahs anymore. Instead, she pushed them far away. She knew that if she continued, it would be futile. Rather than that, she might as well admit defeat. Xianxia was not the only one. There were more than 10 people like her. They knew that they were no match for them, so they decisively gave up. Xianxia came to the back to watch the battle. She looked at Xiaoxiu. She was probably the only one in the Xiao clan who could succeed. Sure enough, Xiaoxiu fought steadily. She controlled a demonic beast. The phantom melody covered the sky and covered the ground, enveloping her opponent and attacking his soul. The demonic beast in front was a rhinoceros. It had purple runes on its body. It was abnormally terrifying. Its strength was so great that the sky and earth cracked. However, it could not escape from Lin Xian's palm. Not only that, Lin Xian suppressed the purple rhinoceros with one hand. Then, the surrounding demonic beasts that rushed up were all slapped away by him. The situation was like swatting flies. Xianxia was shocked. These were all Saint King level demonic beasts. However, they were easily slapped away by the other party. Moreover, there was more than one of them. His strength was heaven-defying. The others were shocked as well, including the people from the Xiao clan. This kid's physique was simply too strong. Even the eyes of the Mountain Sea Palace's elders lit up when they saw him. Elder Yan Luo nodded. Xiaoyu was lucky to find such a helper. It seemed that there was still hope. Elder Xian Gui frowned. But soon, he stopped paying attention to it because his disciple had completed his task. The 3 demonic beasts were groveling at his feet. Qing Chen was like a god, looking down at everyone. Great! Elder Xian Gui laughed happily. This time, Qing Chen's speed was faster than Guyu's. He was the first to complete his task, which attracted many people's attention. The clan leader of the Green Clan also laughed. Great, he was so happy. At this rate, he might be able to get first place. Qing Chen stood there with a confident smile on his face. He glanced at Lone Moon and snorted. So what if Lone Moon was a 3-soul beast tamer? He had a strong helper who was not weaker than Lone Moon. Then, he looked at Xiaoxiu. Seeing that Xiaoxiu was still doing her task, he snorted. Just wait and see. When he successfully ascended to first place, he wanted to see how these 2 people would be able to contend against him. As expected of young Master Qing Chen, he was indeed powerful. The expert from the Myriad Transformation clan laughed. People from other clans and sects also congratulated Qing Chen. Congratulations to the clan leader of the Green Clan for having such a good son. I think young Master Qing Chen is going to get first place this time. Hearing those people's congratulations, the clan leader of the Green Clan laughed. The people of the Green Clan also held their heads high. Soon, roaring sounds came from the front. Guyu had also completed his task. Then it was Han Xiao, Mu Lingfeng and a few others. They had all controlled 3 demonic beasts. Although they were a little behind, they were not too far behind. Their strength was almost the same. Until the end, no one would know how the rankings of these people would be decided. However, other than these few people, it was impossible for the others to complete the task. Because these few people were far ahead of the others. The families of these few geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. Great. The people of the Xiao clan looked solemn. Qing Chen and the others belonged to the first group. Xiao Xiyu was the number 1 genius of the Xiao family, but in the entire Shanghai city, she belonged to the second tier. At this moment, the competition was still ongoing. There shouldn't be a problem. The 7th elder looked at his daughter's serious expression and took a deep breath. The others were also nervous. Eldest uncle, who was speaking softly, had a sneer on his face. He knew that Xiao Xiyu was going to be in trouble. Not only her, but Lin Xian beside her was also going to be in trouble. Because these 2 people had offended Qing Chen. With the strength that Qing Chen had displayed, it was very likely that he would be able to obtain the first place. At that time, if the other party were to make a move, the 2 of them would not be able to escape death. This way, he would be able to get rid of a great enemy without having to do anything. Thinking of this, first uncle was very happy. Time passed slowly. There was only one day left. Most of the day had passed, and the sun was about to set. During this process, quite a few people failed, coughing out blood and suffering injuries, retreating in dejection. Of course, there were also some who succeeded, and they were very happy. There were even more who were still working hard. They had a high chance of succeeding, but if they were not careful, they might fail. Xianxia was in such a situation. The beasts in front of her were being suppressed by her palm, and she was continuously performing the hallucination song. From the start till now, she had not stopped. To her, this was a huge drain. This was because the soul resistance of these beasts was very scary. She was affected, but luckily, she did not have to worry about the other beasts. This was because any beast that dared to come close would be slapped away by Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, this is the last one. There's still time. We can definitely pass." Xiaoxiu nodded and did not say anything. However, she was very grateful. With Lin Xian here, she felt that he could do anything. Countless people were paying attention to this battle, especially those from Shanghai Palace. They had to select some geniuses from here for each battle. Naturally, Qing Chen and the other 3 experts were chosen. Moreover, there was no problem for these people to enter Shanghai Palace. However, as for the others, they were also observing. At this moment, a cloud floated up from afar, and there was a young man on it. He sat there lazily and looked down. His gaze swept across the area. It seemed that there were many experts this time. That was the #1 genius of the Green Clan. He was really arrogant. Did he think that he was #1 now? The young man looked at Qing Chen and snorted coldly. Then, he looked back. Mu Lingfeng was calm and composed. It seemed that he still had a trump card. This Hanqiu was also mysterious. It seemed that he had not used his full strength. This person was a little interesting. When the young man looked at Guyu, a smile appeared on his face. I finally understood why he did not need any help. The people around were very surprised to hear this. Who was this person who could level the world? When they saw the 5 runes in the eyes of the young man's sleeves, they were all stunned. He turned out to be a 5-soul beast tamer. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also saluted him. Greetings, Elder Ruochen. This made those from other sects even more shocked. These people were also 5-soul beast tamers, but they were so respectful to this young man. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying this young man's strength and status were. Elder Ruochen nodded slightly and looked around again. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Interesting. Although this young man was not a beast tamer, his physique was really amazing. He should be famous for his super strong physique. To be able to hire such a person as a helper. He looked at Xiaoxiu and nodded slightly. Although she was not as good as Qing Chen and the others, she was still in the process. However, she did not make any mistakes from the beginning to the end. It seemed that her soul foundation was very deep, and her talent was not bad. If she was trained well, she would be a strong person in the future. More importantly, he could see that Xiaoxiu was much younger than Qing Chen, Lone Moon, and the others. The experts of Shanghai Palace around were surprised. Elder Ruochen thought highly of Xiaoxiu? It was really incredible. Elder Ruochen said calmly. Just look around. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Xian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Then he sensed carefully and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. It seemed that it was hard to tell who would win this time. The elders around were all stunned. Elder Xiangui said. Elder Ruochen, do you really think highly of Xiaoxiu? It was not even possible for her to enter the top 10. Yes, she was too young. She might have a chance next time. Another elder next to him said. Elder Black Turtle's expression changed. Of course, I don't dare to refute Elder Ruochen. But forgive me for my ignorance. I really don't see how they can win. The other elders were also discussing. Then they asked Elder Ruochen to give them some advice. Elder Ruochen stood on the cloud. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Although he had the appearance of a youth, he was an old monster. He said with a smile. His focus was not on Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu was not bad, but it was a little difficult for her to get into the top 10 this time. She was at the top of the second echelon. As she grew older, she would definitely be in the top echelon. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. That was what they thought. That was why they thought Yi Xian would not get into the top 10 this time. Was there a problem? At this moment, Elder Ruochen changed the topic and said, but the assistant next to him is not ordinary. With his help, this time, I think it will be very interesting. I don't know how far he can go. The assistant next to him? Countless elders looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was suddenly surrounded by soul pressure. The monsters in front of him were all lying on the ground. Everyone was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he did not look back, he could sense that the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were looking at him. Thinking of that, he smiled. Did they notice something different about me? Looks like there are really strong people in the Mountain Sea Palace. Xiaoxiu's face turned pale as well. However, she soon felt that the elders had retracted their gazes. We didn't see anything. Elder Black Turtle and others were confused. Elder Ruochen said, it's normal that you can't see anything because this guy is hiding very well. After saying that, he did not say anything else. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the cloud. He was surprised. Although he was also a beast tamer with a martial soul, he was much stronger than Elder Black Turtle and others. Therefore, he could see that Lin Xian not only had a super strong body, but also a terrifying soul. However, the moment he looked at the other party, just as he wanted to see through the other party's secrets, he discovered that there was a pair of golden eyes above him, looking down at him as if warning him. That was an eye technique. Not only that, it was an extremely powerful eye technique. Although the young man in front of him wasn't a beast master, he had a pair of incomparably mystical eyes. If this pair of eyes were to explode with power, it would be unimaginable. Controlling demonic beasts would not be a problem at all. That was why he said that no one knew the final outcome. Everything depended on Lin Xian's performance. The surrounding elders became even more curious. They all knew about Elder Ruochen's side. The people that he thought highly of were all top-notch experts. He was probably even stronger than Xing Chen and the others. However, they really couldn't figure out who this strange man was. He is Xiaoxiu's assistant. In that case, the Xiao clan should know of his identity. Should we head to the Xiao clan and ask them about it? Some elders stood up, and the others nodded in agreement. However, Elder Ruochen opened his eyes and said with a smile, sit down. There's no need to ask. If this little guy really wanted to help Xiaoxiu, he would definitely unleash more of his strength. At that time, you will see his true strength. Up ahead, the competition continued. Xiaoxiu was still not done. Because of the anger of the demonic beast, she was also affected by it. She was stronger than Xiaoyunshu, so she was able to block it. However, it still affected her speed. At that moment, it was already the final moment. She would be done soon. At that moment, the three demonic beasts at the side were crawling at Xiaoyu's feet. Xiaoyu stood up with a smile on her face. She looked at Xiaoxiu and snorted. Did you see that? I am faster than you. I am the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. Eldest uncle even laughed. As expected of his daughter, she didn't let him down. This time, her speed was even faster than Xiaoxiu's. This way, he could fight for more resources for his daughter. Once she became the young clan leader, it would be theirs. Xiaoxiu's mother, the seventh elder, snorted. If it wasn't for the anger of the demonic beast, Xiaoxiu would have completed it. What was there to be arrogant about? Eldest uncle laughed. That's not right. The process of the battle wasn't important. What was important was the result. Now, it was clear that my daughter's strength and talent were above Xiaoyu's. Both sides were at loggerheads with each other. Third elder came out to mediate. Alright, everyone was from the same clan. They had to fight for the glory of the Xiao clan. The seventh elder snorted in anger. Eldest uncle also sat down proudly. At that moment, another roar came from the front. Xiaoxiu stood up. She had successfully subdued the 3 demonic beasts. That's great. The 7th elder's lips curled into a smile. In the front, Xiaoxiu heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally done. You must be tired. Lin Xian laughed. If it wasn't for the anger of the demonic beasts, we would have completed it long ago. Xiaoxiu nodded. That's right. Anyway, we have passed the 2nd round. We still have to work hard for the 3rd round. Humph, what's there to be arrogant about being the last one to complete it? Xiaoyu sneered. Lin Xian glanced at her and shook his head. She really didn't know what was good for her. Up until now, he hadn't shown his strength. He only helped Xiaoxiu to subdue the demonic beasts. If he could display his powerful soul power, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. At that time, these people would be scared silly. That was why he didn't say anything. Just you wait, he will soon reveal his true strength. This time, there were 4 participants from the Xiao clan. Among them, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoyu had successfully passed the 2nd round. Xiao Yunshu and Xiao Ning were defeated. The people of the Xiao clan were discussing. The clan leader also said that half of them had successfully passed the 2nd round. It seemed like there was a high chance that the Mountain Sea Palace would take a liking to them. Eldest uncle sneered. Xiaoxiyu's talent was already at this stage. She would definitely be defeated in the 3rd round. The glory of the Xiao clan depended on her daughter. If her daughter performed well, there was a high chance that the Mountain Sea Palace would take a liking to her. At that time, she would really soar to the sky. However, the people of the Green clan didn't think so. The Xiao clan was simply too weak compared to them. Qingshan walked over and looked down at them. Xiyu, did you see that? Although you are also a 2-soul beast tamer, you have just completed it. Moreover, you have too little experience in battles. Usually, you have the help of those clans. Now that you are in a real battlefield, you won't be able to go far. So, just admit defeat. If you beg me and I am in a good mood, I can give you a way out. Moreover, I will kill this kid. Qingshan was like a high and mighty emperor. Do you know the difference between you and a fly? Xiaoxiu said coldly. You are more annoying than a fly. After saying that, she turned around and left. Lin Xian looked at Qingshan and sneered. Do you really think you are number 1? I am afraid you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Seeing this scene, Qingshan clenched his teeth. Qingshan gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Just wait, the 3rd stage was coming soon. After it ends, he will let these 2 know what despair is. Finally, the day was over, and those demonic beasts once again returned to the spatial rift. Elder Qiling walked out and looked at the people in the square below. There were only 45 people left in the square, not even 50 people were left. One could only imagine how terrifying the 2nd stage was. Those who had completed the 2nd stage looked solemn. They knew that there would be a tougher competition waiting for them. These 45 people were all experts among experts. None of them were weak. However, they still had to choose the top 10. Only the top 10 would be chosen by Shanghai Palace. It seemed like the following competition would be even more exciting. Elder 7 Spirits looked down and said, in order to give you guys some motivation, I've decided to announce the rewards that our Mountain Sea Palace has carefully prepared this time. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up in anticipation. There were many families in Shanghai City, but the strongest was still Shanghai Palace. They had been around for so long that no one knew when Shanghai Palace had been around. It seemed like Shanghai Palace had been around ever since Shanghai City was built. For such a terrifying and ancient sect, the prize must be amazing. Everyone was looking forward to it. Elder 7 Spirit's voice rang out as the reward for the 1st place. It was a unique soul technique, the seal of life and death. Hearing this, many people were in an uproar. The family members of the beast tamers were envious because they had heard that it was a terrifying soul technique. Only people in Shanghai Palace had it, and it was very rare. Only a small number of elders could cultivate it. They did not expect it to be taken out as the prize for the 1st place. The seal of life and death, as the name suggested, could allow one to live or die with a thought. It could be said to be a terrifying soul technique. As expected, the Green Clan and Xiao Clan all stood up. Especially the Green Clan, they were extremely excited. If Xianxia could get first place, the seal of life and death would be theirs. On the square, Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. No matter what, he had to get the seal of life and death. Beside him, Gu Yu, Mu Linfeng, and Han Qiu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. This thing, they will also fight for it. That was because to them, it was a supreme treasure. As for the others, they could only be envious. First place was too far away for them. The reward for the second place was a Saint King grade Soul Saint artifact. It was equally terrifying. After obtaining it, coupled with his soul energy, his strength would increase exponentially. The reward for the third place was a demonic beast. It was a demonic beast. Furthermore, it could grow. Once he grew up, he would be incomparably terrifying. He would definitely be the most valiant assistant. The rewards for the top 3 were unparalleled, and any one of them could cause a storm in Shanghai City. In particular, the seal of life and death was something that countless people yearned for. Apart from the top 3, the rewards for the top 10 were also very generous. In short, it was enough to make everyone jealous. When the atmosphere calmed down, Elder Seven Spirits spoke once more. Also, to be able to get into the top 10, they were all top geniuses. In that case, no one will be able to touch you. You will receive the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. Once these words were spoken, everyone cried out in alarm again. This was equivalent to a life-saving talisman. The Mountain Sea Palace was the only overlord. None of the Beast Tamer clans dared to offend them. Therefore, it was everyone's dream to receive such treatment. Hearing these words, Xiaoxiyu's eyes lit up. If she could get it, even if she left her clan, the Green Clan would not dare to touch her. They would also not let her get married. Therefore, she had to get into the top 10. The other people were also discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Elder Seven Spirits spoke once more. It seemed like the rewards were not over yet. As expected, Elder Seven Spirits spoke. Apart from these rewards, those who intend to get into the top 10 may be noticed by the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace. They may even take you in as a disciple. Join the Mountain Sea Palace. The people in the square took a deep breath. To be able to join the Mountain Sea Palace was a great honor. Their status and strength would soar to the heavens, as expected of the Mountain Sea Palace. Any reward that came out was enough to make people jealous. The surrounding spectators were also discussing. They had already started to guess the top 10 rankings. The top 3 would be from Xianxia, Gu Yue, and the others. However, the top 10 was not so certain. Everyone looked hopeful. However, they did not know how to compete in the last round. Elder Seven Spirits said. The last round will take a long time. We will release the demonic beasts in 10 days. This time, the demonic beasts will be from the early stage of the Saint King realm to the late stage of the Saint King realm. You will try your best to control the strongest demonic beast you can control. Then, you will compete. The rankings will be based on your victory and defeat. Next, Elder Seven Spirits spoke in more detail about the competition. Everyone was shocked. This time, not only did they have to control the demonic beasts, they also had to fight with them. It was indeed the Mountain Sea Battle Beast. This was the most important part. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Are there still battles? He nodded slightly. In that case, the rankings were based on the level of the demonic beasts they could control and the results of the battles. If they could control a late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. If others could not control it, then there was no need to compete. They would be first. However, no one present could control a late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. No matter how powerful Xianxia and the others were, they could only control a mid-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. In that case, they would have to compete. Xiaoxiyu took in a deep breath as well. Her future would depend on the ranking this time. As long as she could get into the top 10, she would not need to get married. Otherwise, she would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, this was a battle with her back against the wall. Lin Xian walked over and said, "Don't worry. With my help, you won't have a problem getting into the top 10. In the end, this battle could finally make him take it seriously. Next, everyone started to recover. A day later, everyone stood up. The enchantment around them became even more terrifying. And a crack appeared in the sky again. This time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky and swept in all directions. There were not only mid-stage Saint King Realm demonic beasts, but also late-stage Saint King Realm demonic beasts. The late-stage Saint King Realm demonic beast was called the Golden Spiritual Beast. It was surrounded by golden light. It brought with it great power. It was like a supreme overlord. It came to the sky and roared. The demonic beasts around it all left. No one dared to approach the space where it was. In the square, those beast tamers also took a deep breath. They felt a great pressure. The jade flute in Xiaoxiyu's hand shone brightly. Apparently, she was going to exert her strongest power this time. Terrifying notes surrounded her, carrying the aura of the great path. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He was looking forward to this battle. On the other side, a shocking light appeared. Everyone felt pain in their souls. The green eyes were terrifying. It was Qing Chen. Was he going to use his eyes of the blade? Many people looked over in surprise. Qing Chen's eyes were cold. Not only that, a mirror appeared in his hand. It was also a soul-sacred artifact. It seemed that Qing Chen was going to use his full strength this time. Qing Chen's power surprised everyone. They were talking about it. Those from the Thousand Transformation clan laughed. It seemed that young Master Qing Chen was very close to becoming a three-soul beast tamer. He could break through at any time. Those from the Green clan laughed. They were right. Qing Chen was very talented. It would not be a problem for him to become a three-soul beast tamer. And he would definitely become a five-soul beast tamer in the future. Besides Qing Chen, Gu Yu, Mu Lingfeng, and others were also in their best condition, ready to attack. They looked around and started to look for monsters. Their targets were monsters in the Middle Sacred King Realm. And they were all exotic beasts of heaven and earth. They were very terrifying. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Those from the Xiao clan were also shocked. They found that Xiaoxiyu was moving. She was walking toward a giant monster. That giant monster was black. It had a terrifying aura. The surroundings were shaking. It was like a divine dragon. But it was not a divine dragon. It was a Jiao dragon. A Jiao dragon of destruction. It was a terrifying monster with infinite power. It could destroy everything. Although it was not a real dragon, it was still an exotic beast of heaven and earth. Its power was so strong that it shocked everyone. It stood there like an overlord. Other monsters did not dare to approach it. Even those beast tamers did not dare to attack it. They did not expect that Xiaoxiyu was going to subdue this Jiao dragon of destruction. It was incredible. Dragons were the top divine beasts. They were very terrifying. Those related to the Dragon Ball were also terrifying. They were very difficult to control. But now, the other party had actually made such a choice. Exactly why? Could it be that the other party had been hiding his strength? The seventh elder was incomparably nervous. She knew that Drizzle was staking everything on this one throw, fighting with her back to the river. However, it was truly too risky. First uncle sneered. They were really overestimating themselves. Didn't they see that young Master Qingchen and the others didn't choose the destruction-fled dragon? Did she think that she was more powerful than young Master Qingchen and the others? I think she knows she won't get into the top 10, so she wants to take a risk. Failure was inevitable, the third elder and the others also sighed. It seemed like Xiaoxiyu was really too anxious to have actually made such a wrong choice. The other beast tamer clans were also discussing. They were not optimistic about Xiaoxiyu's chances. On the Mountain Sea Palace's side, Elder Black Turtle also laughed. Wasn't this Xiaoxiyu too blind? The idea was good, but with her strength, could she control the destruction-flood dragon? He shook his head. He didn't believe it. It carried the aura of dragons, and it also carried the power of destruction. It was extremely difficult to control. If he tried to forcefully control it, there was a high chance that he would be injured or even killed. The other elders also shook their heads and sighed. Even Elder Yan Luo frowned. Was there really no hope? However, Elder Ruochen, who was sitting on the cloud, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Was he going to fight? It seemed like he was going to show his real strength. Little brat, let me see your true strength. He looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. The other beast tamers on the square also noticed it. Xiaoyu shouted coldly. This Xiao Shiyu was really too stupid. She was definitely going to win this time. She would prove to the clan that she was the strongest. Qingchen also sneered at this scene. He ignored her and continued to choose his beast. Xiao Shiyu walked up and took a deep breath. Then she said to Lin Xian next to her. She was going to fight. Lin Xian nodded and followed her. In front of them, the destruction flood dragon in the sky was looking down at them. When it saw two humans daring to approach it, it instantly became angry. A roar shook the 9 heavens. Everyone felt their blood boiling, as if their bodies were about to split apart. It was too scary. Were they really going to fight such a beast? This definitely angered the destruction flood dragon. The flood dragon next to it stretched out its dragon claws and clawed downward. It was like an ancient demon mountain. Even a mid-stage holy king would be turned into a bloody mist instantly. This was not good. The people from the Shao clan were shocked. The third elder said. Although the destruction flood dragon had just broken through to mid-stage holy king, its bloodline and laws were too unusual. It was much stronger than ordinary mid-stage holy king beasts. Xiaoyu was in danger. Everyone had the same thought. Xiao Shiyu's face was pale. She felt a huge pressure. At this moment, she used her laws to defend herself and formed a barrier. Many cracks appeared on the barrier instantly. Young Master Lin, I'm counting on you. She could not defend herself, so she could only rely on Lin Xian. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Xian walked out. Looking at the dragon claws descending from the sky, he threw out a palm strike. Boom, the whole sky was shattered. The terrifying energy roared in all directions. The giant dragon claws were pushed back. The destruction flood dragon let out an angry roar. At this moment, everyone was stunned. One punch. He actually forced the destruction flood dragon to retreat. What kind of strength was that? Many experts from different clans stood up, their eyes filled with shock. The people from the Shao clan were equally shocked. The third elder gasped. He actually blocked it. The first uncle gritted his teeth. Damn it, he realized that he was wrong. From the beginning, he had neglected this young man. He actually had such terrifying strength. He actually blocked the attack of the destruction flood dragon. This way, the other party really had a chance. The seventh elder smiled. As expected of his daughter, her eyesight was really good. The people from the Green clan were also shocked. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Quickly go and find out. The clan leader's eyes flashed. No wonder Xiao Shiyu dared to resist previously. It turned out that she had found a body tempering expert. But soon, he sneered. So what if this young man was strong? So what if he could fight against the destruction flood dragon? Was it enough to control this flood dragon? He did not think so. Even if it was suppressed, it could not be controlled. So, compared to them, it was too far. Haha, there was nothing to be afraid of. These experts from the Green clan laughed and sat down. But in the next moment, they jumped up. The smiles on their faces froze. All of them were shocked. Below, after Lin Xian succeeded, he attacked again. He clenched his fist and punched towards the destruction flood dragon. He actually injured the destruction flood dragon. Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Fighting and injuring were two different concepts. The destruction flood dragon's body was so strong that he could break through its defense. This person's strength was much stronger than they imagined. The Green clan was dumbfounded. The Mountain Sea Palace's elders were also stunned. This was a hidden expert. No wonder Elder Ruochen valued him so much. Not to mention them, even Xiao Shiyu was shocked. She knew that Lin Xian was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong that he could even injure the destruction flood dragon. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and her eyes lit up. That's great. If that's the case, her chances will be much higher. Behind them, Xianxia, as a spectator, was stunned when he saw this scene. What kind of strength was this? She actually underestimated such a person. Thinking of this, she felt her face turn red. What right did she have to look down on him? Suddenly, she remembered that when she tested him, he only caught 3 demonic beasts. Young Master Xiaoyao caught 10 demonic beasts. She was very doubtful now. She asked Xiaoyao, who was next to her. You were the one who secretly tested him, right? Young Master Xiaoyao was already under Lin Xian's control, so he answered honestly. That's right. Those 10 demonic beasts were not caught by him, but by young Master Lin. Sure enough, Xianxia sighed. Why was she so stupid? She didn't realize it. If he had been nicer to her, would she have stayed by his side? In that case, she would have been able to participate in the 3rd round. Thinking of this, she was extremely disappointed and regretful. Apart from her, the others were also stunned. The Green Clan couldn't believe it. Was this Xiaoxiu's trump card? They were a little nervous. The Green Clan leader said coldly. Don't worry. No matter how strong he is definitely not Chener's opponent. Just wait. When Chener reaches the peak, he will definitely suppress them. He will send them all to hell. With such an assistant, it would be no problem for them to reach the top 10. Elder Yan Luo smiled. Elder Black Tortoise snorted. So what? No matter how strong he can't be compared to my disciple. Don't be so arrogant. Elder Yan Luo gritted her teeth. She prayed that Xiaoxiu could defeat Qin Chen and trample him under her feet. She looked ahead carefully. Lin Xian swept through everything in his path. The destruction flood dragon was sent flying. It was completely suppressed and could not resist at all. Xiaoxiu rushed forward and hurriedly used the illusory sound song to control it. So fast. It was suppressed. Elder Black Tortoise couldn't believe it. The corners of Elder Yan Luo's mouth curled into a smile. However, at this moment, someone said, Look, it seems that the solitary Yu courtyard is about to succeed. Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. Gu Yu was standing in the air. His powerful soul energy swept through everything. In front of him, there was a ferocious tiger covered in flames. It was a strange tiger, extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, he seemed to be unable to withstand the extraordinarily strong soul pressure. Impossible! Elder Black Tortoise exclaimed. How could Lone Moon be so fast? In the 2nd round, his disciple was the first to complete it. Could it be that Lone Moon was still hiding his true abilities? Another elder said. Gu Yu was a 3-soul beast tamer after all. He had more trump cards than that. The elders looked at it carefully and were shocked beyond words. Why do I feel the power of 2 souls from his body? What was going on? Many people were shocked. Even the experts from the other sects felt it. They were all surprised. At this moment, Elder Ruochen said, You are right. He has 2 souls. Does a person have 2 souls? No wonder he doesn't need an assistant. Those from the Mountain Sea Palace were stunned. How rare was this? A genius with 2 souls. His soul energy was much stronger than ordinary people's. No wonder he became a 3-soul beast tamer at such a young age. This was his real trump card. Once he used the power of 2 souls, who could be his opponent? At this moment, roars could be heard from other places as well. It turned out to be Mu Linfeng. Mu Linfeng was also going all out at this moment. An ancient voice appeared from his body as if it had traveled across time and space. He had a black drum in his hand. He kept beating it, bringing with him a power that could suppress everything. The King Kong ape in front of him was also shaking. It seemed that it would not be long before it was completely subdued. Everyone was exerting their power. No one dared to relax. In front of Qin Chen stood a monster with terrifying runes all over its body. It was called the Giant Demon Statue. It was very terrifying and was known for its great strength. At this moment, the giant demon statue's eyes showed a crazy look. Its soul was attacked by the blade. At this moment, the giant demon statue roared at the sky. Its power shook heaven and earth. Many people were sent flying and vomited blood. Run, the monster is going to be angry, such a scene had occurred before. Is it going to happen again? Everyone was shocked. Is Xianxia going to fail? Everyone was nervous. But soon, they found that was not the case. The blade in Xianxia's eyes seemed to have materialized and pierced through heaven and earth. The giant demon statue could not bear the terrifying power at all. That was why it went crazy. However, after the crazy attack, the giant demon statue's eyes shone with a blue light. It was completely subdued. Boom, the giant demon statue came in front of Xianxia and knelt on the ground. Xianxia's body shook and stood on the giant demon statue. He waved his hand. The giant demon statue stood up and roared at the sky. The terrifying power almost froze everyone's chi and blood. It was too strong. It was ridiculously strong. You also succeeded. The strange tiger roared at his feet, and the flames of the 9 heavens burned. After him, Mu Lingfeng and Han Xiao also succeeded. They stood on top of the monster. One of them was a diamond ape that tore the sky apart. The other one was a sea demon statue that was surrounded by an endless sea. The 4 great experts controlled the 4 great demonic beasts to roar madly, shaking the 9 heavens. As a result, the surrounding people's chi and blood became unstable, and many of them were sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it! What are you doing? Someone shouted. However, Xianxia snorted. What am I doing? I'm cleaning up the trash. You guys are not qualified to stand with me. After saying that, he continued to activate the monsters. The surrounding people were pale. Damn it. They did not expect this guy to be so arrogant. The people of the Xiao clan were also nervous. At this moment, first uncle roared and stood up. His expression was extremely unsightly. Under the impact of the roar, Xiaoyu vomited blood and was sent flying. The monster in front of him was furious. It slapped Xiaoyu away. Xiaoyu's face turned ugly. The people of the Green clan roared. Damn it, the other elders sighed. Xiaoyu was also defeated. Then, only Xiao Shiyu was left in the Xiao clan. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. The destruction flood dragon in front of her was attacking fiercely, trying to break out of the seal. Lin Xian sneered. You want to break out? Suppress me. He took a step forward and roared. The roar of a dragon resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the destruction serpent was prostrated on the ground. The surrounding demonic beasts were also forced to retreat, their bodies swaying unsteadily. The beasts roared as if they were worshipping their king. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Does this kid have the bloodline of dragons? Just now, what was the situation? The people of Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. The people of Green Clan were shocked, and so were the other experts. Lin Xian did not care about these people. This time, he used his soul power to suppress the destruction flood dragon with his gaze. It formed a golden hand and pressed down on the destruction flood dragon's soul, destroying it continuously. The flood dragon of annihilation was originally terrified, but now it roared even louder. It no longer resisted. Hurry up, Shiyu. Shiyu nodded and seized the opportunity to attack. The destruction flood dragon wanted to resist, but at this moment, it seemed to see a pair of golden eyes looking down at it. If it dared to resist, its soul would be torn into pieces instantly. It did not dare to resist anymore, and it surrendered obediently. Was it subdued? The surrounding people were shocked and could not believe it. No one thought that Xiao Shiyu would succeed. They did not expect Xiao Shiyu to succeed. Of course, they knew that a large part of this was due to Lin Xian's efforts. Lin Xian's physique was too strong, and he directly defeated the destruction flood dragon. That's great. Xiao Shiyu cheered, but Xiaoyu's face was pale. Did he succeed? She had failed. She was still boasting that her strength had surpassed Lin Xian. But now, she realized that it was ridiculous. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the destruction flood dragon, completely surpassing her. She lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to face the crowd. The people of Xiao clan were also shocked. The elders cheered, and the uncle gritted his teeth. Damn it, he couldn't believe it. Now, his only hope was on young Master Qing Chen. He hoped that young Master Qing Chen would be able to deal with the two of them. Seeing that Xiao Shiyu had successfully subdued the destruction serpent dragon, Qing Chen's face turned gloomy. Damn it, this had exceeded his expectations. He couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to wait any longer. Boom, he urged the giant demonic elephant to sweep around. At the same time, his cold voice rang out. I don't think we need to wait any longer. Now is the time to begin. What? Should we start now? The surrounding people were all stunned. Some of them had yet to tame their demonic beasts. How do I start now? Lone Moon nodded. There was indeed no need to wait any longer. I think the first place will be decided among the few of us. Let's fight first. Although there were still some people who didn't succeed, those people couldn't threaten them at all. They also couldn't affect their rankings. They wanted to be the first to decide who would be the champion. After all, everyone wanted to obtain the seal of life and death. That's exactly what I was thinking. Mu Lingfeng stood beside the diamond ape and nodded. On the other side, Han Qiu said, let's begin. The sea devil under her feet roared, and endless seawater spread in all directions. Is it going to start? The surrounding spectators were all nervous. The final battle was about to begin. The first place would be decided among the few of them. Of course, they excluded Xiao Shiyu. Because they felt that even if Xiao Shiyu controlled the flood dragon, she wouldn't be able to get the first place. You can fight among yourselves first. I've already settled one of you. Qing Chen turned around and stared coldly at Xiao Shiyu. I didn't expect you to make it this far. I'm really surprised. However, this battle is over. I'll defeat you personally. After it's over, I'll marry you. As for the brat beside you, I'll make him stay here forever. There's no need for him to live anymore. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Qing Chen's first battle to be against Xiao Shiyu. No, the people of the Xiao clan were full of despair. Originally, they were very excited. Based on the current situation, Xiao Shiyu wouldn't be able to get into the top 3. However, she would definitely get the 5th place. Because none of the others could threaten the flood dragon of destruction. But now, if they had to defeat Xiao Shiyu in advance, they might not even have a chance to get into the top 10, let alone the 5th place. If they missed this opportunity, the Xiao clan would suffer a great loss. At the thought of this, the clan leader of the Xiao clan stood up and said coldly. Young Master Qing Chen, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Shiyu. It's all because of this brat. This brat is really despicable. He has offended young Master Qing Chen. I hope young Master Qing Chen can kill this brat and let Xiao Shiyu off. After all, we still have to get married. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Xiao clan fell silent. 2 elders stood up immediately. This time, the great elder and the second elder followed closely behind the clan leader of the Xiao clan. Yes, that's right. I hope the Green clan won't start a war with us. Killing that brat should be able to appease your anger. The others remained silent. They knew that Xiao Shiyu's current achievements were all because of Lin Xian. Were they going to give up on Lin Xian now? To be honest, some of them were embarrassed. For example, the third elder shook his head and sighed. He couldn't go against the clan leader. However, he wouldn't support him either. On the other hand, the 7th elder stood up and gritted his teeth. You're really despicable. Back then, you used despicable means to get the position of the clan leader. Now, you want to embarrass the Xiao clan in front of everyone. Xiao Shiyu's current achievements were all because of that young man. Now that you want to kill him, what would the world think of us? Are the people of the Xiao clan all ungrateful people? Great, they're going to fight. The eldest uncle sneered. It's best if they perish together. This way, he could reap the benefits. The clan leader of the Xiao clan said coldly. 7th elder, who allowed you to speak? I call the shots in the Xiao clan. Are you sure? I don't think Xiao Shiyu is an ungrateful person. If you insist on doing this, Xiao Shiyu and I will lead the Xiao clan from now on. The results of this competition have nothing to do with the Xiao clan. The 7th elder gritted his teeth and said. When Xiao Shiyu heard this news, her face turned pale. These people were going to give up on Lin Xian. It was really too disappointing. When she heard her mother's words, she said, "That's right. If you insist on doing this, I'm willing to leave the Xiao clan." Audacious! How dare you? The clan leader of the Xiao clan snorted. Do you know what you're saying? The Xiao clan has spent so many resources to nurture you. Now, you're saying that you don't belong to the Xiao clan? The surrounding clans and sects were in a heated discussion. Lin Xian laughed. The clan leader of the Xiao clan, right? He looked at the other party. I think your position as the clan leader has come to an end. It's time for the Xiao clan to have a wise person as the clan leader. Kid, are you trying to provoke me? The eyes of the clan leader shrunk. How dare the other party threaten him? He even wanted to replace him as the clan leader. The others were shocked as well. The great elder and the second elder sneered. Is this young man crazy? No matter how strong he was, could he fight against their entire clan? The clan leader gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. In the next moment, he looked at young Master Qianxia and said, "Young Master Qianxia, please kill this kid. I promise that once the competition ends, we'll get married immediately." Lin Xian snorted. You want to kill me? This trash doesn't have the right. Also, I've said that your position as the clan leader has come to an end. Enjoy your last moments. Lin Xian ignored the other party. He turned his head and looked at Qingyu. Make your move. This time, I'll give you the most glorious ranking. Lin Xian was furious. He didn't expect the clan leader of the Xiao clan to be so disappointing. Not only was he helping Qingyu, but he was also helping the Xiao clan. However, since the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to hold back. Anyway, he was here to help Xiaomu and help Qingyu become the young clan leader. Since that was the case, he might as well replace the clan leader. Letting Xiaomu return to the Xiao clan and become the clan leader was the best choice. At the thought of this, he took a deep breath and stared at Qianxia. Let's start with you. His eyes shone with a cold light. Qianxia sneered. How dare you release your killing intent on me? I'll make you regret it. He activated the giant demonic statue. The giant demonic statue emitted a terrifying aura as it walked forward. The destruction flood dragon stood up and roared. The terrifying sound and energy shook the 9 heavens as if it was going to crack open. Everyone tensed up. This was going to be a fierce battle. However, young Master Qianxia would definitely be the winner. Make your move. Young Master Qianxia's eyes shone brightly as he controlled the giant demonic elephant to charge forward. Although the giant devil statue was huge, its speed was also extremely fast. It was like an ancient demonic mountain descending from the sky. The terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to crumble. The people on the square retreated one after another. The other demonic beasts also made way for them. Fortunately, the square was big enough, so the heavy people were able to make way for them. Xiaoxiu naturally felt the immense pressure as well. To be honest, the other party's ability to control demonic beasts was stronger than his. This battle could be said to be not very big, but fortunately, she had Lin Xian. Lin Xian also said, Drizzle, use all your power to control it. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a sharp golden light. This time, he wanted to control it together with Xiaoxiu. The destruction flood dragon let out a terrifying roar. Then, it charged forward, its destructive aura complementing it as it waved its dragon claws continuously. The two of them instantly clashed, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom, the giant demonic elephant's body was too huge, much bigger than the destruction flood dragon. In an instant, the destruction flood dragon was sent flying. The people of the Green Clan laughed. As expected, the difference between the two parties was huge. However, the result was shocking. The giant demonic elephant roared crazily as a wound appeared on its body. Saint blood dripped down, shocking everyone. The giant demonic elephant was injured in one blow? It was really unbelievable. Was the destruction flood dragon that powerful? No, the people of the Mountain Sea Palace shook their heads. Although the destruction flood dragon's bloodline grade was high, it had just reached the middle Saint King realm. In terms of cultivation, it was much weaker than the giant demonic elephant. Both parties were evenly matched. It was impossible to injure the giant demonic elephant in an instant. It should be because the person controlling the demonic beast was very powerful. Was it Xiaoxiu? They didn't think so. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. This young man not only had a strong physique, but also a powerful soul. In terms of controlling demonic beasts, he was definitely terrifying. Elder Ruochen looked at the scene and smiled. Very good, it was finally going to start. Qing Chen's face turned ugly. He had vowed that he could easily kill the opponent, but now, his giant demonic elephant was injured in the first round. It was a slap to his face. Damn it, the eye of the blade in his eyes burst out. He kept urging the giant demonic elephant to appear in his soul and roar to the sky. The runes on its body flickered and healed the wound. Then, it rushed out again. On the other side, the destruction flood dragon also rushed out and the two parties fought again. Every time they fought, the crowd would exclaim. This demonic beast was much stronger than a human of the same level. Terrifying power and destructive chi filled the entire square. The surrounding demonic beasts were also roaring. The giant demonic elephant was powerful, but Qing Chen was not weak either. Therefore, in the battle, the destruction flood dragon was also injured. A crack appeared on its body, and even its bones could be seen. Dragon blood dyed his body red, but his eyes shone with a cold light. At this moment, it was being controlled. It would not retreat because of the pain and injury. Instead, it attacked even more fiercely. Not only that, but some of his divine abilities had also reached the acme of perfection. For example, the chi of annihilation. Even the dragon scales on his body had turned into a blade of annihilation, slashing down from the sky with the power to destroy everything. This attack was really terrifying. It was as if it was performed by a peerless sword saint. The giant demonic elephant resisted with all its might. But it was still sent flying and its body was split open. The whole world was also split into two by this attack. The surrounding people were shocked. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace stood up and exclaimed. This was a bloodline superpower. They did not expect the destruction flood dragon to be so powerful. Elder Ruochen said with a smile. No, under normal circumstances, the destruction flood dragon would not be able to defeat the giant demonic elephant. It should be the beast tamer who was powerful. Those people were stunned. How could it be? Their young master Qingchen could not defeat the opponent, they felt like they were dreaming. The clan leader of the Shao clan was also pale. His body was trembling. Was this the person he wanted to kill? Damn it. He was even more powerful than young master Qingchen. If he had known, he would have tried to rope him in. But it was too late to say anything now. He had to kill the opponent. Otherwise, if Xiaoxiu achieved good results, he would be in danger. After all, he could not compete with the Mountain Sea Palace. Qingchen was also stunned. This was not just a slap in the face. It made his confidence feel threatened. He had lost to the opponent. Damn it. He could not stand it. The eye of the blade condensed and pushed the giant demonic elephant. The giant demonic elephant roared, and its split body merged. The giant demonic elephant was a middle-stage Saint King. Naturally, it would not be killed by a single attack, but it was still injured. Damn it, take out your bloodline ability and kill him for me. The giant demonic elephant roared into the sky. His body changed again, becoming half human and half elephant. His fist could suppress hell. Giant demonic elephant fist, however, his bloodline superpower was extremely powerful. Its power was enough to split the heavens and earth. The horrifying fist fell from the sky, sweeping across the 9 heavens and charging towards the destruction serpent. The destruction serpent was instantly drowned by the fist. Its body shrunk and shook like a bolt of lightning. A destructive aura appeared on its body. Then, it flew past the fist shadow and came to the giant demonic elephant again. Its body seemed to have turned into a demonic blade and cut the giant demonic elephant's body open again. Demonic blood filled the air. Then, the serpent quickly retreated. The entire process was smooth and completed in the blink of an eye. When the crowd came back to their senses, they realized that the giant demonic elephant was injured again. Countless people were in an uproar. What a powerful control technique. This Xiaoxiu had concealed her strength so deeply. She was a top-notch beast-taming genius. Those from the beast-taming families were also shocked and started discussing. Those from the Mountain Sea Palace were equally shocked. It seemed that they had underestimated Xiaoxiu. That was great. On the Xiao clan's side, the seventh elder cheered. His daughter's talent was indisputable. The third elder had a complicated expression. He did not know whether he should congratulate or say something. Xiaoxiu's uncle was gritting his teeth. Damn it. His talent definitely surpassed his daughter's. He had to find a way to get rid of him. He looked at the clan leader and said something through voice transmission. The clan leader's eyes lit up. He looked at the Xiao clan's uncle and nodded. In the next moment, he stood up and said, "Young Master Xianxia. Our Xiao clan's phantom sound has a flaw." What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Those from the Xiao clan were also shocked. The seventh elder shouted angrily. Are you going to tell him the secret of the Xiao clan? You're a sinner of the Xiao clan. The third elder also stood up and said, Clan leader, you can't do that. The Xiao clan is in danger of being destroyed. Those from the surrounding families and sects were also shocked. They did not expect the clan leader of the Xiao clan to go crazy and reveal the secret of the Xiao clan. Was it just to kill a young man? The Xiao clan's uncle stood up and said, Don't worry, the clan leader will only send a voice transmission to young Master Xianxia. Soon, the two families would be connected by marriage. Young Master Xianxia was considered one of their own. This way, it wouldn't be considered as revealing the secrets of the Xiao clan to an outsider. Therefore, there wouldn't be much impact. The third elder frowned, but he had no choice but to do it. The seventh elder was indeed very straightforward. She snorted coldly. What a load of nonsense, he didn't expect the two of them to be so shameless. The clan leader of the Xiao clan had indeed said that he had already made his decision. Moreover, young Master Xianxia was not an outsider. Hence, this was not considered breaking the rules of the Xiao clan. After saying that, he began to transmit his voice. Countless people were shocked when they saw this scene. The people of the Mountain Sea Temple also frowned. This was a matter of the Xiao clan, they had no right to interfere. The people of the Green clan raised the corner of their mouth and smiled. Haha, this is great. Telling Xianxia is equivalent to telling the whole family. Initially, he thought that it would be troublesome to deal with the Xiao clan even after the marriage. From the looks of it, things were much simpler now. Now that they knew the greatest secret of the hallucinatory melody, they could quickly eliminate the Xiao clan. At that time, the power of the Green clan would definitely double or even multiply several times. At the thought of this, all of them became excited. Xiaoxiu's face turned pale. Damn it, such a family was really despairing. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It seemed that he was right. Such a person was not qualified to be the clan leader. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. On the other hand, Xianxia laughed. Very good, he now knew about the hallucinatory melody. With this, it would be much easier for him to deal with Xiaoxiu. He only needed to target the weakness of the hallucinatory melody. All superpowers had their weaknesses. He also had the Eye of the Saber Wind. However, this was the greatest secret of the Xiao clan. Outsiders would not know about it. Now that she knew the secret of the Xiao clan, he would definitely win this battle. Kill! With a roar, Xianxia charged out. The giant devil wanted to attack crazily. The destruction flood dragon dodged again. However, this time, it was sent flying by a punch from the giant devil. Countless cracks appeared on its body and half of its bones were broken. Everyone exclaimed. It seemed that Xiaoxiu was really being targeted. Xiaoxiu's face turned pale. She controlled the destruction flood dragon and quickly recovered. Then, she used the blade of destruction again. However, this time, the blade of destruction was blocked. Then, the flood dragon was sent flying again. Even Xiaoxiu was forced to retreat. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Her face turned pale. Not only had the destruction serpent been injured, but she had also been injured by the attack. Her soul was affected. Damn it, she really gave the hallucinatory melody to the other party. How could she continue fighting? Xiaoxiu felt hopeless. She originally thought that she had a high chance of winning. This time, she would definitely make it to the top 10 or even the top 5. However, everything was gone now. She looked at Lin Xian with a pale face. Young Master Lin, I've let you down. Thank you for helping me so much. Lin Xian looked solemn. He said, You're tired. Leave the rest to me. I'll help you punish these people. Haha, both of you can go to hell. Xianxia continued to emit a terrifying radiance. The giant devil roared and its body grew bigger. Another punch landed. No. On the Shao clan's side, the 7th elder was in despair. He was about to faint. The 3rd elder also closed his eyes. The other elders also sighed. The Shao clan was going to suffer a disastrous decline in the future. This time, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. The eldest uncle of the Shao clan sneered. The clan leader of the Shao clan also had a cold look in his eyes. Although his family had suffered heavy losses this time, being able to kill a genius was enough for him. This way, no one would be able to threaten him. Xiaoxiyu's jade flute fell to the ground. She felt that her soul was being suppressed. The other party was targeting the hallucinatory melody. She was powerless to resist. The destruction flood dragon roared and its body fell to the ground. There were many cracks on its body. Everything was over. Elder Black Tortoise said calmly in the Mountain Sea Palace. Elder Yan Luo snorted. How could you accept such a person as your disciple? What a joke. Elder Black Tortoise did not refute. To be honest, he also felt that this matter was too much. However, there was nothing he could say. Boom, just when everyone thought that this battle was over, a dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The destruction flood dragon exploded with a terrifying aura. His body grew to a few thousand meters. Like a coiling dragon, he charged out. The power of destruction collided with the opponent's fist. It was earth-shattering. The destruction flood dragon retreated. Countless cracks appeared on the opponent's fist. How could this be? The people from the Green Clan were stunned. Even the people from the Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. Xiaoxiyu opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. She was stunned. What's going on? The destruction serpent still had the strength to fight back. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xian in shock. It was Lin Xian's attack. At this moment, Lin Xian had an extremely terrifying soul aura, which made her feel terrified. The entire place was silent for a long time before it was filled with exclamations. Oh my god, what did I just see? He survived. This is unbelievable. This Xiaoxiyu is too powerful. Some of the elders said. No, it's not Xiaoxiyu. It's the young man beside her. Exclamations of shock were heard as countless gazes landed on Lin Xian. Qing Chen's face turned ugly. Damn it, it's all because of this brat. He always sabotaged me at the most crucial moment. Now, he could still fight back. The uncle of the Shao clan was dumbfounded. The leader of the Shao clan stood up and gritted his teeth. This is the power of the hallucination song. How can you use it? He roared crazily. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They recalled the power of the hallucination song and realized that it was true. This brat isn't from the Shao clan. He should be Xiaoxiyu's helper. How can an outsider know the hallucination song, an outsider who knows the hallucination song? Everyone thought of Xiaoxiyu immediately. She was the only one who could do it. The uncle of the Shao clan jumped up and shouted coldly. Xiaoxiyu, how dare you teach an outsider the secret art of the Shao clan? Do you know your crime? His shout shook the heavens and the earth. The people from the surrounding clans and sects were also discussing animatedly. However, the 7th elder sneered. Why did you jump out to stop it? Isn't the clan leader breaking the rules by teaching the hallucination song to someone from the Green Clan? The 7th elder thought that his daughter, Xiaoxiyu, was the one who taught it to Lin Xian. The uncle of the Shao clan snorted. 7th elder, you have to understand that the Shao clan and the Green Clan are connected by marriage. After the marriage, the 2 clans are considered as one family. How could young Master Qingchen be considered an outsider? This Lin Xian was just an assistant. What qualifications did he have to obtain the illusory melody? I suggest that we suppress him and erase his memory. It would be better to just kill him. The great elder and the second elder also shouted coldly. The clan leader of the Xiao clan stood up. His voice was piercingly cold. Drizzle, I didn't expect that you would dare to impart the ultimate art of your clan to others. Do you know your crime? Xiaoxiyu was also shocked. She did not understand why Lin Xian knew the illusory melody. Even now, he still felt that this was a mystery. If the other party was so strong, why would he come to the Xiao clan? Why would he help her? Both parties did not know each other before this. She was finding it harder and harder to understand Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the clan leader of the Xiao clan. He sneered. Why? Do you have the cheek to talk to me? You said that Qing Chen is one of us, then let me ask you, is he married to Xiaoyu now? Not yet, right? Since he hasn't, then he must be an outsider. Besides, who could be sure that they would get married in the future? As a clan leader, you imparted the skill to an outsider. What right do you have to criticize Xiaoyu? I think you should get lost as soon as possible because you don't have the cheek to stay here. The clan leader of the Xiao clan was so angry that he was trembling. Damn it, how dare a junior criticize him like this? Kid, no matter what you say, you have obtained the illusory melody of the Xiao clan. I won't let you live today. Lin Xian laughed. Is that so? If I can't live after obtaining the illusory melody of the Xiao clan, then what about me? Lin Xian pointed at Qing Chen and said coldly. He had also obtained the illusory melody. Moreover, I can guarantee that Xiao Shiyu will enter the top 5 and even get the first place. At that time, with the backing of the Mountain Sea Palace, Xiao Shiyu can object to this marriage. Can the Xiao clan resist? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The clan leader of the Xiao clan narrowed his eyes. He was most afraid of this outcome. Therefore, he would not allow the two of them to continue competing. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Can't resist, right? In that case, Qing Chen would be an outsider. But he has obtained the illusory melody. Are you going to kill him too? Not good. The people of the Green clan stood up abruptly with shock in their eyes. If that was the case, the Xiao clan would definitely fight with their lives on the line. After all, this was a secret of the clan. Nonsense. The clan leader of the Xiao clan is Ling He. I know Xiao Shiyu's strength. She is not qualified to be valued by the Mountain Sea Palace. Therefore, this marriage must go on. Your assumptions are not valid. Lin Xian sneered. Xiao Shiyu is the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. As the clan leader, not only did you not encourage her, you even suppressed her. What kind of clan leader are you? You don't deserve to be the clan leader. Presumptuous. The clan leader roared. No matter what you say, I'm still the clan leader now. I can mobilize all my forces. Do you want to start a war with the Xiao clan? Everyone was stunned. They had not expected such a situation to occur at this point in the competition. This young man is really unlucky. First, he offended young master Qing Chen. Then, he offended the clan leader of the Xiao clan. These two people could represent two big clans. He had offended two top clans. Let's see how he will die. Countless people were discussing. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and sneered. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. I'm the one who taught him the phantom melody. Do you have a problem with that? Who are you? The clan leader of the Xiao clan shouted. Who are you? Why do you know the phantom melody of the Xiao clan? Could it be that the phantom melody has been spread out before this? The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. They sent out their powerful souls to investigate. At this moment, a figure walked over from the horizon. This person was wearing an ancient robe and had gray hair. At first, he walked slowly. However, after a few steps, he arrived near the square. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. Who are you? The eyes of the clan leader of the Xiao clan were shining. The other elders of the Xiao clan were also on guard. They must take down this person today. They must not let the phantom melody be spread out again. The seventh elder's pupils shrank. He stood up abruptly with his eyes wide open. She felt an aura, but she could not be sure. Impossible. That person had disappeared for thousands of years. How could he appear again? The figure in the sky shouted coldly. Xiaoli, you have really disappointed me. I did not expect you to do such a thing. Where are the rules of the Xiao clan? You are indeed not fit to be the clan leader of the Xiao clan. The eyes of the clan leader of the Xiao clan shrank. Who are you? How dare you call me by my name? Who is this person? The figure in the sky stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly. I'm Xiao Mu. The surrounding people were stunned. They were puzzled. Is this person also from the Xiao clan? However, the eyes of the clan leader of the Xiao clan shrank. He jumped up and cold sweat flowed down his back. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The seventh elder's father. What kind of person was he? Countless people were shocked. What was going on? However, the elders of the beast tamer clans were all shocked. Could it be him? He was still alive. How was that possible? The Mountain Sea Palace was in an uproar. Those from the Green clan could not believe it. They had not heard of this name for many years. It had even become history. They did not expect him to appear again today. It was shocking. The Xiao clan's leader roared. Impossible. Xiao Mu had been dead for 5,000 years. How could he still be alive? Who are you? How dare you pretend to be someone from the Xiao clan? Do you think the Xiao clan is easy to fool? Men, take him down. At the clan leader's command, the first elder, second elder, and other strong people from the Xiao clan stood up. Soul power surged out. The roars of monsters could be heard. As a beast tamer clan, once they attacked, it would be an earth-shattering scene. Damn it. How dare you? The seventh elder also shouted angrily. This was her father. Xiao Mu stood in the sky and looked down. It has been 5,000 years. Looks like no one remembers me. Has the Xiao clan fallen to such a state? At this point, a ray of light shone in his eyes. Then, a terrifying sound erupted from his body and swept across the sky. The surrounding Xiao clan's elders retreated. Their faces were pale. Their souls felt like they were being torn apart. The same went for the monsters. They roared and retreated in fear. Each of them blocked a Xiao clan's elder. The Xiao clan's leader exclaimed. Illusory sound ninth heaven. You have cultivated the illusory sound melody to such a level. The other elders were shocked too. The illusory sound melody was divided into many levels. The illusory sound ninth heaven was a level that they dreamed of achieving. However, no one had achieved it. Even the Xiao clan's leader had not achieved it. But now, Xiao Mu had achieved it. It was unbelievable. Could this person really be the Xiao clan's genius Xiao Mu from 5,000 years ago? The third elder also stood up. His face was filled with excitement. The seventh elder exclaimed. Father, you are still alive. This is great. My daughter, I've made you suffer. I'm sorry that I came late. Xiao Mu's face was filled with kindness. Then, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoli. His eyes became piercingly cold. Young Master Lin's illusory sound was personally taught to him by me. Do you have any objections? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Even the clan leader of the Xiao clan was speechless. The others were also shocked when they heard the news from their elders. They stared at the figure in disbelief. He was actually someone from 5,000 years ago. Furthermore, he was the strongest genius of the Xiao clan 5,000 years ago. The other party had been missing for 5,000 years, and now, he had actually managed to return alive. It was simply too unbelievable. The faces of the people from the Green clan turned ugly. This was very bad news for them. The people of Mountain Sea Palace were also surprised. Elder Ruochen narrowed his eyes. So it was him. He then looked at Lin Xian and smiled. This little guy was actually related to him. No wonder. Lin Xian stood there with a smile on his face. He didn't expect Xiao Mu to come out in the end. Xiao Xiyu, who was at the side, was stunned. Was this person her grandfather who had been missing for a long time? He was actually still alive, and he was even related to Lin Xian. She looked at Lin Xian and asked. Could it be that you were sent by my grandfather? Lin Xian smiled. That's right. It was indeed your grandfather who asked me to help you. Xiao Shiyu finally understood why Lin Xian, who was so talented, would help her. It was because of her grandfather. Xiaoli took a deep breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He shouted coldly. Xiao Mu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. However, you actually taught the illusory sound to an outsider without permission. How should you be punished, Xiao Mu, an outsider? Young Master Lin is not an outsider. I intend to betroth my granddaughter to him. By then, he will be part of the Xiao clan. How can he be considered an outsider? What? Xiao Mu's words made the clan leader of the Xiao clan's face turn ugly. Xiao Shiyu was already engaged to someone from the Green clan. How could she be betrothed to someone else? Xiao Mu sneered. My granddaughter, can't she make the decision? Moreover, you only had an agreement. You taught the illusory sound to Qing Chen before he became part of the Xiao clan. How can you give the Xiao clan an explanation? Xiao Li's face turned ugly. It was impossible for him to use the Xiao clan's rules to suppress Xiao Mu. Hence, he could only snort coldly. Alright, let's see who will become part of the Xiao clan in the end. He stood up and said loudly. Everyone, please be a witness. Out of these two young masters, only one can become the son-in-law of the Xiao clan. The other one will be killed mercilessly if he knows the secret of the illusory sound. Everyone was in an uproar. The people from the Green clan frowned. This was not good for them. The clan leader of the Green clan snorted. This old fox wants us to join forces with him. Alright, let's join forces. Xiao Mu's sudden appearance shocked the clan leader of the Green clan. No one knew how much the genius from 5,000 years ago had grown. Moreover, Xiao Mu had a strong appeal. What would happen to the Xiao clan in the future, they did not know. They could only join forces with the clan leader of the Xiao clan. Hence, he quickly sent a message to Qing Chen. On the other side, the clan leader of the Xiao clan said, Xiao Mu, you don't have any objections, right? Xiao Mu looked at him and said coldly, if I remember correctly, you are my junior. Logically speaking, you should call me sixth uncle. Why? Are you so unruly after becoming the clan leader? Xiao Li gritted his teeth. However, he could not refute under everyone's gaze. Hence, he gritted his teeth and said, sixth uncle, what do you think? Xiao Mu did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded his head. He smiled. Let's do it. After he finished speaking, he stood in the void and looked down. Everyone looked down at the ground. The atmosphere in the square changed instantly. Previously, it was a competition for rankings. Now, it was a competition for life and death. Qing Chen also received his father's message. He was filled with killing intent. He had to kill this kid now. Who do you think will win? Countless people were discussing. It should be young Master Qing Chen. He is a top genius. I don't think so. Since Lin Xian dares to fight, it means that he has full confidence. Maybe he has some trump cards. The people from the Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. Elder Xian Gui's face turned cold. Elder Yan Luo smiled and said, I said it before. No one can say for sure until the last moment. Elder Xian Gui, didn't you say that you would win? Why don't you make a promise with me? The other party had recently suppressed a snow fox, which was a spiritual beast of heaven and earth. Elder Xuangui's face turned ugly. To be honest, he wasn't very confident in his heart, but he couldn't afford to lose. Since he had already accepted Qing Chen as his disciple, how could he not trust him? He said, okay. If my disciple loses, I'll give you the snow fox that I suppressed. But what if you lose? Elder Yan Luo said, if I lose, I'll give you my ultimate technique, the inescapable net. The people around were also surprised. They looked at the two elders seriously. They were very expectant and looked down. Below, Qing Chen walked up. Kid, I originally wanted to save some strength to compete for the first place. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish in advance. After saying that, his eyes shone with an even more terrifying light. The combat power of the giant demonic statue beside him had increased greatly, and its aura made everyone feel desperate. Countless people exclaimed. No way, young Master Qing Chen was still holding back. It's over. There's no suspense in this battle. The patriarch of the Green Clan raised a smile. How could their number one genius be defeated? Just wait. These people will be desperate. On the side of the Mountain Sea Palace, Elder Xianxia also smiled. It seems that your inescapable net is mine. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too arrogant. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? It's useless to say more. Make your move. Lin Xian had a nonchalant look on his face. His opponent was indeed a top-notch genius, but so what? How many geniuses had died in his hands? Stupid guy, go to hell. Young Master Xianxia shouted coldly and activated his eye technique. The giant demonic statue charged over like a mountain. The terrifying power shrouded the entire square. Oh no, be careful! Xiaoxiu exclaimed. Lin Xian waved his hand. He controlled the dragon of destruction to charge forward. To be honest, there was indeed a gap between the dragon of destruction and the giant demonic statue. If it was Xiaoxiu or others, they would definitely lose this battle. But it was not necessarily the case for him. He had too many trump cards in his hand. He didn't need to do it himself. Just controlling the dragon was enough. Under Lin Xian's control, the destruction flood dragon seemed to have transformed into a true dragon, attacking non-stop. Every timing and angle of attack was amazing and hard to imagine. The destructive power on it had been unleashed to the extreme, and it was gradually suppressing the troll statue. Finally, with another slash, the giant demonic elephant was split in half. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. He found it hard to believe that the giant devil had wanted to injure him so badly that his soul had also suffered a blow. He fell to the ground and roared at the sky. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Green Clan's people were extremely nervous. Did their number one genius lose? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? The leader of the Green Clan looked gloomy. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. On the other side, the clan leader of the Shao clan narrowed his eyes. How could this guy's soul power be so strong? His opponent wasn't using the illusory melody at all. He had miscalculated. He had always thought that the reason why Lin Xian could control demonic beasts was because of the illusory melody. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Lin Xian knew other soul attacks, and they seemed to be more powerful than the illusory melody. Who exactly was this person? He broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he was going to attack the Green Clan? The clan leader of the Green Clan suddenly stood up and said coldly. This fight didn't count. Everyone was in an uproar. The elders of the Shao clan sneered. Why didn't it count? Did you think that everyone was blind? The clan leader of the Green Clan gritted his teeth. The destruction serpent was suppressed by him and Xiaoxiu previously. How could it be counted as his own strength? Moreover, Chen'er and Xiaoxiu had fought before. He had also suffered some injuries. That was why he was defeated. Although he won this battle, he didn't use his own strength to win. So, I'm not convinced. Yes, that's right. What the clan leader said made sense. The people of the Shao clan were also indifferent. I agree. The people of the Myriad Transformation sect stood up and said coldly. If you want to determine the winner, then use your own strength. For example, two people should fight alone. Everyone was in an uproar. Although they felt that the Green Clan was despicable, no one dared to say anything. At this moment, the clan leader of the Shao clan said, That's right, I agree too. The seventh elder snorted. They had never seen such shameless people. Xiaomu's face fell. Why? Do you want to cover the sky with your hands? A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The clan leader of the Shao clan was pale. The people of the Green Clan snorted. Xiaomu, although you're a genius from 5,000 years ago, the world has changed. This is not the era of the past. Oh, are you trying to challenge me? Xiaomu's eyes shone brightly, piercing through the sky. The clan leader of the Green Clan took 2 steps back. He could feel a huge pressure. In the next moment, he snorted. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Behind him, the experts of the Green Clan stood up. A battle was about to break out. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled. Senior, if they want to fight again, I'll grant them their wish. Everyone turned around. Xiaomu frowned. Young Master Lin, the outcome of this battle has been decided. There's no need to continue. Lin Xian said, if you don't defend yourself, let them accept their defeat. Didn't you say that I borrowed the power of the destruction flood dragon? Next, I'll fight him alone. I won't use any beast's power. He can use it as he pleases. Moreover, I'll give him time to recover to his peak state. Then, we'll fight again. Everyone was stunned. Is this kid crazy? This is obviously disadvantageous to him. The clan leader of the Green Clan sneered. Kid, what are you trying to do? He didn't believe that Lin Xian would be so kind. Lin Xian said, I can agree to all your conditions. However, I have one condition. That is, the next battle will be a battle of life and death. Do you dare? A battle of life and death? This kid wants to fight Xianxia to the death. Everyone was shocked. The elders of the Green Clan were also in an uproar. Where did this guy get his confidence from? The clan leader of the Green Clan said, Xianxia is a beast tamer. He won't fight you alone. If he wants to fight you, he'll use his beast. Can you accept this? Lin Xian said, it's okay. As long as he can control the beast, it's his power. Okay, I'll fight you. The clan leader of the Green Clan shouted. He really had no reason to refuse. Although his opponent's body was tough, his son Xianxia could control many beasts. In this way, he would definitely have the upper hand. On the Shao clan side, the seventh elder said, no, you'll be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Now, I'll give him time to recover. Lin Xian looked at Xiaoxiu and said, come on, let's continue with the competition. I'll help you reach the top. Xiaoxiu was stunned. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to recover? In her opinion, Lin Xian had also used up a lot of energy. He should also need to recover. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Lin Xian said, no need. I don't care about this competition. Let's continue with the other beast tamers. The people around were stunned. What was this guy doing? Did he really have a super strong trump card? Or was he an idiot? Father, the seventh elder looked at Xiaomu. Xiaomu smiled. Daughter, don't worry. Mr. Lin's strength is not something you can imagine. He was looking forward to the next competition. Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu controlled the destruction Jiao dragon to look forward. The beast tamers and beast tamers around all stepped back. There were only 3 figures standing there. Lin Xian had defeated Xianxia, and the others were no match for him. Only the other 3 geniuses who were as famous as Xianxia could compete with him. Come on, Lin Xian looked at Mu Linfeng. Mu Linfeng walked out. In front of him, the King Kong ape was also roaring at the sky. Its terrifying energy covered the sky and the earth. Behind it, the destruction Jiao dragon flew out and the two fought. It was like an Archean divine beast was fighting. Terrifying loss spread. It was a shocking battle. In the end, the destruction Jiao dragon won. The King Kong ape's body was penetrated and it fell to the ground. Mu Linfeng's soul was injured. His face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, you won this battle. The crowd was in an uproar again. He was too strong. After Xianxia, Mu Linfeng of the 4 top geniuses was also defeated. There were only 2 left. Du Yu and Han Xiao. Could these 2 stop him? If he couldn't stop them, would he have to let Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu reach the peak? Thank you. Lin Xian said calmly. Then he continued to look around and stared at Han Xiao. Xiaoxiu was agitated. She was a genius, but she couldn't imagine such a scene because there was still a huge gap between her and Xianxia and the rest. It would take a long time to catch up with these people. But now, with Lin Xian's help, these people were defeated by her. Up ahead, Han Xiao laughed. Young Master Lin's strength is truly shocking. I admit defeat. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Xiao to directly admit defeat. But thinking about it, although Han Xiao's strength was strong, he was not stronger than Mu Linfeng and Xianxia. These 2 people had been defeated. The possibility of Han Xiao's defeat was very high. Moreover, one's soul would be injured afterwards, which would be very disadvantageous for one's future ranking. She was a very smart woman. Lin Xian smiled and looked at the last person. It was Gu Yu. This person was much stronger than the others. He was a three-soul beast tamer. He was also the most powerful enemy. Gu Yu felt Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head as well. A terrifying soul aura exploded from his eyes. Their souls clashed in the air, tearing the 9 heavens apart. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. Xiaoxiyu said, do you want to fight one-on-one with young master? Lin? Then I can leave. Gu Yu shook his head. No need. Both of you can fight together. Because I have 2 souls. A terrifying aura exploded from his soul again, sweeping across everything. Xiaoxiyu was stunned. No wonder this person did not need help. He had 2 souls. In this way, she did not retreat. Alright, let's fight together. Everyone had an assistant. In the previous battles, they had fought together with their assistants. So, now that Gu Yu had displayed 2 souls, Xiaoxiyu naturally could not leave. The Battle of the Pinnacle had begun. Everyone was nervous. The outcome of this battle would determine who would be the champion of the Mountain Sea Beast fighters. The people from the Xiao clan were also shocked. They did not expect Xiaoxiyu to be able to reach this stage. Even if she lost, she would be in 2nd place. That was enough to be proud of. Gu Yu was controlling a strange tiger. The flames on its body were terrifying. An earth-shattering roar was heard. The terrifying flames rushed over and attacked the destruction serpent. The destruction serpent flew and dodged quickly. At the same time, it unleashed an aura of destruction. The terrifying law of destruction kept shaking. Boom. After one attack, the 2 turned into lightning and clashed in the air. It was really a fierce battle. The people around were shouting excitedly. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace nodded their heads. Too strong. Gu Yu's 2 souls were indeed terrifying. His control was too strong. This guy might become a 6-soul beast tamer in the future. That Lin Xian was even stronger. He was bearing most of the pressure. Discussions broke out one after another. In front, the strange tiger roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. It kept running in the air, forming a strange law. A pair of flame wings spread out on its back. Its speed was extremely fast. The entire world began to tremble. The destruction serpent was surrounded by a sea of fire. The scales on its body kept making clanging sounds. The flames were burning its power. The destruction serpent roared. Its eyes were filled with a terrifying light of destruction. A destruction blade appeared in the air. Buzz. The blade slashed out. Everyone exclaimed. This blade had once split the giant demonic statue. It was the destruction serpent's bloodline superpower. What was surprising was that the strange tiger was extraordinary. It flapped its wings and dodged the blade. It was too strong. It was a battle between the top. Everyone was excited. Such a battle was rare among the younger generation. Mu Lingfeng looked at the scene and smiled bitterly. It was not a shame to lose. Han Xiao also said that Lin Xian was right. Only Gu Yu could compete with Lin Xian. However, Gu Yu obviously did not use all his power. His 2 souls should have other effects. Sure enough, after dodging the destruction blade, the strange tiger roared in the distance. It did not attack immediately. Gu Yu walked up and stood on the strange tiger. He said coldly, "You are indeed strong. I may not be able to defeat you even if we continue fighting." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also stunned. What was going on? Was Gu Yu going to admit defeat? However, they soon found that it was not the case. Gu Yu said, "So, I am going to be serious. Be careful." After speaking, his eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying light. He charged to the other side. In the sky, a demon beast roared. It was a breeze sparrow. It was also an extremely terrifying demon beast. Its strength was not weaker than the giant demonic statue. At this moment, it was controlled by Gu Yu. It charged over crazily. At the same time, the strange tiger attacked again. Everyone was shocked. No way. This guy was so strong. It was normal for a beast tamer to control many demon beasts to fight at the same time. However, it depended on what level they were at. The strange tiger and the Qingfeng sparrow were at the same level. It was already very impressive for the younger generation to be able to control one, not to mention two at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. The breezy sparrow tore the body of the destruction flood dragon apart like a wind blade. The flames of the strange tiger forced the destruction flood dragon to retreat. In an instant, the destruction flood dragon was completely suppressed and heavily injured. Xiaoxiyu's face turned pale as she felt the impact of the soul attack. Oh no, this guy is so terrifying. She used all her strength to perform the melody of phantasmal sound to stabilize the destruction flood dragon. She looked anxious as she did not know what to do. Lin Xian said, "You stabilize the destruction flood dragon and leave the rest to me." All right. Xiaoxiyu nodded and used all her strength to control the destruction flood dragon. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the breezy sparrow. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he attacked with his soul attack. The heavenly secret divine eyes were so powerful that the breezy sparrow roared again. He did not attack the destruction flood dragon but turned around to grab the strange tiger. He sent the strange tiger flying. Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. What was going on? Was the breezy sparrow crazy, or did Guyu fail to control the breezy sparrow? No, it was Lin Xian who forcefully controlled the breezy sparrow. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace all stood up in shock. They looked at Lin Xian and nodded their heads continuously. Lin Xian was a top-notch genius in ocular sorcery, and he was also a soul expert. Elder Ruochen's eyes also shone brightly. What a terrifying eye. It was a bloodline eye technique. The strange tiger was sent flying and cracks appeared on its body. Guyu also frowned. He also felt the impact of the soul attack. It was able to seize control of his soul attack. He harumphed coldly. He controlled the strange tiger to attack continuously while he charged toward the green peak sparrow with his other hand. He wanted to take back control of the breezy sparrow. Their souls kept attacking the breezy sparrow's mind. Guyu's face darkened. He realized that he could not take back control. Damn it, his opponent's eye technique was so powerful. He roared and stopped controlling the strange tiger. His two souls attacked together and attacked the breezy sparrow. He did not believe that his two souls would not be able to win against his opponent. Lin Xian also felt a pressure. So strong. His dual souls were indeed extraordinary. His heavenly secret divine eyes were not something his opponent could have imagined. The heavenly secret map in his eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the breeze sparrow's soul could no longer withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. Had he fallen, everyone in the distance was dumbfounded. What a great battle! A terrifying demonic beast was actually killed. Damn it, Guyu gritted his teeth. Was he going to lose to the other party? He couldn't stand it. He had never taken anyone seriously. Even Qing Chen and Mu Lingfeng were nothing to him. Now that Lin Xian had appeared, he felt even more pressured. He roared angrily and searched for other demonic beasts to control. This time, he wanted to control 3 demonic beasts. His terrifying soul force covered the sky. The surrounding demonic beasts all roared uneasily. The destruction flood dragon was also retreating in defeat. Xiaoxiyu's face was pale. Too strong. She couldn't block it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, looking at the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a roar was heard. A golden figure appeared in the sky and charged over. The moment he appeared, the surrounding demonic beasts immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the strange tiger quickly retreated. Guyu felt a chill down his spine and immediately retreated. The others were stunned. The golden figure was actually the metal spirit beast. It couldn't be. This was a Saint King advanced stage. This kid could actually control it. The people from Shanghai Cocoa were also stunned. Elder Xiangui and the others were all dumbfounded. Even a 3-soul beast tamer wouldn't be able to control such an existence. This kid's eye technique, what level had it reached? I admit defeat. Guyu sighed. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian. He didn't expect someone in Shanghai City to surpass him. He even felt that Lin Xian was unfathomable. Guyu admitted defeat. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. This was the genius who had the highest chance of becoming number one. Now that he admitted defeat, wouldn't it mean that Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu were number one? It was too unbelievable. Previously, they had thought of many possibilities, but this wasn't one of them. Great, I'm not dreaming, right? The people from Xiao clan were so excited that they were about to cry. The people from Green clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, this kid's strength and talent were way above theirs. How confident were they in the next round? Damn kid, you dare to control me. At this moment, a roar shook the heavens. The metal spirit beast regained his senses. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. He was furious. He didn't pay attention to the previous battles. Moreover, he didn't think that anyone could control him. Hence, he was careless and was controlled by Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Xian laughed. I'm just borrowing your strength. Don't be so petty. Damn kid, he slapped his claw over. However, Lin Xian dodged instantly. Do you want to fight? A golden glow appeared in his eyes. Xiao Mu, who was in the sky, shouted. Metal spirit beast, scram, the terrifying heavenly sound rushed over. The metal spirit beast was so scared that his scalp went numb. He soared into the sky and looked at Xiao Mu in horror. This person was too strong. He could probably control him in an instant. Without the threat of the metal spirit beast, Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, who else wants to challenge me? The surrounding people were silent. What a joke. So many geniuses were no match for you. Who would dare to challenge you? Seeing that no one dared to answer, Lin Xian turned to the Mountain Sea Palace and said, Seniors of the Mountain Sea Palace, I still have a life and death battle. I wonder if you can announce the first place in advance. I think that no one can challenge us. The people of the Mountain Sea Palace also took a deep breath. They quickly discussed. Not long after, Elder Qi Ling walked over and said loudly, All right, the rules are changed this time. We will announce the first place in advance. This time, the first place of the Mountain Sea Beast battles was Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu. They would obtain supreme glory and the seal of life and death. Both of them were qualified to enter the Mountain Sea Palace and become its members. At the same time, they would receive the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. In Shanghai City, whoever dares to make a move on them would be an enemy of the Mountain Sea Palace. Countless people were in an uproar. Many envious gazes looked over. These two people had everything, be it status, glory, mystic arts, absolute arts, or safety. Great, they succeeded. We finally succeeded. The people of the Xiao clan cheered. This was their most glorious moment. The leader of the Xiao clan gritted his teeth. Damn it, they couldn't do anything to Xiaoxiu now. The people of the Green clan also had ugly expressions. They were afraid that this marriage would be difficult to proceed. They didn't dare to resist. The Mountain Sea Palace. It was all because of this despicable kid. They stared at Lin Xian with killing intent in their eyes. Qianxia also stood up and said, Father, don't worry. I will kill him now. He was really mad. This was his glory, but it was snatched away by someone else. Chen have you recovered to your peak? Qianxia nodded. Clan leader Qing said, Good. Then get ready. After that, he stood up and said loudly, winning first place in the Mountain Sea Fighting Beast competition is probably the greatest glory of your life. Because next, you will go to hell. Clan leader Qing's voice spread in all directions. Everyone quieted down. They knew that there was a life and death battle waiting for Lin Xian. Whether or not Lin Xian could enjoy the supreme glory and noble status would depend on whether or not he could survive the battle of life and death. Have you recovered? Then bring it on. Lin Xian didn't care. Clan leader Qing looked at the people of Mountain Sea Palace. They said, Elder of Mountain Sea Palace, I have a request. I don't want anyone to disturb this life and death battle. Therefore, I hope that the mountain sea fighting beast competition will be temporarily suspended and another arena will be opened for the life and death battle. There will only be 2 people in this space, no other demonic beasts or humans. Everyone was in an uproar. On the Shao clan's side, the 7th elder gritted his teeth. This is despicable. They must have seen that young Master Lin could control the golden spirit beast, so they were worried about controlling it during the life and death battle. If that was the case, young Master Lin would be in danger. Xiaoxiyu's face turned pale as she looked at Mountain Sea Palace. Let's plead together and ask him to reject this request. Lin Xian said. It doesn't matter. Just tell me what you want. Do I need to use demonic beasts to kill them? Are you kidding me? Soon, these people will know my true strength. The people of Mountain Sea Palace looked at Lin Xian and said, What do you have to say about this? Lin Xian said, Nothing. I also want to open up an independent space. I don't want this battle to affect others. Alright, let's begin then. Those experts opened up another space in the square. There was no one in that space. Only Lin Xian and Qing Chen could enter. The others also stopped fighting. Instead, they were all watching the battle to the death. Qing Chen walked in and sneered, Kid, I didn't expect you to get first place. But you're about to die. This is my glory. I'll be valued by Mountain Sea Palace after I kill you. I am the only genius. Xiaoxiyu is also mine, and you can only go to hell. After saying this, he waved his hand as his eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Countless beasts appeared around him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. These demonic beasts ranged from sages to sage kings. This time, he was going to go all out and not let go of any opportunity. Too strong. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. Individually, these demonic beasts were no match for the demonic tiger and the giant devil, but together, they were a terrifying force. Moreover, this was enough to show that Qing Chen's soul pupil technique was extremely terrifying. To be able to control so many demonic beasts at the same time was simply a rare genius. More importantly, the leading demon beast was a crimson blood demon wolf. This was a demonic beast at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. It was no weaker than the strange tiger and the giant demon. Everyone knew that they were really going all out. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Qing Chen looked at Lin Xian and revealed a cruel smile. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, You are too naive. In my eyes, you will always be an ant, no matter how many demonic beasts you control. You are still arrogant in the face of death. Qing Chen waved his hand and the eye of the blade quickly attacked. The surrounding demonic beasts all roared and rushed out. They enveloped Lin Xian in an overwhelming manner. On the other hand, Lin Xian struck out a blow. His golden palm carried the 9 suns' divine fire, vast and mighty. Under the palm, cracks appeared on the bodies of the surrounding demonic beasts before they shattered into pieces. The sky was filled with a bloody mist. Lin Xian's figure was like a god fiend. The surrounding people were horrified. He was too strong. Damn it, kill him. Qing Chen urged the crimson blood demon wolf. The crimson blood demon wolf roared and turned into a blood-colored lightning, charging forward. This was the strongest attack. Everyone was watching nervously. However, Lin Xian was calm and composed. He formed a seal with his palm, the man-ruler seal, and slapped out like a heavenly king. The attack was aimed at the crimson blood demon wolf. The crimson blood demon wolf was horrified. At the last moment, he retreated. Because he felt a fatal crisis. However, it was too late. After the attack, his body was torn into pieces. Was he dead? The terrifying crimson blood demon wolf couldn't even block a single attack from Lin Xian. This person was too strong. He didn't even use his full strength before. Everyone was horrified. They knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. The people of the Green Clan stood up abruptly, gritting their teeth. Damn it, how could this be? The terrifying demonic beasts could kill any expert, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. This guy was like a god of war. The people of the Shao clan were also shocked. Lin Xian looked forward and said indifferently. See? You don't deserve to be my opponent. What other secret techniques do you have? Show them. How could this be? Xianxia was horrified. The demonic beasts that he took out previously were all the demonic beasts that he could control. He thought that he could easily kill Lin Xian. But now, he was in despair. Even if Lin Xian didn't control the demonic beasts, his strength alone was unparalleled. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Xianxia gritted his teeth. Kid, just you wait. This isn't over. He turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Why? You wanted to kill me so many times before. Now that I've used my strongest attack, you want to leave? What do you take me, Lin Xian, for? Where do you think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? This is a battle of life and death. Only one person can walk out alive today. Lin Xian released a terrifying killing intent. He clenched his fist and charged over. How dare you? The leader of the Green Clan roared. Many experts of the Green Clan rushed over, wanting to save Xianxia. However, Lin Xian's palm was faster. He threw out a punch that was like the sun flying between heaven and earth. Xianxia felt a fatal danger. He turned around and roared. You're courting death. A terrifying saber light shot out from his eyes. Eyes of the blade, burn for me. He ignited his bloodline and threw out a green saber light. It was as if a peerless saber was slashing down. Boom, the golden fist moved forward and collided with the peerless saber. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire enchantment let out a shattering sound. The peerless saber was shattered. Lin Xian continued to attack and hit Xianxia's body. Boom, Xianxia's body was torn into pieces. His soul escaped. At this moment, the experts of the Green Clan had arrived. Father, Elder, save me. He saw hope. However, in the next moment, a sword light slashed across his soul. It carried a destructive aura. It made his soul disappear quickly. No. He let out a cry of despair. Then, his soul turned into nothingness and disappeared. Dead, young Master Xianxia was really dead. The two elders of the Green Clan shouted angrily. You're courting death. The two of them attacked Lin Xian with shocking attacks. Not good. Xiaoxiu exclaimed. She was about to faint. Xiao Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. You dare to attack? Boom, there was an earth-shattering sound. Everything was too late. Not good. Xiao Mu's expression changed. These were the two elders of the Green Clan. The others also exclaimed. Could it be that this kid was going to die? Was he going to die? The clan leader of the Xiao clan revealed a sinister smile. It was great that such a great enemy had died, even though he would feel numb after this. The void in front of them was shattered. The morning fog spread and three figures appeared. Lin Xian stood there with two palms on his body. The golden light on his body formed a strange rune. It was like the sun shining in all directions. Two palms landed on his body, but there wasn't a single crack on his body. How could it be? The two elders of the Green Clan were stunned. They were about to reach the late stage of the Saint King realm. Their full-strength attack was comparable to that of a late-stage Saint King realm. No matter how strong this kid was, he wouldn't be able to block it, but now, what was going on, they felt as if they had hit a mountain. They didn't seem to be able to break through the other party's defense. The surrounding people were also stunned. Xiaoxiu and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Great, nothing happened. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the two elders. His eyes were filled with cold light. This was a life and death battle between me and him. How dare you attack me? How dare you attack me? You deserve to die. He raised his hands and formed a seal. His royal seal slammed towards the two elders. The two elders' pupils constricted. Not good. They quickly retreated. Vines flew out from one of them. The other formed a spiritual shield to block the attack. Boom. Boom, boom. There was an earth-shattering sound. The two elders' bodies split open and turned into a bloody mist. Until their deaths, they couldn't believe that the other party could kill them so easily. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. These were two elders, and they were extremely powerful existences in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Yet, they had been killed in a single move. The people from the Green clan were also stunned, and then they quickly retreated. Previously, they had also come to help, but they were not as fast as the two elders. At this moment, they were frantically fleeing. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. "Since you're here, don't leave." With a flick of his wrist, several streaks of sword chi flew out, and like massive dragons, they enveloped the group. The bodies of the three people split open and fell from the sky. "Damn it, how dare you!" the leader of the Green clan roared and rushed over. His palm seemed to have transformed into a world of its own, carrying with it a terrifying aura. Lin Xian frowned. The clan leader's strength was extremely terrifying. He had reached the peak of the Saint King stage. At that moment, Elder Ruochen snorted coldly. A demonic beast flew out from his demonic beast pouch. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. It was a lightning eagle, which directly sent the patriarch of the Green clan flying. Elder Ruochen flew over and stood on the lightning eagle. He said coldly, "How dare you attack him? He's the champion of the Mountain Sea Trials, and the Mountain Sea Palace will protect him. Do you want to be enemies with the Mountain Sea Palace?" The patriarch of the Green clan had just stabilized himself, and when he heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was really mad. His son was killed in front of everyone, and he had lost several elders, but he could not attack Lin Xian anymore. "I'm asking you a question, don't you understand?" Elder Ruochen shouted coldly. The patriarch of the Green clan gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare to." After saying that, he seemed to have aged 1,000 years. He turned around and said to the people of the Green clan, "Let's go." He could not stay here any longer, or he would be angered to death. Looking at the back view of the Green clan, everyone was stunned. No one had expected that the arrogant Green clan would end up like this. How was that possible? The patriarch of the Shao clan could not believe it, and the uncle of the Shao clan was also terrified. This kid was actually so powerful. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian several times before, but now it seemed that Lin Xian could easily kill him. Alright, now that the matter of the Green clan was settled, it was time to settle the matter of the Shao clan. Xiaomu descended from the sky and looked at the patriarch of the Shao clan. As the patriarch of the Shao clan, you did not take the Shao clan seriously, and even violated the rules of the Shao clan. How should you be punished? The patriarch of the Shao clan felt his scalp go numb, and the great elder shouted coldly. Xiaomu could not attack him. He was the patriarch, and even if he was wrong, he had to be punished by the old ancestor. Now that the old ancestor was in a deep sleep, he could not. Before the patriarch could finish, Xiaomu slapped him with his palm, and the great elder was turned into a bloody mist. Even his soul did not escape. "Do you have the right to talk to me?" The people of the Shao clan felt their scalps go numb, and the patriarch of the Shao clan knelt on the ground. The patriarch of the Shao clan gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Xiaomu snorted, and his eyes shone with a cold light. After saying that, he attacked and killed the patriarch of the Shao clan with a soul sword. Then, he charged towards the patriarch of the Shao clan. Shaoli roared, "Don't you go too far." He counterattacked aggressively, summoning a few powerful demonic beasts that swept across the sky. The two of them engaged in a terrifying battle, and the surrounding people retreated. However, no matter how powerful Shaoli was, he was no match for Xiaomu. After 100 moves, he was defeated, and his body was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I can't accept this." Soon after, his soul was also destroyed by Xiaomu. Everyone was silent. At this moment, the third elder shouted at Xiaomu, "Sixth uncle, I hope you can be the patriarch of the Shao clan." "Yes, that's right, pay your respects to the new patriarch." The other elders also bowed one after another. Xiaomu stood there, "Alright, I'll take over the Shao clan." Initially, he did not want to care about anything, but seeing the Shao clan in such a state, he was afraid that the clan would decline if this continued. He had to step up. Among the crowd, the first uncle knelt on the ground and shouted, "Old ancestor, please don't kill me, please spare my life. Xiao Yu, give me a chance. Seventh elder, help me beg for mercy." He was really frightened. Xiaoyu frowned, but the seventh elder sneered, give you a chance? You wanted to kill us before. The first uncle was in despair. He knew that even the patriarch had fallen, and there was no way he could survive. He begged, please let my daughter go. Xiaomu said coldly, don't worry, I'll let her go, but you'll have to find out for yourself. The first uncle gritted his teeth, and his soul burned, disappearing from the world. Looking at the fallen body of the other party, everyone closed their eyes. This guy had courted his own death. As for Xiaoyu, although she was arrogant, she was talented. With Xiaomu's help, her memory was erased. This way, the other party would not seek revenge, and would work hard for the Xiao clan in the future. The moment Xiaomu came out, he showed his ruthless methods and reorganized the Xiao clan. The other clans and sects also came to congratulate Xiaomu on his return. There were also some sects that wanted to cooperate with the Xiao clan. After all, Xiao Shiyu was the number one now, and she was favored by the Mountain Sea Palace. With Xiaomu's return, the strength of the Xiao clan would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Cooperating with the Xiao clan was the wisest choice at this time. Of course, most of them wanted to invite Lin Xian. After this battle, they could see that Lin Xian's talent and strength were far above the geniuses of the Mountain Sea Palace. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian rejected these requests, saying that inviting him was the same as inviting Xiaoyu. So, they turned to invite the Xiao clan. Meanwhile, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace walked over to them. Then, the Black Tortoise elder sighed. He also seemed to have aged many years. His own disciple was actually killed by someone else. Elder Yan Luo smiled and said, looks like your snow fox is mine. Elder Black Turtle said, I'll give it to you. From now on, I'll go into seclusion and won't come out for 100 years. After saying that, he turned and left. On the other side, Elder Yan Luo was very happy. She came to Xiaoyu to take her as her disciple. She was a 5-soul beast tamer. Xiaoyu was naturally happy. She immediately took her as her disciple. Everyone congratulated her again. Then, the elders came to Lin Xian's side. Elder Ruochen personally offered Lin Xian an olive branch, hoping that he would take Lin Xian as his disciple. However, Lin Xian rejected. He said, Seniors, I'm sorry, but I won't be staying here for long. Please forgive me. The elders and geniuses of the beast tamer clans almost vomited blood after hearing that. They dreamed of entering the Mountain Sea Palace, but they were rejected by this kid. How could there be such a big gap between them? The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were also stunned. This was probably the first person to reject them. Elder Ruochen smiled bitterly. You little guy, forget it. But you can come to the Mountain Sea Palace as a guest. Of course. Lin Xian smiled and said, thank you for your understanding. On the other side, Xiao Shiyu also arrived in front of Xiaomu and began to greet her grandfather. Xiaomu liked Xiaoyu very much and kept nodding. The family was reunited. The seventh elder was very excited. She came to Lin Xian to express her gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Xian, all of this would have been a dream. And now, it had been successfully realized, Xiaomu said. Young Master Lin, the proposal from before won't change. What do you think? Are you willing to marry me, your granddaughter? The seventh elder also nodded. She was very satisfied. Xiao Shiyu's little face blushed. She blushed and ran away. Lin Xian was also stunned. Then, he said, Elder Xiao, you know that I still have some things to do. Speaking up to hear, a piercing cold appeared in his eyes. Xiaomu said. All right, I don't care about the matters of you young people. I'm just giving you an opinion. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. When the time comes, I might be able to help you with the things you mentioned. Really? Lin Xian was surprised. Xiaomu said, naturally, you let me regain control of the Xiao clan and helped my granddaughter successfully enter the Mountain Sea Palace. How could I not help you with such a big favor? No matter what you do, even if you have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. All right, then I won't hold back. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With such a top beast tamer, his following actions would be much more convenient. Next, the competition continued. Because the first place had been decided, the other rankings had not yet been decided. Therefore, Lin Xian returned to the spectator stand and continued to watch the competition. Finally, all the competitions ended. The second place was Gu Yu, the third place was Mu Lingfeng, and the fourth place was Han Qiu. Countless people began to congratulate them. The beast tamer clans also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, other than Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu, the rest of the competition went on as usual. Next, Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu once again stood in the most glorious place, receiving the envy and worship of countless people. The mountain. Sea Palace Elder walked over and gave each of them a token. This was the Mountain Sea token. In the entire Shanghai city, they would be protected by the Mountain Sea Palace. At the same time, they began to give out the prizes. Lin Xian and the others were even invited to enter the Mountain Sea Palace to cultivate. At the same time, those who ranked in the top 10 were also qualified to enter. Soon, Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu followed Elder Ruochen and left the square for the Mountain Sea Palace. The Mountain Sea Palace was even more majestic. After Lin Xian entered, he received the seal of life and death. He and Xiao Shiyu both entered secret rooms and began to cultivate. Lin Xian had an ancient seal on his hand. His face emitted a terrifying aura of life and death. His eyes shone with golden light. He began to comprehend the seal of life and death. The seal of life and death was a powerful soul superpower. It was used to control the life and death of people. For the beast tamer clans, it was a supreme treasure. Lin Xian also needed it, because he would control many powerful beasts and then return to the Misty Peak to save his friends. The Misty Peak and the 6 Great Caves. Just wait. He would be back soon. A year later, Lin Xian came out of seclusion. After coming out, his eyes had an even more terrifying aura. This time, he had mastered the seal of life and death. This terrifying cultivation speed shocked the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace even more. It should be known that even a top genius could not master a superpower like the seal of life and death so quickly. Elder Ruochen was even more determined. Lin Xian had a pair of unique eyes. Indeed, with the heavenly secret divine eyes, all soul superpowers became simple for Lin Xian. Otherwise, Lin Xian spent another half a year cultivating the melody of phantom sound. Then, he took out the heavenly secret eye that Xiaomu gave him and continued to comprehend. This made his heavenly secret divine powers stronger again. In the next half a year, Lin Xian continued to stay in the Mountain Sea Palace. He asked Elder Ruochen to let him view other soul secret techniques. Elder Ruochen was very surprised by Lin Xian's talent. He thought that Lin Xian would be unparalleled in the future. The Mountain Sea Palace naturally wanted to befriend such a genius. Therefore, they made an exception and let Lin Xian view many soul superpowers and secret techniques. This time, it actually took him another year of time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes were now filled with endless mysteries. After integrating these soul secret techniques, Lin Xian's understanding of the soul secret technique increased to another level. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to go back. So on this day, he stood up and went to Elder Ruochen to explain his intention. Elder Ruochen said, "Okay, if you have something to do, I won't stop you. But if you have nothing to do in the future, you must come back to the Mountain Sea Palace often." Then, Lin Xian went to find Xiao Shiyu and said a few words. Xiao Shiyu's eyes instantly turned red. She said, "I will go with you." Lin Xian said, "There will be a very fierce battle when I go back this time. When the time comes, it will be a life and death crisis. You should stay here and cultivate. Don't worry, I will be fine. Besides, you just got a new master. You should hurry up and learn. When I come back, I hope you will be a 3-soul beast tamer." "Okay, you said it. When I become a 3-soul beast tamer, you must come back." "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Lin Xian smiled and left the Mountain Sea Palace. He returned to the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan welcomed him with the highest standard. Xiaomu came personally. "Young Master Lin, you're finally here." Now that he had regained control of the Xiao clan, he was in high spirits. He was no longer as desolate as before. Lin Xian came over and explained his intentions. Xiaomu said, "All right, I'll go with you. But give me 10 days to make the arrangements." For the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in the Xiao clan. When Xiaoxiu heard the news, she returned to the clan to accompany Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu strolled around. When he saw the willow catkins, he was shocked again. Xiaoxiu, what was that? When he first came here, he saw the catkins. It seemed to be a powerful array. Xiaoxiu said, this is the guardian of our Xiao clan. It's a willow tree that has been in our clan for a long time. It has become a great sage. This willow catkin flies around the Xiao clan to protect our clan. Then, Xiaoxiu led Lin Xian through the pavilion and walked towards the depths of the Xiao clan. Finally, he saw an old willow tree. It was shining with a holy radiance. The 7 stars of the great sage surrounded it. Lin Xian looked at it from afar and was shocked. It seemed like the Xiao clan was stronger than he had imagined. They had a sage. And he heard that there was a true sage who was in a deep slumber. Xiaoxiu said, other than our Xiao clan, the other top clans also have such guardians. They are all at the level of the great sage. The great sage, Lin Xian looked forward to it. He didn't know when he could reach this level. Let's go. In the evening, the two of them returned. For the next few days, the two of them stayed together. On this day, Xiaomu walked over and said, young Master Lin, it's done. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian took a deep breath. Alright, I'll prepare to leave. Xiaoxiu's eyes turned red again. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I'll be back. Xiaoxiu nodded. Xiaomu also took out 3 willow branches. He took one and gave the other 2 to Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu. What is this? Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel a powerful life force from it, as well as a terrifying law. Xiaoxiu was also surprised. This was the guardian deity's willow branch. Xiaomu nodded. That's right, this was the guardian deity's willow branch. These 2 willow branches can be used for self-defense. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had another trump card. He carefully kept the willow branch and waved goodbye to Xiaoxiu. He and Xiaomu soared into the air and left the Xiao residence. The two of them prepared to head to the 100,000 forest and the Black Sea to subdue some demonic beasts. Then, he left. This time, they had to be well prepared. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance, revealing a look of surprise. Xiaomu stopped. It was actually him. A figure flew over from afar. He had a handsome face. He strode over. It was Lone Munyu. What do you want? Lin Xian asked curiously. Do you still want to compete? Yu shook his head. I'm currently not your opponent. Moreover, you already have the seal of life and death. I've never lost to anyone before. This time, I lost to you. Moreover, I lost to you wholeheartedly. Therefore, I want to follow you for a period of time. Follow? Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Now, I have to leave Shanghai City to complete a very important matter. It's nothing. I can leave too. Anyway, I can cultivate anywhere. You won't regret it? If I do this, it will be very dangerous. I might have to fight with many top sections. Guyu was also surprised. This kid actually had such an idea. Was he going to fight with a sect alone? But soon, he smiled. No wonder I'm not as good as you. Since you have such confidence, then all the more I should follow you. Also, I think you should know my talent. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm still a top expert. I think I should be able to help by your side. Moreover, we beast tamers can control tens of thousands of beasts. There was once a top beast tamer who took down a sect alone. This was not wrong. If it was an extremely terrifying beast tamer, such as the one in Shanghai Palace, who could control the great sage and bring tens of thousands of beasts, they could definitely wipe out a sect. A truly powerful beast tamer was simply too terrifying. Alright, since that's the case, then you can join us. Welcome. Lin Xian smiled. Guyu also smiled. Then, the 3 of them set off towards the 100,000 mountains. Lin Xian said that previously in the 100,000 mountains, he met an ice fire swan. This time, he was prepared to subdue it. Xiaomu said, alright, I'll also subdue a few top-level beasts. On the other side, Lone Moon also acted alone. The three of them agreed to meet here in a month. Then, Lin Xian flew towards the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Not long after, he felt terrifying ice and flame spreading in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That should be the territory of the ice fire swan. Buzz, he flew over and tore apart the laws of ice and fire. He said coldly, Ice fire swan, get out here. In the distance, terrifying flames swept across and terrifying ice spread. A huge creature walked over. The world was trembling. Its huge wings spread out, causing half of the sky to freeze and the other half to be like fire. The beasts in the surrounding area knelt down and submitted. The ice fire swan shouted coldly. Who is it? How dare you disturb my rest? His gaze pierced through the world. When he saw Lin Xian, he was instantly furious. Damn human brat, it's actually you. How could he not know him? Last time, he was the one who behaved atrociously. He didn't expect him to come back now. Why, are you here to die? Lin Xian said, I'll give you a chance. If you obediently submit to me now, you'll suffer a lot less. Subdue me? Ha 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 ha, a mere beast tamer wants to challenge me? You're courting death. You're only at the early stage of the sacred king realm. What do you have to fight me? The ice fire swan sneered. With a flap of his wings, flames filled the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Stupid ant. In his opinion, this attack was enough to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was not injured at all. Instead, he made a strong move. A huge golden hand descended from the sky, turning into a sky and pressing down. The ice fire swan felt a huge pressure. Even the flames on his body dimmed. Damn it. He roared. Terrifying ice flew out to contend with it. The sword of ice and fire merged. Lin Xian fought with it. It was earth-shattering. Mountain-embracing seal. An ancient demonic mountain descended from the sky and suppressed the ice fire swan. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. Seal of life and death. A terrifying soul imprint merged into the other party's mind and bombarded it non-stop. The ice fire swan roared. He didn't expect the other party to become so powerful in such a short time. Ice and fire bloodline, break. A trace of madness appeared in the ice fire swan's eyes as the crazy bloodline power burned. A terrifying ice and fire law directly split open, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian also felt a huge impact. He took out the Great Destruction Spear. The power of destruction erupted and cleaved down, splitting apart the destructive power. The soul imprint and the seal of life and death erupted again, attacking continuously. The ice fire swan despaired. Its bloodline was burning and it was difficult to not kill the other party. In the end, it was enveloped by the soul imprint. The seal of life and death appeared in its mind as it completely submitted to Lin Xian. Very good. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he asked. What else is there around here? Find all the demonic beasts of the same level as you. Next, Lin Xian swept through all the demonic beasts. A month had passed and he returned with 5 late-stage Saint King demonic beasts. Yu also returned with 2 late-stage Saint King demonic beasts. On the other side, Xiaomu returned with a full load. His strength was very terrifying. He suppressed 3 peak Saint Kings. There were also 10 late-stage Saint Kings. Next, Lin Xian and the other 2 controlled the demonic beasts that had been subdued and gathered a group of subordinates. Lin Xian took them into the Black Earth. Let's go to the Black Sea again. The 3 of them soared into the sky and continued to head towards the Black Sea. This time, Lin Xian directly entered and used his heavenly secret divine eyes. Soon, a black water mystical snake appeared. Behind him followed tens of thousands of demonic beasts. They were all very terrifying demonic saints. Greetings, Master. Very good. Lin Xian took in the tens of thousands of demonic beasts and then attacked again. This time, they took in dozens of top-tier demonic beasts and then left. The 3 of them entered the Black Earth and left the Black Sea, heading towards the eastern region of the heavenly spiral continent. Lin Xian prepared to return to the Shantian pavilion first before returning to the Thousand Mountain Cave. During the process, Lin Xian and the others cultivated. Finally, they arrived at the eastern region. Lin Xian descended from the sky and arrived at the Shantian pavilion. After entering, he saw Jian Wuck and the others. Jian Wuck was also delighted. "You are fine, that is great." Lin Xian expressed his thoughts and Jian Wuck nodded. "Alright, we will wait for your signal." Next, Lin Xian left again. He continued to ride the black earth and flew towards the misty peak. The ethereal peak was located in the northern region of the heavenly spiral continent. After Lin Xian's group arrived, they exited the black earth. He didn't go straight to the misty peak or the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Instead, they settled down in a nearby city. Other than the grotto heavens in the vicinity, there were some larger cities. These cities were the antiquity cities. However, it was also very prosperous. All the grotto heavens had their own businesses in these huge cities. Lin Xian changed his appearance and aura before arriving at one of the huge cities. He walked in with Guyu. Xiaomu left. He had other things to do. Lin Xian was prepared to set up a trap and slowly lure the six paradise into his trap. Next, he would be able to control them. After entering the Moonlight City, Lin Xian asked Guyu to make a trip to the auction. They were auctioning a demonic beast. It was a mutated beast and it was very young. As long as they subdued it and nurtured it, it would be a demonic beast that could grow. In the future, it would be a powerful helper. Indeed, at the auction, this exquisite cat attracted the attention of countless people. Many people bid for it. One of the girls shouted coldly, "I want this item. Who dares to fight with me? Don't blame me for being rude." Rude? Who is so arrogant? Some sage king sneered, unmoved. However, someone said, "Do you want to die? Don't you know who this girl is? She was the little princess of the White Cloud Grotto. Her grandfather was a core elder of the White Cloud Grotto and her father was the city lord of the White Cloud City. She was simply a girl blessed by the heavens. Would you dare to fight with such a person?" Everyone felt their scalps go numb. How would they dare to fight with the heaven's daughter of the White Cloud Grotto? In the end, the exquisite cat landed in Bai Ling's hands. Bai Ling was very happy. She naturally knew that this was a mutated beast, so she immediately exchanged for the exquisite cat and left the auction house. Success, Guyu took the dragon marrow and returned to a manor. In the manor, Lin Xian was cultivating. When he heard these words, he nodded. In the next moment, he said, "White Cloud Grotto. Alright, let's start with them." He formed a seal with his palm and began to contact Xiaomu. Not long after, he stood up and said, "It's about time. We can prepare." On Xiaomu's side, after receiving Lin Xian's message, a smile appeared on his face. He took out a flute and played the illusory melody. The illusory melody swept across the sky and exploded. In a forest, countless demonic beasts were affected. There was a mountain-like figure in front of them. It was a demonic beast with an exquisite aura. It was also an exquisite cat and was very powerful. It had reached the peak of the Sage King realm. It roared and charged towards Xiaomu. Not only that, it was an overlord. It led millions of demonic beasts and attacked continuously. Xiaomu used his powerful soul to control the exquisite cat. Then, he led it towards Moonlight City. Soon, a huge battle broke out. Countless demonic beasts began to attack Moonlight City. In an instant, the surrounding warriors were attacked. They fled into Moonlight City. The people in Moonlight City were shocked. Damn it. Were these demonic beasts crazy? They actually dared to attack Moonlight City. Soon, Sage Kings attacked. However, this time, it was led by the exquisite cat. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the sages and sages were no match for them. They retreated and activated the array. Moonlight City was a huge city. It had a powerful array. When the array was activated, it blocked the demonic beasts. The people inside heaved a sigh of relief. Outside, the exquisite cat controlled by Xiaomu did not attack. Instead, it surrounded the entire Moonlight City. The atmosphere was incomparably tense for a moment. On the other side, a demonic beast attacked. Lin Xian nodded and said to Guyu, "That's enough." Capture by Ling. Guyu controlled the two dark shadow bats and rushed out. It was a majestic palace. Ordinary people could not enter it. In the palace of the Nine Chong Tower, Bai Ling looked at the exquisite cat in her hand and smiled. It was too cute. All of a sudden, the surrounding void split open, and two dark shadow bats charged over. Who was it? Bai Ling roared and slapped out. She was also a genius. She had reached the Sage King realm. Therefore, she was very strong. However, it was useless. This time, it was Guyu who attacked. Therefore, he quickly sealed Bai Ling and took her away. When the little maid came to invite Bai Ling for a meal, she found traces of a fight inside. Moreover, the person was gone. The little maid let out a frightened cry. Soon, the surrounding guards came. When they found out that Bai Ling had disappeared, their faces changed. Quickly, search for her. The experts of White Cloud Grotto searched quickly, but they did not find anything. They knew something was wrong and quickly informed White Cloud Grotto. When Bai Ling's grandfather heard about it, he shouted coldly and rushed over with his men. When they arrived at Moonshine City, they asked about the situation. Elder Bai's face turned ugly. He asked, "Is there anything wrong with Ling recently?" The people around him shook their heads. A guard said, "Nothing unusual, but Princess Ling recently got a pet, exquisite cat." What? Exquisite cat? As soon as he said that, the faces of the experts from White Cloud Wonderland turned ugly. "What's going on?" a sage king said. The demonic beasts were attacking Moonshine City, and the leader was a top-tier demonic beast, exquisite cat. Could it be that there was a relationship between the two? Elder Bai's face changed instantly. "Take me out of the city." Elder Bai led the experts of White Cloud Grotto out of the city quickly and saw countless demonic beasts outside. In front of them, there was a huge figure in the clouds. Elder Bai went up to talk to it personally and asked, "Fellow demonic beast, may I know if White Cloud Grotto has offended you? Can you let my granddaughter go?" Exquisite Cat had a powerful demonic general under her command. It was a terrifying divine eagle. He flew over and said coldly, "You people of White Cloud Grotto don't know what's good for you. How dare you capture our young master as a pet? Prepare to die." What? The faces of the people of White Cloud Grotto changed. Elder Bai said, "Is there a misunderstanding? My granddaughter did get a spirit beast, but she got it from an auction. If you really have a grudge, you should go to the auction. Not my granddaughter. Cut the crap. Our king said that if you want your granddaughter, sure. I'll give you a day to gather 1,000,000 dragon marrow. Otherwise, I'll send your granddaughter to hell. 1,000,000 dragon marrow in a day? What a joke. Even if they were from White Cloud Grotto, they could not do it. These demonic beasts dare to ask for so much." An expert of White Cloud Grotto beside Elder Bai said, "Elder, why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him together." That's right. How dare a mere demonic beast behave atrociously in front of our White Cloud Grotto? That demonic beast sneered. "You can attack. This time, our king has invited a few terrifying overlords. If you fail, we will immediately take action. You have to think clearly." Elder Bai Zhang clenched his teeth. "Let's go back and discuss a plan. At the very least, we have to investigate clearly. What was the situation with the other party?" Elder Bai gnashed his teeth and returned to the Moonshine City with his people. It was impossible for them to gather 1,000,000 dragon essences in a day, so they had to think of other ways. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He changed his appearance and became a genius of the Green Clan. He came to the front of Elder Bai's mansion. The guard went in to report. Elder Bai was already annoyed to begin with. When she heard those words, she said coldly, "No." The guard said that the young man said that he had a way. "Is there really a way?" the Saint King at the side said. What could a young man do? The young man claimed to be from a family of beast tamers. Elder Bai's eyes lit up. He knew that although beast tamer clans were not in their area, they were very famous in the Heavenly Spiral continent. Maybe the young man really had a way. So, she said, let him in. Soon, everyone saw a man in a black robe coming in. He stood up to welcome them in person. They did not know how to address this young man. Lin Xian said, I am from Shanghai City, the Green Clan. I think you have heard of my family. Elder Bai's eyes lit up. Shanghai City was a very famous city. The Green Clan was also a top family. Maybe the geniuses there really had a way. It turned out to be a genius from the Green Clan. Let him in. Elder Bai was very happy. He said, young master, do you have a way? Lin Xian said, it's very simple. My family of beast tamers naturally has a way to deal with those monsters. However, I can't do it for no reason. Young master, if you have any requests, just let me know. Lin Xian smiled. He said, this time, I came out mainly to improve my strength, so I need cultivation resources. Don't worry about this. As long as you can successfully rescue Ling you will be our distinguished guest. I can give you any cultivation resources you want. I can even bring you to the sacred cultivation ground of Baiyun Grotto. Lin Xian did not answer immediately. Elder Bai saw this scene and a light flashed in her eyes. She said a few words to her subordinates. Soon, a Saint King came in with a storage ring in his hand. Elder Bai took it and said, young master, this is a gift for our first meeting. Young master, take it first. After the matter is done, I will definitely thank you. Lin Xian took it and scanned it with his soul spirit. His lips curled up into a smile. Not bad, it's indeed very generous. It seems like Elder Bai is really anxious. He kept it and said, all right, don't worry. I will take action tomorrow morning. I have to prepare today. All right, young master, why don't you rest in my residence? Elder Bai said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I like freedom. Don't let others follow me. Don't worry, I understand. Then, Elder Bai began to wait. After Lin Xian came out, he kept the storage ring. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His plan had begun. With the monsters he controlled now, even if he attacked the 6 grotto heavens, he would not be able to defeat them. After all, he was not a beast tamer at the level of the great sage. Therefore, he was prepared to drive a wedge between these grotto heavens. These grotto heavens were all under Misty Peak. The 6 grotto heavens were similar in strength and had conflicts with each other. No one was willing to submit to the other. It could be said that they had fought many times in the dark. Lin Xian wanted to seize this opportunity to magnify the conflicts between these grotto heavens. It would be best if these grotto heavens were completely at odds with each other. That way, he could benefit from it and use the power of heaven to suppress them. Now, he was preparing to gain the trust of Baiyun Grotto and then provoke the anger of the other grotto heavens. He wanted them to fight with Baiyun Grotto. After returning to his residence, Lin Xian asked, how is it? Guyu said that he had found someone from Xiling Grotto. This time, Lin Xian's target was a genius from Xiling Grotto called Zifeng. He was also a genius and was very arrogant. The whole process was very simple. Lin Xian purposely met with him and then fought with him for a treasure. Then, he took it away in front of him. Zifeng was naturally unhappy. He immediately attacked Lin Xian. The surrounding guards went crazy. They went forward to attack, but they were all killed by Lin Xian. Only one person was left. This person fled and reported to the others in the grotto heaven. Not long after, a group of Saint Kings arrived and surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, how dare you attack us from the purple spirit shaking sky? Do you want to die? Kneel down and wait for death. The group of Saint Kings had terrifying killing intent in their eyes. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to threaten me? I think you are the ones who don't know death. Do you know who I am? How dare you offend me? Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Those sage kings quickly took action. Lin Xian stood in the field and sneered. You dare to attack me? You don't know death. His eyes shone brightly as he used his soul power. A few demonic beasts flew out from the black earth and swept across the area. One of them spat out terrifying thunder beasts. They turned into peerless thunder beasts that swept across everything. There was also one that spewed out a terrifying poison that instantly turned a Saint King into ashes. The surrounding people roared crazily and retreated quickly. Damn it, this guy can control demonic beasts. What is this? Could he be a beast tamer? Quickly inform our elders. Not long after, the elder of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven arrived. He shouted coldly. A few demonic beasts were not worth mentioning. In his opinion, these demonic beasts were all mid-stage Saint Kings, and he was a late-stage Saint King. He did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against him. He stretched out a large hand with monstrous laws and pressed down. The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. It was a pity that such a beast-tamer genius had offended a Grotto Heaven. He didn't know death. He probably came from other places and didn't know how terrifying the Grotto Heaven was here. The Saint Kings of the Grotto Heaven sneered. Oh, the elder is here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The few people that he had killed earlier were nothing compared to Lin Xian. If he could kill an elder, the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven would definitely go crazy. By then, the effect would be better. So, he snorted. The purple palm landed, and two mid-stage Saint King demonic beasts turned into a bloody mist. The elder laughed. Did you see that, kid? Your demonic beasts are nothing in front of me. Lin Xian snorted. You are really an idiot. Do you think I only have these two demonic beasts? He summoned the ice fire swan, and its huge figure appeared. Terrifying ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. The terrifying flames burned and instantly enveloped the elder of the Violet Spirit Grotto. The elder from the Violet Spirit Grotto was struck by the impact. He retreated and spat out blood, his face full of shock. A late-stage Saint King demonic beast. He was really shocked. And a young man. He was a top-notch beast-taming genius. So what? Whoever dared to make a move on their paradise, they could all go to hell. Endless laws condensed into a mirror that pierced through heaven and earth. One had to admit that this elder's strength was extremely powerful. The ice fire swan roared and attacked quickly. Its body became more than 2 meters long. Like lightning, it fought with the elder. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eye. The golden light shrouded the elder's soul. The elder's soul was severely injured. The ice fire swan took the opportunity to form ice blades and fire swords. They pierced the elder's body. The elder was split into 2 halves. He let out a frenzied roar, wanting to retaliate. However, Lin Xian controlled the ice fire swan and firmly suppressed his opponent's physique. At the same time, he activated the heavenly secret divine eye again. With Lin Xian's strength, it was not impossible for him to kill the soul of a late-stage Saint King. So, under his powerful eye technique and the attack of the ice fire swan, the elder's soul was destroyed. The people around were stunned. That was an elder, a late-stage Saint King. However, he had actually fallen as well. This was truly inconceivable. The expressions of the people from the Grotto Heaven changed. They quickly called for more elders. Not long after, another 2 elders joined forces and arrived. Lin Xian sneered. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes. I'll spare you. He was too arrogant. Everyone's scalps went numb. At the same time, Lone Moon also quickly headed to Elder Bai's residence. He sent the news to Elder Bai. After Elder Bai learned of the situation, his expression changed. He immediately led people over. After all, Lin Xian had just agreed to help him save his granddaughter. If he died now, then his granddaughter, Bai Ling, would die too. He naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. So, he quickly attacked. Kid, how dare you? No one has ever dared to kill an elder of our Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Even if you are a beast tamer, you can't escape death today. The 2 elders walked over and stared at the ice fire swan. Although it was a rare beast, they believed that the 2 of them could suppress it. This kid would not be able to escape today. Although the situation was critical, Lin Xian did not care. With his current strength, he could fight against a late-stage Holy King. Although there were 2 of them now, his identity was different. Now, he also had the power to control beasts. And he had several powerful beasts in his hands. So, he was not afraid. More importantly, he had already sensed it. Elder Bai was here. At this moment, there was a roar. Stop it. Then, a few powerful figures descended. Someone was here. Was it this kid's helper? The surrounding people who were watching also exclaimed. The people from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven snorted and turned to look. When they saw Elder Bai, they frowned. Elder Bai, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to interfere in this matter? Elder Bai said that you can't kill this young Master Qing. He is my guest. Guest? The two elders from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven snorted. He killed our Purple Spirit geniuses and many other experts. More importantly, he killed one of our elders. You said we can't kill him? What a joke. When he said that, Elder Bai's expression changed. God, it had only been half a day, and this kid had already done something so shocking, damn it. He looked at Lin Xian and asked with a frown. Young master, what is going on? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. They were from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven and wanted to steal my things. Naturally, I had to teach them a lesson. But I didn't expect them to send their subordinates to kill me. Since that was the case, I naturally did it. Originally, the younger generation was fighting for the limelight, but their elder was shameless and wanted to attack me. I could only summon my beasts and kill him. It was that simple. Elder Bai, did you hear that? This kid is too arrogant. Are you going to protect him? Elder Bai's expression was ugly. He said, Young master, why don't you apologize to Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven and I'll help you think of a solution. Also, Elder Bai, do you want to help him or me? Think carefully, if you help them, don't blame me for being rude. Also, what I promised you before doesn't count. Hearing this, the faces of those from White Cloud Grotto changed. Elder Bai's face darkened as well. To be honest, no young man had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. If it were in the past, he would have slapped the other party to death. But no, he still needed the other party. Elder Bai took a deep breath. It seemed like he had to protect the other party first. In the next moment, he turned to those from Xiling Grotto and said, Guys, I'll protect this young man. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later. But not today. His thoughts were simple. After his granddaughter, Bai Ling, was rescued, he naturally wouldn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. Lin Xian knew what the other party was thinking. However, he didn't care. After all, this wasn't the only plan he had. He stood there with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. The faces of those from Xiling Grotto changed. What? They hadn't expected White Cloud Grotto to make such a decision. Are you sure? The two elders stared at Elder Bai with a cold expression. Elder Bai took a deep breath and said to those beside him, Escort the young man and leave first. Leave this to me. From behind, the Holy King of White Cloud Grotto walked over and said, Young man, please. Lin Xian looked at those from Xiling Grotto and said coldly, You guys are lucky. On account of White Cloud Grotto, yours truly will let you guys off today. The next time you see me, don't blame me for taking action. With that, he harumphed coldly and left in big strides. Those from Xiling Grotto were about to go crazy. They wanted to take action, but were stopped by Elder Bai. Guys, please listen to me. Elder Bai left and went up. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Someone could kill the elders of White Cloud Grotto and leave so calmly. Just who was this guy, to think that the people of White Cloud Grotto would go all out to protect him? All of a sudden, everyone started guessing about Lin Xian's identity. Elder Bai Yin explained. Furthermore, he was willing to pay some resources as compensation. And he said that he would only need 3 days. After 3 days, he would no longer care about this brat. At that time, when the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven made their move, he would no longer care. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth and said, Fine, Elder Bai, I'll give you face. 3 days later, we will personally kill this brat. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven left and the news spread out. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. The people from the other Grotto Heavens naturally received this news as well. They were greatly shocked and began to investigate Lin Xian's identity. On the other side, Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief. His expression turned cold. This time, he had paid a lot of treasures in exchange for 3 days of time. That damned fellow better be able to save his granddaughter. Otherwise, he would definitely tear that fellow into pieces. When they returned to the residence, Elder Bai asked if that fellow had gone out again. The two Saint Kings walked over and asked. No, they had been quietly waiting since they came back. Elder Bai nodded. That's good. Keep an eye on him and don't let him go out and cause trouble again. He snorted coldly. How could this genius of the imperial beast family be more arrogant than the geniuses of the grotto heavens? But thinking about it, the other party had many beasts protecting him. This was equivalent to having many experts protecting him. How could he not be arrogant? On this day, Elder Bai was very nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to Lin Xian again. But fortunately, it was over peacefully. When the sun rose, he quickly came to Lin Xian's palace and asked, "Young master, is this enough?" Lin Yuxuan opened the door with a cold expression. "You're annoying me by calling me so early in the morning." Elder Bai gritted his teeth and laughed dryly. "Young master, please forgive me. After this is over, I'll compensate you." "There's no need for compensation. But you have to remember what you promised me. Let's go." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and walked up. Elder Bai and the other experts of the grotto heavens followed him. The group of people rose into the air and left Moonshine City. The beasts outside the city were still there. The demon general from before, Xianxia, flew over and asked coldly, "How is it? Are you ready? 1,000,000 dragon marrow, quickly bring it over." Elder Bai gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Leave it to me." He walked forward. "I want to see your king." "Who are you?" The demon general snorted. Lin Xian released a terrifying aura. His gaze pierced through heaven and earth, and a terrifying soul suppression appeared. The surrounding beasts were all frightened. The demon general was the same. He took a few steps back. Lin Xian smiled. "Now, am I qualified to see him?" Xianxia said, "Follow me." Then, he rose into the air and turned to look at Lin Xian. "Only you can come. Others are not allowed to come. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking." Lin Xian looked at Elder Bai and the others. "Go back to the city and wait." With that, he left with Xianxia. Elder Bai and the others could only return to Moonshine City and wait anxiously. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the mountain. There was a huge creature in front of him. It was Ling Long. However, at this moment, he was incomparably respectful. Xianxia also landed respectfully and knelt on the ground on one knee. "Greetings, master." An old man in front turned around and said with a smile, "Young Master Lin, how was it?" The old man was Xiaomu. This was all part of their plan. Lin Xian asked, "Where is that person?" Xiaomu said, "Still locked up." Lin Xian nodded. Everything was going according to plan. After staying for a while, he returned and left. He returned to Moonshine City. Seeing Lin Xian return, Elder Bai and the others went up to greet him. "Young master, how was it? What happened? Did Ling not come back?" They saw that only Lin Xian came back. Bai Ling did not come back at all. Elder Bai's face darkened, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I went to see your granddaughter. She is still alive." With that, he waved his hand. A light appeared, and there was an illusion of Bai Ling and Elder Bai saw the scene and exclaimed. Then, they asked, "Why didn't you save her?" Lin Xian said, "You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your granddaughter. She actually hurt that little Ling Long. How could that evil beast do as he wished? I used my identity as a beast tamer family to intimidate them." That Ling Long said, "Although I cannot kill your granddaughter, I must punish her. He will temporarily seal her for a month. After a month, he will release her. But don't worry, I have already discussed with him. It will only be a seal, so you will not hurt your granddaughter." Seal, Elder Bai furrowed his brows tightly. Why did he feel that something was amiss? He showed a doubtful look. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? Don't you believe me?" Elder Bai's pupil shrank. Then, he forced a smile. How could that be? Thank you, young master. Why don't you stay here for a month? I will definitely treat you well. Why don't you come to my White Cloud Grotto and stay for a while? Elder Bai invited Lin Xian. No, I'll stay in Moonshine City first. But you can go to the grotto and find me some cultivation resources. Recently, I feel like I'm about to break through. Lin Xian waved his hand. He wouldn't be polite to him. Damn it. Elder Bai cursed in his heart. But he really couldn't do anything to him for a month. However, there was something else that worried him. That was the Purple Spirit Grotto. Previously, he thought that his granddaughter would return the next day. He didn't expect that there was still a month. Then, he couldn't fulfill his promise to them. He said, Young master, you offended the Purple Spirit Grotto. I'm afraid they won't let it go. So, it's very dangerous for you to stay here. Lin Xian said. So, you don't plan to protect me anymore? Elder Bai was about to vomit blood. Is this guy going to rely on me? He said, although I'm also an elder of the grotto, I can't represent the entire grotto. I can only mobilize a small number of experts. This time, you offended the entire Purple Spirit Grotto. If they really want to attack, I can't stop them. Lin Xian said, It's okay. You can stop as many as you can. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian naturally didn't believe that the other party would help him. What he wanted to do was to make the two grotto heavens see each other as enemies. Then, it would be easy for him to act. Hence, he decided to stay here for the time being. He found a residence for himself and stayed there. Then, he called Lone Moon back. At the same time, Xiaomu came back secretly. He was also worried about Lin Xian. With such a terrifying beast tamer like Xiaomu, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the Purple Spirit Grotto made a comeback. They were murderous and had many experts. Because they knew that Lin Xian could control beasts. The entire Moonshine City was shocked. Countless people were shocked. What happened? The Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven did not intend to let the matter rest. Did that guy not leave yet? Of course, they knew that Lin Xian had a battle with the Xiling Wonderland a few days ago. In their opinion, any smart guy would definitely leave. Never to return again. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to still be walking around here. He followed him to take a look. These people soared into the air and followed behind one another. Soon, they arrived in front of a mansion. Brat, come out and accept your death. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven stood above the 9 heavens and looked down like supreme gods and devils. Below, the mansion was extremely quiet. There was no response at all. Damn it, go down and take him down. As his voice fell, the surrounding Saint Kings attacked together. Monstrous laws swept downwards. Naturally, they knew that Lin Xian was a beast master. As such, they didn't dare to act rashly, and chose to attack from afar. The terrifying power covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed toward the mansion below. Violent vibrations rang out as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The people in the distance were terrified. With such an attack, the people inside would definitely die. Wung, crack crack crack. However, at this moment, a terrifying frost swept out from the mansion below. It froze all the laws of magic and formed a world of ice and frost. What a terrifying frost. It could freeze everything. This young man was really something. The people watching the battle were discussing. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven looked gloomy. This time an elder arrived in person. Holding a battle sword in his hand, he swept across and shattered all the frost and arrived in the courtyard. However, as soon as he arrived, endless vines appeared around him and formed a cage enchantment to trap him. Damn it. Endless sword light burst out from his body and shot out in all directions. The terrifying sword energy slashed the vines and made a deafening sound. However, the flames danced, but the vines didn't break at all. Instead, they wrapped around him like chains. It didn't take long for him to be sealed. Damn it. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven were shocked. How terrifying. They didn't expect this guy to have so many terrifying beasts. Damn it. In the sky, a middle-aged man leading the people from the Xiling Grotto heaven shouted coldly. Go down to save him. 2 elders rushed down. They were 2 elders in the late stage of the Sage King realm. After arriving, they attacked fiercely. One of them shot out a bolt of purple lightning, which turned into a divine thunder and rushed down. In an instant, it pierced through the vines. The other person condensed a monstrous sea of fire. The purple flames turned into a phoenix and descended from the sky. In an instant, the vines in the sky were burned to ashes. The sealed elder was the same. He quickly retreated. When the people around saw this scene, they discussed animatedly. As expected of the Xiling Grotto heaven, there were so many experts. No matter how strong that kid was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a grotto heaven. As expected, the 3 elders stood below and looked around coldly. The laws on their bodies burst out together, and the ground below cracked open. A huge vine surrounded them and resisted. At the same time, the power of ice and fire flew out. The 2 sides were in a stalemate and were evenly matched. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared in the sky and directly streaked across. Suddenly, the heads of the 2 elders flew up, and blood dyed the sky red. Countless people were shocked. What kind of method was this? It was too strong. In the void, a dark bat appeared. It had the wings of a bat, the body of a human, and a fang with a cold aura. It directly devoured the blood of the elders. This was also a beast in the late Saint King realm, and it was the king of assassination. It was extremely powerful. Damn it. The 2 elders shouted angrily. Their bodies cracked open and turned into a bloody mist before they escaped. The people watching the battle were shocked. It was too terrifying. In just an instant, 2 elders were seriously injured. As for the person below, he didn't even come out. It was really unbelievable. The people of the Xiling Grotto heaven also looked terrible. The middle-aged man who led the group walked down and said coldly. Who exactly are you? They naturally knew about beast tamers. But how could a young beast tamer be so powerful? In the void, Elder Bai was also shocked. He was also here. How could he not be here for such a big event? However, he didn't expect that he didn't even have to do anything. Lin Xian's strength was completely beyond his imagination. It seemed like he had to reevaluate. Besides him, there were other strong people from the grotto heavens around. Their eyes were shining. If such a top genius could become their friend, he could help them control many powerful beasts. Thinking of this, the eyes of many people from the grotto heavens lit up. The eyes of those from the Xiling Grotto heaven were filled with endless murderous intent. A figure walked out from the palace below. Lin Xian looked around and snorted. It's you guys again. I spared you guys because of White Cloud Grotto. I didn't expect you guys to be so reckless. Since that's the case, there's no need for you guys to leave. Damn brat, you're finally out. The people from Xiling Grotto saw Lin Xian. They gritted their teeth. Kill. They rushed down quickly. Lin Xian sneered. Since you guys don't want to die, then come at me, he used his eye technique. Immediately, the countless demonic beasts around him flew upwards. A huge battle broke out. The people from Xiling Grotto were extremely strong. However, Lin Xian had more beasts. One after another, huge figures with terrifying auras danced in the sky. The battle was intense. Lin Xian wasn't in any danger at all. When the people around saw this, they were stunned. This young man was truly extraordinary. The number of demonic beasts he could control was simply too many. How strong was his soul power? The people from Xiling Grotto gritted their teeth. Damn it. They realized that they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. At this moment, the void split open. A huge hand grabbed down. It was like a god of war. It broke the sky. The gigantic hand instantly sent many of the beasts flying before grabbing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed and he quickly dodged. In the next moment, his face darkened. A peak sage king, the others exclaimed. They didn't expect that not only a late sage king elder was here, but even a peak sage king elder was here. After the attack, an old man walked down from the sky. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. Brat, no matter how strong you are, can you fight against me? Be obedient and surrender. The people from Xiling Grotto laughed proudly. The others looked terrible. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, Elder Bai, you've been watching for so long. Aren't you going to attack? In the void, Elder Bai was startled. He then walked out of the void. At this moment, his expression was incomparably solemn. The people from Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven looked over and said, Elder Bai, we already gave you a lot of face before. I promised you that I would give him 3 days. Now that 3 days have passed, do you still want to attack? Are you sure you want to be enemies with my Xiling Grotto Heaven? The expert at the peak of the Saint King stage also looked over. Elder Bai's eyelids twitched. He was only a late-stage Saint King. Facing a powerful existence at the peak of the Saint King stage, he also felt endless pressure. For a moment, he was stunned. Kid, without the White Cloud Grotto, let's see who can protect you. Those from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth. They all walked up and knelt down obediently to accept their deaths. I will break all the bones in your body, and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The people watching from afar also shook their heads and sighed. It was such a pity that such a genius beast taming was lost. That's right, no matter how strong he was no match for a peak stage Saint King. In the face of such a frightening scene, Lin Xian laughed heartily. Do you really think that you can contend against me with just the few of you? Is a peak stage Saint King very powerful? You are just SOSO in front of me. You don't have the right to be arrogant. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. The elder shook his head and attacked decisively. This attack was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had used the law to its peak. The people around felt immense pressure and were all pushed back. Some people were directly injured. Lin Xian's face was also cold. However, at this moment, Xiaomu in the palace made his move. He used the hallucinatory melody. A demonic beast flew out. Boom, a flaming figure flew past and turned into lightning, attacking the palm. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The palm split open, and monstrous flames shrouded the expert. The expert was terrified. Who was it? With a roar, he punched out again. The fist shadow, with terrifying power, blocked the flames. The terrifying flames danced and fell in all directions. Suddenly, the experts from Xiling Grotto Heaven screamed in pain. Quite a number of people were instantly burned to ashes. Among them, there were actually 2 elders who had fallen. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. What kind of flames were these? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it, this was the power of a peak stage Saint King. They really didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to counterattack in such a situation, and even severely injure Xiling Grotto Heaven. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were also pale as they quickly retreated to the back. The peak stage Saint King gritted his teeth. What was that? His gaze pierced through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. He saw a figure covered in flames floating in the void. Vermilion bird, he exclaimed. It was a 3-eyed vermilion bird. There was a vertical eye in the middle of the vermilion bird's brows, and it carried an extremely terrifying law of fire. Why, you still want to kill me now? I have said that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian stood on the back of the vermilion bird and sneered. How could this be? This guy could control a peak stage Saint King? What level had he reached? The peak stage Saint King from Xiling Grotto Heaven had an extremely ugly expression. This flame was a fatal threat to him. The others didn't dare to step forward. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian said proudly with his hands behind his back. I have said that I am from the Green Clan, and I have already joined the Myriad Transformation sect. Not only did you offend a top beast taming family, but you also offended the Myriad Transformation sect. What, Myriad Transformation sect? Many people were puzzled. However, the faces of the Grotto Heaven members changed drastically. They had heard that this sect was extremely terrifying. It wasn't in their region, but on this continent. It was a sect on the same level as the Ethereal Peak. In fact, it was even more powerful than the Ethereal Peak. They didn't expect this young man to have such a shocking background. Elder Bai was also extremely regretful. He was extremely regretful right now. If he had taken action earlier, he could have improved the relationship between both parties. However, he was now afraid of offending the other party. Elder Zhang, what should we do? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven asked. The peak stage Saint King frowned. This was no small matter. Let's go back and discuss it with the other elders. He couldn't make up his mind. These people turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Xian laughed. What? You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am? His voice was like thunder, causing the people from Xiling Grotto Heaven to stop in their tracks. Their faces turned ugly. The peak stage Saint King turned around and gritted his teeth. Then what do you want? What do I want? So many of you from the older generation came to kill me. If I didn't have any strength, I would have died long ago. What do you think I want now? Do you think I am easy to bully? Do you want me to inform my family, or let the experts from the Myriad Transformation sect come here to reason with you? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven's faces changed. No matter which one it was, they couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, the leading elder gritted his teeth and said, "Calm down. We didn't know who you were before, and you have killed many of our people. Why don't we stop here? Then what do you want?" The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were no longer as arrogant as before. It was simple. Do you want to kill yourselves, or do you want me to send you to hell? What? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were shocked. This guy really wanted to kill them. Don't go too far. Although your identity is not ordinary, you are alone here. If you are really anxious, we will kill you, is that so? You still want to kill me? Looks like I can't let you live any longer. Lin Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the three-eyed vermilion bird flew over. The icefire swan, the umber bat, and the other demonic beasts also rushed over. You are courting death, the peak elders from Xiling Grotto Heaven roared and attacked. They were really angry. So what if the other party had a high status? This was their territory. In an instant, a great battle broke out. The others retreated far away to watch the battle. They could not believe that Lin Xian was so strong. They did not know that Lin Xian hated the 6 Grotto Heavens. These people treated their companions as battle servants. They even had something to do with the human world. How could Lin Xian let these people go? The battle was very intense. Demonic beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed over. Even the elders who were at the pinnacle felt a sense of crisis. However, at this moment, the void split open. 2 people rushed towards Lin Xian. Not good. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed. They did not expect Xiling Grotto Heaven to have a space scroll. The sudden appearance of this young man was definitely dangerous. The 2 sneered. Go to hell, kid. One of them held a long saber, while the other clenched a fist and rushed over. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He faced the 2 of them head-on. With one strike, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The 2 of them were stunned. Lin Xian turned around and sneered. How dare a mere mid-stage Saint King assassinate me? As he spoke, he struck out. One of his palms turned into lightning, while the other turned into a sword light. The 2 of them were beaten into a bloody mist. A crazy voice rang out. The 2 of them were instantly destroyed. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to send another peak demonic saint to end the battle quickly. Inside the palace, Xiaomu attacked again. A demonic beast at the pinnacle joined the battle. Above the 9 heavens, the peak elder of Xiling Grotto Heaven roared, "Get lost. Retreat. Break out of the encirclement." He was truly stunned. He could still fight against a 3-eyed vermilion bird, but if another demonic beast of the same level were to appear, he really wouldn't be able to stop it. He turned around and fled. However, in the next instant, half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. It was a strange golden fish. The scales on its body were very sharp. In an instant, his body was cut open. When the surrounding people saw that even the peak elders were no match for him, they were so frightened that they hurriedly fled. The Ice King Hong who shot out a sky full of frost, forming a barrier. The 2 peak demonic beasts killed the peak elder until his soul was completely destroyed. The other people from the Violet Spirit Grotto were terrified. They knelt in the air. We were wrong. Please spare our lives. We won't dare to go against you anymore. However, it was useless. Those demonic beasts burned everyone to ashes. In the blink of an eye, all the strong people from the Violet Spirit Grotto were dead. The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. The people from the other grotto heavens also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of technique was this? It was simply too incredible. Were all beast tamers this terrifying? Lin Xian sneered. There is only one outcome for those who dare to go against me. He waved his hand, and the demonic beasts in the sky all flew back into his demonic beast pouch. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, forming a terrifying storm that blew away all the bloody mist in the sky. The sky was bright again. He turned around and was about to go in. The other people were amazed. He was simply a young god. At this moment, Elder Bai, who was in the air, came back to his senses. He quickly flew forward and landed in the courtyard. He shouted, "Sir, please wait." He had to rope in such a top-notch genius. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Elder Bai, revealing a cold smile. Elder Bai smiled and said, "Sir, why don't you come to my place for a chat? I will treat you well." Lin Xian said coldly, "Get lost." The smile on Elder Bai's face froze. He could not believe that Lin Xian would treat him like this. Lin Xian said, "Why, now you want to treat me? Why didn't you protect me when I was being chased by the people from the Violet Spirit Grotto? I saved your granddaughter's life. Are you going to repay me like this? Get lost and reflect on yourself. Think it through and see me again." After speaking, Lin Xian turned around and ignored Elder Bai, walking straight in. Elder Bai stopped in the courtyard and his face turned extremely ugly. No one had ever dared to reprimand him, let alone a young man. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Especially when there were countless onlookers around, looking at him and discussing. He felt these people's gazes fall on his back. Damn it. He had lost all his face. But he did not dare to make a move. Even a peak Saint King had fallen, let alone him. In the next moment, he tore open the void and hurriedly escaped. Countless people were in an uproar, and they left one after another. This matter quickly spread throughout the Moonshine City and spread in all directions. Soon, countless people knew that a terrifying genius had arrived in the Moonshine City, and his name was Sir Qing. He could control super beasts and sweep through everything. Go back quickly. The experts from the other grotto heavens also went back to report. They felt that they had to be one step ahead and establish a good relationship with the other party. In Elder Bai's mansion, the experts from the grotto heavens had returned. They said, "Old Zhang, what should we do? Should we take action against that kid?" Elder Bai sneered. "Do you want to die? If you want to die, don't drag me down. Didn't you see what happened to the Violet Spirit Grotto? Who dares to be disrespectful to me? Don't blame me for slapping you to death. Now, quickly contact the grotto heavens and bring back all the treasures and resources. Tomorrow, I will personally apologize." The people from the other grotto heavens were also moving. They had collected a lot of treasures and were ready to pay a visit. On the other side, the people from the Violet Spirit Grotto heaven were gritting their teeth. Damn it, one of their peak elders and many of their late-stage elders had fallen there. It was really hard for them to imagine. When the grotto heaven heard the news, they gritted their teeth and said, "Humph, what kind of beast tamer family is it? No matter how powerful they are, so what, why don't we ask the Grand Elder to come out and kill them directly?" The Grand Elder was the great sage's Cultivation. He could definitely sweep through everything. No matter how strong the other party was, so what, however, the older generation figures shook their heads. Absolutely not. The other party was backed by a top beast tamer family and the Myriad Transformation Gate. They also had someone on the level of the Great Sage. If they really angered the other party and let his family take away thousands of beasts, the Violet Spirit Grotto heaven would be in danger of being destroyed. At this moment, the older generation spoke again, trying to find a way to resolve the grudge. The young disciples of Xiling Grotto heaven were in disbelief. Someone had killed their elders and geniuses, and they still had to beg for mercy. What a joke. When had they ever been so aggrieved? Moonshine City was very lively at this moment. Everyone was talking about what had happened a few days ago. Lin Xian had controlled thousands of demonic beasts, killed many experts of Xiling Grotto Heaven, and even told the elders of Baiyun Grotto Heaven to get lost. It had become a legend, and countless young geniuses were envious and were discussing it. Many people even went outside Lin Xian's mansion. Of course, they didn't dare to get close, and could only wander around. Elder Bai hadn't closed his eyes for the past few days. At his level, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not rest for 10 years. However, he was indeed very anxious and nervous today. Finally, there was a flash of light in front of him, and a figure landed in front of him. "How is it?" Elder Bai asked. The Sage King said, "Elder, don't worry, we've brought the things." As they spoke, they took out a few storage rings. After Elder Bai took them and scanned them with his soul spirit, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Ever since he was reprimanded by Lin Xian, he immediately contacted the Grotto Heaven and prepared a large number of cultivation resources. Now that they were all in these 3 storage rings, he felt very satisfied, and thought that they should be able to move the other party. "Come, follow me." Elder Bai took in a deep breath and strode forward. Many people followed behind him, including mid-stage Sage Kings and 8 early-stage Sage Kings. The group quickly flew on the clouds towards Lin Xian's mansion. Lin Xian's mansion. Countless people were still wandering around when they suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. They all looked up. In the next moment, they saw more than 10 figures descending. Someone cried out in alarm. Wasn't this Elder Bai? He actually came again. Did he come for revenge? They were extremely nervous and watched curiously. After Elder Bai and his group descended, they didn't dare to land directly in the courtyard, but outside the mansion. Elder Bai cleared his throat and said in a clear voice. "I, Bai Yuan, would like to see young Master Qing." His voice went in, but there was no response. Elder Bai Zhang's expression changed. He shouted again, but no one responded to him. The people behind asked, "Elder, what should we do?" Elder Bai thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "We'll wait here." He had already missed an opportunity by not helping the other party previously. If he were to leave this time around, the misunderstanding between the two of them would be irreparable. So today, no matter what, he had to go in, even if he had to wait for 3 days and 3 nights. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect that the Grand Elder of Dongtian would be so respectful. Moreover, he couldn't even see his face. It was truly unbelievable. Just as they were discussing in surprise, another stream of light streaked across the sky, followed by another dozen or so figures. "I, Fei Jiutian of the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven, request an audience with the young master." After these people landed, the leader of the group was a middle-aged man. Flying 9 heavens, flying feather paradise, the spectators were stunned. Immediately, some people were astonished. This should be another elder. Not only that. I know him. He's very famous. They were extremely terrifying existences in the late stage of the Saint King realm. It was said that they were very close to the peak stage of the Saint King realm. I didn't expect him to come, and he's so respectful. The crowd was in an uproar. This flying 9 heavens status was even higher than Elder Bai's. They should be able to go in this time, right? However, to everyone's surprise, there was still no response from inside. Flying 9 heavens was also waiting outside with his men. Flying 9 heavens' gaze was calm, and he wasn't in a hurry. The experts behind him looked gloomy. Damn it, they came this time, but the other party didn't give them any face. It was really infuriating. At this moment, another loud laughter was heard. Between heaven and earth, the chi of righteousness reverberated. An elder descended from the sky, and the powerful chi of holy light suppressed the surroundings. There were 5 figures following behind him. "I'm Hao Yuanshan, and I'm here to see young Master Qing." His loud voice sounded again. The surrounding people were stunned. Hao Yuanshan was a core elder of Haoran Grotto Heaven who had reached the peak of the Sage King realm. Such a person had come personally. Everyone felt that it was unreal. They should be able to go in now, right? However, to everyone's surprise, there was still no response. Even Hao Yuanshan could only wait outside. This time, the people of Flying Feather Grotto Heaven were extremely shocked. Previously, they were very angry, but now it seemed that they might have thought too much. The other party didn't even care about the peak of the Sage King realm, let alone them. Not long after, another two forces came. The people of Qianshan Grotto Heaven and Qingqiu Grotto Heaven were here, and the leaders were two peak of the Sage King realm. They were the elders of the 5 Grotto Heavens. Standing outside the mansion, the scene was extremely shocking. The news spread instantly, and after the people of Moonshine City knew about it, they all came to watch. Of course, they only dared to watch from afar, and some even used their souls to watch. Even so, the scene was shocking enough. The entire Moonshine City was talking about it. This guy was too arrogant. He really didn't care about the people of the 5 Grotto Heavens. The elders of the 5 Grotto Heavens looked a little cold. They knew that the other party was powerful, so they came personally. Logically speaking, the other party should have come out to welcome them, but they didn't expect him to not even have the intention to see them. He's really arrogant. Does he really think he's a god? At this moment, the peak elder of Qianshan Grotto Heaven snorted. As he spoke, there was a strong flame on his body. It was Elder Yanhua. He was from the Sage Heaven's old ancestors' line. I think we should join forces and go in. Elder Yanhua said coldly. The others took a deep breath and were about to move. At this moment, someone came from afar. It was the people of Xiling Grotto Heaven. Countless people were surprised, wondering what the people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were doing here. Were they here for revenge again? After the people of Xiling Grotto Heaven arrived, they were stunned when they saw the people of the 5 Grotto Heavens. But in the next moment, they said loudly, Xiling Grotto Heaven requests to see the young master. We hope that the young master can forgive us for offending you previously. We are here to resolve this grudge. Xiling Grotto Heaven actually resolved the grudge personally. This was unbelievable, everyone in Moonshine City was stunned. The Grotto Heavens actually bowed their heads. This was something that happened once in 1,000 years. In the palace, Lone Moon looked at the scene outside, then turned around and asked, Young master, what do you plan to do? Lin Xian opened his eyes and asked indifferently, Is everyone here? You said, the people of the 6 Grotto Heavens are all here and waiting outside. Oh, Lin Xian stood up and smiled. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven are here too? End of chapter 4609. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.